Cold sticky damp. Where's this? The young man opened his eyes with difficulty, a sharp pain spreading through his body. Around him were gray walls and a cold prison door with several strong men sitting or lying nearby. Is this a cell? The young man murmured. Haha, Chingmu, did Master Huan Yuan beat you silly? A strong man sneered, and others chuckled in agreement. One man stood out from the crowd, glancing at the young man with disdain. The young man had sharp features, a cool and handsome look, but his eyes were blank. Chingmu. The name seemed to trigger something, and a sharp pain shot through the young man's head. He closed his eyes and fainted. TCH, daring to challenge Master Huan Yuan's authority, haha. Ha, just a waste. The unconscious young man could not hear the mockery. A flood of unfamiliar memories was surging into his mind. After a while, the young man sat up, silently retreated to an empty corner, and began to sort through the memories in his mind. The young man was originally a transmigrator killed by a truck whose soul crossed into this world and successfully occupied the body of the recently deceased Chingmu. The fusion of Kingmas residual memories made the young man understand his current situation. This is the world of Naruto, and he was currently in one of Orochimaru's research bases, existing only as a backup experimental subject. His predecessor had voluntarily joined Orochimaru as a rogue ninja, and even after being thrown into the cell, he still worshipped Orochimaru, believing it was a test. Thus he had spoken out against Huan Yuan, who disrespected Orochimaru, and was beaten to death in a few punches. Truly brainwashed by Orochimaru. The young man sighed helplessly. From now on he was Chingmu, transmigrating into the dangerous Naruto world, and starting as Orochimaru's backup subject. What could be worse? Not to mention the hostile cellmates. As he remembered, Huan Yuan, who killed his predecessor, was a poor guy chosen as a container because Sasuke was late to join Orochimaru. To ensure the container's quality, Huan Yuan was forced to fight a life-or-death battle with many imprisoned ninjas. That meant Chingmu might also be chosen for such a battle. Thinking of this, a strong sense of urgency surged in Kingma's heart. Ding! Death God System online, do you accept? Suddenly a metallic electronic sound rang out. System. Chingmu was stunned and ecstatic. Accept! Accept! He shouted excitedly, drawing unfriendly glances from the others. Note: the host only needs to use the system with his mind. Host has accepted the system. Body modification begins. Hearing these words, Chingmu had a bad feeling, then a sharp pain hit his head, his vision went dark, and he fainted again. Passed out again. He really is brain damaged, That's what a waste does. He should have been killed by Master Huan Yuan, Seeing Chingmu unconscious, the men who had come to greet him turned and left. Body modification in progress. Detecting host has energy, physique, spiritual energy modification in progress. Chingmu naturally could not see these prompts. He only woke up after the body modification was complete. Body modification complete. Host's chakra system has been converted to spiritual energy system. Attribute panel generated. Chingmu felt his body as if bathed in sunlight, warm and light. The system had healed his predecessor's injuries while modifying his body. Opening his eyes, a panel appeared before Chingmu. Host Chingmu, spiritual power level 20, 0 Zanpakutō, none skills, none exchange points 0. Below the panel were buttons for portable space and system shop. The portable space button was blinking. Newbie gift pack has been sent, please check. Chingmu casually opened the portable space, and a large red gift pack sat inside. Open. Chingmu thought to himself. Congratulations, host has obtained Zanpakutō Asachi skill book Zanjutsu beginner and 100 exchange points. System items automatically stored in portable space, please check. A flash of white light, the red gift pack disappeared, replaced by the Zanpakutō and skill book in the portable space. Chingmu first opened the skill book, and a white light shot out, entering his mind. He felt a slight swelling in his head, and countless experiences and knowledge of Zanjutsu emerged and quickly merged. Chingmu then tried to pick up the Zanpakutō. A Zanpakutō suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a thought it quickly returned to the portable space. A strong man happened to see the sword in Kingma's hand and was about to question him, but the sword disappeared. Seeing things, he muttered, rubbed his eyes, and sat back down. Chingmu noticed this, squinted, but did not act. He temporarily exited the portable space, then opened the system shop, where a dazzling array of goods immediately stunned him. Unfortunately, after looking around, there weren't many things he could exchange for 100 points. System: how do I earn exchange points? The host obtains exchange points by defeating enemies recognized by the system. Each enemy can only be defeated once. For the exchange points can be used to buy items from the shop, or to upgrade spiritual power and skills. To get points, you need to fight. Chingmu glanced covertly at the men in the cell, then continued studying the shop. After some picking, he finally chose a skill book, Flash Step Beginner. Exactly 100 exchange points. Being in Orochimaru's research base, Chingmu would eventually have to escape, and a movement technique was essential. The predecessor of this body was only a rogue ninja of Jinin level, his memory only containing the 3 basic techniques, and throwing not even a body flicker technique. Otherwise, Chingmu would have considered exchanging for a Heido, as he had hesitated over the Heido of the 4th White Lightning, which cost 100 points. Speaking of ninjutsu, a question suddenly occurred to Chingmu. System, after converting chakra to spiritual energy, can I still use? Unfortunately, no. Hearing this, Kingma's face fell, but he could accept it. The Kido of the Soul Reapers were not inferior to ninjutsu, and the path to exchange was right before him. As long as he defeated enemies and earned enough exchange points, he could exchange. The lovely cellmates in the prison had already become moving exchange points in Kingma's eyes. Xingmu clicked to learn the Zanjutsu and Flash Step skill books. The attributes now became Host Xingmu Spiritual Power, Level 20 Zungo Zanpakutō Asachi Skills Zanjutsu, Beginner, 0-100 Flash Step Beginner, 0-100, Exchange Points 0 System. What level does Level 20 Spiritual Power correspond to in Soul Society? Level 20 Spiritual Power is the entry standard for the ordinary seated officers of the 13 Court Guard squads. That means I am now equivalent to the most basic Soul Reaper. Enough. In his predecessor's memory, the so-called Master Huan Yuan was only at the level of a special jounin. Xingmu suddenly stood up with a thought. The Zanpakutō appeared in his left hand, and he walked with a smile towards his lovely cellmate. Stop! Where did you get that blade, brat? A burly man barked, striding quickly toward Xingmu. Everyone locked in this cell was treated as mere test subjects, and their weapons and tools had long since been confiscated. None of them should have been able to hide such a large blade. However you managed to hide it, now you can offer that blade to Lord Orochimaru. The burly man stepped right up to Xingmu, looking down at him from above. Be sensible and hand over the blade. His posture seemed to say, I'll put in a good word for you and beg Lord Orochimaru to forgive your earlier offense. Orochimaru. Lord. Xingmu let out a soft mocking laugh. Such impressive authority. If he is so mighty, why is he locked in here as well? Brat, you're courting death. The burly man's expression twisted, and he drove a heavy fist straight toward Xingmu. Xingmu drew his blade in a single swift motion. A silver arc flashed through the air. The burly man stared blankly at his severed arms spinning through the air, only realizing what had happened a heartbeat later. He tried to cry out in pain, but the chance to do so had already slipped away. Another silver flash cleaved through the air. The burly man's remaining hand flew instinctively to his neck as he staggered, his strength failing. His attempted cry turned into a muffled groan, the last sound before his life ebbed away. A clear chime echoed in Xingmu's mind. Enemy defeated. Exchange points 11. Xingmu raised an eyebrow slightly, and immediately allocated the new points to his spiritual might Lingwei. Lingwei level 19, 150. With the burly man slain, the cell fell abruptly silent. Those who had been watching the spectacle widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had just. With a dull thud, the burly man's body collapsed onto the ground, the sound unnaturally loud in the cramped cell. Kill him! Someone shouted, and a group of prisoners surged towards. Only Orochimaru remained still. He watched Xingmu with keen interest, as though enjoying a performance. Xingmu's lips curled into a cold smile. Facing the oncoming attackers, he raised his blade and struck, without hesitation, his movements swift and precise. With a wet, choking sound, a crimson line appeared across one attacker's neck, and his body went limp as he collapsed. Don't give him a chance to strike. All together. Another shouted. On a shouted command, they tightened their formation, encircling Xingmu completely. Attacks came from every side. His back, his neck, his eyes, his chest, as they all struck at once. Xingmu showed not the slightest trace of fear. His figure vanished in an instant and reappeared behind one of the burly men. With a single swift step, Shuanbu, all of their attacks struck only empty air. Then he struck. In a flash of steel, another foe fell. A mere genin shouldn't be capable of such speed. One of the burly men cried out in terror. His terrified shout was answered only by a dazzling flurry of blade light. After barely 10 breaths, Xingmu executed a stylish flourish with his blade, the motion sending all traces of blood flying from the steel. Several bodies lay scattered across the floor, and Xingmu stood alone among them, proud and unscathed. 5 enemies defeated. Exchange points 62. Without the slightest hesitation, Xingmu again allocated the points to Lingwei. Lingwei level 18, 13,100. Not bad at all, someone murmured. Orochimaru stepped forward, his face now dark, the earlier composure gone. Before I kill you, would you mind telling me why you suddenly became so strong? His gaze seemed to demand. Ninjutsu. Or some secret art. His eyes seemed to probe. Does it matter? Xingmu's lips curled in mocking dismissal. Then Dai Orochimaru declared, his voice cold and The ones Xingmu had just slain were not Orochimaru's clansmen, but they were still his subordinates. To say that Orochimaru felt no anger at their deaths would have been a lie. Dai. The word barely left Orochimaru's lips before his figure vanished. An instant later, he appeared behind Xingmu, driving a whipping kick straight toward Xingmu's head. Shunshin, someone thought. Xingmu stood there seemingly stunned, not reacting at all. If that kick landed, his bones would surely break. Just as Orochimaru's foot hovered a hair's breadth from Xingmu's skull, Xingmu moved. His figure vanished again, reappearing behind Orochimaru as his blade swept out in a fierce. With a resounding crack, Xingmu's blade sliced cleanly through Orochimaru, only for the figure to dissolve into white smoke. A split log severed neatly in two thudded onto the ground. Substitution, he realized. Impossible. How did your speed increase again? Orochimaru gasped. His hands flew into a rapid series of seals before slamming down against the floor. Earth release returning stone terrace. The floor burst upward, forming a massive stone slab that split the cramped cell into two halves. At the same time, Hwanyumuru retreated swiftly, his hands still flying through the air in a rapid sequence of seals. Chingmu's speed had already surpassed Hwanyumuru's expectations. If Hwanyumuru didn't want to die, he had to restrict Chingmu's movements. A thunderous crash shook the air. Hwanyumuru jerked his head up in shock. The stone slab he had trusted so much lasted only a few seconds before collapsing in a thunderous crash. The slab had been sliced into several neat pieces. The clean cuts made it clear the stone had been severed by a blade. How is that possible? How can you possess such strength? Hwanyumuru cried out. Hwanyumuru was stunned. To cut through a cranked defensive ninjutsu, like returning stone terrace, with a single swing of the blade, was something he had never seen. The Chingmu before him had not only grown faster, his strength had increased again as well. There's nothing impossible about it, Chingmu replied, coolly, his tone full of scorn. He stepped through the drifting dust, walking slowly toward Hwanyumuru. If those are the last words you can muster, then die, Hwanyumuru. Don't underestimate me. Hwanyumuru roared, slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth release flowing mud swamp. Chingmu broke into a run toward him, but suddenly his body lurched. The solid floor beneath his feet had turned into a small patch of swamp, and his legs began to sink despite wait there and die slowly, Chingmu. This swamp is not something you can escape so easily. Hwanyumuru's voice was thick with malice as he described Chingmu's fate. The legs, then the chest, and finally the mud filling his mouth. You'll suffocate slowly, Hwanyumuru laughed, sounding utterly pleased. Then his expression shifted, his ears twitched as if he'd heard something. His hands snapped back into rapid seals. Enough! Let's end this quickly and put you down, his stance implied. For a mere genin, seeing so many ninjutsu at once is quite the privilege, Hwanyumuru seemed to say. Earth release rock iron cannon. A small stone pellet shot from Hwanyumuru's mouth, swelling rapidly in midair. By the time it neared Chingmu, it was as large and solid as an iron cannon. Chingmu's face remained calm. Hwanyumuru might have pointed out that Chingmu knew no ninjutsu, but that didn't mean Chingmu was helpless. The impact echoed through the cell. The stone plunged into the swamp, sending mud spraying in all directions. Hwanyumuru narrowed his eyes, scanning the mess, but Chingmu was nowhere to be seen. Are you looking for me? A mocking voice came from behind him. Hwanyumuru whipped around, eyes round as coins. Impossible. Flowing mud swamp disrupts chakra flow. You shouldn't be able to use such advanced body flicker techniques. You might be right, Chingmu said lightly. But what if I didn't use chakra at all? His eyes curved like crescent moons. This little patch of mud is far from enough to hold me. Impossible. How could there be a technique that doesn't use chakra? Hwanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Chingmu's endless array of methods turned the tactics Hwanyuan had painstakingly constructed into a joke. Is that your final words? Chingmu shook his head, losing interest in Hwanyuan's breakdown. He raised his blade, ready to end his life. Wait. I can submit to you, and we can find a way out of here together. Hwanyuan was truly terrified. None of his many ninjutsu could deal with Chingmu, who also possessed a far superior body flicker technique and swordsmanship. I can't win, I really can't win. But Hwanyuan didn't want to die yet. He still had clan members trapped in this accursed place, and he wanted to lead everyone out. Hwanyuan forced a smile, desperately trying to persuade Chingmu. Even if he couldn't convince him, stalling for time was still good. During the fight, Hwanyuan had keenly heard footsteps outside the cell. It was those footsteps that made him decide to finish the battle. Now Hwanyuan needed the owner of those footsteps to save him. After all, they were all spare experimental materials for Orochimaru, and live materials held greater value. What a pitiful sight, Chingmu said disdainfully. Where was the cold and aloof demeanor Hwanyuan had shown before? He was a completely different person now. Die. The footsteps outside the door were growing closer, and Chingmu also heard them. His judgment was exactly the same as Hwanyuan's earlier thought. Finish this quickly. Wait. Before Hwanyuan could finish his sentence, he felt a chill at his neck and a lightness in his body. He only understood when he saw his own headless body. Such a swift blade. Chingmu flicked the blood off his blade and slowly sheathed it. Defeated an enemy, exchange points 77. Chingmu's eyes lit up. Hwanyuan was indeed of elite Chunin caliber. His exchange points were more than those of the burly men combined. Those low-level thugs were merely ordinary genin level. However, even with 77 more exchange points, he couldn't exchange for anything worthwhile. The hand-to-hand combat, beginner and way of destruction, no. For White Lightning that Chingmu coveted both cost 100 exchange points, and higher-level demon arts were even more expensive. The only things Chingmu could exchange for now were the cheapest way of destruction, no. One Russian way of binding, no. One side, both priced at 50 points. Then there were spirit pills, communication devices, artificial bodies, and other items of unclear purpose. After some thought, Chingmu felt that exchanging for these two demon arts wasn't very meaningful, so he simply added all 77 points to his spiritual might. Spiritual might level 18, 90,100, although he didn't advance to level 17. Having 90 points at level 18 was still much stronger than before. Mu could clearly feel the surging spiritual energy within him, and advancing the spiritual might level was a comprehensive enhancement. But, looking at the bodies on the ground, Mu scratched his head. Now that he was the only one left in the cell, it would be hard to continue earning exchange points. Maybe switch cells. Mu tried, but the cell door was made of some composite metal that he couldn't budge at all with his current strength. His gaze shifted from the door to the walls. Give up. The walls between cells are embedded with alloy steel plates. You can't break through them. A man with glasses leaned against the wall, arms crossed, speaking to Mu with a smirk. Yao Shirdo. Mu recognized the man at a glance. I'm curious. Yao Shirdo dropped his smile, adjusted his glasses, and a glint flashed behind the lenses. Why were you in such a hurry to kill Huan Yuan? I didn't hide my footsteps, I'm sure you both heard them. Rushing to destroy my precious experimental material before I arrived. You'd better give me a very good answer. Yao Shirdo smiled, but to Mu it felt chilling. A sense of pressure from a powerful expert weighed down on Mu. He had a feeling that if his answer was wrong he would die. No, I'm still too weak. Mu gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure, and confronted Yao Shirdo's gaze with tenacity, saying each word deliberately, because he nearly killed me earlier. I see. Yao Shirdo stroked his chin, and the oppressive aura suddenly eased. Quite reasonable. Yao Shirdo's eyes curved into crescents. Since that's the case, they'll let you out. What? Let me out. Mu was taken aback. Seeing Yao Shirdo turn and open the cell door, his thoughts raced. In just a moment he made a decision. Lord Yao Shirdo, I am willing to fight for Lord Deshiwan. Mu had also realized that staying in the cell meant he couldn't earn exchange points, couldn't grow stronger. It was a dead end. As long as he could get out fighting for Deshiwan was fine. More fights meant more exchange points. As long as he accumulated enough points, sooner or later, he would surpass Deshiwan. The only fear was that Deshiwan wouldn't give him this opportunity, and would instead put him on the experimental table. With his current strength, he would have no power to resist. Anyway, considering how devoted the previous self was to Deshiwan, Mu's current behavior didn't seem out of place. Yao Shirdo suddenly laughed, as if he had heard something amusing. Don't worry, there will be opportunities. He patted Mu's shoulder meaningfully. Follow me. Opportunities. Mu's mind turned, and he began to speculate. The previous self had been imprisoned for a long time, based on his memories. It was hard to guess what point in the story of Naruto it was now. Could it be the Konoha collapse plan? If it was an attack on Konoha, Deshiwan would surely need troops, which would be a good opportunity. Enough opportunities to fight would allow him to quickly accumulate exchange points. Mu calculated silently, and when he came back to his senses, a dense crowd had gathered around him. Looking up, he saw that the cells they passed along the way had all been opened by Yao Shirdo, and the prisoners inside were released. Was this really for the attack on Konoha? Mu felt something was off. Yao Shirdo didn't seem inclined to communicate with anyone else. He just opened each cell, said, "Follow me," and continued forward. Soon all the cells were opened. Mu roughly counted and estimated that over 200 people had been released. Yao Shirdo walked ahead in silence. Intimidated by his strength and pressure, everyone remained quiet and followed behind him. Until they passed through a corridor and entered a small square, Yao Shirdo suddenly stopped, leaped onto the second-level platform of the square. He looked down at the crowd below, his gaze pausing briefly on Mu, and he smiled slightly. Everyone, today is the day of your liberation. Lord Deshiwan has decided to release one of you. Then Yao Shirdo changed his tone, saying meaningfully, however, only one. Boom. Upon hearing these words, the crowd in the square immediately erupted with excitement. Among them were those who had willingly allied with Orochimaru, as well as those who had been captured by him. But regardless of how they came to be here, who wouldn't want to escape this state of captivity? Mu was stunned by Yakushi Kabuto's words, his mind ringing as memories of the Hokage rapidly fused with the scene before him, quickly realizing his current predicament. This was a moment for Orochimaru to select a vessel. It wasn't the Konoha collapse plan. Now Orochimaru couldn't wait for Sasuke to arrive, and was compelled to choose a vessel on the spot. Thinking of this, a drop of cold sweat involuntarily dripped from Kingma's forehead. Now everyone was to collect their weapons. Each person could only take one, otherwise they would be eliminated. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and added, and the chaotic crowd suddenly fell silent, soon moving forward in unison to collect their weapons. Knowing that a life-and-death brawl was about to commence, no one had any thoughts of resisting Yakushi Kabuto. It could only be said that his authority had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Everyone was more willing to fight for a chance at survival alongside those who shared their fate. Mu did not go to take a weapon. He held his Zanpakutō and took the opportunity to occupy a corner of the square. Alright, everyone begin. With the weapons distributed, Yakushi Kabuto immediately announced the start. Kill! Yakushi Kabuto's words were like pouring a bucket of water into boiling oil, causing the crowd to erupt. There was no probing before the fight, no hypocritical temporary alliances. Everyone picked up their kunai, without hesitation, and chopped at those around them. Screams, roars, and cries of battle resounded incessantly. Mu steadily occupied his corner, continuously swinging his Zanpakutō, slaying those who appeared before him. Defeated an enemy, earned 22 exchange points. Defeated an enemy, earned 43 exchange points. Defeated an enemy, earned 11 exchange points. The exchange points for lower-ranking enemies generally hovered around 10 to 20 points. Those who could reach about 50 points typically had the strength of a Chunin. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people had fallen to Kingmas Blade, with the strongest enemy contributing 62 exchange points. The Huan Yuan, valued at 77 exchange points, was indeed among the stronger ones in this group. As Qingmu continued to swing his blade, he kept adding the exchange points earned to his spiritual pressure. Enemies were coming in an endless stream, and Qingmu had no time to select items in the shop. Spiritual pressure level 17, 12200. Spiritual pressure level 16, 45,400. Unknowingly, another dozen people had fallen to Kingmas Blade. Kingmas' position was too advantageous, with his back against the wall, facing only the enemies in front of him. However, because of this, he also faced additional targeting from others, as his position was simply too good. However, after slaying over 30 individuals, especially after killing a few strong ones without sustaining any injuries, no one dared to rush him again. The life and death struggle on the field was also a survival game. No one would voluntarily walk into the blade. Within a 5-meter radius of Qingmu, there was nothing but a sea of corpses. Only now could Qingmu take a slight breath. In this square, if one doesn't kill others, they themselves will die, and in the end, only one will survive. And the last person standing is destined to become Orochimaru's vessel, meaning none will survive. A complete deadlock. He must save himself. Qingmu looked at the remaining numbers on the field. In just a short while, nearly 1/3 of the participants had been eliminated. Although nearly half of those eliminated were due to Kingmas' efforts, the scene was undoubtedly gruesome. So how many exchange points could the remaining people contribute? Qingmu calculated silently before shaking his head. Even if half of the remaining people died at his hands, the power gained would still be insufficient to contend with Orochimaru. The main issue was that the quality of this group was simply too poor. They were mostly genin with only a few chunin, and the exchange points they contributed were far too few, mostly hovering around 10 to 20 points. No wonder they were only treated as backup experimental materials. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the shop, Qingmu finally steeled his resolve and closed it. All exchange points add to spiritual pressure. Qingmu made this decision after careful consideration. Orochimaru's reincarnation technique involves transferring the soul into another's body, thereby eliminating the other's spiritual entity and occupying the flesh. And the essence of a Shinigami is the spiritual body, with powerful spiritual pressure and naturally strong mental power. Although Qingmu underwent systematic transformation and does not need to detach his soul from his body like Ichigo, but can use the Shinigami's abilities in a living form, the principle remains the same. Adding all exchange points to spiritual pressure, raising the spiritual pressure high, and boosting mental power to its peak. Even if Qingmu kills everyone on the field, the exchange points gained would not be enough to contend with Orochimaru, but when Orochimaru actively enters his spiritual world, the situation would turn around. Fighting with the Soul Shinigami are simply too familiar with this. What needs to be done now is to desperately earn exchange points. Qingmu brandished his sword and strode toward the fiercely fought battlefield. Enemies approaching, kill. Those severely injured on the ground, kill. Others prey, snatch, and then kill. Anyone encountered. The method given by the system for obtaining exchange points is not by killing, but by defeating. Of course, killing is also a form of defeat. Qingmu is not the kind of person who enjoys slaughter, but since obtaining the system, the only option presented to him has been to kill. Those cellmates in the same cell as him had long harbored murderous intentions toward Qingmu, and he could only let them die. As for the people in the square, they had no choice but to engage in slaughter. If one does not kill, they will die. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Qingmu below the stage of slight, arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Clearly occupying the most advantageous terrain and scaring everyone logically, he should quietly remain in the corner, resting to prepare for the final showdown. The others on the field would naturally take care of things for him. However, Kingmas' behavior seemed somewhat irrational. He even wanted to snatch others' prey, as if fearing there wouldn't be enough to kill. Yet looking at Kingmas' expression, he didn't seem to have completely descended into a killing machine. Instead, his eyes were clear. After some thought, there could only be one explanation. This guy Qingmu genuinely hopes to serve Lord Orochimaru. I wonder what this guy will think when he learns he is destined to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel. Yakushi Kabuto smiled lightly, a hint of bitterness and jealousy in his smile. Many wished to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel, including the 4 Otsutsuki, Kimimaro, and others. Yakushi Kabuto. Unfortunately, Orochimaru refused. It was then that Yakushi Kabuto had no choice but to release these imprisoned ninjas to select the best. Meanwhile, Qingmu continued his relentless battle, his movements tireless. Defeated an enemy, exchange points 12. Defeated an enemy, exchange points 26. Defeated an enemy, exchange points 51. Spiritual, might level 15, 116,600. Spiritual, might level 14, 27,800. At last the entire square was left with only Qingmu his spiritual might ultimately settling at level 14. Qingmu poured all the exchange points he had earned into spiritual might, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. His mental strength had multiplied several-fold compared to before. The enhancement of spiritual might was a comprehensive improvement in strength. Qingmu felt that with his current power, he could definitely contend with enemies at the Jonin level. Of course, since he only knew the basic slashing technique, and Shumpa the outcome of a battle might not be favorable. This was also his current weakness. Gently flicking the bloodstains from his blade, Qingmu looked up and noticed that Yaoshi Do, who had been observing from the high platform, had vanished without a trace. The Shiwan must be arriving soon. Qingmu did not remain idle. He raised his head and shouted, "Lord Do. Lord Deshiwan. I have done it. I am the strongest. Please let me serve you, Lord Deshiwan." Hee, how interesting. A hoarse chuckle echoed, as Deshiwan strode out gracefully, his gaze fixed on Qingmu with keen interest. "So you are King Yukon. Are you truly willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" "Of course." Qingmu replied with fervent passion, "It is my lifelong dream to serve Lord Deshiwan." The moment Deshiwan appeared, the aura he inadvertently exuded convinced Qingmu that he was absolutely no match for Deshiwan. Rather than engage in a futile battle, it was better to leverage the persona of his former self and lull Deshiwan into complacency. "Excellent." Deshiwan licked his lips excitedly. "Then are you willing to merge with me? Your flesh and soul shall become a part of me." Deshiwan had arrived midway through the battle, and he had immediately taken a liking to Qingmu, who was slaughtering his way through the crowd. To think you can grow stronger in the midst of battle. What a truly remarkable constitution. Deshiwan watched as Qingmu's aura rapidly ascended from that of a genin to the level of a jonin, his interest deepening with each passing moment. At one point he even considered halting the duel and using Qingmu directly as a vessel. Deshiwan did not place much importance on the vessel's inherent strength. He cared more about whether it possessed Kekkei Genkai or special abilities. "Does that mean I can be with Lord Deshiwan forever?" Qingmu's face remained ecstatic. "I am deeply honored." Pity Deshiwan sighed inwardly. Had he discovered Qingmu's peculiarity earlier, his growth would surely have been even more remarkable. "Qingmu, I have always known you were a good child." Deshiwan approached with a smile. "Relax your mind and accept me wholeheartedly. From now on we shall be one." "Yes." Qingmu agreed without hesitation, yet his inner vigilance was stretched to the utmost. Boom. Suddenly darkness enveloped Qingmu's vision. All around him was pitch black, as if he were treading in the void. In the distance a faintly glowing figure appeared. Upon closer inspection it was none other than Deshiwan. Qingmu instantly realized that this was his spiritual world. "Come Qingmu, become a part of me." Deshiwan's hoarse, seductive voice echoed as he rushed toward Qingmu with breathtaking "Very well." Qingmu smiled, faintly charging to meet Deshiwan while drawing his Zanpakutō from his personal space. In Deshiwan's astonished gaze he unsheathed the blade and struck. Shua! The space before Qingmu suddenly emptied, as Deshiwan, sensing danger, retreated swiftly. "Tsk." Qingmu cursed inwardly. His long-standing disguise had been meant for this exact moment, but Deshiwan's vigilance far exceeded his expectations. "How surprising," Deshiwan sneered darkly. "You don't seem to be as you claimed, King Yukon. And you don't seem as powerful as you appear, Lord Deshiwan." Qingmu replied with a smile. "You seem desperate for a new body, don't you?" Qingmu said lightly. "Hee-ha." Deshiwan laughed until tears came. "I never expected to be seen through by you." A glint of greed flashed in Deshiwan's eyes. "What a pity, I only discovered a talent like you now. It's my negligence. But no matter. Soon you will realize that the gap in strength is insurmountable." Deshiwan ceased hiding his power. With a mere thought, a towering wave of blood materialized around him. The overwhelming tide of blood spread out, transforming the dark void of the spiritual world into a sea of blood that surrounded Qingmu from all sides. Qingmu swung his blade to cleave through the oncoming blood waves, but the endless sea surged forward relentlessly, soon soaking him completely. It's useless, King Yukon." Deshiwan laughed triumphantly. "This is the difference in strength. Even in your spiritual world, I can control it effortlessly. Soon you will sink completely into this sea of blood and become a part of me." Deshiwan gazed greedily at Qingmu, watching the blood rise along his body, gradually covering even his face. "Deshiwan, I must admit you do have some skill." Qingmu sighed in genuine admiration, then chuckled lightly. "However, you've made one. The reason you can control this place is simply because I haven't acted yet." Qingmu locked eyes with Deshiwan and smiled faintly. Boom. Deshiwan instinctively sensed something wrong. In the next instant, the entire spiritual world erupted in a blinding white light. The blood sea representing Deshiwan's spiritual power offered no resistance. It was instantly overwhelmed by the irresistible white light, transforming the blood sea into a world ablaze with radiance. "Now do you see the reality?" Qingmu asked softly, and Deshiwan's eyes widened in shock. Somehow Qingmu had crossed the seemingly insurmountable distance in an instant, and appeared, startled but not panicked. Deshiwan, unable to use his hands, opened his mouth and spat out the Kusanagi sword, which shot straight at Qingmu, who was only inches away. "Zheng." The swift and furious Kusanagi sword was cleanly deflected by Qingmu. Useless. Qingmu had anticipated Shiwan's attack style and responded with ease. The Zanpakutō in his hand turned gracefully like a wisp of smoke, and he swung it lightly at Shiwan. Shua. The blade cleanly cut Shiwan in two, yet he did not die. In the instant the blade touched him, a streak of white light shot out swiftly from Shiwan's mouth and entangled itself. This white light is astonishingly a gigantic serpent. Upon closer inspection, the immense body of the serpent is composed entirely of numerous smaller white snakes. Hee to see me in this form, you must feel quite proud of your impending demise. Orochimaru tightened his grip around Kingma's body, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his visage now indistinguishable from that of a snake. How grotesque. Qingmu shook his head in disdain, seemingly unfazed by Orochimaru's constricting embrace. Hee power knows no ugliness. It is only beauty, Orochimaru retorted with a sinister tone, the countless small snakes on his body exerting their strength to tighten their hold on Qingmu once more. Just like my current form, it represents not just immortality and eternal life, but also the ability to absorb all your capabilities just like this. Suddenly, Orochimaru's words came to a halt. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Qingmu asked with a chuckle. Orochimaru remained silent, merely intensifying his grip on Qingmu, each small snake on his body widening its mouth and biting down fiercely. Yet no matter how tightly they coiled, or how fiercely they bit, Qingmu remained utterly unmoved. Are you unable to bite down, Orochimaru? Qingmu inquired. With Orochimaru's jaws clamped down hard on Kingma's neck, leaving not even a single mark. What else can you do besides drench me in saliva, Orochimaru? Qingmu sneered softly. What is going on with you? Orochimaru roared in shock and anger. Orochimaru's defenses had completely crumbled. In the realm of the mind, the competition is one of spiritual strength. Orochimaru's soul naturally is incredibly powerful. Since he first used the reanimation technique, the original spirits of every vessel have crumbled at a single touch. Until now he had encountered an anomaly like Qingmu. Even when Orochimaru exerted all his might, Qingmu remained unyielding. The white phosphorus serpent coiling around him felt as solid as steel. How can you possess such high spiritual power? Orochimaru roared in disbelief. This is the gap in strength. Qingmu echoed Orochimaru's earlier words verbatim. Damn it. The killing intent in Orochimaru's eyes nearly solidified. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But Orochimaru, having navigated the ninja world for many years, knew that aside from his exceptional life-saving techniques, the most crucial aspect was his ability to bend and adapt. Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Orochimaru decisively began to escape. Wanna leave? Feeling the weakening force of confinement on his body, Qingmu instantly understood Orochimaru's intentions. After playing with you, Orochimaru, for so long, if you leave, who will I seek for my exchange points? Qingmu easily broke free from Orochimaru's grip, wielding his Zanpakutō to unleash a silver-white streak, striking directly at Orochimaru's head. Swish! A segment of the serpent's tail fell, and in a moment of crisis, Orochimaru accelerated fiercely, swinging his tail to block this fatal blow. Then, disregarding the severed tail he left behind, Orochimaru, as if activating turbo boost, quickly left only a fleeting silhouette for Qingmu. Get out. I must get out. As long as I can return to my original body, even if I suffer severe backlash, dealing with this brat will be more than enough. Orochimaru desperately fled into the distance, as long as he found an opportunity to briefly affect Kingma's spiritual realm. Even for a moment, he could escape. Once he escaped, it would be his victory. Of course, Qingmu would never allow such a thing to happen. After all the effort to lure him in, could he just leave? It won't be that easy. Whoosh. Whoosh. Qingmu utilized Shuinpa, rapidly closing the distance to Orochimaru. The white light in the spiritual world fluctuated violently, coalescing into numerous sharp arrows that shot towards Orochimaru with incredible speed. Hee. Orochimaru chuckled, sinisterly dodging left and right to avoid the light arrows. Though he appeared clumsy, his speed showed no signs of slowing. What made Orochimaru even happier was that as more light arrows shot forth, cracks indeed began to appear in Kingma's spiritual world. Just like a person concentrating on a task, their attention to other matters diminishes, the spiritual world, filled with white light, also revealed flaws. Orochimaru keenly noticed a distant spot, revealing a hint of darkness. Darkness is the primordial backdrop of Kingma's spiritual world. As long as I rush there, I can return. Orochimaru grew excited, maxing out his speed, no longer bothering to deliberately dodge the incoming light arrows. Just a little more, just a little more. Orochimaru's eyes brimmed with joy for life. With one last leap, he could escape. Swish! The path to life in Orochimaru's eyes suddenly erupted with intense, white light, transforming into arrows. Countless arrows rained down, overwhelming him, leaving Orochimaru with no way to dodge. Orochimaru's smile froze on his face as innumerable light arrows pierced through his body, causing him to momentarily falter. In the next second, an overwhelming torrent of white light surged from behind him. Now Orochimaru was completely immobilized. Whoosh. Kingma's figure flashed and appeared right in front of Orochimaru, 1 foot firmly planted on his head. Wait, King-kun, I believe we can still negotiate a deal. Swish. The Zanpakutō swept down, severing Orochimaru's head. Defeating an enemy exchange points 2,268. Orochimaru, being a shadow-level powerhouse, was a stark contrast to the mere 77 points of the elite Chunin Phantom Yamaru. The system's defeat notification sounded, but Chingmu temporarily ignored it. He leapt away from Orochimaru's corpse as the surrounding white waves of light quickly engulfed him completely. The densely packed light arrows on Orochimaru's body and the enveloping waves of white light surged violently. Boom. A deafening roar erupted which quickly faded into silence. Orochimaru's body completely vanished, thoroughly reduced to dust. Chingmu finally let out a sigh of relief. He was all too aware of Orochimaru's uncanny life-saving abilities. The white phosphorus serpent is Orochimaru's true form, so there was no need to worry about him escaping. However, Chingmu could not find peace unless he turned Orochimaru into ashes. After all, with Sasuke as a cautionary tale, thinking he had eliminated Orochimaru's consciousness only to find that Orochimaru merely lay in wait for an opportunity. Had it not been for Itachi plugging that loophole, Orochimaru would have truly succeeded. After Kingmas maneuvering, Orochimaru's consciousness left no trace within his spiritual realm. With a thought, Kingmas' spirit instantly returned. In the next moment, Chingmu slowly opened his eyes to find Orochimaru's body sprawled before him. More accurately, it was Orochimaru's vessel. Once Orochimaru invested his spirit into Kingmas' spiritual realm, this vessel had already become an imp. Even if the white phosphorus serpent Orochimaru's physical form still existed, it was the same. Creak. The door on one side of the plaza slowly opened and Kabuto approached Chingmu. Lord Orochimaru, have you finished? Having just completed the reincarnation, you will need to adapt to this body. Please allow me to assist you to rest. Chingmu deliberately rasped his throat, replying with a single word, while feigning weakness. If Yakushi Kabuto detected anything amiss here, a battle would likely be unavoidable. Reality was not Chingmu's spiritual world. Given his current strength, he was no match for Yakushi Kabuto. To be precise, Chingmu, who only mastered flash step swordsmanship and rank 14 spiritual power, was roughly equivalent to a severely lopsided Jonin, or perhaps a strong sword specialist Tokubetsu Jonin. His physical attributes were up to par, but everything else was seriously lacking. The reason he overwhelmed Orochimaru in the spiritual world was purely because the soul power in this Naruto world was a weak point compared to Bleach. If Chingmu could learn Jinjutsu, a simple hell viewing technique might achieve the effect of Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, after being modified by the system, he could no longer learn ninjutsu. Lord Orochimaru, how do you find this body? Any discomfort? Yakushi Kabuto asked with concern, naturally supporting Chingmu's arm. As Orochimaru's personal medical ninja, it was naturally Kabuto who adjusted the body after the reincarnation. It's fine. Chingmu remained taciturn, simultaneously opening the system panel to allocate points. Chingmu was not Orochimaru after all. Given time, he would inevitably slip up. He must enhance his strength as host Chingmu's spiritual power rank 14, 27,800 Zanpakutō Asachi skills, swordsmanship beginner, 189500, flash step beginner, 46500. Exchange points 2268. Chingmu was pleasantly surprised to find that after a series of battles his swordsmanship and flash step had leveled up on their own. The proficiency in swordsmanship had accumulated more than flash step, likely because he used it more in combat. This discovery made Chingmu realize that system skills could be trained and upgraded naturally. Thinking of this, Chingmu felt a pang of regret for the exchange points he had spent. However, in the urgent need to boost his strength at the time, he had no other choice. Even now, Chingmu had to convert his exchange points into combat power as quickly as possible. Spiritual power enhance. Flash step enhance. Spiritual power rank 13,000, flash step intermediate 0,0, exchange points remaining 1041. These points were only enough to raise spiritual power or flash step by 1 level, leaving Chingmu with a mere 41 points. Such a single upgrade was too limited. Neither rank 12 spiritual power nor a higher level flash step was sufficient to guarantee that Chingmu could escape from Yakushi Kabuto's attack. So Chingmu opened the shop again, quickly searching for skills to exchange. Zanpakutō Shirkai, 1000 exchange points. Host spiritual power must be at rank 10 or above. A Shirkai effect is random. Just seeing this, Chingmu was excited for a moment, but upon reading the note, he was instantly disappointed. Not only was his spiritual power rank insufficient for now, but the random aspect meant this exchange was a complete blind box. Of course, exchanging for Shirkai with 1000 points was still worth it, if there were no other items. Shirkai Hiniko 1600 exchange points. Shikego Gyokube 500 exchange points. Shirkai Tobium 2500 exchange points. Clearly Shirkai varied in strength and could be exchanged individually. Even with limited points, Chingmu completely ignored the blind box option. Having transmigrated into Orochimaru's prison cell, Ching Mu didn't believe he was lucky. Spending 1,000 points on a random shuriken like Gagyokubi would be disastrous. Given the current situation, Ching Mu dared not gamble on any uncertainty. Since he couldn't use shuriken for now, he focused on studying Kido. Improving immediate combat power was the priority. Soon Ching Mu selected several Kido skill books. Bakudo 30 Shitatsu Sansen, 300 exchange points. Bakudo 39 in Kozen, 500 exchange points. Heido 4 Byakurai, 100 exchange points. With 141 points remaining, Ching Mu then exchanged for Kado Beginner, costing 100 points. Then he tapped the skill books to learn them. Finally, with 41 points, he added them to spiritual power. Even a little extra proficiency was better than nothing. Now Ching Mu's attributes became host Ching Mu spiritual power rank 13, 411,000 Zanpakutō Asachi skills, swordsmanship beginner, 189500 flash, step intermediate, Zanpakutō Kado beginner, 0100. Bakudo 30 Shitatsu Sansen, Bakudo 39 in Kozen Heido, 4 Byakurai exchange points, 0 the surging power, along with the memories of Kido and Kaido flooded into Ching Mu's body, and he clearly felt stronger than before. However, Ching Mu cast a seemingly casual glance at Yakushi Kabuto. Compared to the elite Jonin aura Kabuto inadvertently exuded, he was still a notch below. After reincarnation, Orochimaru underwent a process of soul adapting to the body, especially now that he had lost the souls of his arms. This process might take even longer. Yakushi Kabuto was Orochimaru's personal physician. He would be inseparable during this time. Now that Ching Mu had replaced Orochimaru living in close quarters with Kabuto, he would eventually reveal his true nature. Yet to avoid exposure, Ching Mu dared not speak more than necessary, let alone find an excuse to send Kabuto away. Having just escaped the deadly threat of Orochimaru, would he now be trapped by Kabuto? Ching Mu couldn't help but grow anxious. On the other side, Yakushi Kabuto carefully supported Ching Mu, opened the door thoughtfully, and guided him slowly down the corridor outside. Lord Orochimaru, let's go to the first therapy room first. Rather than resting immediately, I think it's better to examine your condition first, Kabuto said, looking at Ching Mu with concern. Ching Mu remained as taciturn as ever. Speaking of which, Kimimaro used to be a frequent visitor to the first therapy room. Unfortunately, he may not return this time. However, to have fought for Lord Orochimaru until the very end, he must have been very happy. A flicker of sadness passed through Kabuto's eyes despite his smile. Lord Orochimaru, do you ever miss Kimimaro? Kabuto looked at Ching Mu with hope. Ching Mu. If not for the fact that Orochimaru's unique voice was so hard to imitate, Ching Mu would have said a few words. Why did this Kabuto have to talk so much? Ching Mu gave a soft hum. I see. Kabuto smiled again, his expression filled with pain, regret, confusion, and a hint of relief. Ching Mu, can you tell me where Lord Orochimaru has gone? Ching Mu was startled and immediately tried to activate Flash Step, but a strong pulling sensation came from his arm. The hand that Kabuto had used to support Ching Mu was now gripping his arm tightly. Don't be in a hurry, Ching Mu. Yakushi Kabuto smiled gently. Sanlong. Ching Mu, startled and furious, unsheathed his Zanpakutō and slashed towards Yaoshido's neck. Yaoshido did not dodge. Halfway through the strike, Ching Mu suddenly felt a wave of numbness and weakness wash over him, causing him to involuntarily kneel on the ground, and his sword fell to the ground. Yaoshido released Ching Mu and squatted in front of him, maintaining a smile on his face. You are indeed not Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru should have already been scattered into soul and spirit. Ching Mu gritted his teeth and growled. I do not underestimate Lord Orochimaru too much. Yaoshido shook his head with a smile, and said, however, being able to defeat Lord Orochimaru in the spiritual realm is already something to be proud of. Ching Mu snorted coldly, desperately gathering the spiritual energy within him, hoping to escape his current predicament. But the outcome left him astonished. The operation of the spiritual energy within him was flawless, yet the paralysis of his body could not be resolved at all. Damn it, what is going on? Ching Mu was both shocked and enraged, feeling powerless. Are you curious about your current physical state? Yaoshido asked with a smile, his tone filled with certainty. Well, after all, you defeated Lord Orochimaru. How could I not be extra cautious with you? I used chakra to create bioelectricity to disrupt your nervous system. This is not an attack that can be resolved merely by chakra. It also requires sufficient medical ninjutsu knowledge. Yaoshido smiled as he adjusted his glasses. Ching Mu. No wonder you kept supporting me, Ching Mu said with resentment. Truly worthy of the Hokage, your tactics are really filthy. No need to worry too much. Over time, this bioelectricity will gradually lose its effectiveness. However, Yaoshido changed the subject. This period of time is enough to kill you. Ching Mu fell silent, struggling to control his body. Our fingers slowly moved, so slowly that it was like a slight tremor. Such small movements were completely unnoticed by Yaoshido as he continued to speak to himself. King Yukun, defeating Lord Orochimaru must not have been easy, right? I imagine you must have worked very hard, even risking your life. So can you tell me what the meaning of your struggle to survive is? Meaning? Xingmu was taken aback, finally understanding why Yaoshiro chose not to kill him, and instead engaged in the original story. After Orochimaru's death, Yaoshiro became incredibly confused, and ultimately chose to imitate Orochimaru's way of living. The current Yaoshiro was equally lost, but the timing had been advanced by Xingmu. When I opened my eyes, I was in this prison. If I were to die without ever seeing the scenery outside, I would definitely not be content. Xingmu said slowly. Is that all? What a primal answer, Yaoshiro murmured, clearly dissatisfied with this response. What else? Xingmu quietly countered, while making an effort to bring that finger closer to Yaoshiro. If I were to die, there would be no chance to discuss the meaning of survival, would there? Each of us is a different individual seeing completely different scenery. We are all experiencing entirely different lives. If I had to say the life that belongs solely to me is the meaning of my struggle to live, Xingmu said meaningfully, his trembling finger already very close to Yaoshiro. A life that belongs solely to the individual. Yaoshiro was momentarily lost in thought. Yes, I am me. Oh, do I really have to live someone else's life? King, you can think about what you desire the most. That is your own life, Xingmu responded with a smile. Is that so? Yaoshiro murmured to himself, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and after reopening them, a hint of relief appeared on his face. Thank you, King Yukon. Yaoshiro stood up, bowed earnestly to Xingmu, and then sincerely said, King Yukon, actually the moment I found you I wanted to kill you, but for some reason I hesitated. I pride myself on being loyal to Lord Orochimaru. What I could never understand was why Lord Orochimaru refused to allow me to be his vessel. But after Lord Orochimaru's death, the confusion in my heart completely overshadowed the hatred I should have for you, even bringing a strange sense of relief, which perplexed and bewildered me. Until just now you answer my questions. So I really must thank you, King Yukon. Yaoshiro bowed sincerely to Xingmu once more. Xingmu remained silent, quietly watching Yaoshiro. As expected, in the next moment Yaoshiro squatted down gently, placing his palm on Kingmu's chest. I'm sorry, King Yukon, but no matter what I must avenge Lord Orochimaru. However, as a token of gratitude for your help, I will leave you a thread of life. Yaoshiro formed a hand seal with one hand, and the palm he pressed against Kingmu's chest was immediately covered with a thick layer of blue light. I will use a chakra scalpel to sever your myocardium, but I will be very careful. As long as you do not make any major movements, you should still be able to live for a while longer. During this time, let's see if the bioelectricity inside you will lose its effectiveness. As long as you can regain mobility early, a brief walk should not be a problem. At that time you can come to that square to find me for treatment. I will be waiting for you there. Yaoshiro gently adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, by the way, King Yukon, there is no room one for rehabilitation in this base. Heh. Upon hearing this, Xingmu couldn't help but smile. Hehe, King Yukon is quite cautious. It's not easy to spot your oversight. Yaoshiro smiled kindly, his tone very warm. Now I shall begin. Bakudo no. For Byakurai. Before the chakra scalpel could stab into his chest, Xingmu made the first move. A blue-white bolt of lightning struck Yaoshiro in an instant, and before his expression could shift to one of shock, he was boom. Yaoshiro crashed heavily into a wall, embedded in it, motionless. Huff. Huff. Xingmu let out a long sigh of relief, but did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He struggled to adjust his finger's position, slowly redirecting it towards Yaoshiro. The Byakurai used by Kachiki Byakuya was as thick as a bowl, able to pierce through enemies directly, but unfortunately Xingmu had not yet reached such a level. The power of Kido is not only related to one's proficiency in Kido, but is also completely correlated with the size of one's spiritual pressure. The 13th rank spiritual pressure's Byakurai was enough to send Yaoshiro flying. Yet it remains unknown how badly injured Yaoshiro is. The system still has not provided a prompt for defeating the enemy, indicating that the battle has yet to conclude, and Yaoshiro is still alive, even possessing the ability to counterattack. With a loud crash, several fragments of stone fell from the shattered wall, and the body of Yakushi Kabuto seemed to slide down under the influence of gravity. Breaking path no. 4. White lightning. A blue and white beam of lightning shot from Kingma's fingertips, piercing through a wall without any obstruction. Although the wall was at least 5 meters away from Yakushi Kabuto, his body immediately became motionless. Yakushi Kabuto, I advise you not to move recklessly. Next time I may not miss, Xingmu warned. Have I been discovered? Yakushi Kabuto decided to stop pretending, raising his head with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, smiling. Truly an excellent ninjutsu. Without hand seals, King Yukon. From a distance, one could see that the fabric around Yakushi Kabuto's abdomen was completely torn, revealing a bloody wound from which white mist continuously emanated, rapidly healing. Healing obliteration. Kingma's eyes narrowed as he instantly thought of this secret technique that Yakushi Kabuto possessed. King Yukon, your body has not yet recovered, has it? It must be tiring to keep that finger raised, right? That last attack, was it really an intentional miss, King Yukon? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Xingmu with a mysterious smile on his lips. After taking a hit from white lightning, if Yakushi Kabuto still couldn't tell where it was shot from, he'd be a fool. You can't leave here without defeating me. King Yukon, did you know? You are actually quite lucky. There are more than just a few of us in this base. Only recently have we been carrying out Lord Orochimaru's tasks. Otherwise, huh? Yakushi Kabuto spoke lightly, as if goading Shingmu to attack him. Shingmu understood that Yakushi Kabuto was... Indeed, as Yakushi Kabuto said at this moment, even a sudden return of an ordinary sound ninja would cost Shingmu his life. However, it's a pity that Yakushi Kabuto was mistaken. After some time had passed, Kingma's paralysis had improved somewhat. Although it was still far from being able to move freely, moving a finger was no longer such a strain. Binding path no. 30 mouth, flash, 3 strikes. Kingma's fingers swiftly traced a triangle in the air, and at the tip of the triangle a sharp-beaked light beam appeared. Then 3 beams of light quickly grew larger in the air, and shot towards Yakushi Kabuto. What? Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. It was yet another unseen ninjutsu, without hand seals. He endured the excruciating pain, and quickly leaped to the side only to see the 3 beams of light pursuing him like maggots, their speed increasing, and their shapes enlarging. Bang! The 3 beams of light locked onto Yakushi Kabuto's arms and waist, and the immense kinetic energy pinned him harshly against the wall. Now we are even, are we not, Yakushi Kabuto? Shingmu laughed. He was paralyzed by Yakushi Kabuto's biological electricity, while Yakushi Kabuto was pinned to the wall by his mouth, flash 3 strikes. Cough cough. King Yukun, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Yakushi Kabuto spoke laboriously. The impact of the mouth flash 3 strikes only exacerbated his already severe injuries. Shingmu did not answer, pointing his finger at Yakushi Kabuto on the wall. Yakushi Kabuto, you just said you would give me a glimmer of hope, so I will also give you a glimmer of hope. The bindings of your mouth flash 3 strikes will automatically dissolve after a while. You need not worry about being unable to. As for the next white lightning, if it strikes your previous wound, or your head and softer neck, you will surely die. So, I will aim for you. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Breaking path no. 4 white lightning. Without waiting for Yakushi Kabuto to respond, Shingmu decisively unleashed white lightning, and the lightning beam instantly pierced Yakushi Kabuto's chest, causing the wall behind him to finally collapse under the burden. Yakushi Kabuto, struck by the mouth flash 3 strikes, could not move at all. This time, there was no healing obliteration to prepare in advance. After taking a blow from white lightning, he was heavily buried under the fallen debris. Defeated an enemy, gained 782 exchange points. 782 exchange points were enough to reflect the value of Yakushi Kabuto as an elite jonin. Seeing the system notification, Shingmu finally let out a breath. The confrontation with Yakushi Kabuto had been the most dangerous moment for Shingmu. If it weren't for the fact that after Orochimaru's death, Yakushi Kabuto fell into a state of confusion, talking more than necessary, and giving Shingmu a little time to recover, he would have truly been done for. Now all he had to do was recover faster than Yakushi Kabuto. Shingmu strained to move his body. He was not a medical ninja, and had no chakra left, so he could only inch forward bit by bit. After a while, Shingmu finally managed to move half of his arm on his own. Return path. Shingmu slapped his chest with that hand, activating return path. Gentle spiritual energy flowed into his body, quickly nourishing his form, and expelling the biological electricity that was running rampant within. Wherever the spiritual energy passed his body, felt a wave of warmth. After a long time, Shingmu lowered his hand, and slowly stood up. He walked up to Yakushi Kabuto, only to find him with his eyes tightly closed, blood spilling from his mouth, and nose in a state of uncertain life or death. Shingmu stood there for a moment, his fingers slowly extending out before retracting. I hope you can have a life that belongs solely to you. Shingmu turned and left. If I say I'll leave you a glimmer of hope, then he'll leave you a glimmer of hope. Yakushi Kabuto's previous words had indeed touched. Time passed, and the fallen debris finally stirred. The light beams from the mouth flashed 3 strikes, dissipated, and Yakushi Kabuto struggled to crawl out from the rock. Mastery of celestial arts. A thick green chakra gathered in his hands as Yakushi Kabuto pressed down hard on the wound on his chest. Kingmas white lightning had directly penetrated his chest. Had it not been slightly off-center and missed his heart, Yakushi Kabuto would surely have died. Cough cough, so it truly is a glimmer of hope. Yakushi Kabuto forced a self-deprecating smile, though pain tugged at the corners of his mouth again. After a long time, he finally finished treating his wound, leaning against the wall, and slowly making his way towards the square. In the square, Orochimaru's corpse was still lying there. A life that belongs solely to me. I remember it, King Yukon. Am I dead? Orochimaru was utterly astonished. What on earth is my body doing? Is there an unexpected turn even in the afterlife? Who is this Shingmu? How can his mental power be so strong? Several Orochimaru shared the same sentiment. These Orochimaru had a common trait: they resided within cursed marks. The cursed marks left by Orochimaru each contained fragments of his soul, holding his consciousness, and it was akin to a lich's phylactery, much like Voldemort's Horcruxes. These Orochimaru shared a mysterious connection between each other, maintaining shared memories in preparation for resurrection after the main body's death. While the main body of Orochimaru was alive, the other Orochimaru remained in a dormant state. However, after Orochimaru was killed by Chingmu, the other Orochimaru instantly awakened. After the main Boda's death, Orochimaru had two methods of resurrection. One was through a ritual to release the cursed mark and actively free Orochimaru within. The other method occurred when the bearer of the cursed mark entered State 2, allowing Orochimaru within to seize the opportunity to possess. When State 2 was activated, it not only granted immense power, but also established a conduit for Orochimaru within to escape. The first method was far too passive, thus the Orochimaru mainly discussed the second method. Consequently, the Orochimaru within Yuki's cursed mark was expelled from the group chat. Yuki's cursed mark was too primitive, unable even to activate State 1, providing no opportunity for the Orochimaru within to attempt possession. Gentlemen, we still have a great opportunity before us. It remains to be seen who will seize it, said Deshiwan No. One coldly from within Junma Lu's cursed seal. Junma Lu's physical condition was all too clear. He was the absolute worst candidate for possession, which was why he was chairing the meeting. Ci Langfeng and Gue Tong Wan were already dead, leaving only Zuijin, Duo Yuyi, and Zuizhu. Of course it has to be me. Zuizhu is the first choice. Deshiwan No. Two from Zuizhu's cursed seal immediately argued. Zuizhu won't do. He has never awakened to the second stage. Deshiwan No. One instantly retorted. Right now the 5-man squad should be holding off the Leaf Village pursuers for Zuizhu. The chance of Zuizhu engaging in combat is minimal. I'm afraid Zuizhu won't voluntarily activate the second stage. If Zuizhu does not enter the second stage, Deshiwan No. Two within the cursed seal would have no opportunity for possession. Zuizhu still doesn't know that the original body is dead. He is still heading toward the base according to plan. If he arrives and finds the original dead, he will be even less likely to activate the second stage. All the other Deshiwan fell silent. Deshiwan understood Zuizhu's nature all too well. For power, Zuizhu would sell his soul to the devil, or likewise for power when he discovered that Deshiwan was dead, he would surely cast aside the cursed seal granted to him like a worn-out shoe. Waiting for Zuizhu to voluntarily open the second stage, and then seizing the moment would be far too difficult and time-consuming. The primary goal of the split souls was to resurrect as soon as possible. What do we do now? Deshiwan No. Two said reluctantly. Duo Yuyi and Zuijin are currently in battle, and we don't even know what enemies they are facing. If resurrection were possible, which split soul would be willing to remain dormant inside a cursed seal forever? Let me do it, said Deshiwan No. Three from Zuijin's cursed seal. Zuijin is a twin. Eugene resides within his body. Possessing him would be far more difficult. Deshiwan No. Two argued. I think Duo Yuyi is more suitable. Not necessarily. Deshiwan No. Three countered. Zuijin is special. Although the cursed seal is on Zuijin, Eugene can also use its power. I could possess Eugene instead. In fact, I have a greater appreciation for Eugene's body. The ability to absorb the cells of an opponent's body and parasitize them. Hee. Deshiwan No. Three licked his lips excitedly. TCH. Deshiwan No. For from Duo Yu, yes, cursed seal, said discontentedly. Since you're so fond of him, I'll give you this opportunity. The situation on my side is deteriorating anyway. Both Duo Yu Yi and Zuijin had activated the second stage, so resurrection through possession would be a matter of seconds. However, through the second stage, Deshiwan No. For realized that Duo Yu Yes' situation was not looking good. Even with the second stage activated, she was still being restrained by that brat from the Niliang family, and the battle remained dead. Deshiwan's possession required some time. During the process, the vessel would be unable to perform any combat maneuvers. If they were killed by the enemy in that brief window, it would... Zuijin is the safer choice. No problem. Deshiwan No. Three sneered coldly. After Zuijin activated the second stage, he and Eugene are overwhelming the dog brat from the Quanzhong family. Let it be Zuijin then. Deshiwan No. One made the decision. Then I won't hold back. Deshiwan No. Three happily licked his face with his tongue. Watch out behind you. Quan Zhongya shouted urgently. What? Qinzhu Lang, who was fighting Zuijin, turned around in haste to parry, only to have a ferocious ghost claw press heavily against his face. Watch out. This guy can enter the body and merge with the enemy's flesh. Quan Zhongya hurriedly warned. Too late. Eugene grinned savagely, his claws pressing down hard. Boom. Suddenly Eugene's gaze went blank, his consciousness sinking into darkness. What's happening? Wasn't I about to finish off that puppet bastard? Eugene panicked. Eugene, it's time for you to dedicate yourself. A hoarse, yet magnetic voice echoed from a distant place. Deshiwan-sama. Eugene was shocked. It's me. Deshiwan revealed himself, gazing at Eugene with unbridled desire. Since he had to choose a vessel naturally, Deshiwan would pick the more promising Eugene. Moreover, at this moment Eugene had not activated the curse seal while Eugene had just entered the second stage. Deshiwan. Sama. Eugene stared fearfully at Deshiwan, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Come Eugene. Now is the time for you to repay me. Deshiwan, unwilling to waste more words, lunged fiercely at Eugene. Instantaneously, boundless darkness engulfed Eugene along with his final wail. This body is mine now. Deshiwan licked the corner of his mouth excitedly. As expected of a body he had carefully selected and nurtured for years, the compatibility between vessel and soul was excellent. In just a moment, once the soul fully took over the body, Shi-wan would be resurrected. By then, whether it was the dog brat from the Kwanzhong family, or that puppet kid, neither would be a match for him. Oh, Shi-wan's expression suddenly changed. This body was under a severe attack, and even Shi-wan as a soul could what's happening? That puppet kid should have been powerless. Shi-wan no longer cared about the incomplete fusion of body and soul. He forcibly took over, and opened his eyes to see what was going on outside. Ugwa. The moment Shi-wan's consciousness returned to his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood, waves of indescribable pain surging from all directions. This? A puppet? Shi-wan stared in shock at the puppet crow tightly embracing him, and the blades that kept thrusting into his body coated with deadly poison. Anyone could see that this body was beyond saving. I died again. Shi-wan murmured incredulously, then his consciousness sank into darkness. A small white serpent silently slithered out from the cuff of Eugene's pants and burrowed into the ground. Thanks to you, Qin Jiulang praised. It was my duty. But what was that thing just now? Quan Zhongya asked curiously. I'm wondering too. Qin Jiulang said. The Qin Jiulang that Eugene had grabbed earlier was actually his puppet crow, with Qin Jiulang's true body hidden behind it. Once Eugene took the bait, Qin Jiulang immediately activated the crow to deliver a fatal blow. But strangely, after being trapped by the crow, Eugene's body underwent an inexplicable and bizarre transformation. The demonic form of the second stage vanished, his blue-gray hair turned into long black hair, his skin became deathly pale, and even his facial features changed drastically. He became like a snake. To avoid any further complications, Qin Jiulang instantly increased his chakra output, and the crow's blades blurred into streaks, riddling Eugene's body, like a sieve injecting poison without restraint. With Eugene's fall, it was all over. Damn it, Eugene! Zhuqin yelled angrily, rushing to Yukin's side, but Eugene showed no response. With the tacit understanding between the brothers, if Eugene still had a breath left, he would certainly burrow into Zhuqin's body to rest. Now it could only mean that Eugene was completely dead. Damn it, die for me. Zhuqin angrily swung his fist, which was firmly caught by the puppet crow. At the same time, the little white snake silently climbed up Zhuqin's leg and swiftly burrowed into his body. Zhuqin. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in Zhuqin's mind, prompting him to take a few steps back to distance himself from the crow. Lord Orochimaru. Zhuqin wondered in his heart. It's me, Orochimaru replied wearily. Although both Zhuqin and Eugene could seize bodies, only one Orochimaru resided in the bodies of these brothers. Yukin's attempt to seize a body had already failed, but thankfully Orochimaru had timely transformed into a white snake and escaped back to Zhuqin. Listen to me, Zhuqin abandoned this fight and immediately flee to a secluded place. Orochimaru commanded. However, if we abandon this fight, what about Sasuke? Zhuqin was somewhat puzzled. Obey. Orochimaru had no patience left to explain. Yes. Despite his confusion, Zhuqin chose to obey Orochimaru's command, maintaining his guard as he fled towards the nearby woods. Very good. Orochimaru silently observed Zhuqin's movements, too weary to speak. The failure of the body seizure had a significant impact on him. Orochimaru needed to conserve his strength. At the same time, to prevent another failure, Orochimaru decided to wait until Zhuqin was out of combat before attempting to seize another body. Trying to run. Kanjiro revealed a cold smile. He was not a man to give up easily. Crack, crack, crack. As he moved his hands, the puppets, the crow, and the black ant surrounded Zhuqin from both sides. Run. Don't bother with those puppets, focus on dodging the attacks. Seeing Zhuqin planning to counterattack, Orochimaru quickly stopped him. Understood. Although Zhuqin complied with Orochimaru's orders, he looked down on Kanjiro's attacks. Strength and speed aren't that impressive. How could such toys defeat me? If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru's command, I would have easily taken care of such a guy. Zhuqin thought to himself, effortlessly dodging the crow's attack. Kanjiro, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons from the crow's mechanisms, with blue ghostly lights shining brightly. What use is a poisonous hidden weapon if it can't hit anyone? Zhuqin snorted dismissively, performing a graceful backflip to evade the incoming hidden weapons, landing elegantly. On what? What is that? Zhuqin was startled and enraged. Just as he landed from the backflip, a large-bellied puppet appeared right beneath him, exposing its empty belly and perfectly engulfing Zhuqin inside. It was Kanjiro's other puppet, the black ant. After capturing Zhuqin, the black ant quickly closed its belly, trapping him completely within. The black ant is not a puppet for attacking, it is specifically designed to capture prey. Kanjiro chuckled proudly as he moved his hands. The crow in the air immediately disassembled into several parts. Hey, let me out. Damn it, let me out. Zhuqin angrily pounded on the belly of the black ant. Idiot. Activates. Orochimaru was so furious that smoke seemed to billow from his 7 orifices. Right. In a panic, Zhuqin immediately obeyed the command and activated state 2 instantly. With the power of State 2, he could surely break this puppet. Truly, he is Lord Orochimaru. Huh. Just as Zwichin was admiring Orochimaru in his heart, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and his consciousness was thrust into the spiritual world. Lord Orochimaru, what is this? Zwichin looked at the grim-faced Orochimaru in front of him, puzzled. Stop wasting time. Orochimaru lunged towards Zwichin, darkness instantly shrouding him. Moments later, only Orochimaru remained in the spiritual world. There's no time to wait for the fusion. I must get out immediately. Orochimaru made a swift decision. If I wait even a moment longer, I'm worried this body will be killed again. Just as Orochimaru forcibly took control of the body, preparing to escape outside, Kanjuro was already fully. The limbs and heads that split from the crow extended their poisoned blades, all aimed at the Black Ant. Take this. Puppet Performance Black, secret technique, crisis imminent. With a wave of Kanjuro's hands, several blades in midair swiftly stabbed into the gaps left by the Black Ant. The crow's head also plunged violently into the Black Ant's head, delivering a fatal blow. Ugh. Just as Orochimaru had forcibly taken control of the body, and was about to act, his entire body was pierced by the incoming blades, turning him into a sieve. The blade from above pierced through his head and neck. Such an attack would be nothing for Orochimaru at his peak, but now he hadn't even completed the fusion with the container. Not to mention that the poison on the blades rapidly coursed through his body, leaving this body completely incapacitated. Orochimaru growled unwillingly, just a little more, just a little more. Just like last time, it was just a little bit away from a complete resurrection. Damn it, Orochimaru murmured as his eyes slowly closed. Each time Orochimaru underwent reincarnation, the toll on his soul was immense. This fragment of his soul had already attempted a second body seizure after failing the first, leaving him with no power to escape. He could only die in frustration alongside Zwichin. The forest, once filled with fierce battle, returned to silence with the Black Ant slowly oozing thick blood. Kanjuro revealed a chilling smile. The end. What the hell is that guy doing? Generous Orochimaru, no. 1. To have continuously seized Zwichin and Yochin, and yet both failed. It's a disgrace to our Orochimaru. Now we can only rely on Doyu. Sasuke's Orochimaru, no. 2 said darkly. If given the chance, Orochimaru, no. 2 would definitely not let it slip away. However, perhaps the blockade from the 5-man team provided Sasuke with ample protection, as he had not activated the cursed seal. As a result, Orochimaru, no. 2 was unaware of the external situation Sasuke was currently facing. But Doyu's Orochimaru, no. For hesitated slightly. Through the cursed seal, Orochimaru, no. For observed that Doyu's situation was not good. That idiot Doyu activated State 2 and was forced into a corner by that brat from the Nara clan. Now the sand-hidden reinforcements have arrived. I'm worried he might follow in Zwichin's footsteps. Orochimaru, no. For believe that the reason Orochimaru, no. 3 failed with Zwichin was that the timing of the body seizure was poorly chosen. In the moment of seizing a body, one is left unguarded. It was precisely the choice to seize during battle that led to death. Yet we have no choice left. Orochimaru Unit 1 spoke calmly. Kimamaru's body had already collapsed entirely. He remained alive solely through sheer willpower, and would likely perish the instant I seized control of his vessel. Orochimaru Unit 1 sighed faintly. As a fragmentary soul embedded within Kimamaru's cursed seal, his perception diverged subtly from that of Orochimaru's main consciousness. Upon Kimamaru's death, this fragmentary soul would likewise dissipate. Sasuke had yet to activate his cursed seal, meaning he likely hadn't encountered any adversaries. Orochimaru Unit 2 added, I'd rather not let Sasuke witness the demise of the great Orochimaru-sama, the very figure he risked everything to seek out. Orochimaru Unit 4 fell silent. Should such a scenario unfold, manipulating Sasuke again, or using him as a vessel, would become pure fantasy. Very well. I shall attempt it. Orochimaru Unit 4 resolved. Not only was he now the optimal candidate, but also because Taiyuya's battlefield situation had deteriorated further, leaving Taiyuya to fight on would almost certainly end in her death. Better to seize her body and gamble everything. Reflect the flute sound, and counter with wind release. Damn it. This woman is practically my natural nemesis. Taiyuya snarled, crouching behind a colossal tree, teeth clenched in fury. Suddenly a voice echoed within her mind. Taiyuya, who taught you to engage in frontal combat with Jinjutsu? Orochimaru's tone brimmed with exasperated disappointment. Orochimaru-sama, are you here to aid me? Taiyuya instantly recognized his voice, her shock swiftly giving way to elation. It is I. Taiyuya, use the terrain to withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Find a secure location. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Without hesitation, she seized her flute and retreated. Elsewhere, Shikamaru was briefing Temari on the battle's progression, concluding with, in short, our enemy operates unseen while we remain exposed. They may launch Jinjutsu from any unknown vantage. Without a sensory-type shinobi, victory remains beyond our grasp. At this rate, we'll inevitably be cornered. Perhaps we should withdraw first. Who authorized you to speak freely? Temari stood defiantly, her 3-star fan resting against her shoulder back, turned to Shikamaru. I merely asked for a status report. Huh. Shikamaru froze bewildered. A faint smile curved Temari's lips as she bit her thumb, drawing blood. You know nothing of my power. Cease your retreat, Tayuya. Only after Tayuya had fled over 2 ri did Orochimaru command her to halt. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. This should be safe enough. Orochimaru mused inwardly, and decided to act without delay. He needed to complete his resurrection swiftly, and return to base before Sasuke arrived. Time was slipping away. Tayuya, it is time you offered yourself. My. Tayuya blinked, then sank into darkness. From outside, she slumped motionless against the tree, her body undergoing rapid transformation. Muscles surged violently at the seal upon her shoulder, her darkened stage 2 skin paled swiftly, her features reshaping with dizzying speed. Within moments Orochimaru would fully consume this vessel. Suddenly a piercing cry rang out from afar. Summoning technique. Dance of the Severing Blades. Temari drew her thumb across the 3-star fan, and swung it fiercely. A colossal gale of wind release erupted instantly. Simultaneously, a white weasel, over a meter long, materialized midair, clutching a massive scythe longer than 2 meters. Dozens of smaller scythes hovered around it like orbiting stars. Sever. The weasel shrieked. Riding the gale, it surged forward like a blade forged of wind itself. A maelstrom laced with countless wind blades engulfed the entire forest in an instant. Crack. Crack crack. One colossal tree after another toppled. Orochimaru, hidden behind one, stirred uneasily beneath sealed eyelids, straining to open them. Something is amiss outside. I must seize control of this body immediately. Sensing peril, Orochimaru ignored the backlash, and forcibly seized command of the body. His eyes snapped open, to a sky choked with whirling wind blades. What a... He barely managed a cry before vanishing beneath the storm of blades. Still mid-transmigration, he possessed neither defense nor recourse against such overwhelming force. Orochimaru deceased. Sasuke's Orochimaru Unit 2. Unit 2 fell silent, words failing him. Nor was there anyone left to converse with. As Orochimaru Unit 4 possessed Tayuya, Kimimaro finally succumbed. Unit 1 fading into eternal stillness. Now only 2 fragmentary souls remained within Orochimaru's cursed seals, Sasuke's and Mitarashi Anko's. Anko's seal was Orochimaru's earliest prototype, deeply flawed. It could not even achieve Stage 1 activation unless externally released by outside force, rendering its fragmentary soul utterly incapable of possession. Then it falls to me. Orochimaru Unit 2 murmured wistfully. Yet this path would prove arduous. Sasuke was not engaged in battle, and thus had not activated his seal. Orochimaru would need to wait for opportunity. He would require a measure of fate's favor. Fortunately, fortune did not keep him waiting long. Naruto. Sasuke. Chidori. Rasengan. Beneath the roaring waterfall of the Valley of the End, Sasuke and Naruto roared, and collided with explosive force. After several exchanges eager to conclude the fight swiftly, Sasuke activated his cursed seal, Stage 1. Balance shattered, tilting instantly into overwhelming dominance. Sasuke gripped Naruto's throat with one hand, the other crackling with Chidori, his face twisted in grim resolve as he stared down his rival. Yes, just so, Sasuke. Bonds of friendship are but stumbling blocks on the path to true strength. Orochimaru licked his lips with satisfaction, yet anxiety flickered when he realized Sasuke might never reach Stage 2. Foxbrat, don't fall too easily. Perhaps his muttered plea stirred fate. Naruto soon unleashed the Ninetales chakra. Initially Sasuke faltered, but quickly adapted to the seal's power, striking back fiercely. Naruto, forced to draw deeper upon the Ninetales, might manifested a single chakra tail. Boom. Naruto conjured a colossal chakra claw, and slammed Sasuke into the cliffside with devastating force. TCH, seems there's no helping it now. Sasuke rose slowly from the rubble, expression grave. Once I unleash this power, I can no longer predict what I'll... Faced with this chasm of disparity, Sasuke activated Stage 2. Yes, just so, Sasuke. Surrender to power. Revel in its might. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's eyes blazed. His chance had arrived. Yet he refrained from rushing forth. Learning from his predecessor's failures, he chose patience instead. He would strike only once Sasuke's chakra waned, after prolonged use of Stage 2. Then his odds would peak. In a jungle somewhere in the land of fire, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki walked leisurely. Mr. Itachi seems quite calm. Is it really fine that we don't hurry back to report? Kisame grinned, showing his sharp teeth, seemingly speaking casually. It had been a long time since their failed attempt to capture the Ninetales, yet under Itachi's lead they were still roaming within the borders of the land of fire. No worries, it is still too early to capture the Ninetales, Itachi replied calmly. Is it because of your brother, Mr. Itachi? Kisame smiled broadly. Itachi remained expressionless. Sasuke's existence holds great value for me. Now is not the time for him to die. TSK tisk, that's quite cold, Kisame remarked. Kisame narrowed his small eyes. Itachi did not respond, and continued walking. Suddenly, a giant aloe vera plant erupted from the ground, revealing a face split in black and white. "Itachi, I just saw your brother Sasuke going to find that Orochimaru guy," exclaimed White Zetsu excitedly. "Aren't you worried about him at all, Itachi?" Black Zetsu asked hoarsely. "There's nothing to worry about," Itachi replied without a moment's hesitation. "By following Orochimaru, he can grow faster and then prove my worth." "Really?" White Zetsu grinned and said, speaking of which, that Orochimaru guy was beaten badly by Tsunade and Jiraiya last time. He might not even be able to wait for his reincarnation. Step. Itachi halted his footsteps and after a moment said, "Let's go see where Sasuke is, Zetsu. He should be at the Valley of the End by now." Black Zetsu answered hoarsely. "Do you need any help, mister?" "Itachi," Kisame asked. "No need, he'll be back soon." Aoki successfully left Orochimaru's base and looked at the dense jungle before him, suddenly feeling lost. After joining Orochimaru, he was secretly brought to the base and was very unfamiliar with the environment outside. In any case, the first step is to find a populated place. Not mentioning any grand future goals, Aoki had been in continuous battles since leaving the prison, and he was always in a tense state. It would be best to find a safe place to rest well. "It's up to you." Aoki drew his Zanpakutō and tossed it into the air. When it landed, the blade pointed straight in one direction. Since it wasn't towards Orochimaru's base, it indicated that the result was quite reliable. After analyzing seriously, Aoki decisively followed the direction indicated by the Zanpakutō. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he vaguely heard the sound of running water. He followed the sound and found a small stream flowing through the forest. The survival skills he learned in his past life came flooding back to him. Following the river, he would surely find a way out. Where there's a river, there must be people. Aoki felt invigorated, jumped into the water, and drank his fill, moving upstream along the stream. The further he went upstream, the wider the stream became, slowly turning into a small river, then a large river, until Aoki heard a series of rumbling sounds from the water. Aoki looked in the distance and saw a magnificent waterfall cascading down from a high mountain, merging into surging waves. However, nothing was more striking than the two giant statues flanking the waterfall. Both statues were clad in heavy armor, one hand gripping a ninja sword at their waist while the other hand formed a seal of reconciliation. "Do you find this place somewhat familiar?" The corners of Aoki's mouth twitched slightly. "Isn't this the Valley of the End? What are they doing here?" Seeing the Valley of the End, Konoha would not be far. But Aoki had no intention of going to Konoha. He just wanted to find a place where he could rest safely and where there were people. Moreover, the current Valley of the End seemed far from peaceful. Below the waterfall, two people were fiercely battling. One wore a red chakra cloak with a tail trailing behind, while the other had two massive flesh wings sprouting from his back, surrounded by swirling black chakra. Aren't those Naruto and Sasuke? Calculating the time, their duel should be happening around now. Aoki never expected to encounter them here. Fortunately, the two were focused on their duel and did not notice the sudden addition of an audience. Aoki sighed quietly and turned to leave, but suddenly paused. An idea surged uncontrollably into his mind. What if when Naruto and Sasuke's battle ends, he suddenly appears and defeats both of them? How many exchange points would that yield? Aoki hurriedly hid his figure and began to carefully calculate. Naruto and Sasuke's battle was still unfolding according to the original plot, and the outcome should be Naruto's defeat and Sasuke's victory. However, Sasuke's victory would not come easily. He would likely be in a precarious state after winning. If executed properly, there would be opportunities. Although currently Naruto and Sasuke, with all their cards on the table, could only display strength at the elite Jonin level, at most the exchange points would not be maximized. The system stipulates that everyone can only receive the defeat reward once. Logically, Aoki should place Naruto and Sasuke behind at least 3 years after the start of the Shippuden. But the calculations can't be made this way. Aoki is currently in desperate need of exchange points. Moreover, 3 years is too long. By then Aoki might not even care about that extra bit of points. So now seize the opportunity to earn those points and alleviate the immediate crisis. As for taking the chance to eliminate Naruto and Sasuke, Aoki had no such. Firstly, Aoki had no animosity towards either of them. Secondly, the points earned from defeating and killing were the same, so there was no need for that. Keeping them alive would be better for future encounters when the Otsutsuki descend, and there are taller individuals to take the lead. Although Orochimaru has been dealt with by Aoki, it is unknown where Sasuke will go for training in the next 3 years. While Aoki was observing Naruto and Sasuke, he completely failed to notice that another audience had appeared nearby. The concealment he thought was good was completely ineffective before Itachi, a true expert. Itachi, however, was somewhat puzzled. The person before him showed no chakra fluctuations and wore no ninja attire, yet there was a strong smell of blood emanating from him. Who is this person? What are they doing observing Sasuke? Itachi's Sharingan slowly closed, confirming that Aoki was definitely an ordinary person. The Sharingan can perceive chakra flow in others, yet Aoki had not a trace of chakra. Just in case, I should control him. Itachi made his decision. Aoki's hidden observation of Sasuke and Naruto's actions seemed quite suspicious to Itachi. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. The hell viewing technique, which materializes the fear in people's hearts, becomes more impactful the greater the fear within them. Used on any ordinary person, they would instantly faint and fall to the ground. Itachi intended to quietly control Aoki to avoid attracting Sasuke's attention. He did not wish for another encounter with Sasuke at this place. He only wanted to confirm Sasuke's safety. The battle between Sasuke and Naruto continued in the valley below as a gentle breeze, carrying moisture, brushed past Itachi's hair. It was as if Itachi had never cast illusions on him, and nothing had happened. Everything remained as it was. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment a summoned raven quietly flew above Aoki. Aoki was completely focused on the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, completely unaware of the raven hovering above his head, its eyes still shaped like Sharingan. Illusion technique, shackles of the damned. Suddenly, Aoki's surroundings transformed, everything before his eyes morphing into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as giant iron nails filled with the stench of blood fell from the sky, piercing straight into his limbs. Surprisingly, as these iron nails stabbed deep into his body, Aoki felt no pain. It was as if he had merely been poked by a blunt object that hurt a little, but that was all. Hey! Aoki tried to move, feeling a sense of being bound, but it was soon broken. He simply pulled out the iron nails one by one, then drew his Zanpakutō, and the illusion space of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood was instantly shattered. As the Shinigami, Aoki's spiritual power far exceeded that of the ninjas in the ninja world. Just like how he could counter Orochimaru in the spiritual realm, breaking the illusion was effortless. As Aoki's consciousness returned to reality, his expression turned grim. Such an illusion was not something an ordinary person could easily cast. The familiar scene of the illusion immediately reminded Aoki of one person, Uchiha Itachi. Damn it. The original story did not mention that Itachi was watching from the sidelines during the first battle at the Valley of the End between Naruto and Sasuke. Thinking carefully, it actually made sense for Itachi to be nearby. He couldn't just stand by and watch the still weak Sasuke be used by Orochimaru as a vessel for reincarnation. He would definitely find a way to prevent this, ensuring Orochimaru could only teach Sasuke in peace. It seemed that in the original story, Itachi must have confirmed that Orochimaru had already reincarnated, and that he would have to wait 3 years for another reincarnation, allowing him to calmly watch Sasuke turn to Orochimaru. For the first time, Aoki felt that the ninja world was a real world, and one could not rely solely on the contents of the original story to speculate. Aoki also quickly understood Itachi's reason for attacking him. But understanding was one thing. Aoki would not just sit and wait. Run. His first reaction was this. If even defeating Kabuto was so hard, Aoki didn't think he could defeat Itachi. However, before he could activate Shuinpa, a dozen shurikens suddenly appeared around Aoki and shot toward him. On the other side, Itachi groaned in pain. A splash of blood coughed from his mouth. The illusion rebounded. This seemingly ordinary guy had effortlessly rebounded the illusion cast by the Sharingan. There was something strange about him. He was definitely not an ordinary person. What exactly is this person hiding while observing Sasuke? Even if Aoki's target wasn't Sasuke, but Naruto, for Itachi, who deeply loved Konoha, he had to stop him. Itachi immediately felt a surge of killing intent, waving his hands as a dozen shurikens flew toward Aoki. Since the opponent's resistance to illusions was absurdly high, he would change his fighting strategy. The shurikens collided in midair, altering their trajectories, and instantly formed a large net shooting toward Aoki from all directions. Clang! Aoki swiftly drew his sword, knocking away the shurikens just in time, but when he looked up, Itachi had vanished. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind struck from behind Aoki's head, and he hurriedly turned around, his Zanpakutō barely blocking Itachi's foot. As Aoki was about to explain, Itachi landed a punch squarely on his forehead. There was malice. Itachi's speed increased, his punches and kicks heavier. Don't be fooled by Itachi's bloodline illness. His physical skills were not weak at all. In the original story, he could even hold his own against Naruto in the Ninetales chakra mode for a short time. Before long, Aoki could only defend against Itachi's tempestuous attacks. If it weren't for his swordsmanship still having some merit, Aoki might not have been able to last this long. Boom. Finally, Aoki used an old move once too often, and Itachi seized the opening to kick him away. Aoki crashed heavily against a tree, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Before Aoki could rub his painfully throbbing chest, several fireballs the size of basins rushed toward him. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Damn it, no mercy, huh? Aoki felt a surge of anger and immediately activated Shuinpa without hesitation. What a joke. Having just created this distance after taking a heavy kick, if he didn't run now, when would he? Now Aoki wasn't even thinking about the exchange points for Naruto and Sasuke, he just wanted to run. With Itachi here, he couldn't win, he simply couldn't win. Unfortunately, the developments were not in accordance with Aoki's wishes. Just as Aoki stopped, he saw a shadow pouncing. Clang! The kunai collided violently with the Zanpakutō. It was Itachi. He could actually keep up with Shunpo's speed. Aoki began to doubt life, but was Itachi's body flicker technique this powerful too? Stay. Itachi calmly said, launching another series of tempestuous attacks. Damn it, is this never-ending? Aoki gritted his teeth, seizing the opportunity between attacks to decisively exchange. The points he had gained from defeating Kabuto had not yet been added, and although he had planned to save them to enhance his spiritual pressure before exchanging for a Shurkai, he could only use them now. He first used 100 points to exchange for the beginner skill book for White Hit, immediately clicked to learn, then poured in another 600 points. Aoki rapidly advanced White Hit to intermediate level. Itachi's face showed a hint of surprise. The enemy before him, who had previously displayed poor physical skills and only a bit of threat in swordsmanship, had made such remarkable progress in such a short time. Although this level of physical skill was still not enough to pose a threat to Itachi, the speed of such progress still startled him. However, it was still not enough to make Itachi nervous. He remained confident he could capture Aoki. Capture him, interrogate him for his identity, and secretly observe what his intentions towards Sasuke or Naruto were. Although Aoki, now possessing intermediate White Hit, still focused more on defense than attack, he finally had a bit of breathing room. Aoki quietly raised a finger, aiming at Itachi, who was entangled with him in close combat. In order not to attract Sasuke's attention, Itachi was trying to use less noisy physical techniques in battle. He had only used the Phoenix Fire technique once so far. This close-quarters combat style gave Aoki the opportunity for a sneak attack. Bakuto number 4, White Lightning. A dazzling light suddenly erupted, and a blue-white beam of electricity shot toward Itachi. Itachi's eyes flashed with surprise as the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, allowing him to execute an almost perfect evasive maneuver in the first instance. Boom. Itachi ultimately could not completely evade. The white lightning easily pierced through Itachi's shoulder, and the immense kinetic energy sent him flying. Chingmu remained vigilant, his fingers swiftly moving to draw a triangle in the air from which a sharp beam resembling a pointed mouth emerged. 3 beams of light rapidly expanded in the air, darting towards Itachi, who was still suspended midair. What is this? Itachi gazed at the incoming pointed mouth beams in astonishment, fully aware that he must not be hit. Suppressing the pain, Itachi utilized the force of the white lightning strike to elegantly turn midair and land, but then his heart sank. The 3 beams unexpectedly curved in the air and continued to pursue him. Is it a tracking technique? Itachi pondered in silence, activating his body flicker technique, only to find that the pointed mouth beams were still closely following him. He furrowed his brows and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. The orange fireball instantly engulfed the pointed mouth beams. The ninjutsu collided and exploded in midair, raising a cloud of dust. I hope Sasuke doesn't notice this. Itachi let out a slight sigh of relief, his thoughts lingering on Sasuke as he glanced. Suddenly Itachi's eyes widened as 3 pointed mouth beams surged out of the dust, appearing completely unharmed. How could this be possible? Without giving Itachi a moment to react, the pointed mouth beams firmly locked onto his shoulders and waist, crashing him heavily against the tree behind him. Itachi immediately attempted to break free, but the binding power of the beams exceeded his imagination, remaining utterly still. Is this a sealing technique? He looked at Chingmu approaching him, feeling both shocked and angry. This guy clearly possesses only the strength of an ordinary chunin, yet aside from his astonishing resistance to Jinjutsu, he forces me into such a predicament. How careless of me. Itachi reflected upon himself, while his Sharingan spun rapidly, the 3 tomo quickly transforming into the shape of a pinwheel. Itachi was quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques, but with his hands bound, he could not think of a way to lift the seal. Only Susanoo could help. Relying on the immense chakra and size of Susanoo to forcibly break the seal was the only method Itachi could. Though activating Susanoo would undoubtedly strain his ocular power and life and attract Sasuke's attention, Itachi could no longer afford to think of anything else. Bearing a significant mission, he absolutely could not fail here. Wait. Chingmu saw Itachi activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, his face nearly turning green. What grudge or grievance could justify this struggle? Although Itachi was currently trapped by the pointed mouth beams, if Chingmu dared to approach with a knife, Itachi would not hesitate to unleash Susanoo against him. Chingmu understood how fortunate he was to temporarily restrain Itachi. He did not wish to fight with a serious Itachi who was determined to use his Mangekyo Sharingan. My friend, it seems we have no enmity. Chingmu approached with a wry smile, opening his mouth to vent. I just got lost here and saw 2 little ninjas fighting, so I watched for a while. Why would I come here to kill you? Itachi looked deeply at Chingmu and succinctly replied, you are very suspicious. Suspicious? What makes me suspicious? Chingmu protested innocently. You carry a heavy scent of blood, have no chakra fluctuations, yet can dispel my Jinjutsu and unleash ninjutsu. Itachi narrowed his eyes. You bear no marks of any ninja village. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose here? You care who I am. Chingmu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Listen, my friend, the one trapped here is you, not me. Itachi remained expressionless, completely unfazed by Kingmas' words. You are correct. On the surface I do appear to be the weaker side. But, hold on, no buts. Xingmu hurriedly interrupted. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeve been leaving, and the pointed mouth beams restraining you will automatically dissolve after a while, so you need not worry. With that, Xingmu turned away in the opposite direction of the Valley of the End, leaving without hesitation. Itachi, did I misjudge? Itachi stared at Xingmu, observing that he truly did not look back, beginning to doubt himself for the rare occasion, closing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Xingmu, preparing to leave, was filled with excitement, when suddenly a system notification chimed. Defeated an enemy, exchange points 2,959. Itachi Uchiha. The system actually determined that Xingmu had defeated Itachi Uchiha. With these exchange points, Xingmu no longer cared about the missed Naruto and Sasuke. But was that truly a defeat? The system quickly provided an answer. According to system detection, the enemy has lost the will to fight, thus deemed defeated. With the system's response, Xingmu understood. After binding Itachi with the pointed mouth beams, and resolving their misunderstanding, Itachi naturally would not exert effort to activate Susanoo and force his way out. Thus the fact was that Itachi took a hit from the white lightning, and was bound by Xingmu without retaliating. What else could this be if not a defeat? Xingmu, with his back to Itachi, smiled radiantly. The system's judgment was indeed impressive. Including the previous points, Xingmu now had a total of 3,041 exchange, the first time being so affluent. I must increase my points. After the encounter with Itachi Uchiha, Xingmu did not dare to save exchange points any longer. At least at this stage, with his strength still weak, it was crucial to promptly exchange points for power. Though the battle with Itachi was brief, the quality of the opponent was exceptionally high, and the pace of the fight was rapid. In this short time, Xingmu significantly increased his skill proficiency. Skills like slashing, punching, body flicker, and returning techniques all saw improvement, saving Xingmu some exchange points. He first used the points to raise both slashing and returning techniques to intermediate level, spending a total of 761 points. Thus Kingma's skills reached an intermediate level. Then he raised his spiritual power by 2 levels, reaching level 11, spending 2,259 points. After a flurry of point allocations, Xingmu had 21 exchange points remaining. He browsed the shop, finding that these points couldn't be exchanged for anything worthwhile, so he decided to stop. Exchange points are still too few. With slashing, punching, and the other 4 skills all at intermediate level for now, it should suffice. Xingmu decided to train these 4 skills more often to save quite a few exchange points. Now Kingmas attributes were as follows: Host Xingmu spiritual power, level 11 0160 Zanpakutō shallow strike skills, slashing technique intermediate 0 body flicker intermediate, 921000 punching intermediate, 136. 1000 returning technique intermediate 0 binding technique 30 pointed mouth beam binding technique 39 circular fan destruction technique 4 white lightning exchange points 21. Just 1600 points away, Xingmu could elevate to level 10 spiritual power, then he could exchange for the initial release of his Zanpakutō. As the core ability of a Shinigami, Xingmu was quite looking forward to the initial release. Just as Xingmu was feeling elated, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from behind him. Boom! Accompanied by the loud noise, a strong wind spread outwards, causing Kingma's tattered coat to flap, and unconsciously Xingmu turned around only to see Naruto and Sasuke clashing fiercely in midair with the electric light of Chidori and the wind-released chakra of Rasengan, swirling the dazzling white light, nearly engulfing the Valley of the End. This must be the final blow that determines victory or defeat, Xingmu thought to himself as he turned away without a hint of reluctance. Originally, Xingmu planned to take advantage of the situation to harvest the exchange points of Mingzwa and the others, but with Uchiha Itachi present, that objective was unattainable. If that's the case, why stay here? The outcome is already decided. Sasuke will definitely win, but I wonder who he will side with this time. I suppose Sasuke still doesn't know that Orochimaru has already been killed by me. Xingmu thought, aimlessly glancing back at Sasuke, just about to mourn for the poor boy who had to betray his village to seek a master only for the master to die first. Suddenly Kingma's eyes widened, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. In the distance, Sasuke was clutching his shoulder in extreme pain. His body slumped on the ground, howling in agony. A mass of white fleshy substance was rapidly surging from the cursed seal on Sasuke's shoulder. Orochimaru. Kingma's eyes filled with disbelief. This guy Orochimaru truly is an unkillable cockroach. He Sasuke, do not resist, it is all in vain. Accept my power calmly, it is enough to help you achieve your Orochimaru continued to tempt and erode Sasuke's will. At this moment, Sasuke's will was far from the resilience it had when the Gale transmission was activated. His Sharingan only had 2 tomo, and coupled with his chakra being nearly depleted, he had no resources to resist Orochimaru. Soon Sasuke's consciousness sank into despair, and nothing could stop Orochimaru. The exhilaration of Orochimaru, it's here. Finally it's here. The white flesh emerging from Sasuke's cursed seal quickly enveloped him, swirling for a moment before reshaping into Orochimaru's form. Huh. This perfect body, the living Uchiha clan. Orochimaru excitedly licked his face and prepared to test the effects of the Sharingan. Why? Orochimaru's smile froze. I am clearly the master of this body. The powers he imagined from the Sharingan were completely unusable. What Orochimaru could summon was still his own strength. The gap between Orochimaru's expectations and reality was far too great. Could it be that I haven't fully integrated yet? Orochimaru calmed down his consciousness, entering the spiritual realm, and indeed saw Sasuke's figure curled up in the corner. It's still here. Only by annihilating the original soul of the vessel can true reincarnation be deemed successful. Now that Sasuke's soul still exists, Orochimaru could at best only claim temporary rights to use this body. Orochimaru gritted his teeth in secret and pounced immediately. Ugh! Orochimaru cried out as if burned by a hot iron, quickly dodging away. Just as Orochimaru leaped onto Sasuke, a golden barrier suddenly illuminated Sasuke's body, blocking Orochimaru's advance, while deeply scorching Orochimaru's soul. What the hell is this? Orochimaru roared in disbelief, suddenly changing color. He felt an immense pressure which did not come from Sasuke, but from the outside. Orochimaru hurriedly returned his consciousness, only to hear a furious roar. Susanoo! A massive half-formed orange-eared Susanoo rose from the ground, first its bones, then its muscles quickly donning armor. The giant held the Yata mirror in one hand, and the Totsuka blade in the other. Though only half-formed, the immense might it exuded was already earth-shattering. As for the original binding of Itachi, the mouth of the monstrous creature had long since been obliterated. Chingmu stared in shock at everything before him, completely at a loss for how to describe his current feelings. It collapsed. The plot has completely fallen apart. Itachi, can we meet again? It's truly unfortunate. Sasuke has exhausted his chakra in the recent battle, and even the power to suppress me has vanished. How nice this body is now mine. You shouldn't be here, Orochimaru. Die. Itachi appeared to be on the verge of breaking down, and swung the Totsuka blade down heavily, but Orochimaru evaded with a body flicker technique. Don't be so hasty, Itachi-kun. This body is already mine. Now let me show you my power. Orochimaru smiled confidently, and his body quickly transformed into a white Yamata no Orochi, with 8 heads and 8 tails. Orochimaru's body emerged from one of the snake heads' mouths, wielding the Kusanagi sword and laughing triumphantly. Itachi-kun, now not only Sasuke, but even you will be mine. And you King-kun are here too. How wonderful. Oh, I am quite interested in you. Orochimaru's murderous gaze fixated firmly on Chingmu. Kingmu's expression darkened, realizing there was no escaping. I didn't expect you to come back to life. I am quite curious to see if you are as strong in reality as you are in the spiritual realm. Orochimaru sneered, suddenly launching a surprise attack. 2 snakeheads, one to the left and one to the right, charged towards Itachi and Chingmu. Swish! The blade flashed, and the snakehead was cleanly severed, blood splattering everywhere like a rain of blood. Itachi swung the Totsuka blade, decisively severing the snake head, raising the sword and aiming at Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Chingmu leaped high, slashing at the snakehead's neck with his Zanpakutō. Sizzle! The sharp edge combined with the intermediate slashing technique created a long line of blood at the snakehead's neck, with blood spraying everywhere. But this snakehead was still alive. Hiss! The snakehead writhed in pain, opening its bloody maw and lunging quickly at Chingmu. Binding Path No. 39, Round Shield. A circular spiritual energy shield about a person's height instantly formed as the snake head crashed violently against it. Boom! The round shield lasted only a moment before shattering, and the enormous impact immediately sent Chingmu flying 10 meters away. Fortunately, the round shield absorbed most of the snakehead's attack, and Chingmu was not seriously injured. As expected of its class ninjutsu, the attack power of the Yamata no Orochi is truly formidable. The power of Kido is linked to spiritual pressure level, and with Kingmu's current level 11 spiritual pressure, being able to withstand the impact of one snakehead with the round shield is already impressive. While Chingmu marveled, he continuously launched Shuinpa, engaging in a battle of agility with the snakehead. Destruction Path No. 4, White Thunder. Bolts of white lightning blasted through the snake head, creating numerous blood holes, while each of the snakehead's attacks was deftly avoided by Chingmu, who roared angrily. However, Chingmu did not have a decisive advantage either. The blood holes created by his strikes were slowly healing, and he lacked a lethal means to finish it off. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi was delivering lethal blows with each strike. Just as Chingmu wrestled with the snake head, Orochimaru launched an attack with the other snake heads against Itachi. You swung the 10-fist sword, effortlessly severing 2 heads. The remaining snake heads attempted a sneak attack, but were blocked by the 8-span mirror, and then those heads were also cut down by the 10-fist sword. As expected of Yokoin. However, how much longer can your body hold out? Besides, Waju cannot wait for you much longer, ho ho ho. Dashyun sneered sinisterly. He had long seen through Yu's physical condition, which could not withstand a war of attrition. The snake heads severed by Yu had already begun to slowly regenerate, and soon the Yamada no Orochi would be whole again. Unbeknownst to Dashyun, when Yu heard his words, a flash of cold, killing intent flickered in his eyes, as if a forbidden nerve had been touched. I advise you to abandon this futile resistance, Yokuin. I am very interested in you. Zuiju has become my vessel. Oh, perhaps I can even find a way to cure your bloodline disease. Akin-yukun, you seem quite battered. Would you like to return to my service? I am curious about your spiritual power, and will not hold your killing me once against you. Dashyun flicked his tongue, his eyes brimming with certainty of victory. Suddenly a golden light pierced through Dashyun, completely penetrating the snake mouth, where he stood. It is the Ten-Fist Sword. The Ten-Fist Sword, like the fury burning in Yu's heart, instantly expanded and elongated, piercing Dashyun. Do you think you can defeat me with an attack? Dashyun mocked with a sneering expression, his gaze at Yu even filled with pity. The Yamada no Orochi is immortal. It is the embodiment of my conviction. Don't delude yourself. Dashyun shouted vehemently, when suddenly his expression changed. This sword. Could it be the Ten-Fist Sword? The intense pull finally made Dashyun sense something wrong. You have been concealing this sword. You did not reply, simply activating the Ten-Fist Sword's power. Under the pull of the Ten-Fist Sword, Dashyun's body was stretched like dough, irresistibly drawn toward the sword. First Dashyun's body, then the snake head beneath him, and even the head that had been fighting Qingmu was not spared, followed by the enormous body of the Yamada no Orochi. All were drawn into the Ten-Fist Sword like fluid, utterly powerless. With Dashyun's complete seal, Zuozu's body gradually emerged, eyes closed, and as soon as it left Dashyun's body, it fell backward. Chua? Yu immediately deactivated Susanoo, using the body flicker technique to appear behind Zuozu, catching him steadily. A faint smile was about to appear on Yu's face, but it was interrupted by a violent cough, and fresh red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Qingmu paid little attention to Yu and Zuozu. Based on his memory of the original story, he keenly spotted a blind spot that even Yu had missed. Just as the Yamada no Orochi was completely sealed into the Ten-Fist Sword, an inconspicuous small white snake fell from the sky and silently slithered into the nearby grass. Chua? While Yu was only concerned with Zuozu and not paying much attention, Qingmu could not ignore it. He raised his Zanpakutō and pinned the small white snake firmly to the ground. As a man who had killed Dashyun once, Qingmu had no hesitation in killing him a second time. Qingmu could not believe Dashyun's nonsense about letting bygones be bygones. Moreover, if he reconciled as Dashyun suggested, he would surely become his experimental material again. Qingmu's current strength was no match for Dashyun. Only a dead Dashyun was a good Dashyun. Even if Dashyun could revive, he would delay his resurrection as much as possible. Once Qingmu grew stronger, there would be nothing to fear. Having read the original, Qingmu was not sure if this small white snake was actually Dashyun's true body, but dealing with it was the right move. Way of destruction, no. 4. White lightning. Qingmu pressed his finger against the small white snake and released white lightning, doing so 7 or 8 times until he smelled the scent of cooked meat. This time Dashyun should be thoroughly dead. Having done this, Qingmu turned to leave. He did not want to disturb Yu and Zuozu's private time. King-yukun, please wait a moment. Yu's low call pulled Qingmu back. Just now I heard Dashyun address you. That way you may call me by my name, Yuziboyu. Zuozu lay quietly to the side while Yu looked at Qingmu gently and spoke politely. But Qingmu's brow furrowed deeper. Qingmu truly did not want to get entangled in any trouble. He just wanted to find a place to level up quickly. Mr. Yu, I already told you I just got lost and passed by here. I don't know you at all. Qingmu shrugged helplessly. Yu smiled slightly. You misunderstand, King-yukun. I just want to confirm something with you. Please go ahead. Yu looked at Qingmu inquisitively. You were once Dashyun's subordinate, weren't you? I heard him say you killed him once. That is correct. Qingmu did not deny it and readily told you about his entanglement with Dashyun. I see. I understand. After a moment of thought, Yu solemnly thanked Qingmu. Take care of yourself. Qingmu was about to leave, but seeing the blood at the corner of Yu's mouth, he said this without reason. Yu smiled slightly. Qingmu thus left, waving his sleeve without taking away a single cloud. The two were merely chance acquaintances. If not for the fact that Yu's fists were stronger than Qingmu would not have so readily shared his experiences in Dashyun's base. Saying a word of care was already done out of Qingmu's lack of aversion to the Yu in the original story. In turn, Yu overlooked Qingmu's covert observation of Mingrun and Zuozu, and Qingmu did not attempt to probe Yu's intentions. Both sides maintained a proper sense of boundaries. However, Qingmu could still guess a little about Yu's purpose. Originally, Yu's plan was to let Zuozu seek refuge with Dashyun to gain faster growth. According to the original trajectory, everything should have gone smoothly. Until Dashyun reincarnated ahead of time, and chose Qingmu as his vessel. Everything deviated. Dashyun was killed, revived, and then sealed by Yu himself. Dashyun, the teacher role selected by Yu, was gone. Zuozu had made up his mind to defect, endured hardships to reach the end only to find his teacher gone. Wasn't that desertion in vain? Xingmu believed that if Zhuozhu were awake and knew this, he would be utterly dumbfounded. So what was Yu's purpose? It must be to find another teacher for Zhuozhu. Xingmu's first reaction was that Yu wanted to revive Dashuin again. This was based on considerations from the original story. After Zhuozhu's defection, there was no faction in the entire ninja world more suitable than Dashuin to accept him and be willing to train him. Perhaps Dai-Tu could count as one, but Dai-Tu would definitely disrupt Yu's plans for Zhuozhu's future. However, after a moment's thought, Aoki overturned this idea. Is the resurrected Orochimaru truly resurrected, or is it a reincarnation? Is there still a limitation that one cannot be reincarnated again within 3 years after reincarnation? If there isn't, no matter how much Itachi threatens Orochimaru, he still cannot appear in front of Sasuke for long. Sending Sasuke to Orochimaru's side would be akin to a sheep entering a wolf's den. Wouldn't it bring great joy to Orochimaru? With Itachi's intelligence, he wouldn't overlook this point. As a brother complex, he wouldn't let Sasuke fall into such a fatal risk either. So what kind of teacher will Itachi find for Sasuke next? Aoki pondered for a long time without coming to any conclusion, so he decided not to think about it anymore, and quickened his pace. Regardless of Orochimaru's fate, the right path is to focus on leveling up and enhancing strength. With the end of Itachi's battle with Orochimaru, the Valley of the End returned to tranquility. Such a commotion failed to stir the comatose Naruto, whose sleep quality was truly rare. Itachi squatted beside Sasuke, lost in thought. He felt very fortunate that he had come alone this time, without his partners Kisame and Juzo. Otherwise, some of his intentions would inevitably be exposed to Uchiha Obito. Next, he had to think about how to find another famous teacher for Sasuke. After a moment, Itachi had a plan in mind. He gently picked up the unconscious Sasuke and vanished into the distant woods. A while later, a figure appeared and gently lifted Naruto from the ground. Did Sasuke ultimately leave? Sigh. Kakashi Hatake shook his head and sighed, taking Naruto away. Moments later, a strange white object resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the muddy riverbank. So Orochimaru was sealed away like this. Itachi's strength is truly not to be underestimated. White Zetsu murmured, retreating back underground. The Valley of the End finally regained its silence. In Orochimaru's secret base, Kabuto Yakushi focused on the corpse of Orochimaru on the operating table, the chakra scalpel in his hand glowing blue. Then he slowly brought it down. As a top medical ninja, Kabuto's dissection skills were undoubtedly professional. Before long, Orochimaru was completely dissected, like an outer shell being smoothly peeled away, revealing the true core within a white phosphorus snake that had long lost its breath. This is Orochimaru's true form. The outer layer of Orochimaru is merely a vessel. Kabuto carefully lifted the white phosphorus snake and placed it into a prepared culture dish, sealing it, and then applying a sealing technique. Looking at this corpse containing almost all of Orochimaru's secrets, Kabuto murmured softly, "Lord Orochimaru, I will find a way to help you resurrect, but by then I will be myself." Reflecting on the past 20 years of his life from the very beginning, Kabuto did not know who he was. It was the director who gave him his name. Later, for the director and for the companions at the orphanage, Kabuto resolutely joined the dark and treacherous route, playing various different lives and identities. Yet in Kabuto's heart, he was always the one who laughed with the director and his companions at the orphanage. Until Danzo stole his life, the anchor point in his life, Yakushi Nono was mistakenly killed by him. Who am I really? The appearance of Orochimaru allowed Kabuto to rediscover the meaning of life, following in Lord Orochimaru's footsteps, becoming his tool and transforming into his shape. Until Orochimaru died, and Aoki, who killed him, told him to find a life that belonged solely to himself. Kabuto then suddenly realized that during his time en route, he lived someone else's life, who after meeting Orochimaru, he lived the life that Orochimaru expected. A life that belongs solely to oneself seems to have abruptly ended after leaving the orphanage. So what kind of life does he truly desire? Kabuto's thoughts drifted back to the dilapidated courtyard of the Konoha orphanage from over a decade ago. However, in this cruel ninja world, to do anything, one must first possess strength. Yakushi Nono's fate was still fresh in memory. Facing Orochimaru's corpse, a treasure of the ninja world, Kabuto had been tempted more than once, but in the end, he held himself back. If he were to use this kind of power, it would be hard to call himself anymore. Kabuto decisively abandoned the readily available power and walked into Orochimaru's secret vault. There were preserved all the ninjutsu and secret technique scrolls that Orochimaru had either collected or created. Power I will obtain on my own, O life, I will walk on my own. Just as Kabuto was flipping through the scrolls, a sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. This really is a dark place. You must be Kabuto Yakushi. Just like years ago in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi walked into this dark, damp base, carrying Sasuke on his back, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Kabuto. That's me. Kabuto lifted his head, smiling as he adjusted his glasses. The infamous rogue ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, was someone Kabuto certainly recognized. Kabuto, Orochimaru is dead, right? Although it was a question, Itachi's tone was very certain. Yes, that's right. There is only me in this base now. Kabuto replied with a smile showing no signs of panic. With Sasuke, who constantly spoke of revenge, arriving here, the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke might not be as the outside world claims. As for the potential threat from Itachi, Kabuto was not worried at all. Itachi's arrival must have a purpose. You seem to be unfazed by my arrival. But never mind, I trust that someone who can be a double agent for both Scorpion and Orochimaru is a smart person. Itachi lightly threatened Kabuto before changing the subject. Kabuto is the summoning scroll for the dragon's cave here. Yes. Kabuto readily handed over the scroll, not showing the slightest bit of reluctance in his eyes. Itachi gave Kabuto a deep look, confirmed the scroll was correct after opening it, and then tossed it back to Kabuto. Kabuto, within 3 years do not allow Orochimaru to resurrect. After 3 years, let Sasuke come find me, and Sasuke will be entrusted to you. Kabuto. Me. Kabuto pointed at himself in confusion, his calm demeanor, since Itachi's arrival, instantly shattered. Kabuto never thought he would be held in such high regard. He himself could only be considered one of the elite jonin with relatively weak combat abilities. That's right, it's you. I need you to teach Sasuke these, Itachi said, pointing with his chin at the various ninjutsu and secret techniques left by Orochimaru. Also, you need to take Sasuke to the dragon's cave to receive sage inheritance. You also need to train Sasuke to become a true ninja within 3 years, allowing him to undergo enough battle tempering. This is not an easy task, mister. Itachi, Kabuto said, feeling constrained. Although Kabuto hadn't fully thought out what he would do next, helping Itachi take care of a child was definitely not part of the original plan. If it weren't for Itachi's absolute strength suppression and having him cornered in this base, Kabuto definitely wouldn't be speaking. I understand. Itachi nodded expressionlessly. Orochimaru's death had disrupted every plan Itachi had made, forcing him to devise a new path for Sasuke to grow stronger. Returning to Konoha was out of the question. It was not a place where Sasuke could rapidly gain power. Other organizations, including the Akatsuki, were equally unsuitable. After much deliberation, Itachi decided to send Sasuke to Yakushi Kabuto, where Kabuto could help Sasuke inherit Orochimaru's legacy. But trust between Kabuto and Itachi, or even between Kabuto and Sasuke, was lacking, which necessitated some form of exchange. Pure domination through force would not suffice. I can have Sasori release his control over you, Itachi added after a moment's thought. The Akatsuki will no longer trouble you in the future. The Otoge and Orochimaru's legacy are yours as well. If there's anything you cannot resolve, you may come to me. What? Itachi fixed his gaze on Kabuto, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Agreed. After a moment's deliberation, Kabuto smiled at Itachi. Kabuto understood the situation clearly. The balance of power was not in his favor. Since Itachi had come to him, he had no choice but to accept the role of Sasuke's caretaker. The terms Itachi offered were not bad. They spared Kabuto from the troubles he might have faced after Orochimaru's death, granting him a period of stable development. If he refused, Kabuto dared not imagine what Itachi might do. Rumors spoke of high-level genjutsu capable of rewriting a person's will, and Kabuto had no desire to become a target. Survival comes first, only then can one have a future. Good, then we have a deal. Itachi wore a faint smile. By the way, do not tell Sasuke that I was here. Before leaving, Itachi issued a solemn warning to Kabuto. No problem. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Itachi departed with confidence. Not because he trusted Kabuto, but because of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The very thing Kabuto feared, being placed under genjutsu by Itachi, was exactly what Itachi did. However, Itachi did not use the precious Kotoame Tsukumi. He merely implanted a seed of will in Kabuto's mind with his Mangekyo Sharingan. A seed that would ensure Kabuto kept his promise to Itachi, wholeheartedly trained Sasuke for 3 years, and never revealed Itachi. Just as Danzo had used Shizui's Sharingan to influence Mifune into electing Danzo as the commander of the Shinobi Alliance, Itachi altered Kabuto's subconscious perception. 3 years later, when Kabuto sent Sasuke off, the seed of will would automatically dissolve. Given the previous mishap with Orochimaru, Itachi had to take more foolproof measures regarding Sasuke's affairs, ensuring Kabuto's loyalty. After Itachi left, Kabuto shook his head with a wry smile. Really, even staying at home brings such a big trouble. Kabuto had never imagined that while focusing on improving his own strength, he would end up babysitting Sasuke for 3 years. Still, it was not entirely bad. Kabuto gazed at the unconscious Sasuke, his thoughts drifting back to the orphanage of his youth, impoverished yet filled with laughter, and the always gentle director. Considerate practice. Kabuto found solace in that thought as he gently awakened Sasuke. Oh, where is this? Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, his memories still frozen at the moment Orochimaru tried to possess him. Orochimaru. He bolted upright, assuming a combat stance, but Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a dim room, and Yakushi Kabuto, whom he had met once before, standing by the bed. You're awake, Sasuke, Kabuto said with a smile. There's no need to worry about Orochimaru-sama. He's dead. Dead? Sasuke was startled. What happened? Unfortunate timing, really. Just after Orochimaru-sama finished possessing you, and was still weak, he encountered a powerful enemy, and then... Kabuto shrugged. Is that so? Sasuke suspiciously touched the curse mark on his shoulder, sensing no reaction. Even someone as strong as Orochimaru can die, Sasuke said, first laughing then growing bewildered. With Orochimaru dead, how am I supposed to obtain the power I seek? He had defected from Konoha, severed his bond with Naruto. And for what? Suddenly Sasuke realized something was wrong. Hey, you were Orochimaru's loyal dog. Why don't you seem sad that he's dead? Bang! Before his words faded, a tremendous force sent Sasuke flying, slamming him into the wall so hard he was embedded in it. That's not your concern, Sasuke, Kabuto said, coolly shaking his hand. And when speaking to someone stronger than you, show some respect. You should call me Kabuto sensei. Wow, what nonsense. Sasuke struggled to free himself, roaring. Orochimaru was one thing, but what gives you the right to be my teacher? My strength, Kabuto replied with a faint smile. Don't be ridiculous. Sasuke's blood boiled. He activated stage 2 of his curse mark, freeing himself from the wall, and his Sharingan flared to life. Chidori. Crack. Just as Sasuke had used Chidori against Itachi, Kabuto evaded the attack with a body flicker, his chakra scalpel flashing, as he cleanly severed the nerves in Sasuke's arms and legs. Damn it. Why? Why? Sasuke collapsed in frustration, howling in anger. Because your strength is still insufficient, Kabuto said with a gentle smile. And I am the one who can give you power. Don't underestimate me, Sasuke. I am the man who fought the Sannin Lady Tsunade to a draw. As an elite jonin, I am more than capable of teaching you. Kabuto continued without a flicker of embarrassment. Moreover, after Orochimaru's death, I inherited all his jutsu and secret techniques. I am willing to share them with you. And you, Sasuke, just need to call me Kabuto sensei. Kabuto smiled warmly. Even if I grudgingly believe your nonsense, what's your motive, Kabuto? Sasuke didn't trust Kabuto's goodwill. For revenge. There's a man I must kill. Kabuto's words caught Sasuke off guard. And you, Sasuke, possess the Sharingan, giving you a higher ceiling and more possibilities than me. I hope you will become my ally and my revenge in the future. Sasuke fell silent. After a long pause, he stood up and said coldly, deal. But if I find I can't gain the power I want from you, I'll leave immediately. And calling you Kabuto sensei is disgusting. You. Then call me director instead, Kabuto offered smoothly. Director? Sasuke sneered. What a strange title. Is there anyone else here besides us? There will be. Soon several companions will join. I will treat you all equally, so be careful not to be surpassed, Sasuke. Kabuto smiled cheerfully. TCH. In the sprawling forest by the river, Chingmu sat on the ground. Before him lay the remnants of a dying campfire and scattered fish bones. It couldn't go on like this any longer. Chingmu murmured, his expression grave. If he ate any more fish, he would truly be sick. It had been 3 days since he bid farewell to Uchiha Itachi. Determined to level up, Chingmu had been wandering in this forest. The strategy of searching along the river for signs of human habitation was not wrong. On the first day, he had fortuitously encountered a nest of bandits. Chingmu was overjoyed. These bandits appeared to him as movable points of exchange. Unfortunately, their strength was lacking, and after Chingmu swiftly wiped them out, they contributed only 132 exchange points. Having killed them with a sense of relief, Chingmu set fire to the bandit hideout. Then 2 days after eliminating this band of brigands, he finally realized he had been overly optimistic. Why hadn't he left even one alive to guide him? Why hadn't he taken some supplies from the bandit hideout before burning it down? Now, after wandering in this forest for 3 days and eating fish caught from the river, Chingmu finally came to a true understanding of his situation. It was time to let go of his stubbornness. Sometimes abandoning futile insistence and facing the harsh reality is equally the mark of a true man. Chingmu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was fierce and his hands moved with lightning speed. In an instant, he pulled out a roll of a map. It was an extremely rudimentary map featuring only a few winding paths nearby pointing toward distant villages and towns, looking more like a bored bandit's doodle. Once Chingmu had dismissed it entirely, now it was time to find his bearings using this frustrating map. Following the irregular lines on the map, Chingmu confirmed a direction. He activated his Shuinpa and soon saw wisps of blue smoke rising in the distance. That must be the smoke from cooking. Chingmu was overjoyed. Indeed, heaven would not disappoint a man who had achieved enlightenment. He activated Shuinpa and rushed toward the smoke, eager to change his diet after 3 days of fish. However, as Chingmu drew closer, his expression grew increasingly somber. The curling blue smoke soon transformed into thick black smoke and brilliant flames ignited on the ground. As Chingmu approached slowly, he saw a village engulfed in flames with villagers running and wailing. Yet no one was attempting to extinguish the fire. Whenever someone tried to grab water to put out the flames, a cold light would flash and the villagers would fall helplessly to the ground, their bodies severed. The villagers could only cry out in despair, some pleading for mercy, others cursing, but no one dared to pick up tools to fight the fire. It was ninjas. Chingmu immediately concluded that ninjas were behind this and quickly locked onto 3 individuals. The Grim Reaper also had means of reconnaissance, namely the spiritual network. The spiritual network of ordinary people is white, while ninjas, though still within the realm of humanity, were clearly not ordinary. With Kingma's spiritual might, the search radius of the spiritual network was around 10 kilometers. Near this burning village, Qingmu discovered 3 faint crimson spiritual networks. He furrowed his brows tightly, and without further thought hastened toward them. In this ninja world, the relationship between ninjas and civilians is often that of employer and employee. Organized ninjas seldom unleash a massacre on civilians. The methods were still so brutal. Qingmu was not overly sympathetic, but since he was here, he might as well investigate. What had this village done to provoke such severe measures? Moreover, these 3 ninjas were also active points of exchange. Whoosh! Just as Qingmu leaped onto a tree, a massive shadow rushed toward him. Clang! Qingmu swung his sword to deflect at the immense force, nearly unbalancing him, but it also allowed him a clear view of his attacker. A gigantic wind-based shuriken. Kingma's expression shifted. He landed on the ground with a shuinpa, and the next moment 3 ninjas appeared beside him, surrounding him in a triangular formation. The Wind Demon clan does not tolerate outsiders. The leading ninja shouted, and the 3 took up battle stances. I am merely a passing traveler seeking a place to rest. Qingmu said casually, his Zanpakutō hanging loosely towards the ground. Could you kindly explain what has happened to this village? Though Kingma's question seemed casual, the leading ninja's expression changed, and several shurikens were thrown directly at Kingma's face. Inquiring about information is punishable. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the leading ninja had already used the momentum to retreat, rapidly forming hand seals. Meanwhile, the other 2 ninjas immediately attacked, one leaping high while the other prepared to launch, sending 2 wind-based shurikens toward Qingmu. In an instant, Qingmu was under attack from 3 angles, front, above, and behind, nearly sealing off all escape routes. This was it. The 2 ninjas behind him exchanged excited glances. Since mastering this combination technique and becoming a chunin, no one had ever escaped their dual assault. Clang! Clang! The smiles of the 2 quickly turned to shock. Qingmu stood unmoving, his blade moving at a speed that seemed slow yet fast, forming a circle around him in an instant. The shurikens, both the ones coming from the front and the wind-based shurikens, were almost simultaneously knocked down. This is impossible. The 2 behind him shouted in disbelief, quickly leaping aside. I intended to ask for clarification, yet you insist on. Qingmu said calmly, but suddenly his expression darkened, and he activated his shuinpa. In the next moment, a massive fireball hurtled toward Kingma's position. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! Where Qingmu had stood was instantly engulfed in flame. The kid does have some skills, but unfortunately he is still too inexperienced. The leading ninja sneered. First they used the unique ninja tool combat style of the Wind Demon clan in combination, then employed ninjutsu as a second layer of insurance. This tactic had led this small team to success in past missions. The 2 ninjas looked at the fiery inferno below with lingering fear. Fortunately, they had reacted quickly, or they would have been caught in the fire. Impressive, boss. Yes, that kid was burned to ashes in an instant. As they gulped down their saliva, the 2 did not forget to flatter their leader. Of course. This great fireball technique is legendary within the Uchiha clan. The leading ninja laughed as he approached, but suddenly his smile faltered. Even if he was burned to ashes by the great fireball technique, there should still be a smell of charred flesh in the air. As a high-ranking ninja of the Wind Demon clan, one could distinguish whether the enemy was dead or alive. Not good. That kid is still alive, definitely hiding somewhere. Swish! A cold light suddenly flashed, cleanly slicing through the neck of the leading ninja. At the same time, a line of blood slowly appeared on the leading ninja's neck. Boss! The sudden turn of events left the remaining 2 ninjas in shock. Thud! The head of the leading ninja fell instantly, and his body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it! Let's take revenge for the boss, you bastard. The 2 of them, their eyes bulging, lunged at Qingmu from both sides. Qingmu coldly stepped forward. Tell me, as a ninja, why would you attack a village of civilians? Originally, Qingmu had no intention of killing right away, but since these 3 were intent on taking his life, he saw no need to hold back. What's it to you? The Kazekage clan will not let you go. The 2 were tough, and even with one leg each chopped off, they still hurled shurikens at Qingmu. Thus, even though the 2 had lost their combat capability, the system still did not prompt any exchange points for them. Qingmu shook his head, realizing there was nothing more to ask. The Kazekage clan, as the name suggests, is a family-style ninja organization naturally possessing strong cohesion. It is rare to have any traitors. Moreover, having already made enemies with the Kazekage clan, even if their actions of village slaughter were justified, it mattered little. With a light swing of his blade, he ended the lives of the 2. Defeated 2 enemies, exchange points 175. From the exchange points, it was clear that the so-called Jounin status of the leading ninja was exaggerated. Such a self-proclaimed Jounin was merely on par with the special Jounins of the 5 great ninja villages. The other 2, however, truly possessed the strength of elite Chunin. Adding to the previous amount, Qingmu now had 462 exchange points. Looking at the attribute panel spiritual, might level 11-01600 Qingmu made the difficult decision to save his exchange points. The condition given by the system for the Shinigami's blade to achieve its initial release is for the spiritual might to reach level 10. Whether or not the Shinigami's blade can achieve its initial release is a significant turning point in combat strength. Qingmu was certain that once he reached level 10 spiritual might and achieved initial release, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a significant enhancement. However, the required exchange points would likely be vast. Even the points for an Uchiha Itachi might not suffice. At worst, he could accumulate points gradually. Qingmu secretly resolved that there were still many rogue ninjas scattered throughout the ninja world. If all else fails, he could first beat up any wandering ninjas from the 5 great villages. This, Sir Samurai. A weak voice came from behind. Qingmu turned to see an old man trembling as he greeted him with a few other elderly folks behind him looking anxious. Sir Samurai, thank you for saving our village. Here is a small token of gratitude from this old man. The old man shakily took out a roll of somewhat dirty bills while a few others held a half basket of eggs and cradled a hen, its feathers singed, as if it had been rescued from a fire. The murky eyes of the elderly were filled with gratitude and embarrassment along with a hint of worry. Qingmu was momentarily at a loss for words. Through the figures of the elderly, he could see the other villagers frantically putting out the fire regardless of whether they were men, women, the elderly, or children. The elderly, who could barely move, came over to thank him for saving their lives. No need for that. Qingmu's voice was somewhat dry as he sank into the system store searching for something. Got it. Binding path no. 18 water mist binding chains. This was a binding technique that did not appear in Qingmu's memory of the original work. Its effect was to transform the spiritual particles in the atmosphere into mist using the cover of the mist to bind enemies with chains made of flowing water. Due to the ease with which the water chains could be shattered, its rank was not high, and its binding power was comparable to binding path no. 9-eye collapse wheel. The only advantage was the concealment provided by the mist. The price was also reasonable, only 200 exchange points. For Qingmu, this was perfect as he was looking for a water-type binding technique. Seeing the village's tragic state, and the eyes of the elderly, Qingmu ultimately felt soft-hearted. Although due to the system's restrictions Qingmu could not use water-release ninjutsu, there was still the binding technique. Qingmu exchanged for the skill book and decisively learned it. In the northern sky, river tranquil as the dark pool lightly veiled by starlight, the breath of the azure python. Binding path no. 18 water mist binding chains. Since acquiring the Shinigami system, this was the first time Qingmu fully chanted the incantation. Suddenly, the surrounding situation changed. The air, heated by the flames, instantly became cool. Thick smoke was covered by a dense layer of mist which rolled down to suppress the flames, and amidst the swirling mist it seemed as if there were giant pythons. Swish! One by one, the misty giant pythons sprang forth, revealing the water chains formed from spiritual particles. The chains unhesitatingly lunged towards the raging flames. A large amount of steam billowed, further thickening the mist. In an instant, the flames of the houses were extinguished, and the water chains did not slow down, continuing to rush towards other fire sites. Before long, the great fire engulfing the entire village was completely extinguished. The villagers stood dazed and placed the water basins in their hands and tears on their faces slipping away together. Long live! Long live! Suddenly the entire village erupted into a roaring cheer. The elderly instinctively knelt down to pay their respects, but Qingmu used spiritual energy to support them steadily, causing their faces to turn red with anxiety. Sir! No, Ninja Lord, thank you for your great kindness. More villagers came, all thanking Qingmu in unison. No need for that, no need for that. Everyone please rise. Qingmu shouted loudly. If you really want to thank me, I happen to have something I need your help with. Qingmu stayed in the village for a day, enjoying a good night's sleep. The next day, feeling refreshed, he quietly left the village. During his day in the village, Qingmu did gather a few pieces of information. Last night, when he inquired among the villagers, he learned that this area belonged to the Land of Rice. When Qingmu initially left Orochimaru's base in the Land of Rice, he accidentally ended up in the Valley of the End in the Land of Fire, and now he had returned to the Land of Rice. The villagers of this village were originally farmers from the Land of Fire, but due to unbearable heavy taxes from their lord, they fled to the mountains of the Land of Rice. Naturally, the nobles of the Land of Fire, having lost their subjects, were furious. They hired the Kazekage clan to destroy this village and capture all the fleeing farmers to turn them into slaves. Upon hearing this, Qingmu couldn't help but feel emotional. The ninja world is in chaos, and ordinary commoners are not having an easy time either. Looking at it this way, the 3 ninjas from the Kazekage clan did not die in vain. Perhaps sensing Qingmu's lost nature, the villagers gifted him a map of the Land of Rice. Although it was a mass-produced item with only basic markings of the official roads, it would suffice. The villagers thoughtfully marked Qingmu's current position on the map. At least by following the general direction, he wouldn't stray. Qingmu cherished the map as if it were a treasure. With the navigation provided, he felt a surge of confidence. Although he had meandered, he was back in the land of rice from the land of fire. But for Qingmu it was just right. Unlike the land of fire, which was under the protection of Konoha, the land of rice had never had a ninja village, with the largest ninja organization being the Fuma clan. Thus the land of rice had always been a paradise for rogue ninjas. Although rogue ninjas had become more restrained after Orochimaru established the village hidden in sound, their influence had revived in the land of rice following Konoha's collapse. It was perfect for Qingmu to grind monsters and earn exchange points. As for how to find the hidden rogue ninjas, as long as he avoided the main roads and took the paths through the mountains and forests along with some spiritual sensing, he would surely find them. Qingmu revealed a mysterious smile. The delightful monster grinding journey was about to begin. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the air radiated heat with the cicadas chirping incessantly in the woods. 2 ox carts slowly moved along the main road, their bodies embroidered with white bellflower family crests. Though the ox carts were slow, they were quite stable. A middle-aged nobleman reclined in the front cart, squinting his eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze fanned by a maid beside him. In the back cart sat a monk in his 20s, his robe slightly faded from washing. 20 or so guards followed the 2 carts, braving the blazing sun without complaint. The nobleman stretched lazily, rubbing against the soft cushion beneath him before finally opening his eyes. "Chuntao, where are we now?" The nobleman propped himself up with the maid beside him. "My lord, we're about an hour's journey from Samoset." Chuntao respectfully replied, lowering her head. It's still early." The nobleman lifted the curtain to take a look, and a wave of heat immediately rushed toward him. "Wow, it's so hot." The nobleman exclaimed dramatically, quickly retracting his head. "It's much more comfortable inside the cart. Chuntao, bringing you out this time was the best decision." The nobleman smiled widely as he embraced Chuntao, enjoying the breeze. "Yes, I am truly honored." Chuntao lowered her head, her face showing happiness from the praise, then her lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but hesitating. This scene did not escape the nobleman's eyes. "What's wrong, Chuntao? Do you have something to say?" He smiled gently. "You've been in the mansion for half a year now. Don't be afraid, just say what rewards you want." "Well," Chuntao glanced at the nobleman nervously and cautiously said, "I see it's too hot outside, and the guards are working so hard." "Huh." The nobleman was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily as he ruffled Chuntao's hair. "That's right, since we're not far from Sama City, and it's so hot outside, why not let everyone take a break?" The nobleman stroked his chin, then lifted the curtain and shouted to the coachman. "Hey, Xianba, drive the cart into the woods by the roadside. Everyone can rest here for a bit." "Oh," Xianba responded loudly, and the guards accompanying them cheered with it. The young monk sitting cross-legged in the cart frowned slightly, but seeing the cheer outside, had to swallow his words for the moment. The convoy slowly turned, driving into the woods by the road. As soon as they entered the outskirts of the woods with the cover of trees and leaves, everyone instantly felt a refreshing coolness they hadn't experienced in a long time. The guards, who had marched under the blazing sun for most of the day, although they did not voice it, wished they could dive into the dense forest where no sunlight could penetrate. "Let's go a bit deeper and have a good rest." The nobleman ordered again, and everyone cheered once more. The monk, seeing the convoy was about to venture deeper into the woods, could no longer hold back. The monk leaped out like a swift bird, swiftly reaching the nobleman's cart, his head leaning close to the window. As he spoke solemnly, "My lord Araki, ancient wisdom says to avoid entering the woods. We are still far from Sama City, so it is best to be cautious." It's fine. Everyone is tired." Araki waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, we have Master Dilu with us, huh?" As the two spoke, the convoy ventured further into the woods. "My lord Araki, it's already quite cool here, let's stop here." Dilu didn't give up, continuing to advise. Very well." Seeing Dilu's serious expression, Araki did not refuse any longer. The convoy finally stopped, and Dilu directed the guards to spread out and rest subtly, surrounding the 2 ox carts in a protective formation. Though they were resting, the clever distribution of positions also provided a certain level of vigilance. "This Master Dilu really knows how to spoil the fun." Chuntao murmured softly. "You shouldn't say that." Araki's expression turned serious. "Master Dilu is a high monk who attained enlightenment at the Temple of Fire. He will definitely become the head of the temple in the future. Having him protect us is indeed a blessing." "Oh." Chuntao was startled, and quickly begged for forgiveness. "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, my lord." All right. Araki waved his hand, and returned to a smiling face. "Ignorance is no crime. I know you're concerned for our guards, but Master Dilu is only acting out of consideration for our safety. You must respect Master Dilu in the future, understood?" "Yes." Chuntao understands her mistake. Chuntao earnestly bowed, then cautiously added, "My lord, I was worried it might be too stuffy in the cart, and I feared you would feel uncomfortable." "Huh. Chuntao, you are thoughtful." Araki laughed heartily, and simply stood up to hug Chuntao. "Now that you mention it, it is a bit stuffy in the cart. Let's go for a walk, my lord." "Yes." The serene and meditative Dilu outside the ox cart frowned again as he saw Araki take Chuntao down from the cart. However, Dilu said nothing, merely rising to follow behind Araki at a respectful distance. "Master Dilu, Araki politely greeted him, then continued to enjoy the soft jade warmth beside him and the coolness of the forest. Dilu remained silent, closely following behind Araki, without leaving a step. This Araki was one of the most trusted ministers of the daimyo of the Land of Fire here, on official business to the Land of Rice. According to common sense, Araki should have hired ninjas from Konoha for escort, yet he was a daimyo faction. He advocated firmly controlling the extraordinary power of ninjas within the hands of the daimyo rather than the current employer-employee relationship. Thus this nobleman who was not fond of Konoha ultimately chose to hire Dilu. As one of the former 12 guardian ninja and the future abbot of the Fire Temple, Dilu's strength was naturally beyond question. Having witnessed the schism among the guardian ninja, he understood Araki's psychology all too well. If not for the urgent need for funds to repair multiple Buddha halls at the Fire Temple, Dilu would have been reluctant to accept this mission. Yet since he had taken it, he felt obligated to be responsible to his employer. With Dilu being the only monk ninja in the team, he stuck to Araki's side wherever he went. Dilu kept a close watch on Araki, while meticulously scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had already traveled a considerable distance. Dilu frowned slightly. Although the ordinary guards were of little use, the current distance was still too far. Lord Araki, the guards are too far from us. Perhaps we should, Dilu said as he walked, but suddenly his eyes widened. How dare you? Shuintao, who had been clinging to Araki's arm with eyes full of tenderness, suddenly produced a kunai in her hand and thrust it toward Araki's heart. Her smile did not even change. This was a highly professional ninja assassination. Clang. At the critical moment, a golden light abruptly materialized in front of Araki, firmly blocking the kunai. Following that, a golden fist swung around Araki and slammed toward Shuntao. Damn it. Failing in her strike, Shuntao immediately retreated, shouting, "Act now." Before her words faded, more than a dozen figures appeared out of nowhere, most of them carrying at least 2 Fuma shurikens, each instantly encircling Dilu and Araki at the center. Truly superb concealment techniques. You must be from the Fuma clan. Dilu shielded Araki behind him and spoke. The dead don't need to know that much. The ninja leader snorted sharp wind release, chakra coating his Fuma shuriken. Let's see if your golden light is harder or my wind is sharper. Fuma shuriken. The other ninjas followed suit, hurling their Fuma shurikens simultaneously. The massive shurikens, empowered by wind release, hurtled toward Araki in unison. Reiho, thousand hands kill. Dilu dared not slack off. His immense chakra transformed into a 10-meter-tall, 1,000-armed cannon radiant with golden light. Countless golden fists struck furiously at the group. The ninjas of the Fuma clan were no pushovers either, each deploying their own techniques, as ninjutsu and weapons flew through. Aoki sat cross-legged atop a large tree, watching the battle below with keen interest. Not bad, these Fuma clan guys actually have some skills. Dilu's mind was entirely focused on Araki. He might not have noticed, but Aoki had seen everything clearly. That Shuintao, the moment she struck, revealed chakra at least at the Chunin level, yet before acting, she had shown no chakra fluctuation, a master of concealing her aura. The other Fuma clan ninjas were equally impressive, each at least Chunin level or above, using techniques like hiding underground with earth release or transforming into roadside stones and plants. If not for Aoki's spiritual network perception, which differed from the ninja world's norm, ordinary ninjas without perception techniques, or the Byakugan, would have found it nearly impossible to detect them. Moreover, in the current battle against Dilu, despite the storm of 1,000 hands kill, these Fuma clan ninjas had not suffered a single casualty. Instead, they each displayed their abilities to withstand the first wave and even counterattack when the opportunity arose. The ninja leader in particular wielded a ninja sword, and with wind release sliced through the golden fists that came close. These people really came prepared. Aoki gently stroked his chin. He did not know that Shuntao had infiltrated Araki's estate half a year ago. The Fuma clan was not merely well prepared. They had been plotting for a long time. Soon Aoki had gathered complete battle intelligence on everyone. Time to go down. He smiled with satisfaction. If I don't, the Fuma clan will start suffering casualties. Though the Fuma clan outnumbered Dilu, the gap in raw power was not easily bridged. Aoki's intention was not to rescue the Fuma clan, but rather that everyone below were mobile exchange points for him. How could he let the leaks die before he harvested the exchange points? 3 months had passed since Aoki left that small village. In those 3 months, Aoki had traversed most of the land of rice fields, wiping out all the bandit hideouts, rogue ninjas, and even the occasional few sound ninjas active in the area. These enemies were generally weak, mostly Genin level with about a dozen points each, but their numbers were vast. After over a dozen battles, Aoki had accumulated a total of 4862 exchange points. That was equivalent to 2 Orochimarus, or 1.5 Itachi Uchihas. Aoki first used the points to enhance his spiritual pressure. Spending 1600 points, he successfully raised his spiritual pressure to the 10th level. With spiritual pressure at the 10th level, he could finally unlock his Shurkai. Skipping over lackluster releases like Goblin Light or Five Heads, Aoki went straight for his most coveted Shurkai, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Shirkai Mirror Flower Water Moon 500 exchange points. Apologies, I'll pass. Penniless Aoki could only drool in reluctant resignation. With no other choice, Aoki began browsing within his budget, and soon found a Shirkai that interested him and was affordable. Shirkai Wabasuk 2500 exchange points. As a rule-based Zanpakutō, Wabasuk's true strength was often underestimated. Objects struck by it would double in weight, and repeated strikes would cause the weight to grow at a terrifying geometric rate, eventually immobilizing the enemy. The object struck could be not only weapons like Zanpakutō, but also people. Without hesitation, Aoki exchanged for Wabasuk. The acquired Wabasuk fused with his original Itachi in his personal space, quickly forming a new blade. Looking at the remaining points, Aoki also exchanged for a Kido spell. Heido 31 Shikaho 400 exchange point. Aoki's only Heido so far was White Lightning. Acquiring Shikaho would diversify his combat style. He then poured all remaining points into enhancing his spiritual pressure. Now Aoki's attributes were as follows: Host Aoki's spiritual pressure 10th level 435 2000. Zanpakutō Wabasuk skills Cutting Technique Intermediate 592 1000. Flash Step Intermediate 475 1000. Hand-to-hand Combat Intermediate 332 1000. Healing Path Intermediate 124 1000. Bakutō 18 Water Mist Binding Chain Bakutō 30 Mouth 3-pronged Shot Bakutō 39 Circular Shield Heido 4 White Lightning Heido 31 Shikaho exchange points 0. The 3 months of battles had accumulated considerable proficiency, with the greatest improvement in his cutting technique. To save exchange points, Aoki had not spent a single point on skill upgrades. In truth, spiritual pressure could also be cultivated by meditating to absorb external reishi, but the proficiency gain was excruciatingly slow. Over 3 months, Aoki had gained only a mere 73 proficiency points through meditation. He suspected that the slow growth of spiritual pressure might be related to the environment of the ninja world. The ninja world was not a high-concentration reishi environment like the Soul Society. It was far more straightforward to just use exchange points. Spirit Summoning Art. As the battle gradually turned dire, the leader of the Wind Demon Clan's ninja immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. A cloud of white smoke billowed, revealing a gigantic white spider. The spider charged forward. The ninja leader commanded, and the white spider leaped swiftly with the help of its silk, its abdomen splitting open to release countless small white spiders that shot towards the ground. Though referred to as small spiders, each was larger than an average hand. Bang! Bang! The little spiders fearlessly rushed towards the golden fists, instantly exploding upon contact, making the fists vanish without a trace. Effective. The ninja leader was instantly invigorated, summoning more small spiders to pounce on the ground. The fists originally meant to attack the Wind Demon Clan's ninjas were blocked by the small spiders, allowing the Wind Demon ninjas to launch various attacks against the ground. Secret Technique Storm Slash. Earth Release Rock Iron Cannon Technique. Wind Demon Shuriken. In an instant, the ground, which had slightly gained the upper hand, was forced back into defense. If it were just the ground alone, it wouldn't be so troublesome, but the ground also had to divert attention to protect Araki behind him. Humph, monk of the land of fire, you've witnessed the power of my Wind Demon Clan, haven't you? As long as you hand over the noble behind you, I, the Wind Demon Spider, guarantee your safe departure. The Wind Demon Spider. Upon hearing this, Araki instinctively curled up. The ground's expression darkened. If Araki were to be killed on his watch, the reputation of the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire would take a significant hit. No holding back now. Enough chit-chat. Come forth, wrathful Vajra. The golden thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara instantly transformed into a red wrathful Vajra, launching more powerful and numerous red fists towards the Wind Demon Clan. Boom. A fist suddenly struck in front of the Wind Demon Spider, which reacted just in time, causing the fist to blast a large hole in the tree behind. The Wind Demon Spider was startled and immediately summoned more small spiders to charge at the ground. The ground silently lamented. The Wind Demon Clan was clearly well prepared, seldom giving him a chance for a decisive blow, and now, with the summoned spiders, it became even harder to hit the opponent. Moreover, the attacks from the Wind Demon Clan came from all directions, and he had to protect Araki, making it truly overwhelming. Most critically, the ground's techniques consumed an immense amount of chakra. Continuing to drag this out would be even more disadvantageous for the ground. Great monk, do you need help? A clear voice rang. The ground looked up to see a black-haired youth who had appeared by his side at some point, dressed in plain attire, without a forehead protector, smiling brightly at him. Where did this youth come from? Wait. The ground had not sensed the boy's arrival at all. Such astonishing body flicker tech. Who is this expert? The Wind Demon Spider's reaction was quite normal. Which reckless kid is looking for death? Scram quickly. You Wind Demon Clan truly are arrogant. Aokina shook his head, unable to help but sigh. Since the failure of the Leaf's collapse plan and the significant weakening of the Sound Village, the Wind Demon Clan had begun to rise again. Now that Orochimaru was dead, the Wind Demon Clan was even more emboldened. While Yakushi Kabuto led the Sound Village to lie low temporarily in the territory of the Land of Rice, the Wind Demon clan indeed had the strength to rise, but unfortunately, they encountered Aokina. I truly can't stand your arrogance. But forget it, I'm going to fight anyway. Aokina drew his Zanpakutō, grinning widely. I won't even bother looking for an excuse. Before his words fell, Aokina used a body flicker to appear behind the Wind Demon Spider, slashing horizontally. Swish! At the critical moment, the Wind Demon Spider's heart raced, and he lunged forward, the blade narrowly, leaving a blood mark on his back. Too shallow. Aokina clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. The Wind Demon Spider was indeed a jonin requiring more effort. Meanwhile, the Wind Demon Spider quickly regained his composure after receiving the cut. Kid, I don't know who you are, but I'm not someone easy to deal with. If you step back now, I'll act as if nothing happened. The Wind Demon Spider cautiously watched Aokina. Let's see how the first fight goes. Aokina smiled lightly. Just kidding, even if these people surrendered, we'd still have to fight first. Otherwise, where would the exchange points come from? The Wind Demon Spider's expression tightened. The situation he didn't want to see still occurred. Everyone intensify the attack on the ground, find an opportunity to kill the target. They'll hold him off. The Wind Demon Spider gritted his teeth and commanded his hands, rapidly forming seals. Spider. The gigantic white spider suddenly spewed out a massive amount of sticky liquid, which quickly transformed into silk midair, resembling a giant net rushing towards Aokina. Destruction Path Number 31, Crimson Fire Cannon. Aokina raised his palm, shooting forth a burst of flames that quickly formed into a large fireball, violently hurling towards the Wind Demon Spider. Roaring. Upon contact, the web ignited fiercely, flames quickly spreading along the silk, reaching the white spider's front in an instant. The crimson fire cannon shot by Aokina, aided by the flammable silk, grew even larger and faster. Release. The Wind Demon Spider was horrified, hurriedly canceling the spirit summoning art, while rapidly forming seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Boom. The fierce clash of wind and fire stirred up boundless strong winds. Even the nearby Wind Demon clan ninjas couldn't help but squint. Whoosh. A faint sound of air breaking rang out. The Wind Demon Spider's expression tightened as he was about to use body flicker technique, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest. A blood-tipped blade appeared before his chest. It seems you can't withstand this. Aokina lightly teased, but the Wind Demon Spider would no longer respond. Defeated in enemy exchange points 311. Wind Spider Master. Wind Spider Master. The fall of the Wind Demon Spider completely collapsed the battle for the Wind Demon clan. The crowd, filled with fury, instantly intensified their assault, but it was all in vain. Without the restraint of the Wind Demon Spider, the ground faced much less difficulty. Moreover, there was Aokina, the god of death. After eliminating the Wind Demon Spider, Aokina turned and charged towards the other Wind Demon clan ninjas, shouting loudly, "Great monk, protect your people well, I'll leave the rest to me." Just as the ground was about to speak, he saw Aokina dart past like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind shadows that flickered through the crowd, making it impossible to clearly see Aokina's movements. With every flicker of a shadow, at least one person fell in the blink of an eye. Many Wind Demon clan ninjas screamed and collapsed. Everything happened too quickly. By the time the ground saw Aokina standing before him, the Wind Demon clan ninjas were already down on the ground, and the swiftly moving shadows slowly dispersed. Defeated 14 enemies, exchange points 1053. A bountiful harvest. The Wind Demon clan contributed 1364 exchange points. Xingmu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, the Wind Demon clan was well prepared, sending only their elite members. "I am Dilu from the Temple of Fire. May I ask your name, benefactor?" Dilu approached Xingmu, who stood still respectfully. "Xingmu, there is no need for such formalities, great monk." Xingmu smiled and waved his hand, but suddenly his expression turned serious. "Who exactly are you escorting? There are more guests than just this group." Just now, Xingmu suddenly sensed the presence of 3 formidable individuals appearing nearby. Dyla's eyes narrowed, instantly becoming vigilant. The forest was exceptionally quiet at this moment, with only a faint smell of blood and the mournful cries of a severely injured Wind Demon ninja lying on the ground. Wait, the smell of blood. Dilu wasn't sensitive to ninja sense, but with careful observation, he could still discern the source of the odors in the air. One came from the Wind Demon clan beneath his feet, while the other was faint, coming from a distance. It's that group of ordinary guards. Dilu was instantly awakened. He and the Wind Demon clan had been engaged in battle without time to make a move, which meant that someone else had eliminated those guards. There really is a second wave of enemies. Rustle, rustle. Without a moment to think, Dilu heard a very faint movement, like a snake gliding over the ground. Looking down, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Using the cover of the trees and the Wind Demon clan on the ground, a long, thin shadow was rapidly approaching him. Shadow mimicry. The thought flashed through Dyla's mind, and he shouted, "King, be careful." With barely enough time to deliver the warning, Dilu hastily grabbed Araki and leaped onto a tree. As for Xingmu, he had already jumped onto a nearby large tree, evading the shadow. Dilu set Araki down and quickly formed seals, his whole body instantly shimmering with golden light. Coming to meet you, Thousand Hand Kill. The golden Thousand Hand Guanyin appeared, and countless golden fists surged toward the shadow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures leaped out, and the golden fists mercilessly smashed through several large trees, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, 3 black-clad ninjas wearing animal masks appeared before them. The Wind Demon Clan really is useless. They still need us to take action, the Night Owl Mask said coldly. Since we are taking action, the monk Dilu cannot be spared. The Doghead Mask added. Dilu glared angrily at the 3, squeezing out a phrase through clenched teeth. You are the root. Truly Sharpied. The cat-face mask replied coldly, turning with a murderous gaze toward Qingmu in the tree. Kid, no matter who you are encountering us, is your bad luck. No, encountering you is my great fortune, Qingmu replied with a grin. What is root? It is elite ninjas and a large number of exchange points. What Qingmu said came from the heart. Interesting. Captain, leave this kid to me. The cat face asked the night owl, who nodded. Quickly, settle it. Then the night owl and Doghead charged toward Dilu. Yes. The cat face immediately agreed, rapidly throwing a shuriken in Qingmu's direction. Kid, don't think that just because you have some skill you can run rampant. As the shuriken left his hand, the cat face quickly formed seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, several shuriken doubled from 2 to 4, then from 4 to 8, transforming into hundreds of shuriken that rained down on Qingmu. In an instant, the shuriken formed a complete encirclement around Qingmu. A trivial technique. Qingmu disdainfully snorted. Such an attack was completely within his expectations. To guard against the elusive shadow mimicry, he had already created some distance, intending to battle him. It was nothing more than ninja tools or techniques. And although the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique wasn't a rank ninja technique, it was clearly lacking in lethal force and overly showy. Whoosh. Qingmu immediately activated Instant Step, and the assault of hundreds of shuriken fell short. Whoosh. Suddenly a crude straw doll appeared abruptly before Qingmu, swinging a tattered machete at him. Clang. Qingmu casually sent the straw doll flying. Watching it tumble back, he felt an urge to spit out a mouthful of frustration. Is this what puppet techniques look like? Is the Root's puppet technique really this crude? This is what you use to fight. Qingmu raised his palm, preparing to unleash a fire cannon to let the Root members opposite understand what firepower suppression meant. Before he could launch, Qingmu glanced aside and frowned. Even the stored spiritual energy was retracted. The cat face of the Root lay unexpectedly on the ground, unconscious. I haven't even made a move, and you've already collapsed. Buzzing. Just as he felt puzzled, Qingmu suddenly felt a daze in his head, and his body sank. Then Qingmu's vision suddenly shifted. The scene before him changed instantly, with the originally normal trees and vegetation suddenly appearing gigantic. He even saw his own body standing stiffly in place. What's going on? Qingmu felt his head spinning as if his body was stuffed into an extremely narrow space, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Suddenly his rigid body trembled, and then he seemed to come alive, casually glancing at himself. A hint of a smile lingered in the corner of his eye, full of mockery. What is this? Where am I now? Qingmu tried hard to think, but the overwhelming spiritual energy seemed unwilling to be restrained, and his body had swelled to an uncontrollable degree. At the last moment, before forced cessation of thought, he saw the cat face of the Root lying on the ground. This is the heart turn. Boom. Qingmu completely stopped thinking. His soul could not adapt to the cramped space, or rather the so-called seal prepared by the cat face could not contain his soul. Before Qingmu could comprehend what was happening, his soul instinctively retaliated, bursting the container's soul, returning. The cat face was leisurely walking toward Dilu, a confident smile on his face. At this moment, Dilu was under siege by the Night Owl and Doghead, and with him victory was right at hand. This borrowed body is perfectly suited for combat. I can return to my own body before suffering any damage. After all, Qingmu's soul had already been sealed within the puppet doll. The initial Shuriken Shadow Clone was merely a cover meant to hide the real ninjutsu being used. The heart-turned puppet curse. The thrown Shuriken consciously sealed off most of Qingmu's angles. The cat face had long calculated the direction Qingmu would appear, using the instant body technique. The heart-turned puppet curse technique must have the puppet endure the target's attack before the curse can be activated, so the cat face immediately controlled the puppet to engage Qingmu in a blade clash. Then the curse was activated. The cat face occupied Qingmu's body, while Qingmu was trapped within the puppet doll. Once the mission and Dilu were dealt with, cat face would naturally return to his own body, then give Qingmu a thorough lesson. After all, a soul trapped within a puppet doll can never escape. I am truly merciful, cat face thought with a hint of pride. Suddenly, he halted abruptly, his eyes losing their luster. Cat face's consciousness plunged into utter darkness. What was happening? Just as he was puzzled, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Qingmu, to dare use the heart transfer technique against me, I must commend your courage. Qingmu approached slowly. One must admit the cat face before him was indeed skilled. Given Qingmu's current soul strength, he was forcibly transferred into the puppet doll. But that was all it amounted to. The puppet doll could not contain Qingmu's vast spiritual power. With the soul's own resistance alone, Qingmu shattered the doll and returned to his body. Ha, courage. Cat Face sneered. In the spiritual realm, it is you who shows the greater bravery in confronting my mountain clan. The mountain clan's extraordinary soul power was Cat Face's source of confidence. Although I do not know how you escaped, that puppet doll was meant to be your final resting place. Before the words finished, Cat Face appeared. Instant body technique. Die. Cat Face snarled viciously, thrusting the kunai toward Qingmu's neck. PFF. Qingmu transformed into a fleeting illusion at the strike, his surprised voice echoing from afar. Haven't you realized? Appearing in my spiritual world, your fate was sealed long ago. Qingmu gently raised his palm. Third path break, Scarlet Fire Cannon. A massive fireball erupted toward Cat Face, who immediately activated the instant body technique. The fireball grazed his edge and exploded in the distance. Can such an attack even hit someone? Cat Face stubbornly retorted. Cat Face confirmed that the so-called Scarlet Fire Cannon was faster and potentially more powerful than ordinary Great Fireball technique. Yet hitting a high-level shinobi like him at long range was still unlikely. Oh, if 1 is insufficient, then how about 10? Qingmu smiled faintly, raising his palm as 10 fireballs appeared before him, ready to be launched. What? Cat Face was startled, sweat trickling down his temple. Still not enough. Then how about 100? Qingmu revealed a mischievous grin as 100 fireballs densely filled the space before him, their flames illuminating the dark spiritual world as if it were daylight. How is this possible? Cat Face was utterly horrified. All that was occurring defied his comprehension. Didn't I say? This is my spiritual world. Qingmu feigned dissatisfaction. I know this is your spiritual world. But where did so many fireballs come from? You couldn't possibly possess such overwhelming spiritual power. Cat Face pointed at the screen filled with 100 scarlet fire cannons, nearly cursing in excitement. Impossible. Qingmu smiled. Then let me show you the extent of my spiritual power. The 100 fireballs surged fiercely toward Cat Face, who swiftly employed the instant body technique, but to no avail. The fireballs had already covered all possible escape routes. The fireballs engulfed Cat Face instantly, flames soaring upward. Moments later, the flames extinguished, leaving only a trace of blackened ash. Qingmu lightly waved his hand, stirring turbulent waves in the spiritual world that dispersed the ash. Cat Face's spiritual consciousness had been utterly annihilated. In truth, Cat Face was not entirely wrong. Qingmu could not genuinely release 100 scarlet fire cannons simultaneously. The use of Demon Path had its foundational laws. The 100 fireballs Qingmu unleashed were not true Demon Path techniques, but manifestations of his spiritual power, much like the white light tidal wave he once used against Orochimaru. Such a crude display naturally lacked the true Scarlet Fire Cannon's potency, but it sufficed to defeat Cat Face. In some ways, Cat Face was mistaken. Qingmu's spiritual power utterly overwhelmed him. Enemy defeated, exchange points 493, a rather rewarding harvest. Qingmu smiled contentedly at the extra exchange points. He then withdrew his consciousness from the spiritual world, returned, observing 2 root ninja battling Dilu not far off. Qingmu's lips curled slightly as he approached calmly. Killing root ninja brought no moral qualms for Qingmu. Wind release vacuum blade. Nox's ninja sword was imbued with sharp wind chakra, swiftly slicing through one golden fist after another hurled by Dilu. Though both wielded ninja tools enhanced by wind chakra, Nox was leagues beyond the half-hearted wind demon land spider. Alone, Nox blocked most of Dilu's strikes, and even launched counterattacks. Shadow mimic technique. Doghead formed hand seals his shadow beneath, slithering like a venomous serpent weaving around Dilu and Araki. Dilu dared not be ensnared by the shadow, forced to break his rhythm intermittently and drag the burden of Araki, while panting heavily from prior combat. Dilu now faced the siege of 2 root senior ninjas, his chakra nearly depleted. Inevitably, the longer this lasted, the graver Dilu's peril. As he strained for a solution, a voice plunged his heart. "Chimao, are you done?" Doghead called out upon hearing Qingmu's footsteps. "Mission complete. That boy's consciousness is sealed within the puppet. This body is decent enough, might as well make some use of this wreck." Qingmu replied lightly, his long sword lowered as he stepped. "Well done, Qimao." Doghead gleefully exclaimed, "Come help restrain this Dilu." "All right." Qingmu smiled faintly, activating instantaneous movement. Whoosh. Qingmu instantly appeared behind Doghead, raising his Zanpakutō, whose blade gleamed with a chilling light. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The raised blade could not strike down. "You're acting as too clumsy, boy. There is no Qimao codename. Don't underestimate the Nara clan." Doghead smiled coldly at Qingmu, his shadow entangling with Qingmu's. Shadow mimic technique. Damn, these shinobi of the ninja world are all cunning and vile. Having failed to roleplay again, Qingmu felt slightly unbalanced. "Don't underestimate me, Nara clan." Qingmu's eyes widened, spiritual energy surging throughout his body. Clank. Doghead's eyes widened instantly. In that moment, his shadow nearly broke free. Damn it, this boy shows no chakra fluctuations, yet possesses such immense strength. Captain, seeing that it was difficult to restrain Xingmu, Doghead immediately shouted. If only Night Owl could free up his hands, that would be perfect. Before Night Owl could respond, a sharp cry from Dilly rang out. Don't even think about it. Rai furious Vajra. In just a short span of time, Dilly's emotions had undergone several drastic fluctuations. When Xingmu was role-playing, Dilly had truly believed that Xingmu had fallen for the trap, and had already prepared himself to fight to the death. Seeing Xingmu swing his blade, he felt a momentary joy, but then a chill when the shadow ensnared him. Now Dilly was certain he must entangle the Night Owl before him, not even allowing him to throw a single shuriken. Otherwise, once Xingmu died, Dilly would be unable to hold the line alone. Dilly immediately mobilized the meager remains of his chakra. A rain of red fists came crashing down like a storm, and several fists were aimed at Doghead, who was immobilized by the shadow imitation technique. Faced with the suddenly multiplied red fists, Night Owl was hard-pressed to defend himself. Simply blocking the incoming fists was already difficult, let alone freeing up his hands to assist. Damn it! Seeing that Night Owl was unreliable, and feeling his shadow constantly writhing and contracting, Doghead immediately resolved to fight for his life. He struggled to form hand seals, surging all his chakra. Shadow strangulation head binding technique. A black hand formed by Shadow struggled to climb slowly toward Kingma's neck. Stop dreaming. Xingmu bellowed, rapidly pouring all his exchange points into his spiritual might while simultaneously concentrating all his spiritual energy and releasing it in an instant burst. Power creates miracles. Yoa. Doghead's shadow was instantly shattered. The backlash of the forbidden art caused his body to convulse violently, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Swish. Xingmu would never let such a good opportunity slip away. The moment he stabilized his stance, he lunged forward with a swift step and swung his blade down. Doghead had just lifted his head when a cold gleam of light descended upon him. Doghead die. Eliminated one enemy, exchange points 362. Another Jonin. Kingma's eyes lit up. After taking a brief respite, he sharpened his blade and turned toward the final opponent, Night Owl. The elites of Root are all quite valuable. Damn it. Seeing Doghead fall, Night Owl cursed inwardly. This mission had been planned by Root for half a year with the aim of using the Fuma clan to eliminate Araki, a member of the Fire Country's daimyo. Due to Araki's growing influence beside the Fire Country daimyo, the daimyo's attitude toward Konoha had undergone subtle shifts. Although the Fire Country daimyo was not yet at the point of alienating Konoha, even a delay in certain funding allocations was enough to make Konoha suffer. Thus Danzo personally devised the plan against Araki. Of course, it was best not to have Konoha shinobi carry out the deed to avoid leaving any evidence. For this reason, Root had only dispatched Night Owl's team, existing merely as a safety net for the Fuma clan in case of emergency. Originally, even the Fuma clan alone would have been sufficient to complete the mission. No one could have anticipated the variable that was Xingmu. Not only had the Fuma clan failed, but Night Owl's team had also utterly failed to cover the situation. I must retreat. Night Owl deeply understood that the mission had already ended in failure. He had to withdraw. Even if he was to be executed by Lord Danzo upon his return, he had to relay the news of the mission's failure in time, allowing Lord Danzo to make adjustments promptly. Retreating, while fighting, Night Owl rapidly formed hand seals. Wind release vacuum sphere. Over a dozen high-pressure wind bullets were expelled urgently from Night Owl's mouth, colliding with and canceling out the red fists swung by Dilly. Seizing the opening, Night Owl found his chance. Retreat. Night Owl repeatedly used the body flicker technique to retreat swiftly, the trees of the forest flashing past his eyes. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The sound that rang in his ears instantly caused Night Owl's pupils to contract. Without time to think, he swung his ninja blade infused with wind release chakra sharply to the side. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The impact of the blades forced Night Owl to halt. He stopped and looked. Brat, get out of my way. Night Owl snarled ferociously, brandishing his blade. Kingma's eyes lit up again. A shinobi skilled in swordsmanship. Be so kind as to help me test my sword. Ever since he had exchanged for Shurkai, he had not had the opportunity to use it in battle. Xingmu slowly drew his Zanpakutō and parted his lips. Raise your head, Wabasuk. In Night Owl's incredulous eyes, the Zanpakutō in Kingma's hand instantly transformed into a shape with a right-angle fishhook at the end. What in the world is that thing? Night Owl was somewhat startled, but quickly regained his composure. Relying on such a bizarre contraption to defeat me is far too naive. Wind release vacuum blade. Xingmu smiled lightly without answering, swinging his blade to meet the attacking Night Owl. The two clashed fiercely, executing sweeps, thrusts, parries, and slashes. In a short time, their weapons had collided no fewer than 10 times. Unbeknownst to him, Night Owl had unconsciously switched from holding his sword with one hand to gripping it with both. Suddenly, Night Owl felt a tremendous force transmitted through his blade. The ninja sword dropped rapidly, and he couldn't even release the hilt in time. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Night Owl's sword smashed a crater into the ground. What is happening? Night Owl, shocked and bewildered, tried to lift his sword, but found it completely immovable. Swish! A gust of wind swept by. Night Owl decisively abandoned his blade, and leaped backward, narrowly evading Kingma's blade edge. The effect is even better than I imagined. Xingmu smiled with satisfaction, raised his blade, and charged again. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward him. Xingmu activated Shuinpa, and easily dodged, reappearing behind Night Owl. He spun around and slashed. Swish! Night Owl instinctively sensed danger, and lunged forward just in time. The blade grazed the back of his head, cutting off a large chunk of skin and flesh from his back. But are you only capable of sneak attacks? Night Owl immediately rolled to his feet, grabbing a kunai in each hand. His tone was flat, as if the wound on his back didn't exist, showing no sign of pain. Since you say so, I'll oblige you. Xingmu smiled, slightly swinging Wabasuk as he advanced. The two clashed several more times. Xingmu kept his composure, occasionally adding small wounds to Night Owl, while Night Owl grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Why is my weapon getting heavier and heavier? Why is my body getting more sluggish? Blocking Kingma's blade once more, Night Owl felt a sudden surge of immense force from the kunai in his hand, to the point where he could no longer hold on. This is wrong. That sword is strange. Night Owl made a swift decision. Seizing a gap in the attacks, he released his grip on the kunai and simultaneously activated the body flicker technique to retreat backward. Whoosh! As Night Owl landed again, a sharp, pain shot through both his legs. His leg bones were groaning under an unbearable burden. Swish! Xingmu swung his blade, sending a gust of wind. Night Owl hastily parried, and when he focused his eyes, he was astounded. His position had shifted less than 2 meters. No wonder Xingmu was so casually launching another attack. Night Owl pondered why his instantaneous movement technique, which he considered quite proficient, resulted in such a short distance this time. Moreover, despite the brevity of the distance, his legs felt as if they could barely withstand the strain. Why is this body so sluggish during battle? Without further thought, Night Owl reacted too slowly, and felt 2 gashes appear on his arms. Ugh! Just as Night Owl intended to retreat, his body suddenly felt weighed down, as if 1,000 pounds pressed upon him, making movement almost impossible. Why? What kind of ninja technique is this? Why? Night Owl roared unwillingly, his head stubbornly lifted. Xingmu stepped forward, slowly, speaking faintly. The weight of the object being struck doubles. With each additional strike, it doubles again, until the struck cannot bear the weight. His body pressed to the ground. As if in apology, Night Owl extended his head. Xingmu swung wabi-sabi, perfectly hooking Night Owl's head within its curved blade. Just like you are now, that is why this knife is named wabi-sabi. Completely unable to move, Night Owl watched helplessly as his neck was caught by the blade, roaring in frustration. Kid, the root will not spare you. Really? Well then, I warmly welcome you. Xingmu revealed a genuine smile. Goodbye, ninja from the root. Xingmu held wabi-sabi, gently lifting it upward, completing the harvest of life. Defeated an enemy, earned 533 points. Thank you very much for your timely assistance, Xingmu. Dilu approached, hands clasped in greeting. No need for thanks, Xingmu waved his hand. If you wish to express gratitude, how about we spar a bit? Dilu never expected this response, and after a moment of surprise he smiled. Sure. But please let's postpone it for now, my chakra is almost depleted. Alright. Xingmu nodded with a smile. Cough. Araki, standing beside Dilu, suddenly coughed, causing Dilu to show an embarrassed smile. I apologize, Xingmu. My employer Araki has something he wishes to discuss with you. Dilu showed an apologetic expression. It's no trouble. Xingmu turned his gaze to Araki, feeling a bit curious. Cough. Araki cleared his throat, adjusted his disheveled clothes, and offered Xingmu a perfectly timed smile. Hello, Xingmu. I am Araki Shirzao, a scribe from the Land of Fire. First, I thank you for saving my life. Then forgive my boldness, but I noticed you are not wearing a headband. You are not a ninja from any village, are you? Yes, I do not belong to any ninja village, Xingmu replied candidly. Is that so? That's wonderful. Araki's face lit up with joy, but he quickly felt a bit flustered and cleared his throat to cover it up. Cough. To be honest, Xingmu, your strength is impressive, even catching the eye of a high-ranking official like me from the Land of Fire. Moreover, I am indeed lacking a powerful ninja like you by my side. I wonder, would you be willing to serve me, Xingmu? I am prepared to offer an annual salary of 1 million ryo. Araki extended a finger, feigning restraint, though his eyes betrayed his eagerness. Xingmu found it amusing, but shook his head. Sorry, I have no intention of serving anyone. Araki looked slightly surprised, but quickly persisted, saying, how about 2 million ryo instead? No. 3 million ryo. Plus 50 acres of land. What do you think? Araki Shirzao continued to... Even Dilu couldn't help but be stunned. 1 million ryo is enough for an Shrank mission, and Araki was offering an amount equal to 3 Shrank missions a year, not to mention the inheritable land. Even Dilu, who had been practicing Buddhism for many years, felt tempted at that moment. However, Xingmu still chose to decline. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Araki. I have no plans to serve anyone. Is that so? What a pity. Araki shook his head, regretfully not pressing further. The offer had already reached the highest point, any higher, and his other retainers would revolt. It is indeed unfortunate not to recruit Qingmu as a retainer, having encountered a powerful ninja, without ties to any village. However, we can still establish a good relationship. Qingmu, since you are a ninja, would you be willing to accept a commission from me? 500,000 ryo to escort me to the nearby Samu city, is that acceptable? Oh, Qingmu paused slightly then smiled, that's fine. Just in time, I also want to take a break there. 500,000 ryo is enough to commission a rank mission, yet it was being offered for an escort to Samu city, which is only an hour away. Qingmu understood that this was not just a fee for escorting Araki to Samu city, so he boldly accepted. Afterward, the three of them hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield, and since Araki's guards, and even the coachman had been killed by the route, only the three of them set out. Though Araki said nothing, Qingmu felt that once Araki returned alive to the Land of Fire, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against Konoha. The three did not notice that shortly after their departure, within the bushes of the forest, a strange plant resembling a pitcher plant appeared for a brief moment before vanishing without a trace. Obito Itachi won, taking Sasuke away while Orochimaru was sealed. In the dim cave, Zetsu conveyed the information. I understand. Itachi's power is indeed formidable. Obito sighed sincerely, then turned to ask, by the way, how is Itachi's current condition according to your observations? That may disappoint you. The burden of Susanoo is indeed great, but judging by his appearance, he should be able to hold on for a few— I see. Obito said somewhat regretfully. There's nothing we can do for now. We still need to adhere to the agreement not to act against Konoha. Moving forward, we should focus on accumulating strength. Speaking of which, Nagato has sent his corner to the Land of Hot Water. Zetsu said hoarsely. It is said that the hidden hot water village has a ninja with an immortal body. It doesn't matter. No matter how Nagato accumulates power, in the end it will all be nourishment for the new world. Obito said indifferently. However, our power still seems to be somewhat lacking. Zetsu suddenly had an idea. Do you think Itachi's brother Uchiha Sasuke would agree with our ideals? Too early to say. Obito replied. Sasuke ultimately seeks revenge against Itachi. If he can defeat Itachi, then we can talk at that time. Obito sighed. Talents like Kisame, who truly understand our ideals and possess strength, are still exceedingly— At that moment, half of Zetsu's white body suddenly trembled. I have found some interesting information. The white Zetsu chuckled. Hey Obito, I discovered a newcomer with impressive strength. Oh, who is it? Obito became intrigued. It was a guy named Qingmu who had the upper hand against Itachi, and even killed Orochimaru once. White Zetsu said enthusiastically. What's even more interesting is that he has no chakra fluctuations. No chakra? How is that possible? Obito's attention was caught. In this ninja world, whether ninja or civilian, everyone possesses chakra, but most people lack the qualifications to refine chakra to become a ninja. The ultimate plan of Madara and Obito is to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to bring everyone into the dream world, allowing them to indulge in it, while becoming the batteries that sustain it. Having no chakra means one cannot indulge in the dream world. This is a variable in the plan. It might be due to those strange experiments by Orochimaru. White Zetsu speculated. No, we can't let this person go unchecked. Obito immediately decided and asked, Zetsu, do you think he can defeat Uchiha Itachi? No, he just had the upper hand. At that time, Itachi hadn't activated his Mangekyo Sharingan yet. White Zetsu quickly explained, however, he just killed 3 Jonin from the root in the Land of Rice, so he should at least have the strength of an elite Jonin. Is that so? Obito suddenly relaxed. With just that level of strength, it's not worth worrying too much. Suddenly Obito felt a stirring in his heart. Zetsu, did you say Kakuzu was sent to the Land of Hot Water? Yes. Black Zetsu replied. Obito, do you want Kakuzu to test his caliber? Exactly. Zetsu, you catch up with Kakuzu and go with him. If this Qingmu can survive, then bring him to our side. If he doesn't survive, well then he dies, and it will clear away— Obito said coldly. Wow, how ruthless. White Zetsu sighed. I really don't want that kid to die, or I'm curious if he can still defecate without chakra. King Yukun, will you really not reconsider my proposal? Araki looked at Qingmu eagerly, hoping he would change his mind. Araki had originally lost hope in recruiting Qingmu, but after watching the match between Qingmu and Jiraku yesterday, his previously dormant heart reignited. That was Jiraku, the future abbot of the Temple of Fire. Even he wasn't a match for Qingmu. Araki, not understanding the ninja world, thought Qingmu's strength could match that of a Hokage-level ninja. Goodness. If I could recruit Qingmu, we could speak to Konoha with more authority. King Yukun, as long as you are willing to return to the Land of Fire with me, I will immediately recommend you to the daimyo. The daimyo is eager for talent. With your skills, you won't have to worry about treatment, and you can become a direct ninja leader under the daimyo. No need. Qingmu politely but firmly refused. If Qingmu had traversed to the Warring States period of Japan, he might have seriously considered it, but this is the ninja world. What use is it to mix with the daimyo? Continuously growing stronger is what Qingmu wants to do. Seeing King's resolute refusal, Araki had to regretfully give up. King Yukon, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't persuade you any further. But what are your future plans? Jiraku asked straightforwardly. Although Jiraku wasn't as eager as Araki, he was also pleased with Araki's attempt to persuade Chingmu to join the land, even if that increases the power of the daimyo faction in the Land of Fire. Because a strong person who does not belong to any organization may not be a good thing for social stability. Jiraku, being a monk, tends to think a bit more. It was Jiraku's favorable impression of Chingmu that prompted him to ask directly, otherwise in their next meeting they wouldn't know if they were friends. Well, for now I want to travel around the ninja world and broaden my horizons. Chingmu replied, ambiguously, thinking he can't tell Jiraku that he has a system that allows him to get stronger just by finding people to fight. Jiraku nodded. That's fine. Being young, broadening your experience is a good thing, and traveling itself is part of training. King Yukon, when your training is finished, the gates of the Land of Fire will be open to you. Araki quickly added. Oh. Chingmu smiled, and waved goodbye to the two without looking back. Ultimately, Chingmu has his own path to follow. Yesterday in the match against Jiraku, Chingmu narrowly won. He earned 766 exchange points. Adding the exchange points earned from the Wind Demon Clan and Root Ninjas, before he now has a total of 3,518 exchange points. A bountiful harvest, already surpassing Uchiha Itachi. Naturally, Chingmu wants to allocate points first. First, he raised his spiritual might from level 10 to level 9, costing 1565 points. Spiritual might level 900, looking at the remaining 1953 points, which are not enough to raise spiritual might to the next level. Chingmu decided to allocate these exchange points to skills. In the previous battles, his sword techniques, shuinpa, and bare-handed fighting had all increased in proficiency to some extent, but relying on self-training and battle improvements was still a bit slow. This time Chingmu wants to elevate his sword techniques, shuinpa, and bare-handed fighting to advanced levels. Now King's attributes have changed to host Chingmu's spiritual might level 9 Zanpakutō Wabasuk skills, sword technique advanced shinpa advanced bare-handed fighting advanced return to the path intermediate 124 1000 binding path now. 18 water mist binding path now. 30 mouth thrust 3 flashes binding path now. 39 round fan destruction path now. 4 white thunder destruction path now. 31 red fire cannon exchange points, 385 after allocating points. Chingmu still has 385 exchange points left. Flipping through the store, there were not enough points to exchange for other skills Chingmu desired, so he simply decided to save them for now. After allocating points, Chingmu was filled with confidence. Jiraku is already at the elite Jonin level. Yesterday Chingmu found it difficult to win, but now if Chingmu were to face Jiraku again, victory would be much easier. The combat power of elite Jonin can already dominate most places in the ninja world. However, one must not become arrogant. From the over 2,000 exchange points of Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, one can see the vast difference between those true shadow-level powerhouses and the few hundred points of Jonin and elite Jonin. He must continue to strengthen his power to strive for invincibility in the ninja world as soon as possible. This time Chingmu is not planning to accumulate slowly. After struggling for 3 months in the Land of Rice, fighting off bandits and rogue ninjas, he barely accumulated less than 5,000 exchange points. Fighting off a Wind Demon Clan member, and 3 root ninjas plus 1 Jiraku, and easily obtaining an Itachi. Compared to that, the ninja village is indeed better. It produces high-quality leaks. In 3 years during the 4th Ninja World War, the 5 great ninja villages joined forces with the Land of Iron, mobilizing a combined army of 80,000. Aoki flipped through the map of the ninja world he bought in Samu City, and decisively chose the Land of Hot Water adjacent to the Land of Rice. The wool has mostly been sheared from the Land of Rice, and with the decline of the sound hidden village, the Land of Rice now only has the Wind Demon Clan to hold the fort. In his memory, one of the 3 elite ninjas of the Wind Demon Clan had already been taken down by him, and many of their elite members were lost during the ambush on Araki. Aoki estimated that apart from the 2 elite ninjas Fakey and the remaining members of the Wind Demon Clan were merely small fry, entirely unworthy of his interest. The most crucial point was that Aoki did not know where the Wind Demon Clan's territory was. Rather than searching for the remnants of the Wind Demon Clan in the Land of Rice like searching for a needle in a haystack, it would be better to go directly to a place with a ninja village. Unlike the Wind Demon Clan, which hid and sought refuge from Orochimaru, the ninja villages had to accept missions within. While Aoki had no intention of causing trouble for the Hot Water Village, as there were no grievances in the past, and none recently, it was rumored that Hot Water Village was quite a laid-back ninja village. Aoki merely wanted to challenge the elite ninjas of Hot Water Village one by one, engaging in friendly competitions. Of course, if they did not cooperate, Aoki would also take alternative routes. As for why he chose Hot Water Village, besides its proximity, the other nearby ninja village was Konoha. Aoki felt that Konoha could be postponed for now. Thus he embarked on his journey to the Land of Hot Water. This time his journey would not be one of hardship, Aoki carried with him a substantial sum of 500,000 ryo, and had the map as a magical tool, making his journey quite comfortable. The Land of Hot Water is a nation rich in natural resources, and devoted to peace, famous for its numerous hot springs. Backed by the Land of Lightning, this big brother, the Land of Hot Water, was naturally flourishing in the current era of relative peace in the ninja world. Aoki, upon arriving in the Land of Hot Water, was also captivated by the prosperity of this nation. Even on the official road outside the city, one could see plenty of people and vehicles coming and going. However, something seemed a bit strange. Aoki's eyes were fixed on an unremarkable public restroom by the roadside. It was normal for a restroom to be built along the official road, and it was also normal for people to come and go with varying lengths of stay. Even if some individuals entering seemed to be sneaky or had "bad person" written all over their faces, it could be overlooked. However, to have only this one public restroom along the official road, which connected two cities and stretched for over 10 miles without any supporting facilities, was quite unusual. Given the bustling commerce of the Land of Hot Water, it would be expected for vendors to sell snacks or refreshments along the roadside. In Aoki's past life, that would be akin to building a service rest area along a highway. But here there was just this stark public restroom, making it look quite out of place. Aoki realized he had stumbled upon a hidden map of the ninja world. Since he had encountered it, he might as well take a look. Aoki pushed open the door, and walked in, a foul stench hitting him immediately. The restroom was stained with yellow-brown filth everywhere, perhaps to mask the smell of bodies, and it had not been cleaned with much care. Aoki quietly observed the restroom was not as large as it appeared from the outside, and it certainly contained a hidden chamber. He also keenly sensed several faint red spiritual threads behind a row of urinals. Soon Aoki found a not obvious bulge on the wall, and pressed it gently, causing a hidden door to open. A slight smirk appeared on Aoki's lips. Indeed, this was the legendary underground intermediary organization of the ninja world, the Exchange for Gold. Welcome, new guest. A middle-aged man with a full beard and wearing a white coat greeted Aoki indifferently with walls of cabinets behind him. In the hidden chamber, several men cloaked in black robes stood scattered about, one of whom was carrying a burlap sack on his shoulder. If you wish to accept a commission, please come this way. The middle-aged man was checking the burlap sack while pointing to a nearby table. It went without saying that the sack contained the corpse of a target. Aoki nodded and walked to the table where numerous bounty notices were scattered. A few people were gathered around, flipping through the bounties, and glanced at Aoki before returning to their business. Aoki paid no mind to them, and casually picked up a bounty notice. Shuyin, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Water Village, elite ninja. Bounty 5 million ryo combat ability. The upper left corner of the bounty notice was affixed with a photo of Shuyin, whose narrow eyes appeared somewhat sinister. Among the many bounty notices there were also a few familiar names to Aoki. Dilu, Vice Abbot of the Fire Temple. Bounty 25 million ryo. Aoki remembered that in the original story the bounty for Dilu at the time of his death was 30 million ryo, likely due to his succession as the abbot. Aoki continued to browse. These bounty notices targeted not only the elite ninjas and rogue ninjas of various ninja villages, but also a number of talented ninjas yet to grow in various ninja villages. However, there were also a few more down-to-earth commissions. Moriuchi Kazuo, leader of the Moriuchi group. Bounty 2 million ryo combat ability, none. But he has 2 Chunin-level rogue ninjas under his command. Contrary to expectations, this underworld boss had a very friendly appearance, much like the neighborly old man. As for combat ability, compared to the 2 Chunin, this Moriuchi boss indeed had none when it came to fighting ability against his regular underlings. This commission was indeed very down-to-earth, so much so that it seemed more suitable for the regular task assignments of various ninja villages. This commission was somewhat different. A voice interrupted Aoki's thoughts. Looking up, he saw the middle-aged man in the white coat standing beside him. The man who had been carrying the burlap sack had vanished, likely having received satisfactory payment. The middle-aged man smiled at Aoki and continued to explain the target person has very close ties with the upper echelons of Hot Water Village, so assassination missions related to him will not appear on the mainstream ninja village commission lists. Otherwise his bounty would not be at this level of 2 million ryo. Aoki nodded. Taking on this task meant risking offending the upper echelons of Hot Water Village, as well as the possibility of changes during the mission, making this price much more reasonable. Boss, I want to take on the assassination commission for Hitaki Kakashi. One person shouted at the middle-aged man, his voice filled with a hint of madness. No problem, I wish you success. The middle-aged man smiled as he took out a notebook to jot down some notes. The man nodded vigorously, filled with a frenzied energy, before turning to leave. Another fool blinded by the bounty. Aoki heard the boss let out a soft sigh. One after another, several others informed the boss of the commissions they wanted, and soon only Aoki and the boss remained in the exchange for gold. Guest, have you chosen the commission you wish to accept? The owner asked with a smile, adding, since it's your first time here, I suggest you not solely focus on the high reward, but rather choose a task that is within your capabilities. Oh, Qingmu looked at the owner oddly. Don't look at me like that, guest. The owner chuckled and said, "Everyone focuses on the high-paying commissions, but there are still small tasks that need to be done right." "That's true." Qingmu smiled, picked up a commission sheet, and said, "I'll choose this one." "Good." The owner smiled, and took out a notebook to record it. Qingmu nodded, taking the commission notice, and preparing to leave. "Wait, guest, before you go, please take this." The owner handed Qingmu a booklet with a smile. "Thank you." Qingmu smiled, and turned to leave. The hidden door closed again, perfectly blending with the wall of the public restroom, as if the exchange center he just visited never existed. As Qingmu walked outside, he flipped through the booklet given by the owner. This booklet is the industry guidelines of the exchange. There are quite a few rules. After reading it, Qingmu couldn't help but complain. Firstly, the exchange center stipulates that it is best to bring the target's corpse. A head is also acceptable, but the reward will be reduced by 20%. Secondly, the exchange center will not stop offering a bounty on the target until the corpse is acquired, meaning that the same commission can be accepted by multiple people simultaneously. Then what is the purpose of the exchange center recording the commissions accepted? This leads us to the third point: the exchange center only recognizes corpses, not people. Regardless of whether the commission was accepted before, as long as you bring the corpse, you can exchange it for a reward. However, those who do not register in advance will only receive 70% of the reward. In other words, the exchange center does not prohibit bounty hunters from taking underhanded actions against each other, but it does not encourage it either. However, Qingmu was more curious about why the exchange center emphasized the need to obtain a complete corpse. Even in the hidden village of the rain, it is usually sufficient to bring back a head after completing a task, as carrying a whole corpse can be inconvenient. The head, being the location of the brain, already holds significant intelligence value, unless the corpse serves another purpose. It seems that the depths of the exchange center may be even more complex than Qingmu imagined. Nevertheless, Qingmu was not particularly concerned. He simply happened upon the opportunity to visit the exchange center. Since he had crossed into the ninja world and encountered the mysterious exchange center, how could he not check in? As for why he accepted the commission, well, he's already here. Qingmu had considered higher-level commissions, as stronger targets would naturally provide more exchange points. However, he was only taking this commission as a side task, not intending to alter his plans to visit the hidden village of the rain. This commission happened to be on the way and did not conflict with Kingma's destination. He could earn some exchange points while also making some travel. Perfect. The commission Qingmu accepted was precisely that of Moriuchi Kazuo. Moriuchi Kazuo's location, Sakata Town, is in the land of hot water. Sakata Town not only has a thriving hot spring industry, but is also famous for its brewed sake in the land of hot water. No wonder someone is willing to pay 2 million ryo to assassinate him. He must have obstructed someone else's financial interests. Qingmu stroked his chin and set off immediately. In the land of hot water, Sakata Town, a well-known hot spring street, the once bustling streets now appeared quite desolate. The hot spring house, usually requiring a queue for bathing, was nearly empty, with only a few male guests coming and going. Occasionally, female tourists were seen on the road hurrying along, as if eager to leave the area. In contrast to the sparse tourists, Moriuchi's subordinates were bustling about on the streets. All of this stemmed from a disturbance that occurred earlier in the morning. "Damn Peeping Tom, if I catch him, I'll surely skin him alive." Takaguchi cursed in anger. "That guy is as slippery as an eel." Despite so many subordinates seeing him, we still couldn't catch him. Yosuke calmly analyzed. "That guy could be a ninja." "Exactly. But even if he is a chunin, he won't escape the righteous punishment of our brothers." Takaguchi's fists cracked ominously. "That is natural." Yosuke smiled arrogantly. The two of them were the chunin duo of the Moriuchi group. In Sakata Town, they were the pinnacle of combat power, having dealt with countless troubles for their boss Moriuchi Kazuo. A mere Peeping Tom, even if he is a ninja, should surrender before them. As for the strength of this Peeping Tom being above theirs. Stop fooling around. What kind of ninja with strength above chunin would waste time on something like peeping? "Boss, we have found the Peeping Tom's trail." Just then a subordinate came to report. "Did you see clearly?" "Where is he?" Takaguchi was overjoyed. "I saw him clearly. White long hair, red outer robe, and he is carrying a scroll." Takaguchi and Yosuke exchanged glances, their faces filled with unmistakable joy. "That's right, it's him." In Sakata Town, a certain izakaya. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and hormones, with flirtatious laughter ringing out. "Hee miss, don't just see my handsomeness. I'm also a super famous writer, hee." "Oh really? I just can't help but be captivated by the guest's handsomeness." Now the super famous writer must also bravely finish this drink right. "Come on." "Oh ho ho, of course, oh ho ho ho. Hey, lecherous sage." "Oh ho ho, lecherous sage." "Oh ho ho." Bang. Lecherous sage. The table in front of the three collapsed with a crash, scattering precious sake, worth tens of thousands of ryo everywhere. Naruto directly flipped the table. "Hey, Naruto, when did you arrive?" Jiraiya squinted, still not fully awake from the alcohol. "I've been here for a long time, damn lecherous sage." Naruto gritted his teeth, saying, "You told me to train alone while you went to gather intelligence, yet here you are hugging women and drinking. Well, gathering materials is also a form of intelligence gathering, haha." Jiraiya scratched his face, showing no signs of embarrassment. Stop joking around. Naruto angrily charged at Jiraiya, shouting in his face. How can you teach me the 3 ninja prohibitions like this? Oh. Naruto's saliva flew everywhere, causing 2 young ladies to scream and back away. Naruto's large face obviously caused serious discomfort for the young ladies. Hey pretty lady, don't go. Jiraiya's attempts to retain them were in vain, leaving him looking dejected, and he turned angrily to Naruto, who was equally unwilling to back down. Stare. Bang. Just as Jiraiya and Naruto were locked in a standoff, a loud crash suddenly came from outside. The izakaya's door was violently pushed open, and Takaguchi and Yosuke walked in side by side. Hey, it's you, the peeping Tom at the hot spring inn. The 2 men deftly produced their kunai, their eyes fixed fiercely on Zillai, the blades gleaming with a chilling light. Oh, pervy sage, you're peeping at the women's bath again. I was wondering why the whole street was empty. It's all because of you. Mingren pointed angrily at Zillai. Though there was no evidence, he knew it had to be Zillai's doing. Geez, I just wanted to gather some material and enjoy a good drink. Why is there so much trouble? Zillai sighed, faintly glanced at Longu and Shonjia, and said weakly, Mingren, these 2 are yours to handle. No way. Mingren bristled immediately. You caused this mess. Handle it yourself, you peeping freak. How can gathering material be called peeping? Zillai's face flushed red as he retorted with righteous indignation. Perhaps feeling that his authority as a master was being challenged, Zillai had no choice but to step forward. I was planning to test the results of your training. Well, this kind of situation really calls for the handsome Zillai to take the stage. Under Mingren's disdainful gaze, Zillai rapidly gathered chakra in his palms, and 2 small whirlwinds of chakra took shape instantly. Wind release, gale palm. Zillai instantly closed in on the 2 men, his palms thrusting straight toward their abdomens. Meanwhile, Longu and Shonjia, who had been preparing to form hand seals, were suddenly thrown into confusion upon hearing Zillai's self-introduction. Zillai? Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't that one of the 3 ninja of my village from next door? Then they looked at the large character oil on his forehead protector, the 2 red lines under his eyes, and his long white hair, it seemed. It really is him. Wait, there must be a mistake. Longu and Zionji's eyes suddenly cleared, and they waved their hands frantically. But it was too late. Boom. The 2 chakra whirlwinds slammed straight into them, sending them spinning into a stall outside, which was instantly smashed to pieces. Don't worry, I held back quite a bit. The 2 men's abdomens were bleeding profusely from the wind release, but they were indeed not in mortal danger. Zillai calmly walked over, bent down to frisk the 2, and soon had 2 wallets in his hands. Sorry boss, I damaged your stuff. Zillai smiled apologetically, tossed the 2 wallets to the stunned stall owner, and then said, I messed up your business and you interrupted my drinking. Let's call it even. Zillai casually dropped the remark and waved his hand. Mingren, let's go. Oh. Mingren responded cheerfully, as if he had completely forgotten his earlier Hey, pervy sage. What was that move just now? Is it like the Rasengan? I want to learn it. Mingren bounced. That's just an ordinary gale palm, a basic wind release technique. It's nowhere near as powerful as the Rasengan. If I weren't afraid of killing them. Why learn that? Zillai said indifferently. Oh. Upon hearing it was just a basic technique, Mingren lost interest, then remembered something else. Hey pervy sage. Stop peeping at the women's bath. Look at the trouble you've caused. Mingren pointed at Zillai angrily. I told you it's material gathering. Besides, I've already settled with them. Zillai retorted immediately. Settled my foot. Mingren shot back. That's right, we are far from even. A calm voice rang out, and the crowd on the street was taken aback. A burly middle-aged man slowly walked over, wearing a purple kimono and wooden clogs that clacked with each step. Longu and Shonjia called out the man's name in disbelief, a warmth surging in their hearts. Boss, that man is Zillai, one of the 3 ninja of my. Danger. Get back, boss. Despite their injuries, the 2 insisted on chasing after Sunjing Ifu, but he ignored them and walked steadily. What advice do you have for me, boss Sunjing? Zillai gazed at Sunjing Ifu with a faint smile. I wouldn't presume to give advice. Sunjing Ifu stopped, his tone calm but forceful. My subordinates disturbed your enjoyment of drinking. How could we simply call it even? Oh, then how do you want to resolve it? Zillai asked with a smile, as if everyone knew Sunjing Ifu was being sarcastic. He, of course, by giving you a warm reception. Sunjing Yifu's voice suddenly became enthusiastic, and his face broke into a brilliant smile. Ladies, come out. As Sunjing Ifu clapped, beautiful young women appeared, as if springing from the ground, surrounding Zillai, with bright smiles and voices like silver bells. Handsome, stay for a drink. It's rare to meet such a heroic gentleman. Huh, what? Ooh, sure. Zillai's face instantly flushed, his eyes turned into hearts, and he followed the girls back into the izakaya, leaving the entire street stunned. Damn it, pervy sage left me alone again. Mingren roared angrily. Hee miss, don't be so impatient. Ahaha, Sanjingson sure is witty. Night gradually fell. Under the assault of fine wine, beautiful women, and flattery, Zillai slowly began to call Sanjing Ifu his brother. After several rounds of drinks, Zillai's laughter grew louder, but his eyelids grew heavier. Senjing Ifu waved his hand, and the accompanying ladies tactfully withdrew. He quietly watched Zillai, who seemed to be dozing off as he gathered his words. Several times Senjing Ifu tried to speak, but forced himself to stop. If you don't say it soon, I'll be leaving. A deep voice rang out as Zillai spoke with a teasing look showing no signs of being drunk. Senjing Ifu seemed relieved and smiled. I apologize, I was worried about disturbing your rest. It's nothing. Zillai propped his head on his hand. Speak, Senjingsen. I doubt you'd treat me so well just to apologize. Although Zillai kept insisting on material gathering, he was well aware that with the way he had ruined the business of the entire Hot Spring Street today, it would be strange if no one hated him. As a Yakuza boss with little connection to the shinobi world, Sunjing Yifu's warm reception of Zillai surely meant he had a request. Yes. Then I'll speak directly. Sunjing Ifu bowed. It all started when this Hot Spring Street was built. As Sunjing was recounting to Zillai, a figure named Qingmu quietly appeared outside the izakaya. The night fell quickly. In order not to miss the last accommodation, Qingmu hurried and finally arrived at Jotian town before the city gate closed. The sky had completely darkened and the streets were lit by dim streetlights. First he needed to find a place to eat and also find a place to stay. Qingmu was not in a hurry as his target was in Jotian town and wouldn't run away. As he passed by an izakaya, a conversation caught his attention. Damn, how could Boss Moritake treat him like this? Yes, even if the other party is. We are still too weak. Exactly too weak. Weak to the point where we can't uphold Boss Moritake's dignity or solve his troubles. Two big men leaned against the wall of the izakaya, each pouring a bottle of alcohol into their mouths, without any image. Moritake. Boss. Qingmu felt a surge of joy. It seemed effortless. From their conversation, it appeared that Moritake Ichifu had found stronger ninjas to help deal with some trouble. Perhaps the trouble Moritake wanted to solve was the bounty on him. And these two disheartened men were likely too tuned in by Moritake. Qingmu became interested. I wonder what kind of expert Moritake would hire. That could be a point for exchange. Qingmu sensed that within the izakaya there was a red spiritual thread and a white spiritual thread. Unsurprisingly, the white one was Moritake, and the red one should be the expert Moritake had invited. A radiant smile blossomed on Qingmu's face. It was a perfect opportunity, saving him the trouble of searching. He should seize the moment to get the job done. Qingmu couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth as he walked quickly over. Are you the people from the Moritake group? Yes. What is it? Takaguchi, feeling a bit tipsy, looked up and saw a boy with an exceptionally bright smile. That's good to hear. Qingmu's smile grew even more intense as he slowly drew out his Zanpakutō. Who are you? Qingmu's action of drawing the sword instantly alerted Takaguchi, who quickly pulled out a kunai, while kicking Yosuke. Yosuke, wake up and get to work. Who are you? Qingmu smiled menacingly. I am the one commissioned to take your boss life. What? Takaguchi and Yosuke gritted their teeth and exchanged glances before rushing forward together. Die, brat. In short, the Yamaguchi group bullies the weak and commits all sorts of evil. If they succeed, Jotian town will surely suffer. Moritake Ichifu earnestly pleaded with Jiraiya. I hope Lord Jiraiya can lend a helping hand to assist the Moritake group and help Jotian town through this crisis. Huh. Jiraiya took a deep breath, releasing a satisfying sigh. As for Moritake Ichifu's words, he didn't believe a single punctuation mark. In his eyes, the Yamaguchi group was a thoroughly evil faction, while Moritake Ichifu was a pure lotus flower untouched. Now Moritake Ichifu, this white lotus flower, being threatened by a bounty from the Yamaguchi group, meant that the Yamaguchi group intended to dominate Jotian town with their evil deeds. Lord Jiraiya, I still ask for your help. Moritake Ichifu forced out 2 drops of tears, looking quite pitiful. Put those tears away, Moritake-san. Jiraiya interrupted Moritake Ichifu's spellcasting with a playful expression. Moritake-san, can you stand in Jotian town because you forced the Yamaguchi group to issue a bounty on you, relying solely on your righteousness? Moritake Ichifu's expression froze. Moritake-san must be very closely related to a high-ranking ninja village, otherwise an assassination mission targeting someone like you wouldn't even appear on the underground bounty list. Likewise, the Yamaguchi group should be the same, otherwise Moritake-san wouldn't need to beg me here, right? Jiraiya squinted his eyes, a faint smile on his face, as if he could see right through Moritake Ichifu. Currently the ninja world is in a period of peace, and the major ninja villages will not openly accept commissions to assassinate personnel from other villages, although the Umbu is a difference. And someone like Moritake Ichifu, a big boss of the underworld, clearly lacks the weight to make it onto the Umbu's assassination list, so the Yamaguchi group can only issue bounties in the underground world. With Jiraiya's rich experience, he had already seen through Moritake Ichifu's little tricks. This is indeed. Moritake Ichifu let out a wry smile, a drop of cold sweat trickling down unnoticed. The truth was indeed as Jiraiya predicted. The Moritake group and the Yamaguchi group could not do anything to each other on the surface, which led to the Yamaguchi group issuing a bounty on Moritake Ichifu, and Moritake Ichifu seeking help from Jiraiya. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Moritakesan. Jiraiya waved his hand generously. When the weak encounter threats, seeking help from the strong is an instinct, isn't it? Then, Moritake Ishifu's eyes sparkled. What was he thinking? Jiraiya impatiently said, although I appreciate your hospitality, I am under no obligation to save you. I am the most outstanding ninja. So at least help me intimidate. Moritake Ichifu spoke with difficulty. Jiraiya stretched out a hand, his expression serious. Money. Moritake Ichifu forced himself to maintain his composure, took a deep breath, and bowed. I apologize for my... I should have thought of that. The other party is a ninja who exchanges tasks for rewards, even the legendary Sannin of Konoha. No wonder, Jiraiya said, he is the most outstanding ninja. Moritake Ichifu didn't have any thoughts of tricking Jiraiya into working for free. With a single act of hospitality, he simply wanted to build a good relationship with Jiraiya to facilitate Jiraiya's acceptance of his commission. With the status of the Sannin of Konoha, wouldn't it seem too blunt to talk about money right from the start? Now it seemed that Moritake Ichifu was still too naive. Lord Jiraiya, if you can help me take down the leader of the Yamaguchi group, Yamaguchi Tomokazu, I am willing to offer 1 million ryo as a reward. Moritake Ichifu said cautiously. 1 million ryo was already the top reward for an A-ranked mission. Even if the other party had ninja protection, this price was still quite good. The ninjas around Yamaguchi Tomokazu shouldn't be stronger than those on Moritake's side, otherwise the Yamaguchi group would have come knocking at the door directly. That works. Jiraiya nodded, about to agree, when suddenly his expression changed. Is there something wrong, Lord Jiraiya? Moritake Ichifu asked cautiously. Hey Moritakesan, are your 2 ninja subordinates outside? Whoosh. Facing the charging Takaguchi and Yosuke, Chingmu instantly appeared behind the two. Then he swung his sword in a slash followed by another flick. The two men's figures stiffened for a moment, then blood gushed out like a fountain as their bodies fell simultaneously. Defeated 2 enemies, exchange points 168. You want to kill me? You are still too weak. Chingmu said indifferently with the blade resting against Takaguchi's neck. I didn't harm your vital points, but if you don't cooperate it won't be good. Tell me, where is Moritake Ichifu? Huh, you wish. Longu cursed angrily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chingmu was not angry. He had precisely captured the fleeting moment of panic on Longu's face. Now Chingmu was completely certain that Sanjin Kazuo was inside the izakaya, right in front of him. Thank you. Chingmu smiled wickedly, ignoring the 2 men on the ground, and opened the izakaya's door. Kazuo Sanjin, I accept the bounty of 2 million taels for your head. Hey Kazuo-san, don't your 2 ninja subordinates wait outside? Yes. Lord Jiraiya, is there a problem? Kazuo Sanjin asked, puzzled. Nothing. Jiraiya took a sip of his drink, and stood up saying, I just smelled blood. The smell of blood. Kazuo Sanjin's face instantly filled with terror. Don't worry, I won't ignore you. Jiraiya said with a chuckle. Bang. Before he finished speaking, a loud crash resounded, and the izakaya's door was shattered. Kazuo Sanjin, I accept the bounty of 2 million taels for your head. Chingmu shouted with great momentum, turning his head to see his target for this mission, along with a rather familiar figure. White long hair, a red outer robe, and a forehead protector emblazoned with a large character for oil. Chingmu paused. This person resembled Jiraiya. Sorry for the intrusion. Chingmu maintained his posture facing Jiraiya, and slowly backed away, one hand gripping his Zanpakutō while the other hand had already reached for the door he had kicked down. Wait, kid. Chingmu suddenly froze. Jiraiya slowly approached, gazing at Chingmu with a hint of amusement in his eye. Kid, what did you say the bounty for the head was again? 2 million taels. Oh. Jiraiya exclaimed. Kazuo, your head is worth quite a bit. Kazuo Sanjin felt a tightness in his chest. You must be joking, Lord Jiraiya. Then gritting his teeth, he said, Lord Jiraiya, I am willing to offer 3 million taels as a reward for your help. Now that's more like it. Jiraiya smiled in satisfaction, then added, kid, you should know your head is worth quite a lot now too. Entering the bounty hunter business, you must have prepared for this, right? Jiraiya's gaze became indifferent, and chakra began to get. In the blink of an eye, this mass of chakra swirled like a small typhoon, forming a deep blue chakra sphere. Rasengan. Jiraiya shouted, activating the body flicker technique, and he was almost right in front of Chingmu, smashing forward. Boom. Jiraiya's palm struck the doorframe, instantly shattering the wall. Quite impressive. Looking at Chingmu, standing on the street, Jiraiya smiled faintly. A bead of cold sweat dripped down Chingmu's temple, his heart racing uncontrollably. If it weren't for his instinctively activating the body flicker, just now he might have been dead. Breaking path now. 31, Crimson Fire Cannon. Chingmu flipped his palm, and a massive fireball instantly formed, shooting toward. Meanwhile, Chingmu used the body flicker, continuously rapidly fleeing in the direction he had come from. With Chingmu's current strength, he could handle an elite jonin like Kazuo, but Jiraiya? Better not. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya slapped the ground, and a wall of earth rose up, intercepting the Crimson Fire Cannon just in time. I would be heartbroken if such a well-serving izakaya were destroyed. Jiraiya leaped onto the earthen wall, glanced at Ching-Mu, who had already fled into the distance, and immediately activated the body flicker technique. Whoosh, whoosh. As Ching-Mu fled, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air beside him, and hurriedly increased his chi output for the body flicker, not daring to stop for a moment. The next second a voice sounded behind him. "Hey young man, do you think you can escape so easily? Aren't you underestimating me?" Ching-Mu turned to look, and saw a violent blaze shooting directly toward him. Fire release fireball. Breaking path no. 31, Crimson Fire Cannon. Ching-Mu dared not slack off, and immediately returned to Crimson Fire Cannon. The two flames collided midair, exploding into a massive fireball. Using the flames to obscure his vision, Ching-Mu activated the body flicker once more, and charged forward. Just 1 second later, Jiraiya's voice rang out again. "Kid, your body flicker technique is quite good, but it still falls a little short." This time the voice did not come from behind him, but was right beside his ear. He caught up. Ching-Mu clenched his teeth, the corner of his eye already seeing a deep blue chakra sphere rapidly taking shape. "Leave it to me, kid. Rasengan. Binding path no. 30, Beak Flash." The two shouted simultaneously, and 3 bird beak-shaped beams swiftly shot towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya's mastery of the body flicker technique surpassed Ching-Mu's imagination. It was difficult to escape solely using the body flicker. He could only use binding path to restrict his movements. Furthermore, at this extremely close distance, unless Jiraiya could use space-time ninjutsu, he couldn't possibly avoid the binding path. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sealing technique. Jiraiya was intrigued, but his movements did not falter. He certainly did not want to be hit by this strange ninjutsu. As Jiraiya mobilized all his chakra, the Rasengan in his palm instantly expanded, and the massive chakra immediately enveloped the 3 incoming beams of light. Great Ball Rasengan. The beams of Beak Flash instantly dissipated beneath the highly condensed chakra of the Rasengan, transforming into specks of golden light. The unrelenting Great Ball Rasengan continued on its predetermined trajectory, crashing down straight. Boom. Ching-Mu looked back with lingering fear, watching as several sturdy trees turned to nothing, leaving behind a deep pit. Had it not been for his timely use of the body flicker to escape, right after using the binding path, Ching-Mu would have surely been. "Lord Jiraiya, we seem to have no grudges against each other, right? Why pursue me so relentlessly?" Ching-Mu shrugged helplessly. In terms of speed, it was difficult for him to shake off Jiraiya, so he might as well try to persuade him. "Hey, you've recognized me after all." Jiraiya showed a hint of pride, but from his slightly panting appearance, it was clear that this continuous pursuit and ninjutsu release was not entirely effortless. "Of course. A heroic figure like you, who wouldn't yearn for it in the ninja world?" Ching-Mu suppressed his nausea and flattered, "With such heroism, why must you make things difficult for a small fry like me? He being able to hold out against my pursuit for this long, you're hardly a small fry." Jiraiya smiled faintly. "Besides, your head is worth 3 million taels, ha." In fact, aside from the commission reward, what was most important was that Jiraiya had just boasted to Kazuo Sunjing, if he couldn't even take down Ching-Mu, wouldn't he lose face? "In any case, if you want to persuade me to let you go, you can forget that thought altogether," Jiraiya said seriously. "So there's no room for negotiation." A chill swept over Aoki's face. Kid, why don't you just surrender?" Jiraiya approached with a grin. "Let me hand you over to old man Senju. Don't worry, with my good words you probably won't lose your life. Look up Wabasuk. Spiraling Sphere." Without a second thought, Aoki initiated his release. He would never willingly hand over his fate to another. Likewise, Jiraiya's so-called words of persuasion were merely nonsense to deceive Aoki, and almost simultaneously Jiraiya's spiraling sphere was fully formed. Bang! The spiraling sphere collided forcefully with Wabasuk chakra spilling and sparks flying. Aoki gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat an inch. "Kid, your sword is not bad." Observing the stalemate, Jiraiya couldn't help but admire. This was the first time he had seen a sword capable of holding its ground against the spiraling sphere. Enough with the nonsense. As the spiraling sphere and Wabasuk continued to wear each other down, seeing the chakra of the spiraling sphere dwindle, Aoki immediately summoned all his spiritual energy to temporarily push Jiraiya back. At the same time, Aoki extended a finger with one hand. Hado number 4, White Lightning. Weather ninjutsu, or Kido techniques representing thunder, are often the fastest. Ninjutsu Needle of the Earth God. Jiraiya lowered his body, his white hair rapidly extending and hardening, instantly wrapping around him, resembling a hedgehog from afar. The incredibly swift white lightning was deflected upon striking this layer of armor, as if light was rebounding off a mirror. Just as Aoki was about to act, he saw Jiraiya suddenly vanish. Without time to think further, Aoki turned and swung Wabasuk. Bang! Wabasuk crashed violently into the spiraling sphere, and in a critical moment Jiraiya completed a body flicker technique combined with the spiraling sphere, almost succeeding in a surprise attack. Aoki couldn't help but want to mock. Was this Jiraiya or the Golden Flash? Little did he know it was his initial display of superb speed that prompted Jiraiya to exert himself with the body flicker technique. Otherwise, Jiraiya feared that if he let his guard down, Aoki would escape. Especially during this period of confrontation, Aoki had already ignited Jiraiya's competitive spirit. Now Jiraiya's mindset had shifted from simply earning a reward to wanting to measure up against Aoki. A simple spiraling sphere was insufficient to quickly take Aoki down. Jiraiya decided to exert more strength. Lion's mane technique. Jiraiya's long hair suddenly exploded upward rapidly, extending more magnificent than a lion's mane and harder than the previous needle of the earth god. A mass of hair swiftly lunged at Aoki, who had both hands gripping his sword, utterly incapable of countering. Hado number 4, White Lightning. In a moment of desperation, Aoki barely extended a finger, not caring about accuracy, and shot a blast toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya forcefully pushed the spiraling sphere forward, while hurriedly sidestepping his long hair, rushing in to intercept the White Lightning. Whoosh! The White Lightning ultimately struck Jiraiya's side, severing a thick strand of his hardened hair. The next second, Jiraiya shook his head and his dense hair lunged at Aoki again, more ferociously and densely than before. The densely packed hair, each strand as sharp as a steel needle, completely sealed off all of Aoki's angles, while the sporadic hair projectiles shot in from every direction. If possible, Aoki truly wished to unleash a red fire cannon to shave Jiraiya's head, but in reality, he was now unable to even raise a finger to release the White Lightning. Such an intense barrage left Aoki utterly overwhelmed, hands gripping Wabasuk as he barely managed to fend off the relentless onslaught. Seeing this, Jiraiya revealed a hint of satisfaction. The spiraling sphere in his hand long dissipated. He even felt that he might have overreacted earlier. Kid, my promise to you about surrender still stands, Jiraiya chuckled, yet his assault never ceased. Stop the chit-chat. Aoki struggled to hold off the continuous onslaught. Every strand of Jiraiya's hair was as hard as steel, and Wabasuk struggled to cut through. The hair pressed on relentlessly, and it seemed like Aoki would be completely surrounded. Yet Aoki showed no sign of panic, continuously swinging Wabasuk to cut at the incoming hair, until Jiraiya's assault gradually slowed down. There even appeared gaps in Aoki's encirclement. Jiraiya felt puzzled. He sensed his hair suddenly becoming heavy, but thought little of it, assuming it was due to prolonged combat and chakra depletion. Give up, kid, Jiraiya shouted, immediately increasing his chakra output. You should be the one to give up, Lord Jiraiya. Aoki chuckled lightly, effortlessly dodging the hair attack, and swung his sword again. Why has your speed suddenly increased? Wait. After exchanging several blows with Aoki, Jiraiya finally noticed the anomaly. It wasn't that Aoki's speed had increased, but rather Jiraiya's hair had become so heavy that Jiraiya's neck could barely withstand it. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya was taken aback, trying to soften and retract his hair, but the once nimble strands felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, making it extremely difficult to pull back. Give up, Lord Jiraiya. Aoki swung Wabasuk and struck a few more times, and Jiraiya finally could no longer hold on. Boom. Jiraiya crashed heavily to the ground, unable to get up, his face pressed hard against the ground by his hair. Congratulations, Lord Jiraiya. You are the first man who has been weighed down by his own hair to the point of not being able to lift his head. Kid, there's definitely something odd about that sword of yours. Jiraiya shouted in anger. Indeed. If it weren't for Lord Jiraiya insisting on battling me with his hair, I truly wouldn't stand much of a chance. Aoki's eyes curved into crescents, his mood remarkably pleasant. It's not easy to make Jiraiya suffer a setback. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. Kid, don't underestimate me, the Toad Sage. Jiraiya, unable to yield his pride, subtly made a move with his hands while pinned down. Spare me, Lord Jiraiya. I'm giving up on the commission from Shinju Kazuma. Jiraiya's movements did not escape Aoki's eyes. He immediately distanced himself from Jiraiya. Uchiha Itachi was like this, and so was Jiraiya. Must it always come to life and death? Aoki did not wish to clash with Jiraiya over 2 million Ryo, regardless of the summoning beasts of Myaboku Mountain or Sage Mode. It would be enough trouble for him. Even if Aoki could actually take advantage of the moment to kill Jiraiya, he couldn't forget that wherever Jiraiya was, Naruto would definitely be there as well. Although they had fought for a long time without seeing Mingren appear, if Mingren saw the pervy sage die, the Nine Tails would inevitably go berserk on the spot. That was not something Xingmu could. Continuing to fight would only lead to death. Xingmu had no choice but to do as he did when battling Yuzhibo before. Quit while he was ahead. Had he given up? Zillai was surprised, but his movements did not stop. Zillai was now pinned to the ground by his heavy hair, a posture perfect for decapitation. In the same situation, Zillai himself could not resist such a temptation. Of course, Zillai vowed that if Xingmu dared to approach, he would show Xingmu what it meant to be the Toad Sage. That's right, Xingmu said with a shrug. Didn't I say we have no grievance? Also, I don't want to stir up trouble with such a big nuisance like mine. Xingmu smiled, turned, and left without any hesitation. At that moment, the system notification he had been waiting for finally sounded. Defeated 1 enemy, exchange points 3,169. The system's judgment was indeed different. Although Zillai was still capable of fighting if the battle ended here, it counted as defeating him. Zillai's exchange points were nearly 200 more than Yuzhibo's. Another great harvest. While Xingmu was excited, Zillai was questioning his life. I, the great toad sage Zilai, was spared by the demigod in my youth, and now I've been let off again. Suddenly Zilai remembered something. Young man, wait. What's wrong? My hair. How do I undo this? Zilai pointed at his head and asked. In theory, the effect will gradually fade over time, but I'm not sure how long it will take. How about you try shaving your head? Shave. Zilai's face instantly turned as black as a pot bottom. Kid, do you know how long it took me to grow this beautiful hair this long? That's not my problem. Xingmu shrugged. I didn't come looking for a fight. If you can't bear to shave, just lie on the ground. Maybe the effect will wear off in a year or two. A year or two. Zilai's face grew even darker. He continued lying on the ground. Wouldn't the dignity of the toad sage be completely lost? You decide for yourself. I'm leaving. Xingmu waved his hand. Also, my name is Xingmu, stop calling me kid. Got it. Xingmu left. Watching his receding figure, Zilai felt a little regret. Suddenly Zilai had an urge to sit down with Xingmu and have a drink together. It's impossible for now that the other party wouldn't let down his guard so quickly. But now that he was traveling the ninja world with Mingren, maybe they would meet again someday. Zilai was daydreaming when a familiar voice came. Pervy sage, are you drunk? At some point Mingren was crouching beside Zilai, squinting. After being heartlessly abandoned by the roadside by Zilai, Mingren had to run to the forest outside the town to train, venting his full resentment on the trees. Only after hearing the commotion from the town did Mingren return. Pervy sage. Pervy sage. Seeing no response from Zilai, Mingren somehow got a short stick and poked Zilai repeatedly, as if checking if he was still alive. Stop messing around. Zilai waved his hand in annoyance. You're still alive. Spit, spit, spit. You're awake, pervy sage. Mingren grinned foolishly. Hey pervy sage, since you're awake, why are you lying here? Is there gold on the ground? You think I enjoy lying here? Zilai said grumpily. Zilai had already withdrawn his wild lion's mane technique, and his hair had returned to normal, but the weight remained the same. With the slightest movement, the hair pulled painfully at his scalp, as if about to tear it off. Hey Mingren, do me a favor. Zilai felt he couldn't wait any longer. Soon ordinary people would come, and then his toad sage style would be completely. Mingren, help me cut off my hair. Zilai finally made up his mind. Huh, why? Don't ask, hurry up. Oh, Mingren responded sullenly, took out a kunai, and was about to lift Zilai's hair. Hey pervy sage, your hair is... Mingren exclaimed in wonder. With his strength, he couldn't even lift a lock of Zilai's hair. Now you know why I'm lying here. Zilai groaned helplessly. If you can't lift it, just press the kunai against the hair, and saw it. Oh, Mingren did as told. Aside from the weight, Zilai's hair was normal, and soon Mingren sawed it off with the kunai. Finally done. Zilai sat up, touched his head, and let out a heavy sigh. Because the barber's skill was really poor, Zilai's shortened hair was uneven, looking like it had been chewed by a dog. Although there were still strands of varying lengths on his head, and the weight hadn't returned after being cut, so short it no longer affected his movements. Hey pervy sage, I did a good job, didn't I? Mingren grinned, his eyes sparkling. Shut up. Zilai's mouth twitched, and he walked away with a sour face. Pervy sage, it's already late, where are you going? Mingren, unconcerned, followed Zilai and asked. To settle a score. Zilai walked toward the direction of the Yamaguchi-gumi with a dark aura. If it weren't for this incident, he wouldn't have run into that weird guy Xingmu. Tonight, it seemed someone was going to be in trouble. Xingmu left Jiutian town and ran another dozen li before stopping. Although Xingmu was willing to trust Zilai's character when it came to his own life, he decided to play it safe. He randomly picked a comfortable-looking branch, leaped up, and made do for the night. The next day, Xingmu took a different route and continued toward Tangyin village. On the way, he did another round of stat allocation. The battle with Zilai was intense, and Kingmus' various skills had accumulated some proficiency. Among them, slashing art increased the most by 189 points, flash step was next by 112 points, hand-to-hand only increased by single digits, and healing path had no change. The biggest gain was in exchange points, including the points accumulated before. There were a full 3,722 points. Xingmu first invested 3,000 points into spiritual pressure, officially raising it to level 8 spiritual pressure. Before reaching level 3 spiritual pressure, which allows Bankai, raising the spiritual pressure level would be the top priority. As for the remaining 722 points, Xingmu poured them all into flash step. Originally, Xingmu thought that mastering the instant step to a high level would make him invincible, or at least rarely encounter an opponent. Little did he expect to be caught up by Jiraiya using the body flicker technique. Although Jiraiya can be considered a powerful figure among the shadows, he is not particularly skilled in the body flicker technique. Xingmu naturally felt a strong sense of urgency. In the world of martial arts, one must first master the skill of fleeing. After investing points into the instant step, although the level did not increase, the substantial boost in proficiency provided Xingmu with a different experience. It felt as if he had become much lighter. If Jiraiya still wanted to rely on the body flicker technique to catch him, it wouldn't be that easy. After some operations, Kingmus exchange points became now Kingmus attributes were as follows: Host Xingmu spiritual, might level 8 Zanpakutō Wabasuk skills, slashing technique advanced, 189, 2000, instant step advanced 834, 2000, physical attack advanced 62,000, return to Dao intermediate 124, 1000, binding technique no. 18 mist binding technique no. 30 mouth thrust 3 flashes binding technique no. 39 circular fan destruction technique no. 4 white thunder destruction technique no. 31 red fire cannon exchange points 0. After adding points, Qingmu felt his strength had increased significantly. Not daring to provoke Jiraiya, but if he encounters Dilu again, defeating him will be much easier. This made Qingmu more confident about the upcoming trip to Hidden Hot Springs Village. Hidden Hot Springs Village, a renowned peaceful ninja village in the ninja world. As a ninja village, its primary source of income is not from the daimyo's funding, nor from mission commissions, but rather from tourism. Hidden Hot Springs Village boasts the largest and best hot springs in the entire land of hot water, attracting a steady stream of visitors, and the resulting customs and casinos bring substantial income to the village. However, as a ninja village, it naturally maintains a basic level of vigilance. Setting up hidden sentries and patrols around the outskirts of the village is a basic operation. However, after the Third Great Ninja War, the ninja world has been at peace for over a decade, and the ninjas of Hidden Hot Springs Village have naturally lost their necessary vigilance. Just like the 3 hot spring ninjas who were knocked out by Qingmu at this moment. Defeating 3 enemies granted 175 exchange points. From the exchange points, these 3 had reached the Chunin level, but perhaps due to prolonged comfort, they had long lost their required vigilance. As a result, they were easily defeated by Qingmu. Had he not intentionally held back, these 3 wouldn't have been able to send out any alarm signals. After taking their valuables, Qingmu leapt to a tree and waited quietly. Qingmu intentionally let the 3 release a signal, all to bait enemies. After all, Hidden Hot Springs Village is a ninja village, and Qingmu dared not make a loud entrance. Baiting is a good strategy. The number of enemies encountered won't be too many, and even if facing a strong opponent, he can retreat calmly. Before long, a team of Chunin came over to investigate. It appeared to be a patrol team from the nearby area. This team was quickly subdued by Qingmu, who again waited for them to release a signal before taking the spoils. Defeating 3 enemies granted 156 exchange points. The 2 signals sent out consecutively from the same area finally attracted Hidden Hot Springs Village's attention. Soon 2 Chunin teams and 1 Jonin team arrived. And then they continued to contribute exchange points to Qingmu. Defeated 7 enemies, exchanged points 738. The next wave should be the Jonin. Qingmu thought happily while slightly changing his position. The new position not only allowed him to monitor the earlier battle area, but also facilitated better ambush opportunities. The atmosphere in Hidden Hot Springs Village should be quite good. The first thing the arriving hot spring ninjas did was prioritize checking on their comrades knocked out by Qingmu. Then they were taken down by Qingmu. Qingmu waited quietly for a while, and then sensed 3 red spiritual threads appearing in the distance. However, calling them red, even without mentioning Jiraiya, the color was still inferior to Dilu. They were only marginally stronger than the wind demon spiders. Is this the level of Hidden Hot Springs Jonin? Qingmu muttered to himself, feeling somewhat disappointed. Soon one of the Jonin broke away from the group and headed towards the battlefield. The other 2 stopped not far away. As Qingmu showed a glint of excitement, waiting for this Jonin to come into view before launching his attack. Swish, swish. Qingmu could already faintly hear the sound of the Hidden Hot Springs Jonin moving through the forest as he slowly drew his Zanpakutō. Wind release, great breakthrough. The arriving Hidden Hot Springs Jonin suddenly stopped in his tracks, and then unleashed a ninjutsu. A powerful gale rushed towards Qingmu, instantly blocking most of his positions, and he quickly raised his hand, muttering, "Binding technique no. 39 circular fan." Boom! With a loud sound, Qingmu unscathed frowned as he dispersed the circular fan in his hand. This mere crank ninjutsu great breakthrough could not shake the defense of the circular fan. Qingmu completely withstood the onslaught of the great breakthrough, but the fierce wind still pushed him away. He was discovered. Qingmu's first reaction was this: among the 3 enemies, there must be a reconnaissance-type ninja. But before he could think further, a sharp shout came from not far away. Water release, water dragon bullet. It was the other 2 Hidden Hot Springs Jonin. Qingmu turned to look and saw a dragon-shaped large stream of water rapidly taking form, and damn it! Qingmu cursed inwardly, having lost the initiative. Truly, 1 step behind is equivalent to being overwhelmed. Qingmu immediately activated the instant step, attempting to dodge the water dragon bullet attack, but the massive volume of water still splashed onto him. At this moment, the area beneath his feet had turned into a water pool. Oh no! Since he had no chakra, Qingmu had never tried operations such as walking on water. Just now he attempted to use spiritual energy to achieve a similar effect to walking on water with chakra, and nearly fell into the water pool. Just as Qingmu was gradually getting familiar with the use of spiritual energy, another sharp shout followed. Lightning release. The remaining Hidden Hot Springs Jonin seized the opportunity, slapping his palm against the water surface, and several blue electric currents surged rapidly along the water towards Qingmu. Seeing this, Qingmu, who had just barely steadied himself on the water's surface, was alarmed and immediately prepared to activate the instant step. Wind release, air flow dance. Water release, water whip. The previous two hot spring ninjas wasted no time in launching their ninjutsu. Airflow dance was merely a basic drank wind ninjutsu, blowing two streams of wind from both hands to stir up dust and gravel on the ground. But while Qingmu was still unsteady, this became a deadly move against him. The water surface began to surge wildly due to the impact of airflow dance. Qingmu, who was straining to maintain his balance, naturally failed to activate the instant step. Then several water streams formed long whips that leapt out from the surface of the water beneath Qingmu's feet, wrapping tightly around his legs and continuously climbing up his body. Like a water python. To make matters worse, the lightning release followed right after. Ugh. Qingmu had fully absorbed all the electric currents from the thunder escape earthwalk. A buzzing sound rang in his ears, and his entire body surged with a violent tingling sensation accompanied by an indescribable pain. Every hair on his head stood on end from the electric shock, and his eyeballs involuntarily turned white. After a moment, as the electric current gradually dissipated, Qingmu weakly knelt in the water, emanating an unpleasant burnt smell. Huff. Huff. Qingmu gasped heavily this time. He had truly stumbled into a big pitfall. He had underestimated the situation far too much. 3 mere upper ninjas from second-rate ninja villages executed techniques, none exceeding crank, yet through their precise coordination, they had cornered him to this extent. Kid, honestly confess, who are you? 3 upper ninjas from Tangin appeared before Qingmu in unison. Attacking our Tangin ninjas time, and again you truly look down on Tangin village. Speak, what is your purpose? One Tangin upper ninja angrily interrogated, a kunai pressed against Qingmu's neck. Indeed, I had not taken you Tangin seriously before. Qingmu chuckled self-deprecatingly. However, I find that I was indeed gravely mistaken. Now you understand the power of Tangin, right? Just as the Tangin upper ninja revealed a smug grin, Qingmu interrupted with his next action. Therefore I won't make the same mistake again. Qingmu instantly unleashed his full spiritual pressure, a suffocating, indescribable heaviness suddenly weighing down on the hearts of the 3, while the water whips binding Qingmu instantly snapped. Whoosh! In the next moment, Qingmu activated his Shuanpa, his figure vanishing without a trace. Damn it, where did he go? The 3 Tangin ninjas yelled angrily, and the next second a clear voice rang out. Binding technique, no. 18 missed binding chains. Several chains of water shot forth from beneath the 3's feet, swiftly latching onto their bodies. Using the pond as leverage, the previously ethereal mist chains transformed into thicker and stronger water chains, catching the 3 off guard and binding them tightly. Feigning complexity. One person scoffed disdainfully, quickly coating his kunai with thick wind chakra and slashing at the chains, which immediately tore a large gap. Just a few more strikes, and breaking free from the chains would be merely a matter of time. Qingmu was not surprised by this. After all, it was only the 18th binding technique, so he couldn't expect too much. Of course, Qingmu was already prepared. Binding technique, no. 30 mouth flash. Qingmu chanted rapidly, and in less than a second, 3 mouth flashes formed and shot towards the 3 at high speed. The 3 stared wide-eyed at the incoming mouth flashes, realizing that these appeared to be a top-tier sealing technique that could not be allowed. However, since their bodies were already bound by the mist chains, the substitution technique, which must be executed before being hit, could no longer be utilized. Damn it. Water-style water chaos wave. Wind-style great breakthrough. Lightning-style lightning wave. The 3 could not sit back and wait for death. Taking advantage of their hands not yet being bound, they hastily unleashed their ninjutsu to defend. Qingmu smiled slightly. Such a level of ninjutsu would have no effect on mouth flash. Just as the Uchiha Itachi's great fireball technique could not block mouth flash, not all ninjutsu could shatter it like the Rasengan. Whoosh! As Qingmu anticipated, all 3 ninjutsu missed their targets, and mouth flash passed through the ninjutsu attacks without obstruction, instantly blasting the 3 away and pinning them firmly against a nearby tree. The 3 lay sprawled out, pinned down by mouth flash, utterly unable to fight back. Swish! Qingmu appeared next to the 3 in an instant, skillfully knocking them out and looting them. Defeated 3 enemies, exchange points 1185. After completing this, Qingmu first activated the healing technique to treat himself. Although Thunder Escape Earthwalk was merely a crank ninjutsu, its power was greatly enhanced by using water as a medium. Had it not been for Qingmu's body being modified by the system with a decent level of spiritual pressure, whether he could withstand this wave of electric therapy would be hard to say. Just like the great fireball technique, also a crank jutsu often mocked for its inability to hit, if one were truly struck, they would end up as nothing but charcoal. At the very least, after fully taking the Thunder Escape Earthwalk, Qingmu's muscle tissues and even internal organs had suffered considerable damage. It took a while for Qingmu to complete his healing. Then Qingmu opened the system. After several fishing sessions, his exchange points had accumulated to 2,254 points. Qingmu did not store the points again, but began to seriously examine himself. The battle against the three Tangyin upper ninjas made Qingmu realize the shortcomings he had at this stage. Not to mention underestimating the enemy, he still lacked many combat methods. When bound by the water whip, even if Qingmu could perform a substitution technique, he wouldn't have to watch helplessly as he received electric therapy. He needed to enhance his combat methods. Moreover, he was quite inexperienced in using spiritual energy. Since his previous battles had all been on land, Qingmu had subconsciously overlooked this issue. Climbing trees and walking on water are fundamental skills for a ninja. Just think of the Shinigami in the original work who could walk in the air using spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Qingmu decisively opened the system store to start purchasing. Skill book Empty Cicada for 800 exchange points bought. Skill book Binding Technique No. 58. Storm for 700 exchange points bought. Skill book Binding Technique No. 61. 6 Rods Light Prison for 700 exchange points bought. After purchasing everything, Qingmu opened his personal space and began to learn each one. After this round of purchases, Qingmu's previously unspent exchange points flowed away like water. Only 54 exchange points remained. He couldn't be bothered to store these points again and directly added them to Shuinpa. Through these rounds of battles, Qingmu's skill proficiencies have also risen somewhat, especially the healing technique, which increased by a full 35 points. Now Qingmu's attributes are as follows: Host Qingmu, Spiritual Pressure Level 8, Zanpakutō Wabasuk Skills, Slashing Technique Advanced, 196, 2000, Shuinpa Advanced, 892, 2000, White Hit Advanced, 132000, Healing Technique Intermediate, 159, 1000, Empty Cicada Binding Technique No. 18 Mist Binding Chains Binding Technique No. 30 Mouth Flash Binding Technique No. 39 Round Fan Binding Technique No. 61 6 Rods Light Prison Destruction Technique No. 4 White Lightning Destruction Technique No. 31 Red Fire Cannon Destruction Technique No. 58 Storm Exchange Points 0. After this exchange, although Qingmu did not directly improve his spiritual pressure, the diversification of his combat methods significantly enhanced his combat power. For instance, having the Empty Cicada as an advanced Shuinpa technique, its practicality far surpasses that of the substitution technique. Moreover, in terms of Kido, Qingmu has already gathered the water, lightning, fire, and wind attributes, allowing him to respond more freely to various elemental ninjutsu in the only regret Qingmu has is that there are no skill books for rapid spiritual energy usage in the system store. Likewise, there are no meditation skill books for quickly boosting spiritual pressure available for sale. Qingmu's long-practiced meditation perception of spirit meridians, and even the spiritual energy manipulation he had long overlooked, all felt like innate abilities bestowed upon a Shinigami by death itself. To refine these abilities and master his spiritual aura required nothing but relentless personal effort. Qingmu could only grope his way forward step by uncertain step. After all, Qingmu was merely an unorthodox Shinigami, never trained at the prestigious Soul Reaping Academy. Having finished his preparations, he strode toward the three Tokunobi. With an expanded arsenal of combat techniques, Qingmu now approached the upcoming fishing operation against the Tang village with renewed confidence. And this time, he would absolutely refrain from underestimating his foes. Even a lion hunting a hare commits its full strength. Qingmu retrieved a signal flare from one of the captives and launched it without hesitation. Ah, how utterly tedious. Fudan grumbled listlessly, seized a rusted iron shard, and slashed it deep across his forearm. Crimson blood erupted instantly. Indeed, the taste of fresh blood was unmatched. And that exquisite tingling pain. Kamaruji. Fudan greedily lapped at the blood streaming from his wounds, savoring it like a rare delicacy. Eyes closed in rapture, a long shuddering moan escaping his lips. Hey Fudan, what devilry are you up to now? A Tang village shinobi appeared, slamming his iron rod against the cell door with an angry clang. This was the Tang village prison, sequestered in the most remote corner of the village, invisible to passing travelers. Row upon row of iron-barred cells lined the corridor, yet most stood empty, granting Fudan the luxury of solitary confinement. Fudan, cease your grotesque antics. The leader granted you entry here as a chance to reflect deeply upon your transgressions. The warden warned sternly. Huh. Fudan opened his eyes with disgruntled defiance, his gaze blazing with savage fury. You dare question the almighty Jashin? Once I'm out, I'll kill you first. Out. The warden scoffed coldly. You'll walk free only when you become a decent man. TCH. You're a bastard, and so is this entire village. None of you grasp the sublime grandeur of Lord Jashin. O omnipotent eternal Lord Jashin, every torment I endure is your sacred gift. Soon I shall offer you a far more perfect sacrifice. Fudan cursed and prayed in equal measure. The warden merely shrugged helplessly, long since immunized against such ravings. Stay still, don't cause me trouble. The warden tossed over his shoulder as he turned to leave. Hey, wait. Fudan suddenly cut off his rant and called out. What is it? Where's Yano? Why hasn't he shown up today? Fudan asked, curiosity flickering in his tone. Fudan had long lost count of the days confined within these walls, and thus grown intimately acquainted with his fellow inmates, albeit through mutual vitriol and daily shouting matches. Yano Sachihai was the shinobi specially assigned by the village to conduct psychological counseling for Fudan. After all, his forbidden technique posed such grave complications that should he ever attain even a semblance of normalcy, he would become an unparalleled asset to the Tang village. Fudan harbored no bond, not even a shred of attachment, with Yano Sachihai, who dutifully visited each day to counsel him. Their exchanges were born purely of crushing boredom. Their daily verbal duels had become his sole source of amusement. Lord Yano. The warden stroked his chin thoughtfully. I heard an intruder challenged our village today, defeating several patrol squads. Lord Yano, along with Lords Aoyama and O'Hara, departed on the mission. Oh, if those three fools needed to join forces, he must be someone as magnificently handsome as myself. At news of the village's humiliation, Fudan wore an tch. With those three leading the charge, even the Reikage would stand unafraid. The warden declared resolutely, they are our Tang village's three legendary shinobi. Tch. Daring to compare themselves to the Reikage. Once I'm free, I'll slice them all down, one stroke per fool. Fudan rolled his eyes dismissively. You insolent brat. The warden retorted indignant, just wait. The three lords will surely capture that intruder and lock him right beside you. Truly. Fudan's eyes gleamed with sudden fervor. Such a fascinating fellow. I'd genuinely love to meet him. This wretched cell is turning me moldy. Creak. The prison gate swung open. The warden turned, and instantly stiffened, bowing low. Lord Leader. What brings you here? The visitor was none other than the Tang village leader himself, Senzin Ryukai. Senzin Ryukai grunted briefly, then strode briskly to Fudan's cell. Behind him marched over a dozen Tang shinobi, every one a jonin. SSS. The warden gasped involuntarily. Such a display was unprecedented. Excluding those deployed on missions, this represented the village's absolute peak. What on earth is happening? Executing Fudan. The warden glanced at him with faint pity. Meanwhile, Senzin Ryukai fixed Fudan with a stern, searching gaze, frowning deeply, then exhaling a long, heavy sigh. Fudan eyed the warden curiously, then turned his gaze upon Senzin Ryukai. What the hell are these two bastards staring at? Open it. Senzin Ryukai commanded, each word sharp and final. Yes, sir. The warden instinctively replied, then paused, bewildered. Open Fudan's cell. Senzin Ryukai repeated, his impatience unmistakable. Yes, sir. The warden hurried off to fetch the key. Senzin, you scheming bastard. What new mischief are you plotting? Fudan boldly scanned the leader from head to toe. You? A flash of anger crossed Senzin Ryukai's face, swiftly suppressed. His voice hardened. An intruder has breached our village. We require your strength. Now? Huh. Fudan arched an eyebrow, realization dawning. Surely not. Those vaunted three shinobi failed to subdue him. Watching Fudan's grin, wilder than an AK-47's recoil, Senzin Ryukai's expression soured like swallowing a fly. That is precisely the situation. Fudan, you apprehend the intruder, and your freedom is guaranteed. But upon release we shall establish 3 binding terms. I refuse. Fudan flopped onto the floor, legs crossed lazily. I'm perfectly content right here. A pulsing vein instantly bloomed on Senzin Ryukai's forehead. He clenched his jaw, forcing calm before snapping. Fudan, speak plainly. What exactly do you demand? Had the intruder's power not proven overwhelmingly formidable, Senzin Ryukai would never have sought Fudan out. He knew his own village's limits well. The only shinobi truly fit for battle were the 3 shinobi, and himself. Decades of pacifist doctrine had eroded the Tang village's martial prowess. Even its jonin paled in raw combat capability against those of the great shinobi villages. When the enemy overwhelmed 1 jonin and 2 chunin squads, Senzin Ryukai had already gauged the threat at its highest plausible level, dispatching all 3 shinobi accordingly. Yet, distress signals still came flooding in. Faced with such a formidable foe, Izumi Takashige swiftly assembled all the village's available jonin. Yet even this muster failed to instill full confidence in him, which explained his repeated tolerance of Haiden. What do I want? At Takashige's sharp demand, Haiden actually paused, genuinely pondering, before breaking into a wide, unsettling grin. Clang. Haiden lunged violently against the prison gate, his contorted face pressing nearly flush against Takashige's, eyes blazing with unbridled madness. What I want? To slaughter every single one of you, without discrimination. Ha ha. Damn it, madman. Takashige recoiled in shock, fury igniting in his voice. No one knew what dark rites the now eradicated Jashin cult had performed, but had Takashige possessed even one reliable method to kill Haiden, he would have executed him long ago. Yet if death was impossible, containment was not. Haiden's escalating frenzy finally hardened Takashige's resolve. If this unstable element could not serve him, it would be obliterated. Slice him apart. Chop him to pieces. Feed him to the dogs. He refused to believe Haiden could survive such annihilation. But first, the immediate threat, the intruder. Keep him locked down. Takashige tossed the order over his shoulder to the warden before hurrying away with his men. The warden watched their retreating figures, faintly catching the words, "I'll kill him the moment I return." "Huh, you're finished hiding." Once Takashige vanished, the warden turned gleefully toward the prisoner. "I heard it clearly. The chief said he'd slit your throat the second he came back." "I heard it too, but it won't happen. You fool." Leaning casually against the wall, Haydn shed his earlier frenzy calm and unruffled. "Humph, don't dream of it. People like you should die sooner rather than later," the warden sneered dismissively. "Because I hold Yuin Village's greatest secret." Haydn tilted his gaze upward, staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly indifferent. "Lived here for decades, and you claim there's some great secret. Ridiculous." The warden clearly didn't believe him. "Oh, then tell me, why has that despicable Takashige kept me alive so long?" Haydn shot him a contemptuous glance. "Do you truly think only hot springs lie beneath this village? Besides hot springs, what else could there possibly be?" Haydn's words stirred the warden's curiosity. Though he denied it aloud, his body instinctively edged closer to the cell bars. "Besides hot springs, there's this." With explosive speed, Haydn hurled himself forward, thrusting one hand through the iron bars, and seizing the warden's wrist in an iron grip. "Let go, you lunatic." Realizing too late he'd been tricked, the warden wrenched backward, only to find Haydn's grasp unyielding as steel. Suddenly the warden felt a hollow weight at his waist. Glancing down, he saw his key ring snatched away by Haydn. "Help! Someone help!" The warden screamed for aid. "Get lost." Haydn hurled him aside, then immediately fumbled with the keys. "Lucky. First try, and I'm blessed by Jashin himself." Haydn shrieked with exhilaration, kicking the cell door. This escape had played out countless times in Haydn's mind. Today's perfect opportunity. The village's forces depleted, demanded action now. "Stop, Haydn." Other wardens rushed in, only to see Haydn gripping the first warden's throat with crushing force. Gladly. With a bright, almost cheerful smile, Haydn tightened his grip, snapping the man's head downward in an instant. "As I promised, I'd kill you first the moment I stepped free." A sinister grin spread across Haydn's face. "You're insane, Haydn." Enraged, the wardens launched their assault. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Dozens of shuriken streaked toward him. Amid the swirling dust cloud, the wardens swallowed hard. "Did we get him?" Even as they spoke, a black blur shot forth from the smoke. Haydn himself. Not even a scratch. "Huh." Haydn plunged into the ranks, ignoring slashes and stabs alike, snatching up a kunai mid-lunge. "Ugh. Haydn, you'll pay for this. Yuin Village will never forgive you." Amid shrieks of agony, bloody slaughter erupted, and ended just as swiftly. Pathetic. All of them weaklings. Damn it. Standing knee-deep in crimson gore, Haydn spat a furious curse. Such pitiful offerings will surely disappoint Lord Jack. Trampling past severed limbs, Haydn rummaged haphazardly, and soon recovered his confiscated three-pronged scythe and telescoping spear. "Lord Jashin truly favors me, granting me his sacred weapons so swiftly. Ah, there must be someone worthy of sacrifice within the village. That's why he blesses me so richly. Yes, absolutely." "Huh." Chortling triumphantly, Haydn kicked open the prison gates and strode out boldly. "Has he arrived?" Aoki, perched silently atop a tree, eyes closed in quiet meditation, snapped them open. Through his spiritual sense, over a dozen crimson chakra pathways flared in the distance, one especially vivid and intense. "Has Yuin Village truly mobilized its entire elite force?" Aoki murmured in quiet awe. These approaching figures were undoubtedly Jonin, who, adding the four he'd already defeated, 20 elite shinobi now converged. A small village's absolute maximum short-term deployment. Clearly Yuin Village regarded Aoki, the intruder, with utmost gravity. "The pressure is considerable, but precisely what I desired." Aoki smiled confidently and advanced toward the oncoming force. Too many opponents for the previous battlefield. Hayato, location. Takashige led the formation, glancing back only once. One target, 11 o'clock, 800 meters, concealed. Hayato's nostrils twitched faintly, then delivered the answer instantly. "Excellent. You and Takuma are Yuin's twin pillars." Takashige praised without reserve. "Yes, sir." Hayato inwardly sighed. Twin pillars. He merely wielded his clan's inherited scent-based technique, useful only for reconnaissance and early warning. Unlike his elder brother Takuma, who mastered both the same bloodline art and possessed exceptional wind-nature affinity, ranking among Yuin's 3 shinobi. "I wonder how brother fares." Anxious, yet vigilant, Hayato continued sniffing the air, not only tracking the enemy, but fulfilling his sole role as the unit's dedicated scout, locating fallen comrades. Soon Hayato found them. "Chief, we've located our comrades, roughly 2 ri eastward." "Good. Status." Takashige's lips tightened. "Their scent hasn't moved, and there's little blood." "Excellent." Takashige, "Then they've suffered no major harm. Today's sole good news." "K, you take 3 men left. Daisher, you..." Takashige's gaze sharp and fierce and resolute. "Let's see just how formidable this bastard truly is." "Yes, sir." "Dividing the troops. Is this another tactical arrangement? A faint smile appeared on Kingma's face. It seems there are reconnaissance-type ninjas on the other side. Due to Kingma's unique constitution, he has no chakra, and originally had no need to worry about the existence of sensing ninjas. But unfortunately Tangin Village does not have sensing ninjas of such high caliber, only 2 that rely on their noses. By mere coincidence, this technique, similar to the Inuzuka clan's secret art, unexpectedly uncovered Kingma's trace. I don't care what tactics you have, I won't give you another chance. A sharp glint flashed in Kingma's eyes as he leaped onto a taller tree. Since arriving in the ninja world, what impressed Qingmu the most was the cunning tactics played by these ninjas. Not to mention the distant ones. The 3 ninjas from Tangin just taught Qingmu a lesson using a shocking electric therapy. Facing the opponent's intricate tactics, what can Qingmu do alone? One word: charge. Qingmu stood high atop the tree, watching the approaching team, his hands extending outward. Path-breaking technique, 31 Crimson Fire Cannon. Path-breaking technique, 58 Raging Winds. A massive fireball and a powerful whirlwind burst forth simultaneously from Kingma's hands, the flames borrowing the wind's force, and a colossal fiery tornado formed instantly, rushing violently toward Izumi Mountain Ryosuke and others. The intense flames scorched the air, causing it to slightly char. Damn it! Have we been discovered? Izumi Mountain Ryosuke cursed angrily, his hands flying out with afterimages. Earth release, earth flow wall. Other Tang ninjas also swiftly cast their ninjutsu. Earth release, earth return. Water release, water barrier. In the blink of an eye, they stacked 4 to 5 layers of defensive ninjutsu before them. It's not an overreaction, and Kingma's assault is simply terrifying. Boom! The powerful whirlwind of raging winds rapidly dismantled all obstacles, and the small water barrier was instantly engulfed by the Crimson Fire Cannon. Fortunately, the defenses set up by everyone are not just 1 layer. Watching the raging fire tornado smash through the last earthen wall with a violent roar, everyone retreated quickly, while also breathing a sigh of relief. In the end, it was blocked. But the relaxed atmosphere lasted only a moment before everyone began to move their hands up and down. Counterattack. Water release, water dragon bullet. Earth release, rock iron cannon technique. Water release, water chaos wave. Several ninjutsu simultaneously struck towards the place where Qingmu was hiding, and Qingmu immediately activated Shuinpa. Boom! The tree where Qingmu was hiding along with the surroundings was instantly pulverized, and although Qingmu exited in time, he still exposed his trace. However, Qingmu had no intention of hiding forever. The massive amount of water brought by several water releases instantly transformed this forest clearing into a small lake, and Qingmu easily stood on the water's surface. While waiting for Izumi Mountain and the others, Qingmu practiced climbing trees and walking on water, all for this moment. Here he comes. This kid. Hayato was the first to spot Qingmu, immediately drawing out a handful of shuriken to throw at him. Clang clang clang. Qingmu drew his Zanpakutō to block all the shuriken while leaping backward. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared behind Qingmu, holding a kunai covered in thick wind chakra, stabbing straight toward Kingma. It was none other than Keed from the earlier split team. Die. Keed shouted excitedly, but his expression was replaced by shock the next second. Qingmu spun around at an unbelievable speed, slicing the kunai out of Keed's hand, and then the soul of a shoe loomed large in Keed's eyes. Thud. Qingmu kicked Keed hard, sending him flying, and pointed his finger remotely. Binding technique, 30 beak, flash. 3 beams of bird beak energy instantly bound Keed tightly, taking 1 down. But Keed's 3 companions were not idle, seizing the opportunity to unleash their ninjutsu. Water release, water chaos wave. Wind release, wind blade. Lightning release, lightning wave. Qingmu smiled slightly, his form vanishing in an instant, and several ninjutsu missed their marks. The next second, Qingmu appeared behind the 3. Binding technique, 18 water, mist binding chains. Several water flow chains suddenly rose beneath the 3, swiftly wrapping around them tightly. What is this? Is this a sealing technique? Don't panic. See if you can use ninjutsu to break it. Water mist binding chains are indeed convenient, but their level is still somewhat low and hard to hold down upper ninja level ninjas for long. Just as Qingmu was about to use beak flash to completely bind the 3, his expression suddenly changed, activating Shuinpa, and his form vanished in an instant. The next second, several ninjutsu came in succession. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. It was Izumi Mountain Ryosuke's team. Seeing that Keed's team had no success, they once again seized the opportunity to unleash their ninjutsu. They even ignored the 3 Tang ninjas who were immobile before Qingmu. Boom. The 3 were inevitably blown away by the residual energy of various ninjutsu, yet Kingma's figure was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, where is he? Hayato, hurry. Hayato was about to twitch his nose when he suddenly felt a sharp blow to his neck, and then lost consciousness. Over here quick. Kingma's appearance naturally drew everyone's attention, and various kunai and ninja blades were hurled toward his head. Thud. Weapons penetrated Kingma's body without resistance, and he stood still without moving. Did it succeed? No. He isn't bleeding at all. Chingmu smiled slightly. You got it right, but unfortunately there's no reward. Body flicker technique. With a loud bang, Kingma's figure vanished instantly, leaving only a jacket with a hole cut out in place. What is this? A substitution technique. I've never seen such a substitution technique. Stop thinking, quickly find where. Everyone was in disarray, and Izumi Mountain Ryosuke furrowed his brows tightly. A superb Shuinpa technique, an unconventional substitution technique, brilliant ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, and from the sword at his waist, he might also be a master of swordsmanship. When did Tangin provoke such a troublesome enemy? Lord Izumi Mountain. Daisher suddenly appeared apologetically, saying, Sorry, I couldn't find any trace of the target anywhere. So I come back. Izumi Mountain Ryosuke sighed helplessly, knowing that his previously planned encirclement tactic had completely failed. It would be better to regroup Deus's team to concentrate their strength against the enemy. A group of upper ninjas has to adopt a defensive stance to deal with one person. It's truly absurd. For some reason, Izumi Mountain Ryosuke suddenly thought of a man from a legend who fought 1 versus 50. Don't panic. Izumi Mountain Ryosuke took a deep breath, formed teams of 3 arranging in a swastika formation. The enemy could strike at any moment. Binding technique 18 water mist binding chains. Dozens of water flow chains rose from the water's surface, swiftly attaching themselves to the crowd. Don't think. Water release water flow whip. Izumi Mountain Ryosuke shouted loudly, and dozens of water flow whips formed, instantly entangling with the water flow binding chains released by Chingmu, both shattering. Wind release vacuum sphere. A Tang ninja listened closely and fired several wind balls in succession, smashing a nearby large tree to pieces. Unfortunately, Chingmu had long since left. You are indeed sharp, what a pity. Aoki praised without sincerity. Enough talking. Are you only capable of hiding and showing yourself, you bastard? Mizushima Ryoji roared angrily. Since you say so. Aoki smiled slightly. Then let's have a direct confrontation. Whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as Aoki instantly appeared among the crowd, his Zanpakutō hanging low. This is what you brought upon yourself, kid. Mizushima Ryoji was overjoyed, immediately drawing his ninja blade. Go. Kill him. Water release water whip. Wind release wind blade. Do you also wish to dance? Aoki looked at the various ninja tools and techniques rushing towards him, his lips slightly parted. Look up, Wabasuk. It has been some time since Mizushima Ryoji led the team out of the village. In this short span, Tangin village had completely changed its appearance. The originally beautiful buildings had turned into crumbling ruins, with civilians and tourists hiding trembling in fear, while the streets were littered with the bodies of Tang ninjas. Blood formed crimson puddles on the ground, and fierce flames burned everywhere. Bing Jijia, hurry and organize everyone to the shelter. An older Tang ninja stood in the crowd, urgently issuing commands. Shinza, go find the leader at once, and bring him. Release all communication eagles, and summon all the upper ninjas who went out of the village. Before the Tang ninja could finish speaking, a flash caught his eye as a rusted and bloodstained sickle swiftly swung down. Elder! Elder! The crowd cried out anxiously. Just then a head with gray hair fell to the ground. Enough with the chatter. Faden boredly picked at his ears. Where the hell is that Mizushima guy? Shut up, Faden. If Mizushima was here, you wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Faden, this is the village that raised you. How can you do such a thing? You should just go die, Faden. The crowd roared with righteous indignation. Can't win, so you resort to lecturing. How boring. Faden yawned and scratched his head. But you did remind me. Faden picked up a kunai and casually made a cut on the forehead protector hanging around his neck. Hey, I'm a rogue ninja now. Everything I do is justified, right? Next, Faden revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Come and entertain me, you punks. Faden lunged forward, observing the trembling civilians fleeing in all directions, while the Tang ninjas gritted their teeth, charging fearlessly. We'll hold them here, you all run. The Chunin and below, take the civilians away, hurry. The once peaceful Tingyin village was stained with the color of blood. The shouts of killing gradually ceased as Faden licked the blood off his sickle, and there were no more living souls around. There were no cries, only silence. Dozens of special upper ninjas from Tangyin held Faden at bay with their lives, buying time for the villagers to escape. Damn! Faden yawned out of boredom, tears forming in the corners of his eyes from sleepiness. Boring. 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 Faden sat down heavily. How could there be no one worth sacrificing? If this goes on, the Lord of Evil Gods will surely be angry. Faden grumbled unhappily. Only the smell of blood in the air could slightly ease his discomfort. Suddenly Faden's expression shifted. Not far from where he was, beneath some ruins, there seemed to be movement. Hey, who's down there? Faden shouted loudly, violently moving aside the rubble from the ruins. Before long, the ruins were cleared, revealing a trembling young ninja about 12 or 13 years old. Faden grabbed the young ninja and pulled him up. Kid, quickly tell me where that old bastard Mizushima is. Faden-sama is here. The young ninja spoke timidly. Stop with the nonsense, hurry up. There are intruders in the forest south of the village. I heard it from my teacher. That old bastard Mizashima would indeed make for suitable sacrificial material, and that intruder seems interesting too. Ha ha ha. Phaeton laughed loudly. That's right, let's sacrifice Mizashima, and make that intruder join the evil god cult. The Lord of Evil Gods will surely be pleased. Without further ado, Phaeton casually tossed the young ninja aside, and strode toward the outskirts of the village. At this moment in the forest outside the village, Aoki was engaged in a fierce battle with the Tang ninjas. The pleasant sound of metal clashing rang out as Aoki's blade danced like a butterfly in flight, each block and slash spectacular. Aoki's figure twisted and turned like a swimming fish, deftly avoiding every attack. While facing the bombardment of large-scale ninja techniques, he directly used instant step, vanishing and reappearing to take down one opponent at a time. His advanced hand-to-hand combat slashing techniques and instant step allowed Aoki to remain unfazed even under the siege of many, leaving the Tang ninjas in a state of despair. The defensive formation they formed with a swastika looked more like a joke in front of Aoki's ghostly figure. That blade must be something else. My blade, my body, why is it so heavy? Damn it, this body flicker technique doesn't let me touch even the hem of his clothes. Watch me cut you down. The brash Tang ninja had not finished speaking before he was knocked unconscious with a palm strike, his face meeting the ground closely. I cannot let my blade touch him. Earth release rock fist technique. Mizashima Ryoji's hands were covered in thick rock as he charged at Aoki with full force. Boom. A fist powerful enough to shatter stone crashed down hard, splashing water from the small lake at their feet, and instantly creating a large pit. However, Aoki had already instant stepped away, delivering a strong elbow strike that sent a Tang ninja into a baby-like slumber. How dare you? Come face me directly, you baka. As you wish. Aoki's voice rang out beside Mizashima Ryoji as he extended a finger. Binding technique no. 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 glowing rods suddenly appeared around Mizashima Ryoji, completely binding him. Even as Mizashima Ryoji desperately tried to channel all his chakra, there was no sign of escape. What the hell is this thing? Let me go? Mizashima Ryoji roared in anger, but Aoki remained silent, vanishing and reappearing beside another Tang ninja. Aoki extended his palm, lips parting. Binding technique no. 30 mouthful, 3 flashes. Aoki strolled leisurely among the Tang ninjas, gradually weakening their resistance. A ghost! A ghost! A Tang ninja screamed in terror. You're not wrong to say that. Aoki appeared beside him, humorously striking this nearly broken Tang ninja unconscious. After felling several more in succession, Ching-Mu finally ceased. Looking around at the Tangin shinobi sprawled and prone, he suddenly realized that without noticing he had defeated them. In a short time the Tangin shinobi were entirely wiped out. Defeated 17 enemies, exchange points 65-58. An unprecedented haul. Such a fierce melee had also elevated Ching-Mu's various proficiencies significantly. Indeed, the shinobi villages were worth the trouble. Just as he was quietly pleased, an angry roar split the air. You insolent brat! Who are you, and what do you want? Nearly forgotten one man was still awake. Ching-Mu strode forward, intent on sending Quan-Shan Longjia into a baby-like... Wait, why did you knock so many of us unconscious? What are you planning? Seeing Ching-Mu advance without a word, Quan-Shan Longjia grew alarmed. Ching-Mu halted, considered, and said, Actually, I bear you no malice. I did this only to test my own mettle. He tilted his head and asked, But you should be the leader of Tangin, yes. Are you so ruthless even to your own? Ching-Mu referred to how those Tangin shinobi, in mounting their attack, had callously dragged 3 comrades into the attack range. Humph. If we can deal with a villain like you, such losses will be worth it, came the retort. So tell me who hired you. Quan-Shan Longjia demanded, eyes blazing. You brazenly invaded our territory and assaulted our patrol. Ching-Mu waved his hand. Stop. I have not been hired by anyone. Strictly speaking, I came only to seek battle. Besides, weren't your men mostly unharmed? Given how fiercely you struck, I did not slaughter indiscriminately. Quan-Shan Longjia was momentarily taken aback. After a long silence, Quan-Shan Longjia spat one word, madman. To him, Ching-Mu was a lunatic, someone who forsook peaceful days to actively seek combat. Coincidentally, Tangin village had its own reputed madman, Fadewan, whose mind had been twisted by the Sheshin cult. He craved war and blood, an ill fit for Tangin. HM. Viewed thus, Ching-Mu, who refrained from wanton slaughter and merely sought battle, seemed somewhat more palatable. After a pause, Quan-Shan Longjia let out a quiet sigh. Very well. Though I do not agree with your outlook, I roughly understand it. However, all of Tangin's elite forces are here. Tell me, is your test of mettle complete? Ching-Mu fell silent. Quan-Shan Longji's intent to drive him away was too obvious. Ching-Mu wanted to say it was not finished. Tangin might be a small shinobi village, but it numbered 3,000 to 4,000 fighters, though most were low to mid-rank, yielding only double-digit exchange points, even flies or meat. Accumulated, that could mean tens of thousands of exchange points. A single leap to 3rd-tier Lingwei and unlocking the Manji Jia would no longer be a dream. Ching-Mu had planned, after defeating these Tangin elites, to storm Tangin village and become unparalleled. Yet Quan Shanlongji's effort to dismiss him felt in another light, like a kind of retreat. It made Qing Mu almost ashamed to continue causing trouble in Tangyin village. Had he known, he would simply have knocked Quan Shanlongji out. After composing himself, Qing Mu chose a gentler tack. Chief Du Tangyin's shinobi seldom get opportunities for real combat experience. Quan Shanlongji. It was undeniable that Qing Mu had a point, but what did he intend by raising it? As it happens, I was born a few years later and lack experience in large-scale battlefield engagements. Qing Mu clasped his hands and smiled. Why not assemble those in your village who have not yet fought me into a battle array and test them against me? Of course, such a fight would be only an exercise. Rest assured, Chief, I will not allow any of your shinobi to suffer fatality. Quan Shanlongji bristled. By the gods, using my village's jonin as punching bags was not enough. Now you would make all our shinobi sandbags. He flared up, then cooled. Circumstances overruled him. He had little choice. Still, he did not truly believe Qing Mu could withstand an assault by more than 3,000 Tangyin shinobi. It was not merely a matter of raw strength. Every person's stamina is finite and chakra can be exhausted. Besides, Qing Mu had promised there would be no Tangyin casualties. The man before them gave no chakra signature and bore no insignia of any shinobi village. Perhaps, thought Quan Shanlongji, there was a chance to capture him, coerce him into Tangyin, and gain a formidable strong-arm. Quan Shanlongji's eyes brightened. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly paused, his eyes widening. Fei Wan. Qing Mu turned and saw Fei Wan approaching from a distance, wielding an ostentatious Sanua Liandao, three-moon scythe. Fei Wan laughed aloud at Qing Mu's sight. Hey handsome, you're the intruder who flattened Tangyin, right? Care to join the Shut up, Fei Wan. How are you here? Quan Shanlongji snapped before Qing Mu could speak. Fei Wan only laughed. Of course I escaped, didn't I? You lot of trash couldn't hold me, idiots. Fei Wan jeered. And the people in the village. Quan Shanlongji swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Fei Wan answered calmly, those people. Useless. Unsuitable as offerings to the great Xieshan. Quan Shanlongji's expression lightened somewhat. So I killed them all. Ha ha ha. Fei Wan roared with delight. Well, want revenge, you old bastard. Young man, please untie him, Quan Shanlongji said in a calm voice, though his face was cold. I can, but you must promise to take your people and leave. You are no match for this man, Qing Mu said softly. Seeing Quan Shanlongji's expression shift, Qing Mu added, at least rouse the others, and then undertake the contest. Fine. Do not move first. Qing Mu placed one hand upon the Luzhong Guanglao. Luzhong Guanglao opened his system and added 400 exchange points to his Lingwei. Lingwei rank 705000. Feeling the tidal surge of spiritual power within, Qing Mu drew a deep breath and squeezed the luminous panel of the Luzhong Guanglao. Crack! The Luzhong Guanglao shattered, dissolving into scattered motes of light. Qing Mu had no means to dispel the binding. He could only raise his Lingwei and let brute force work miracles. Quan Shanlongji, following Qing Mu's instructions, stood frozen in place. Hey handsome, why did you let that old bastard go? Someone demanded. Fei Wan grumbled in dissatisfaction. And you still haven't answered my question. You seem interesting. Want to join the Xieshan? Oh, what kind of religion is the evil god cult? Qing Mu smiled as he walked towards Fei Wan, while Quan Shanlongji took the opportunity to try to awaken those who had been knocked out by Qing Mu. The evil god cult is the greatest religion in the world. No matter how many people you kill, there will be no punishment, and the evil god will be very pleased. What do you think? Isn't this doctrine amazing? Do you want to join? Upon hearing this, Fei Duan's eyes lit up instantly. Shall we find another place to talk? Qing Mu said casually. Sure. Wait. Fei Wan suddenly reacted, his intelligence taking over. You're not trying to find an excuse to let this bunch of bastards go, are you? Quan Shan Lao Wangba is already letting them go. Fei Wan tilted his head, looking as if to say, I've read little, don't try. Qing Mu did not refute, his gaze lowered. Those are just worthless trash that I easily defeated. They can't even prove my strength, and have no value to kill. What? Are you interested in these powerless trash? Qing Mu looked at Fei Wan with confusion. No way. Fei Duan's face immediately turned red. Killing such trash is pointless. The evil god won't be satisfied with such offerings. Well, that settles it. Qing Mu smiled as he put his arm around Fei Duan's shoulder. Let's go aside and have a good talk about the evil god cult. Whoosh! Qing Mu pulled Fei Wan away and they vanished in an instant. However, Qing Mu did not notice that after he left with Fei Wan, two figures quietly emerged from the distant ground. Hey Jiao Du, these two are the targets of this operation. Ji said softly. Understood, Jiao Du replied coldly. Let me test their worth. Fei Wan felt a flash before his eyes, and he was taken to an unfamiliar forest by Qing Mu. Wow, your instant body technique is amazing. Is this the legendary flying thunder god technique? Fei Wan exclaimed excitedly. No, it doesn't matter, it's still awesome. Hey, come join the evil god cult. With such a convenient instant body technique, we can definitely kill more people. The evil god will be even happier. No. Looking at the excited Fei Wan, Qing Mu poured cold water on him. You keep talking about how great the evil god is, but you haven't shown me the true greatness yet. Is that so? Fadewan rubbed his chin, finding it rare to meet an interesting person. He didn't mind being a bit more patient. The true greatness of the evil god lies in the fact that he will not only rejoice in our killings, but also grant us divine gifts. Look at me, I am immortal. Immortal? Qingmu suddenly became interested, but was also puzzled. Forgive my bluntness, but I've truly never seen an immortal. Mind if I give it a try? No problem, feel free to try. Fadewan patted his chest loudly. Once you are also favored by the evil god, you will enjoy the pleasure of pain, just like me. I must say you are indeed devoted to the evil god. Qingmu looked at Fadewan oddly. Now here I come. Bring it on. Fadewan carelessly flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. Whoosh. The blade flashed like a wisp of breeze, and Fadewan suddenly felt his body lighten, his vision rapidly rising. Before Fadewan understood what was happening, his view suddenly dropped, and Kingma's face appeared up close along with it. Hey, that hurts. Don't pull my hair like this. You can really talk, Qingmu said, holding Faiduan's head, clicking his tongue in wonder. Bastard, who told you to cut off my head? Let me go back right now, or I will definitely kill you. Fadewan shouted angrily. Qingmu chuckled nonchalantly. I'm curious, if your head is detached from your body, can your body still move? Of course it can't move. Let me go back. Is that so? Then it's easy to handle. Kingma's expression suddenly turned cold, and he casually tossed Faiduan's head on the ground. Fadewan suddenly felt an ominous premonition and shouted, Bastard, what do you want to do? Nothing. It's just that for a scum like you who indiscriminately kills the innocent, it's better to see your evil god sooner rather than later. Qingmu replied coldly, picking up Faiduan's scythe to start digging a pit. If we were to rate the evil of the villains in the Naruto world, Fadewan would undoubtedly be at the top. Other villain characters have clear motives: Scorpion for art, Jiao, Do for money, Nagato for peace, and even Kagaya and Madara for a semblance of peace, even if it's just virtual. But Fadewan is pure indiscriminate destruction and killing. He embodies the purest evil. Of course, while Qingmu doesn't like Fadewan, he's not overly compassionate or just, and it's not that he must kill Fadewan. However, Faiduan's massacre of the ninjas from Toka village has greatly affected Kingma's ability to earn exchange points. Originally, Qingmu was close to finalizing the combat drill with Quanshan Longjia, seeing tens of thousands of exchange points beckoning him, only to have it ruined by this guy Fadewan. A perfectly good scoring point was just lost like that. Moreover, Qingmu found it difficult to force a ninja village to participate in a combat drill again in this manner. Toka is also at the bottom among second-tier ninja villages, but the other ninja villages outside of the 5 great villages are not the same. Takigakure has the 7 tails Jinchuriki, and the hero's water Kusa has decent combat power and the inheritance from the Hozuki clan, and as for the Rain village, there's no need to mention it. Unless Qingmu really wants to challenge a ninja village alone, he can't behave like this, lurking at the entrance of a ninja village again. Just thinking about how tens of thousands of exchange points flew away made Qingmu feel heartbroken. Fadewan, you must die. Bastard, you actually tricked me. Fadewan finally realized he had been fooled, yelling, You blasphemer of the evil god, I will definitely kill you, and offer you as a sacrifice to the evil god. Qingmu ignored Faiduan's trash talk, occasionally glancing at the system prompt, but unfortunately, he did not gain any exchange points. Indeed, decapitating Fadewan still does not count as defeating him. This guy neither lost his fighting spirit, nor is he truly immortal. To get his exchange points, the only option left is to bury him in a deep pit, as in the original story, and starve him to death. You bastard, how could you treat me like this? Do you know this will hurt? I will make you accept the judgment of the gods. Bastard. Spit, spit, spit. Bastard. Fadewan was furious, because Qingmu threw a shovel of dirt at his face. Qingmu could no longer tolerate Faiduan's incessant chatter. If you say another word, I'll seal your mouth with dirt. Ha! I'm immortal. Even if I only have a head left, I will definitely crawl out and bite your throat, you bastard. Qingmu unexpectedly glanced at Fadewan, who, despite facing the fate of being buried alive, this fellow's tongue remained as sharp as ever, showing little sign of fear. What a madman brainwashed by a cult! Qingmu offered a candid appraisal. Indeed, religion only serves to deceive people's hearts. Only money is truly trustworthy. A hoarse voice emerged, and Qingmu turned abruptly to see a robust man in a black coat adorned with red clouds slowly approaching. It was Kaku. Kingma's pupils shrank suddenly. How did this guy Kakuzu arrive here? Kakuzu may have only 5 lives, seemingly inferior to Faiduan's immortality, but he was far more difficult to deal with. Regardless of whether Kakuzu tossed a shuriken at Senju Hashirama from 800 miles away, his battle experience and wisdom were far beyond that of the foolish Fadewan. Are you here for this guy? Qingmu picked up Faiduan's head, ignoring his incessant curses, and asked. Yes, but not just for him. Kakuzu coldly stated. Qingmu, former Orochimaru experiment subject, possesses instantaneous ninjutsu and sealing techniques with a bounty of 500,000 ryo. The one offering the bounty is a crime lord. Oh, what have you done? Robbed his treasury? Kakuzu's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Kingma's expression darkened. It was not surprising that the Akatsuki had this intelligence expert, but why was a crime lord putting a bounty on him? Thinking it over, Qingmu recalled his past entanglement with the leader of the Morinai group. Could it be that he was worried about Qingmu continuing to execute the assassination order? Additionally, it must be that Jiraiya revealed his background. Qingmu gritted his teeth secretly, but there were still troubles at hand that needed resolving. Not going to answer. Kakuzu tilted his head slightly. Not answering is no problem, I'm only concerned about the money. If you have more I might spare. If not, then it'll just take your head worth 500,000 ryo. Kakuzu swung his right fist forward, launching it at Qingmu with incredible speed. Clang. Qingmu rapidly swung his blade, his Zanpakutō clashing against Kakuzu's fist, producing the sound of metal striking metal. So hard, the sharp blade of his Zanpakutō couldn't even break through the skin of Kakuzu's fist, leaving Qingmu astonished. Upon closer inspection, Kakuzu's fist glimmered with a pitch-black sheen. It must be the earth release hardening technique. This old fellow is indeed cautious. However, those black threads are another matter. Qingmu focused on the trajectory of Kakuzu's fist, his body suddenly moving as he slashed at the black threads connecting to Kakuzu's fist. Whoosh. Qingmu's blade missed completely, and he turned just in time to see Kakuzu retracting his fist back to his wrist. Meanwhile, the other left fist was rapidly approaching Qingmu. Clang. A powerful punch was firmly received by Qingmu, but he couldn't help but take a step back. No, Kakuzu's fist is too fast and too hard. Fighting like this puts me at a disadvantage. Without thinking, Qingmu raised his Zanpakutō, his lips parting slightly. Rise Zangetsu. The Zanpakutō instantly transformed into the shape of a right-angle fishhook. Oh, is this your sword? The target struck will become heavier until it can no longer bear it right. Kakuzu instantly pulled back, his eyes lighting up as he spoke eloquently. What a sword this is! How much is it worth? Qingmu. Damn, Jiraiya, how much of my background did he reveal? Yet Qingmu was unaware of the resentment Jiraiya felt toward him after being forced into a dog-eared hairstyle. Morinai Ichifu only thanked Jiraiya during the banquet, bringing a group of ladies to distract Jiraiya so he could not find his bearings, and casually hinted at him, leading to Jiraiya spilling Kingmas intelligence to Morinai Ichifu. After waking from his drunken stupor, Jiraiya thought nothing of it. After all, Qingmu was not from Konoha. Besides, how could he, Jiraiya, be defeated by an enemy? Did Morinai Ichifu dare to provoke him? Jiraiya truly did not expect that Morinai Ichifu, worried about retaliation, would indeed dare to put a bounty on Qingmu. The intelligence acquired by the Akatsuki combined with this bounty became the information Kakuzu obtained. Initially, a mere bounty of 500,000 ryo should not have been enough to attract a master capable of matching Qingmu. However, Kakuzu happened to receive a notification from Zetsu and was en route to exchange gold for extra earnings when they inadvertently crossed paths. The look in Kakuzu's eyes as he gazed at Qingmu was filled with a desire for wealth. But Qingmu knew that this fellow would never engage him in physical combat again. Sure enough, Kakuzu's body twisted rapidly, and two black-masked monsters emerged from within him, positioning themselves on either shoulder. Fire release head cutter. Wind release pressure damage. Combined ninjutsu flame and wind chaotic wave. A massive inferno like the ocean intertwined with a swirling vortex of wind, instantly forming a vast sea of flames rushing towards Qingmu. Breaking path no. 31 red flame cannon. Breaking path no. 58 storm. Qingmu simultaneously unleashed enormous fireballs and violent whirlwinds, similarly borrowing fire from the wind, as a colossal fiery tornado surged toward the oncoming sea of flames. However, compared to Kakuzu's immense sea of flames, it was merely a small trick. Boom. A powerful explosion of flames echoed throughout the forest, and the battlefield where the two stood erupted into a vast sea of fire. The towering trees it passed instantly vaporizing the oxygen in the air, rapidly consumed, enveloped in searing heat. Binding path no. 39 round fan. Upon contact, Qingmu realized that the Kido was unlikely to withstand Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu, and immediately unleashed the round fan. Immediately following that, an explosion ensued, and Qingmu felt a tremendous force sweeping toward him. Crack, crack, crack. He staggered back several steps, barely managing to stop himself, as the upright round fan shattered layer by layer. Though he ultimately blocked the overwhelming sea of flames unleashed by Kakuzu, the vast sea of fire completely separated Qingmu from Kakuzu. 500,000 ryo seemed a bit low. Kakuzu coldly remarked, temporarily ignoring Qingmu, as he stepped forward and bent down to pick up Faiduan's head. It hurts. Faiduan complained loudly. Kakuzu lifted Faiduan's head, curiosity evident in his eyes. Faiduan's solitary head not only survived in the sea of flames, but also was regenerating its scorched flesh at an eerie speed. However, Faiduan's body was not so fortunate, having been roasted to near carbonization, exposing its dried bones. Hey, even if you reattach my head to my body, it won't be of any use, will it? Tisk, don't underestimate me. As long as you put my head back, it'll recover immediately. Is that so? Kakuzu replied gloomily, I can not only put you back, but also stitch your head and body together. Faiduan exclaimed in delight, that's fantastic. How about you join the cult of the evil god? No. Kakuzu shook his head, then changed his tone. And why should I let you go? I can let you join the Jashin cult. Haiden replied swiftly, his tone and expression utterly serious. I have no interest in religion. Kakuzu paused for a moment, then said, How about this? Do you have any money? At that moment Kakuzu's expression was even more devout than Haiden's when praying to Jashin. No, Haiden roared in shame and anger. But I can kill people for you. They'll kill this guy named Chingmu for you, how about that? Fine. Kakuzu lifted Haiden's head, walked over to his nearly carbonized body, and placed the head onto the neck. Don't move, ill, sew your head back on. Several black threads extended from Kakuzu's palm. Then let me see if your skills are worth the cost of your treatment. Don't worry, ill, definitely. Haiden screamed madly, but was soon interrupted by another voice. Bakuto 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 shimmering light blades appeared abruptly around Kakuzu, instantly imprisoning him. It's Chingmu. Whoosh. Chingmu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Kakuzu was indeed a troublesome opponent. When Kakuzu shifted his gaze to Haiden, Chingmu had seriously considered running away. But this tempting idea was quickly dismissed. Although Kakuzu was temporarily ignoring him, Chingmu knew that any attempt to flee would invite a thunderous attack from Kakuzu. The reason was simple: his head was worth 5 million ryo. Kakuzu, who worshipped money as his faith, would never let Chingmu. Though Kakuzu appeared unguarded, the 2 masked monsters on his shoulders were constantly watching. Moreover, Chingmu could not accept the outcome of this battle being fruitless. The Tengakure dungeon that could have yielded tens of thousands of exchange points was ruined by Haiden, and Haiden's exchange points were also lost. If he left with nothing, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Chingmu made up his mind to confront Kakuzu Haiden. If he succeeded, he would reap both Kakuzu and Haiden. If he failed, he would at least take Haiden's head and send him back to Jashin's embrace. While Kakuzu was focused on sewing Haiden's head, Chingmu silently activated Shuinpa, appearing beside the duo and launching his attack. Meanwhile, the stitching operation on Haiden had halted since Kakuzu was bound by the 6 rods prison of light. Hey, is that all you've got? You useless idiot. Haiden immediately shouted impatiently when he saw Kakuzu's in action. Shut up, or I'll kill you right now. Kakuzu's face darkened like a black pot. Through 2 exchanges, Kakuzu knew Chingmu was no match for him, and with the Sea of Fire as a barrier, he temporarily ignored Chingmu. At that time, Chingmu was merely a bug waiting to be slaughtered in Kakuzu's eyes. He wondered why Zetsu had recommended such a person. Unexpectedly, the insignificant bug dared to strike first. It seems the 5 million ryo bug is restless. Kakuzu snorted, instantly bursting forth all his chakra. Under the surging chakra, the 6 rods prison of light began to show cracks. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks widened, and it was clear that Kakuzu would break free soon. Kingma's face tightened, and he began to chant. The chariot of thunder, the gap of the spinning wheel, this thing has light, and it splits into 6. Incantation afterthought. As the incantation was recited, surges of spiritual energy flowed out from Kingma's body. The cracked light blades rapidly closed again, and no matter how Kakuzu erupted his chakra, it was futile. Eventually, the 6 rods prison of light firmly imprisoned Kakuzu. Hey, can you even do this, you bastard? Haiden stabbed another knife at Kakuzu. Shut up. I've had enough of your yapping, you bastard. Veins bulged on Kakuzu's forehead, clearly struggling to break free from the 6 rods prison of light with chakra. If you weren't my mission target, I wouldn't bother with you. Huh. You useless waste, at least sew my head back on before you die. Haiden cursed angrily. Kid. Kakuzu suddenly shouted. I've had enough of this fool. Take his head, and spare me, how about that? The scene of Kakuzu and Haiden's internal conflict was clearly observed by Zetsu, who was hiding in the distance. Zetsu's face showed no emotion as he quietly sank into the ground. This scene went unnoticed by Chingmu. Chingmu ignored Kakuzu's words, pondering his next move. Haiden's head was not yet attached, and Kakuzu seemed to have lost his fighting ability, but Chingmu dared not let his guard down. Kakuzu, an old monster who had lived for 80 to 90 years in the ninja world, and remained at his peak, surely had a dirty heart. As for Kakuzu's seemingly conciliatory words, Chingmu didn't believe a single punctuation mark. Chingmu decided to test the waters first. Hato 31 Red Flame Cannon. Chingmu raised his palm, and a large orange fireball surged toward Kaku. TCH. Kakuzu muttered softly, and then a masked monster on his shoulders suddenly turned its head. Wind release pressure damage. A massive wind orb shot straight toward the red flame cannon. The intense wind pressure caused the fireball to stall in midair, and then the flames reversed direction. Kingma's eyes narrowed, and he activated Shuinpa without a second thought. The next moment, a fiery explosion erupted where he had been standing. Boom. The massive wind orb crashed into the ground, with the red flame cannon instantly turning the area into a sea of fire. Though wind aids fire, Kakuzu's powerful wind release had reversed the red flame cannon, turning Kingma's own spell into a weapon against him. This Kakuzu was truly formidable. Not to mention the survivability granted by the Earth Grudge. Even Kakuzu's mastery of the 5 elemental techniques had reached the Kage level. What was even more disgusting was that despite possessing such strength, Kakuzu still tried to deceive Chingmu into approaching. The old foxes of the ninja world truly had dirty hearts. Seeing Chingmu dodge the attack with Shuinpa Kakazu was not greatly disappointed. Then a writhing movement occurred on Kakuzu's back and two masked monsters flew out from within his body. At the same time, one of the masked monsters on Kakuzu's shoulder jumped down, and the three masked monsters formed a circle around Kaku. Kid, since you won't come to me, they'll have to come to you. Kakuzu's cold eyes blazed with intense killing intent. Don't even think about running. They'll take that 5 Rio head. As his words fell, the three masked monsters scattered rapidly and gave chase to Chingmu. Not good. Veins bulged on Kingma's forehead, and he immediately activated Shuinpa. He hadn't expected that the 6 rods prison of light only bound Kakuzu's main body, but had no effect on his masked monsters. Fire style had hardship. Thunder style pseudo-darkness. Water style water curtain. Various ninjutsu roared through the forest, forcing Chingmu to unleash the binding technique for evasion and defense. Although these masked monsters possessed only single attribute ninjutsu, their activities were restricted by Jiao Dust control in terms of range and vision. However, with 3 attacking simultaneously, Chingmu was pressed into a corner. This cannot continue. A counterattack is necessary. While dodging the attacks of the masked monsters, Chingmu contemplated. If he fled, not only would it be difficult to evade the pursuit of the masked monsters, but Chingmu was also unwilling to do so. There must be a way to counterattack. Chingmu hurriedly searched through the system shop. Mechanical corpses, soul pills, soul enlightenment gauntlets, superhuman pills, skill book, soul burial. What a mess. Hey, found it. Chingmu joyfully looked at the skill book. Counter ghost killing. How could he have forgotten this divine technique? Counter ghost killing is a high-end application technique in the ghost path. In the original text, only Yoruchi from the Shohoin clan used it in a moment of crisis, but this skill might have been improved by the system, making it usable under normal conditions. The effect is quite simple. By utilizing ghost path energy of the same quality as the opponent's, it destroys the opponent's ghost path, resulting in both sides' ghost paths completely vanishing. This is a peace skill. In the ninja world, this means Chingmu can use ghost path energy of the same quality and quantity to completely negate and obliterate the opponent's ninjutsu. This move is perfectly suited to deal with Jiao-Du. Or rather, it's ideal for countering any ninja's ninjutsu. The main reason Kingma's ghost path could not withstand Jiao-Du's attacks was that Kingma's mastery of the ghost path was relatively low. Even if he had a higher level of ghost path mastery, there would still be disadvantages in terms of attribute restraint compared to Jiao-Du's 5 elemental ninjutsu. Jiao-Du possesses all 5 attributes. Learning counter ghost killing means there is no need to consider attribute restraints. It purely becomes a contest of energy. From an energy perspective, the quality of spiritual power surpasses that of chakra. Chingmu will no longer need to worry about various ninjutsu in the ninja world. He will break 1,000 laws with one technique. Seeing the high price of 2,000 exchange points for counter ghost killing, Chingmu bought it without hesitation and learned it. Thunder style pseudo-darkness. Water style water curtain. Composite ninjutsu thunder water gun explosion. The masked monsters began their attack again, this time with troublesome composite ninjutsu. The thunder gun plunged into the powerful water cannon. Its speed increased by a factor of 2 amidst the flashing electric light, and its lethality was likely the same as well. Jiao-Du coldly observed the battle from a distance, his eyes devoid of warmth, murmuring to himself. Kid, this level is far from the standards of Akatsuki. You might as well become my bounty. Hey, what is Akatsuki? Phaeton was nearly bored to death. Alone, unable to turn around, he couldn't see what was happening in the battle. Jiao-Du off. Fortunately, this time Jiao-Du answered Phaeton's question. Akatsuki is the organization I am currently part of, a killer organization that engages in assassination and warfare, willing to commit any kind of slaughter. Of course. Jiao-Du paused, emphasizing a point. The target's corpse can be exchanged for a lot of money at the exchange point. Sounds pretty good. Phaeton replied seriously, but even if you let me join, I will continue to preach the teachings of the evil god like before. Jiao-Du didn't take the so-called evil god teachings seriously. However, whether you can join or not is not up to you. You and Chingmu are both targets I aim to recruit, but whether I recruit you into Akatsuki depends on your strength. Strength? Huh. Jiao-Du's words inexplicably ignited Phaeton's competitive spirit. If it weren't for that shameless bastard ambushing me, I would have offered him to the evil god long ago. Is that so? Once I deal with him, he'll come to test your strength. Jiao-Du replied dismissively, continuing to watch the Chingmu quietly observed the rapidly striking thunder gun surrounded by electric light. Unlike before, this time Chingmu did not retreat or evade. He merely raised a hand gently. Counter ghost killing. A vast spiritual power surged from Kingma's palm, rushing forward, and the surging thunder nearly illuminated his whoosh. Just as Jiao-Du thought he was about to see the thunder engulf Chingmu, the shining lightning suddenly shrank, sharply flickering twice, like a flame before extinguishing. Jiao-Du, where did the thunder go? Where did the water cannon go? Jiao-Du's eyes, along with those of the 4 masked monsters, darted around, hoping to find traces of the vanished techniques, but found nothing. The grand composite ninjutsu was thus instantaneously obliterated as if it had never existed. Zhao Dust's expression turned to shock. He had never heard of a technique that could casually obliterate an opponent's ninjutsu in his nearly 90 years of life. What is that expression? Did you lose, or did you step in something unpleasant? Faden took the opportunity to taunt. Compared to Zhao Dust, shock Qingmu was filled with joy. Although the spiritual power consumed by counter-ghost killing was significant, Qingmu, with his level 7 spiritual, might could just barely hold on. Now is the time for a counterattack. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qingmu's mouth as his figure vanished in an instant. Whoosh. The next moment Qingmu appeared behind one of the masked monsters, his Zanpakutō, carving a beautiful arc. Fire-style flame bullet. Thunder-style pseudo-darkness. Unsurprisingly, the other two masked monsters immediately launched their attacks at Qingmu. The three masked monsters maintained a swastika formation. Previously Qingmu had attempted several ambushes, all of which failed due to the support of the other masked monsters. But now it was different. Qingmu's Zanpakutō fell decisively while his other hand remained behind him, aimed at the direction from which the masked monsters attacked. Counter-ghost killing. Two techniques were instantaneously obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, Qingmu's Zanpakutō was rapidly descending. The masked monster cried out in a piercing scream, its body rapidly shriveling into a mass of black lines. Meanwhile, a sharp pain struck Zhao Dust's heart. He knew that one heart was already gone. Blood dripped from the corner of Zhao Dust's mouth, yet his mind was colder than ever. The opponent's use of an obliteration technique must come at a cost. He couldn't panic. Zhao Dust's shoulder twitched quickly, and the remaining wind-style masked monster howled as it charged forward. Meanwhile, the two remaining masked monsters swiftly retreated. At the same time, all three masked monsters opened their mouths. Wind-style pressure damage. Fire-style head hardship. Thunder-style pseudo-darkness. Three powerful ninjutsu roared forth, turning the ground into a surging sea of fire as enormous wind balls and lightning long guns rushed forth. What a great opportunity. Qingmu's expression brightened. At this moment, the three masked monsters faced Qingmu and activated their ninjutsu, indicating that there would be no other masked monsters to assist in the ambush. In the next instant, Qingmu appeared directly behind the wind-release masked monster, swinging his blade in a horizontal slant. As the blade approached, Qingmu couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. After defeating the wind-release masked monster, Kakuzu was left with only 3 hearts lightning fire, and while the possibility of a combined ninjutsu still existed, at least in the original work, Kakuzu had not demonstrated this combination of the 3 elements. Wait, Earth. A sudden realization struck Qingmu. Where was the Earth attribute heart? It was on Kakuzu's body. And Kakuzu could he, bound by the 6-staff light prison, still release ninjutsu, like other masked monsters without hand seals? Qingmu had a bad feeling and forcefully retracted his blade, aimed at the wind-release masked monster, preparing to use instant step. Earth release, earth flow river. Kakuzu, with blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth, now wore a victorious smile. As the words fell, the land beneath Qingmu's feet instantly transformed into a rushing river of mud, and caught off guard, he was swept away by the mud. Immediately after, Kakuzu's voice echoed again, earth release, earth spike. At the end of this muddy river, sharp stone spikes surged forth, waiting for the approaching Qingmu. The lightning release masked monster also launched an attack against Qingmu. Lightning release false darkness. A powerful lightning spear shot straight towards Qingmu. Damn it. Qingmu cursed under his breath, temporarily losing his balance due to Kakuzu's ambush. By the time he regained his footing, he had already fallen into a passive position. The mud from the earth flow river had trapped Qingmu's lower body deeply, making it difficult for him to move. The rapid flow of the mud further swept him towards the nearby stone spikes. And the incoming lightning spear was already close at hand. This situation was not something Qingmu couldn't handle, but he felt regret for his oversight. He had been so blinded by the imminent victory that he overlooked Kakuzu, who had not yet made a move. Drink. Qingmu shouted loudly, unleashing the spiritual pressure within him, momentarily loosening his feet that were tightly bound by the mud. Finally, he could use instant step. Watching the lethal attacks approaching from both sides, a glint of determination flashed in Qingmu's eyes. Instant step. Qingmu's figure instantly disappeared as the lightning spear and earth spike collided violently. Qingmu then appeared behind the lightning release masked monster, his blade striking down. Wah! The masked monster let out a heartbreaking scream, and Kakuzu spat out another mouthful of blood. Yet Kakuzu seemed unfazed. What a splendid body flicker technique. In my 8 or 9 decades of life, I have seldom seen anyone escape my earth flow river with such a technique. Little brother, do you want to join the Akatsuki? Kakuzu's cold eyes now appeared exceptionally sincere. The Akatsuki is an organization dedicated to achieving peace in the ninja world by making the nations feel pain and never forgetting hatred, thus cherishing peace. Of course, you can earn a lot of money while completing missions, Kakuzu emphasized. Hein. Hey, you shameless bastard. How come the information you gave me about recruitment is so different? What is peace even? I don't want to join a peace organization. Shut up. Kakuzu impatiently interrupted Haiden. Massacre is merely a means by inflicting pain upon the ninja world, they will come to cherish the hard-earned peace. Of course, if you enjoy killing, coming to our Akatsuki organization wouldn't be a problem. So what do you say, little brother? Think about it. Shingmu did not respond, smiling as he looked at Kakuzu. Rather than your invitation, I'm more curious about where your other two masked They've naturally been put away, Kakuzu replied solemnly. If you agree to join, we will be companions, won't we? You have defeated my two masked monsters, demonstrating sufficient strength. Therefore I see no need to continue fighting you. By the way, our Akatsuki only recruits elites. Kakuzu answered very seriously. How sincere indeed, Shingmu sighed. If that's the case, shall I help you release them? That would be troublesome, little brother. A flicker of barely perceptible delight crossed Kakuzu's eyes. Not troublesome at all. Shingmu smiled as he approached Kakuzu. As Shingmu gradually got closer, the smiles on both their faces grew increasingly bright. Until combined ninjutsu flame wind chaos. Reversal of the ghost. Two masked monsters suddenly jumped out, each launching fire release and wind release, rapidly combining their techniques to strike at Shingmu. Shingmu had long been prepared, raising his palm to activate the reversal of the ghost, instantly turning the incoming ninjutsu into nothingness. Is this your sincerity? Old man. Shingmu sneered. A scoundrel like Kakuzu, who has been around for so long, has a heart as black as they come without needing to cut it open. Oof. Having damaged two of my hearts, how could I possibly let you off easily? Seeing his plan exposed, Kakuzu dropped the pretense. Kid, based on your appearance, how many more times can you use that previous technique? Kakuzu's eyes revealed cunning and coldness. Indeed, continuously using the reversal of the ghost was extremely taxing on Shingmu. The spiritual power consumed by the reversal of the ghost was directly linked to the strength of the opponent's ninjutsu. Shingmu had used it several times to counter Kakuzu's ninjutsu and the stronger combined techniques, and his spiritual energy was already nearing its limit. The beads of sweat faintly visible on Kingma's forehead, along with his slightly labored breaths, were clear evidence of this. Moreover, it was also related to the overall environment of the ninja world, where the concentration of spiritual energy was simply too thin. Shingmu could only rely on the spiritual energy within his body to fight. Oof, my chakra is still abundant. Kakuzu let out a sinister laugh, his expression fierce. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure injury. Earth release, rock pillar spear. Kakuzu did not use combined ninjutsu again, but instead positioned himself with the two masked monsters in a swastika formation, each launching ninjutsu attacks, depleting Kingma's energy, while also enhancing their defenses. He could use the reversal of the ghost one more time. Shingmu secretly calculated the remaining spiritual energy within him. No, he couldn't continue this war of attrition. He had to think of another way. He had 558 exchange points left. As Shingmu dodged Kakuzu's ninjutsu bombardment, using instant step and empty cicada, he quickly searched the system's shop. Got it. Kingma's expression brightened. Binding path, no. 9 collapse will 200 exchange points. Originally Shingmu did not think much of the lower numbered binding paths, even less so after exchanging for higher level binding paths. Now that he thought about it, although some lower numbered binding paths might seem trivial, their roles in certain situations were irreplaceable. Just like this collapse will priced at only 200 points. How much longer do you think you can flee? Kakuzu revealed a sinister grin and launched another ninjutsu assault. Kakuzu's every attack not only aimed to exhaust Shingmu, but also cunningly used the direction of his ninjutsu to seal off most of the area where Shingmu could move, forcing him to rely on Shuinpa to dodge within a limited range. As time passed, Shingmu would inevitably fall into the awkward predicament of running for his life, eventually being defeated by Kaku. As a notorious area effect ninjutsu specialist, Kakuzu was a master of attrition warfare. Watching Shingmu flounder like a fly, unable to escape the web, Kakuzu felt immense delight. However, when Kakuzu launched another attack, Shingmu, instead of anger, showed delight. The moment had finally arrived. Shuinpa. Shingmu instantly appeared behind Kakuzu, and the two masked creatures immediately repositioned their mouths, aimed at Shingmu to release ninjutsu. Fire release, flame bullet. Wind release, pressure damage. Shingmu stood motionless, chanting rapidly. Self-destruct, the black dog of Rondinini. Burn to ashes, sever your own throat. Bakudo 9, collapsing wheel. With the full incantation, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from Shingmu's hands, forming two extremely long yellow spirit particle ropes. Whoosh! Shingmu leaped high into the air, swinging both hands, and the two ropes flew straight toward the two masked creatures. Smack! The ropes wrapped around the creatures without a hitch, and at that moment the ninjutsu in their mouths was fully released. A colossal fireball and wind sphere were about to strike Shingmu. Whoosh! Shingmu gripped the ends of the ropes and yanked hard with all his might. Huh! Kakuzu's eyes widened instantly. Since Kakuzu shared vision with the masked creatures he had released, he could clearly see the series of maneuvers Shingmu had performed. At first, Kakuzu mocked Shingmu for recklessly charging behind him, expecting him to be blasted to pieces by the ninjutsu. But when the two masked creatures were dragged by the inexplicably appearing ropes in Qing hands, a flicker of genuine horror stirred in Kakuzu's heart. How could this kid have so many tricks up his sleeve? Without time to ponder, Kakuzu immediately manipulated the black threads to engage in a tug-of-war with Qing. A sealing technique of this level can be broken free from soon. As soon as he grasped the ropes, Kakuzu realized that the binding power of this collapsing wheel was utterly incomparable to the 6 pillars of light prison currently binding him. But the ninjutsu that had been fired could not be recalled. The moment the two masked creatures were dragged, the released ninjutsu sprayed wildly in all directions. Qing held the ropes tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, but his control ultimately fell short against Kakuzu, the original owner. A trifling trick dares to show off before an expert. Kakuzu gradually relaxed. A tug-of-war like this, he could play with Qing all day. Besides, it would also drain the boy's remaining stamina. Why not enjoy? Bastard, are you done yet? Your Akatsuki organization is nothing special. Heiden's trash talk arrived late, but it arrived nonetheless. A lonely head, unable to move, bored to death on the ground. Shut up. Kakuzu glared at Haiden with murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that he was truly immortal, he would have ground his bones to dust long ago. But Heiden's interruption made Kakuzu recall a question. What was that kid Qing doing? Was it simply to avoid the ninja? Would he foolishly engage in a tug-of-war, just for that? Kakuzu felt he had grasped something, but as he pondered, a faint sound reached his ears. Kakuzu still had his back to Qing, relying only on the masked creature's vision. He saw that the creatures had finished releasing their ninjutsu, and the wind sphere and flames had once again ravaged the surroundings. Then Qing smiled, slightly swung his arms, and the ropes in his hands flew out, shooting toward both sides of the battlefield. Gave up. Just as Kakuzu was puzzled, he suddenly felt two immense forces. These two forces violently dragged the two masked creatures, and even with Kakuzu's monstrous strength, he could not break free for a moment. This is no good. Kakuzu's face turned pale. The two masked creatures affected by the dragging of the collapsing wheel had their vision shifted. Before they completely lost sight of Qing, the last image they transmitted was Qing spinning around. Earth Release Hardening Technique. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu quickly layered two defensive techniques on himself, knowing that Qing was definitely coming for him. Kakuzu's guess was correct. Qing target had been him all along. The moment the masked creatures finished releasing their ninjutsu, Qing had waited for his chance. He decisively increased his spiritual energy output, maximizing the binding power of the collapsing wheel, and simultaneously flung the two ropes. The collapsing wheel was originally a binding spell that used spirit particles to create ropes that would track the enemy in midair. The caster did not even need to hold the ropes. With the shackles completely released, the collapsing wheel immediately dragged the two masked creatures even farther away, and their cannons could no longer aim at Qing. Although the two masked creatures would soon break free from the binding, due to the collapsing wheel's limited strength, a few seconds of being unable to support Kakuzu was enough. Qing gripped his Zanpakutō, tightly charging toward Kakuzu like an arrow while raising one finger. Hado 4, White Lightning. With the enhancement of Qing's spiritual pressure, the power of White Lightning was now incomparable to before. What was once a slender beam of lightning had now become more like a spear of lightning. Boom! The lightning spear pierced straight through Kakuzu, and the two layers of Earth Release defenses he had cast on himself were as fragile as paper. Kakuzu's main Boda's heart was of the Earth attribute. How could Qing forget such critical information? Although White Lightning was only a 4th level Hado under the elemental advantage of lightning over Earth, Kakuzu took this hit squarely. Ugh! Kakuzu spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the two layers of Earth Release on his body instantly crumbled. Before he could even cry out in pain, he urgently directed the two masked creatures to rush over. If they didn't come to support him soon, even his main Boda's heart would be lost. Unfortunately, even with all his might, it would still take a few breaths for the masked creatures to adjust and those few breaths would decide life and death. Qing rushed behind Kakuzu, looking at him with residual lightning still crackling around him and his defenses completely shattered, and smiled faintly. It's my turn now, Kaku. Swish. Qing struck with his blade, driving the edge deep into Kakuzu's back. The tip pierced through his chest, and then he twisted it viciously. Clang. Qing pulled the blade out with lightning speed, raised his arm high, and the sword traced a perfect half-moon in the air before slashing down with force. Shriek. Blood gushed from Kakuzu's neck, and his head fell to the ground. At the same time, a mass of black thread-like things spurted from his back. Clang. The 6 pillars of light prison that had bound Kakuzu shattered with a crash. Clearly the target was dead, and the binding spell had lost its purpose. With the dissolution of the 6 pillars of light prison, Kakuzu's corpse swayed twice, and fell face first to the ground. Decapitation successful. Hey you bastard, just like that you died. Before Fadewan could curse more, he was embraced by the fallen Kakuzu's corpse. Damn it, a bastard who can only boast. It stinks. Hey kid, I don't want to be here with a corpse. After cursing, Kakuzu Fade-wan yelled at Aoki, but Aoki didn't even glance at him. Aoki had no time to pay attention to Faiduan's trash talk. He was staring intently at the two masked monsters in front of him. The collapse will was just the binding technique of No. 9. After Kakuzu fell, the collapse will completed its final mission, and the two masked monsters broke free. However, the masked monsters did not act immediately. Aoki was also a bit curious about how Kakuzu would turn the situation around now that his main body was dead, and only the two masked monsters remained. The two monsters stood in silence, until a voice broke the tension. "What are you dragging your feet for? This is so boring, you." As soon as Faiduan's voice fell, the two masked monsters sprang into action. Wind release pressure damage. A massive ball of wind hurtled straight towards Aoki, while the other fire release masked monster rushed towards Kakuzu's corpse, extending several thick black threads, intending to connect with Kakuzu's body. Wishful thinking. Even with my knees, I can tell that if the masked monster returns to Kakuzu's corpse, Kakuzu will resurrect with that heart. Aoki would not let this happen. Shuinpa. Aoki instantly appeared behind the fire release masked monster. His Zanpakutō swung swiftly. The fire release masked monster had already used its life-threatening speed, but it couldn't outrun Aoki's Shuinpa. Fire release headburn. With no choice, the fire release masked monster turned and spewed flames, trying to block Aoki's path. Whoosh! Aoki's figure instantly vanished, reappearing on the other side of the fire release masked monster. With the Zanpakutō in hand, he struck down heavily. Puff! The fire release masked monster let out a heartbreaking scream. After taking a heavy blow from Aoki, it died immediately, its body collapsing to the ground, leaving only a tangle of black threads. There's still one more. Aoki turned his gaze and couldn't help but focus sharply. The already fallen Kakuzu stood up again, the hole in his chest slowly filling, while several black threads wriggled rapidly at his neck, stitching the severed head back together. "Hey, since you've revived, hurry up and stitch me back together. Watch how I kill this guy." Fade-wan started his incessant ranting. Kakuzu ignored Fade-wan, twisted his newly sewn neck, and looked deeply at Aoki. "Can we meet again? I hope you can survive until the next time I come for you." Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. Countless small wind blades appeared in the air, all charging towards Aoki. Immediately, Kakuzu quickly turned around, channeling wind release chakra into his legs, and dashed away. Trouble. Nearly 1,000 small wind blades were rushing towards Aoki, covering a vast area. Even using Shuinpa would be difficult to evade. Aoki had no choice but to raise his hand. Destruction of Path 5-8 Raging Storm. The powerful whirlwind intertwined with the wind blades, quickly annihilating each other. But looking again, Kakuzu had already vanished. At this moment, Aoki finally understood Kakuzu's plot. That guy intentionally used the wind release masked monster as cover, making Aoki think he was protecting the fire release masked monster. In reality, Kakuzu was actually trying to protect the wind release masked monster. With only wind and fire releases left, only wind release could maximize his speed while escaping. The fire release masked monster was merely bait to lure Aoki into attacking. The old monster of the ninja world truly has 1,000 cunning thoughts. Defeated an enemy, gained 1728 points. The system timely provided a prompt. The retreat of Kakuzu was recognized by the system as a defeat. Aoki did not relax due to the acquisition of points. He activated his spiritual network perception and quickly discovered a bright red spiritual thread in the distance. Chase. Aoki immediately prepared to set off. Kakuzu valued wealth above all, and he couldn't afford to be resented by such an old sly fox. The dead Kakuzu was the best option. However, just as Aoki took a few steps, 2 more bright red spiritual threads suddenly appeared in his perception. Then the 3 spiritual threads vanished in an instant. Aoki, is this teleportation? Or flying thunder god? No, it's space-time ninjutsu. Aoki couldn't help but take a cold breath. The Akatsuki organization could use space-time ninjutsu to instantly take someone away. Only the infamous Uchiha Izumi could do. As for the additional spiritual thread, Aoki deduced that it must be Zetsu. Only Zetsu could swiftly convey the news of Kakuzu's impending defeat, prompting Tobi to hurry over to rescue. Zetsu was indeed a master of infiltration and reconnaissance, though Aoki had no idea when he had been lurking on the battlefield observing the situation. After all, during battle, Aoki found it hard to divert his attention to use spiritual network perception. At this point, Aoki could only accept reality. Why are the kids nowadays so strong like monsters? Kakuzu was gasping heavily, his feet daring not to stop. He had to run. Kakuzu was left with only 1 wind release heart, his combat power significantly reduced, and his margin. Due to having 5 lives, Kakuzu had become accustomed to a reckless fighting style. In a certain sense, Aoki's high-speed Shuinpa combined with various functional Kido combat methods somewhat countered Kaku. Is this head worth 5 million Ryo? For this mission, not only did I fail to bring the target back to the Akatsuki organization, but I also lost 4 hearts. 5 million Ryo was not earned, or what I didn't earn is a loss. Kakuzu cursed angrily, feeling this mission was a huge loss. Kakuzu here. A hoarse voice sounded, and Kakuzu stopped in his tracks, as Zetsu emerged from the ground ahead. "Zetsu, where have you been?" Kakuzu questioned with some dissatisfaction, then closed his mouth, revealing a look of surprise. In front of Kakuzu, a vortex of space abruptly appeared in midair, and then a figure leaped out from it. This person wore a tiger-patterned mask, and was dressed in Akatsuki's uniform, but Kakuzu had never seen this person before. A stranger he had never seen before possessing high-level space-time, ninjutsu. Kakuzu instinctively tensed his body. "Zetsu, who is this person?" "He is the one I called to save you." Zetsu replied hoarsely. "He is one of the organization's creators. You can absolutely trust him. I suggest you decide quickly. The pursuers are about to arrive." "Right," Zetsu cheerfully urged. "Okay." Kakuzu didn't hesitate, grabbing the hand offered by Obito. Soon the two disappeared into the vortex of space, and Zetsu also sank underground, vanishing. When they reappeared, Kakuzu found himself in a cave. This is the land of rain. Kakuzu stepped out of the cave, and quickly spotted the hidden rain village in the distance, revealing a look of astonishment. "Who exactly are you? Why have I never seen you in the organization?" Jiaodu relentlessly interrogated Obito. In an instant he traversed several nations to arrive at the land of rain, a feat of spatial ninjutsu that could not go unnoticed. Moreover, Jiaodu keenly noticed the exposed Sharingan on Obito's mask. Obito silently gazed at Jiaodu, his single eye glimmering with indifference, his chin slightly raised. "I am Uchiha Madara." "Madara?" Jiaodu subconsciously raised his voice, suspiciously staring at Obito. "What kind of Uchiha Jr. are you?" "I am a man who has fought against Senju Hashirama. I have seen Uchiha Madara's demeanor on the battlefield, and you think you can impersonate the legendary Shura of the ninja world in your current state. Jiaodu, I know you." Obito's tone remained unchanged, his chin slightly raised, eyes gazing into the distance, as if reminiscing about the past. "Jiaodu, you were once a ninja from Takigakure sent to Konoha to assassinate Hashirama, am I right?" "Humph, that's something I have mentioned before." Jiaodu scoffed disdainfully. Ignoring Jiaodu, Obito continued. "You exhausted every trick to finally defeat Hashirama, only to realize that it was merely a wood clone, correct?" "Jiaodu, do you know why?" "It wasn't that Hashirama intentionally avoided battle, but rather that Konoha was in chaos at the time, with too many affairs forcing Hashirama to use wood clones to handle the paperwork." Obito turned to Jiaodu. "I remember. You charged directly into the Hokage building to challenge him, didn't you? You must admit your courage is commendable." Jiaodu's gaze shifted, uncertainly, shock evident in his voice. "How do you—" "Of course it's because I was in the village at that time." Obito seemingly answered casually, continuing, "After shattering a wood clone of Hashirama, more wood clones came after you, and you desperately ran back to the village only to be met with swift retribution. That Hiruzen Sook, who only knows how to launch sneak attacks, found you in Takigakure to settle scores after learning that his elder brother was attacked. Tisk, he was like a whining child making baseless accusations." Obito laughed disdainfully, his laughter carrying remnants of the arrogance of the past Madara. "In order to avoid escalating the conflict, Takigakure branded you with the sin of mission failure, imprisoning you in a dungeon to try and quell Konoha's fury with your life. TSK Tisk, how pitiful it is for a ninja who risked his life for the village to be met with such injustice and cruelty. Your betrayal of Takigakure is thus understandable. By the way, that thing on you, it must be the Geto Rina Tensei, right?" Obito casually glanced at Jiaodu, his gaze seemingly impossible. "I have never mentioned these matters to anyone else." Jiaodu growled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jiaodu indeed liked to play mind games with his enemies by recounting his battles against Senju Hashirama, but he had never disclosed the detailed specifics to outsiders. Those who knew about such matters back then, whether it was the first or second Hokage or the higher-ups of Takigakure, should have all passed away. How could this person before me know so clearly? "I told you I am Uchiha Madara." Obito spoke lightly, as if stating a fact. "Impossible. Uchiha Madara died in battle against Senju Hashirama. Moreover, the overwhelming power of Uchiha Madara is certainly not something you possess in your current state." Jiaodu growled in disbelief. "Indeed, I suffered irreparable injuries in the battle against Hashirama, resulting in a decline in my power. However, I have also gained Hashirama's power." Obito said casually, forming a hand seal with one hand, pointing to an empty patch of ground, where a small sapling burst forth and rapidly grew into a large tree. "Wood would release." Jiaodu retreated a few steps. The wood release that had not been seen since Senju Hashirama's death, rekindling memories of Jiaodu's past. "That's right, would release the power that represents life. Thanks to him, I have been able to live this long and meet you, young one." Obito's words sounded wise beyond his years, and Jiaodu did not refute him. Compared to Uchiha Madara, who had been active since the Warring States period, Jiaodu indeed was a junior. "Madara, are you now here for?" Jiaodu had completely convinced himself that the person before him was the nearly 100-year-old Uchiha Madara, but he did not understand Madara's purpose in revealing his identity. "Jiaodu, don't you think this ninja world has become utterly terrible? Endless wars, the oppression of the weak by the powerful, the selfishness and hypocrisy of humanity, the chain of pain and hatred, and the nauseating false peace. Obito slowly articulated, stepping outside the cave as a ray of sunlight cascaded down. Indeed, this ninja world is indeed sickening, where anyone could betray, and only money could offer me a semblance of peace. Jiaodu deeply resonated with this. Such a world is nothing but a facade. Obito suddenly became impassioned. Where should people go? What is the meaning of life? It is all a void. Obito embraced the sunlight, stretching out his arms. Bathed in sunlight, he appeared to be fervently embracing a new world. Join me, Jiaodu. Follow me to establish a utopia that eliminates war and suffering, a world of everlasting peace. A world of everlasting peace indeed. Jiaodu stared blankly at Obito, his cold eyes flickering with a glimmer of light. In the jungle outside Takigakure, Izumiyama Tekataka gradually awakened the Takigakure ninjas who had been knocked unconscious, the distant sounds of ninjutsu booming in their ears. That fool Haiden has betrayed us. The village has suffered a severe blow, and you must return to the village immediately. Izumiyama Tekataka issued commands to each person who awoke. Leader, that Haiden? Someone asked anxiously. No need to worry. Izumiyama Tekataka took a deep breath, casting his gaze towards the distant battlefield. Someone is already helping us. Moreover, I will take action. Once Izumiyama Tekataka thought about taking everyone to settle accounts with Haiden, but after calming down he decided to go alone. Haiden's abilities are too bizarre. Izumiyama Tekataka does not want to cause further losses. Seeing Izumiyama Tekataka's resolute stance, the other Takigakure ninjas could only hurry back to the village. After watching everyone leave, Izumiyama Tekataka quickly headed towards the battlefield. Izumiyama Tekataka had witnessed Aoki's strength, yet he still did not believe that Aoki could defeat Haiden. Haiden is an immortal, and he possesses bizarre cursed techniques. If it weren't for the fact that they took advantage of Haiden's sleep, using both sedatives and poison to confiscate his tools, capturing Haiden would have surely resulted in severe casualties. Izumiyama Tekataka held on to the hope that he could recruit Haiden for his own use, sparing Haiden's life, which resulted in today's calamity. Now Izumiyama Tekataka only wanted Haiden dead. At the very least, he must be sealed away. Izumiyama Ryosuke rapidly approached the battlefield. Strangely, the roaring of ninjutsu and the cries of battle were gradually subsiding. Had the fight ended? Izumiyama Ryosuke's heart tightened. He knew that Haiden, aside from his curse, was incapable of other ninjutsu. Hang on a little longer, you little intruder. Izumiyama Ryosuke couldn't help but cheer for the intruder, Aoki. At least hold on until I arrive. He accelerated once more, but just as he was about to reach the scene, the sounds of battle ceased entirely. The forest fell into an eerie silence. Izumiyama Ryosuke slowed his steps. He swallowed hard, yet resolutely continued toward the battlefield. Even if he had to face Haiden alone, Izumiyama Ryosuke would go. Today Haiden must be eliminated. Just as he gathered his courage, listening to his own heartbeat, and stepped into the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, ravaged as if by a natural disaster, lay Haiden's body. A body charred almost to carbon with exposed bones. Nearby, Haiden's severed head lay on the ground, covered in mud, yet still bearing a lively expression, as if alive. Damn you, Aoki. How dare you deceive me? The Jashin will never forgive you. Izumiyama Ryosuke was startled. It was indeed alive. And Aoki stood calmly beside it, wielding Haiden's three-bladed scythe, digging a pit with great effort. Looks like you won, young man. The scene was somewhat macabre, but Izumiyama Ryosuke steadied himself and approached. Is everything settled in the village? By the way, my name is Aoki. No need to call me young man. Aoki smiled politely, while continuing to dig Haiden's grave. Very well, Aoki-kun. So what are you doing now? Izumiyama Ryosuke pointed curiously at the shallow pit, while Aoki gestured with his chin. As you can see, that bastard Haiden is still alive. Do you have any good ideas? Earth release rock fist jutsu. Without replying, Izumiyama Ryosuke quickly formed hand seals and punched the ground. Boom. A deep crater several meters wide appeared instantly. Ninjutsu sure is convenient. Aoki admired sincerely, then tossed the scythe into the pit, followed by Haiden's body. As Aoki picked up Haiden's head, Izumiyama Ryosuke spoke. Wait, young man. Are you planning to bury Haiden? What? Aoki shrugged. This guy can't be killed. Maybe burying him will starve him to death. You despicable bastard. I have the protection of Jashin. I'll crawl out of hell and bite you to death. Haiden cursed loudly. Not a good idea, Izumiyama Ryosuke mused. There are insects and such in the soil. Besides, this place is far from the village. What if someone unwittingly digs him up? How about chopping him into pieces? I don't believe he can come back from that. Huh. Don't even think about it, you idiot Izumiyama. I'm immortal. You can't harm me at all. Haiden laughed arrogantly. He might be telling the truth, Aoki said helplessly. Besides, even if I wanted to chop him up, I'm not sure I could bring myself to do it. I see. Then we'll have to seal him. Izumiyama Ryosuke nodded. Without delay, he swung his ninja blade to fell a tree, quickly fashioned a wooden box, and Aoki placed Haiden's head inside. Rock pillar seal. Aoki tossed Haiden into the pit, and Izumiyama Ryosuke rapidly formed hand seals. Several small rock pillars rose from the bottom, completely encasing the wooden box. Binding path of the 61 6 rods prison of light. For extra safety, Aoki also placed a small 6 rods prison of light inside. You two bastards. How dare you reduce me to this state? You will surely receive the punishment of Jashin. Huh. When I get out, I'll tear you both to pieces with my teeth. Haiden raged endlessly inside the wooden box. As the earth was piled and his voice grew fainter until finally no sound could be heard. That Haiden, even at death's door, he's still stubborn. Aoki sighed in relief. The moment the pit was filled, the system prompt defeated an enemy, exchange points 1555. Since the system prompt appeared, it meant Haiden would never break free. After all, given Haiden's nature, he'd rather die than admit defeat. Thank you, Aoki-kun. You have helped our Yugikure eliminate the most vicious rogue ninja in its history. Izumiyama Ryosuke bowed deeply. Don't mention it. Just don't hold a grudge against me for beating you up. Aoki chuckled. Of course not. Izumiyama Ryosuke smiled lightly, then said seriously, Aoki-kun, I see you bear no emblem from other villages. Would you like to join our Yugikure? If you become a member of Yugikure, you can openly spar with your comrades. Izumiyama Ryosuke tempted, thinking it an attractive offer. No thanks. Aoki declined flatly. I still want to face more powerful fighters in the ninja world. I see. Izumiyama Ryosuke's expression darkened slightly. Then he asked curiously, Aoki-kun, do you plan to travel the ninja world and challenge strong opponents? Exactly. I'm going to keep earning. I mean testing my capacity and become stronger. Then let me help you. Izumiyama Ryosuke smiled mysteriously. Aoki. Without replying, Izumiyama Ryosuke bid farewell and quickly left. It should be something good. Aoki smiled, not taking Izumiyama Ryosuke's words too seriously. Finally over. He let out a long breath, sat down on the ground, and began healing himself with Kido healing techniques. The fight with Haiden had left no injuries, but during the battle with Kakuzu, he had unavoidably sustained some internal and external damage from ninjutsu. As his wounds healed rapidly, his Kido healing proficiency increased by 8 points. Now time to tally the gains. During the battle, Aoki had leveled up his spiritual pressure once, in exchange for counterclash and collapse wheel. Combined with the exchange points from Kakuzu and Haiden, he now had a total of 3641 points. Honestly, not even enough to level up my spiritual pressure again. Aoki couldn't help complaining. As his strength grew, his demand for exchange points increased. A single gain of over 3000 points now felt insufficient. After successive battles, his various skill proficiencies had also increased slightly, cutting skill by 22 points, flash step by 47 points, and Hakuda by only 5 points. But these improvements were a drop in the bucket compared to the huge gap in exchange points. First, I'll upgrade flash step. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Aoki always felt his flash step should be stronger, yet the actual effect was barely on par with the body flicker technique of the ninja world. Although Qing Mu believed that his skills should yield more, he could only strive to improve and widen the gap against the system. With the investment of exchange points, the instant step was upgraded, surpassing the advanced level to reach the master level. Next, Qing Mu invested points into the slashing technique, which also reached master level. Now Qing Mu's attributes are as follows: Host Qing Mu Spiritual, Might Level 7 Zanpakutō Wabasuk Skills, Slashing Technique Master Instant Step Master Basic Combat Advanced, 182000, Return Path Intermediate, 1671000, Hollow Flash Binding Art No. 9 Crushing Wheel Binding Art No. 18 Water Mist Binding Art No. 30 Mouth Thrust 3 Flashes Binding Art No. 39 Round Fan Binding Art No. 61 6 Rod Light Prison Destruction Art No. 4 White Thunder Destruction Art No. 31 Red Fire Cannon Destruction Art No. 58 Gathering Storm Reverse Demon Killing Exchange Points 798. Although he couldn't enhance his spiritual might further the improvements in instant step and slashing technique, the remaining exchange points couldn't support Qing Mu in acquiring what he wanted, so he had to save them for now. After finishing these tasks, Qing Mu headed straight to the nearest town for a brief rest. He would temporarily avoid Tangyin village as it had just been troubled by Haiden. It wouldn't be appropriate to go there for a PK. After resting for a day, Qing Mu set off towards Sakatani town, which he had passed on his way. Some accounts need to be settled. In a concealed underground base in the land of fire, Konoha, an elderly man sat quietly in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. His right arm and head were wrapped in thick bandages, and his right eye was covered. After an unknown amount of time, a footstep broke the silence. Lord Danzo, we have found the enemy who killed the Night Owl team. A root ninja respectfully knelt on one knee. Danzo slightly opened his eyes and said, Speak. Yes. This person is named Qing Mu, originally an experimental subject of Orochimaru, proficient in swordsmanship, instant ninjutsu, and sealing techniques. The root ninja continued to relay Qing Mu's information. This person's bounty is 5 million Ryo, but my subordinates believe it is severely underestimated. Recent information indicates that he has defeated Deidara and recently helped Tangyin village defeat the rogue ninja Haiden, suggesting his strength is at the elite Jonin level. This person also has a hobby of challenging strong opponents, which is news released by Tangin Village. Danzo slammed his cane heavily on the ground. Challenging strong opponents, is that the reason he disrupted the Night Owl team's mission? Ridiculous. The Root Ninja immediately fell silent, not daring to raise his head to speak. In the quiet environment, only Danzo's heavy breathing remained. A faint sound arose and Danzo turned his head to gaze into the empty darkness. What has happened with Orochimaru? Danzo asked in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, another Root Ninja leaped from the darkness and knelt on one knee. Danzo had reached a tacit agreement with Orochimaru when the latter initiated the plan to collapse Konoha. Sasuke's defection was a product of this tacit understanding, otherwise the sound for would not have been so audaciously allowed to enter and exit Konoha, and Sasuke would not have swaggered out through the main gate. To maintain this tacit understanding with Danzo, Orochimaru naturally had to pay a price. However, just as Sasuke successfully defected, Orochimaru disappeared. Danzo immediately became furious and ordered, "Find him, we must find him. No one can escape the debt owed to Shimura Danzo." The Root Ninja, who later became the debt collector, was dispatched by Danzo. "I'm sorry, we scoured Orochimaru's base, but found no trace of him. However, we discovered something else. The Sound Ninja are now under the control of Orochimaru's subordinate Kabuto, including the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke." Kabuto. Danzo lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. The name seemed to evoke memories from his past. "Then let's capture that Kabuto and make him reveal where Orochimaru has gone." "I deeply apologize, Lord Danzo." The Root Ninja immediately bowed, his voice lacking confidence. "Once Kabuto discovered us, he promptly made his escape, and we lost track of him. Useless." Danzo suddenly stood up, sweeping his cane like a dragon, striking the Root Ninja on the ground, who did not dodge forcefully, sending him into the darkness. Accompanying this was Danzo's roar. "Useless, do not return until you find Kabuto." The sound of light footsteps echoed in the darkness as the debt collector and his team set off once more. "Oomph." Danzo sat back down, his cane striking the ground heavily again. That traitor Kabuto has completely forgotten his origins in Konoha. Such traitors, no matter who encounters them, should be captured, drained of their value, and executed on the spot. Yes. The remaining Root Ninja lowered his head, silenced, quietly listening to Danzo's instruction. After a while, Danzo finally vented his anger and looked at the Root Ninja below, saying, "You go find that Shin Mu, and if he is unwilling to comply, kill him." A mere experimental subject of Orochimaru, even with the strength of an elite Jonin, Danzo did not take too seriously. What Danzo was concerned about was how much benefit Shin Mu had gained from Orochimaru's experiments. Even Danzo was tempted by the instant ninjutsu and sealing techniques. If Shin Mu was willing to cooperate, Danzo would be more than happy to let him serve as a long-term experimental subject at the Root Research Base. If he was unwilling to yield, then killing him and bringing back the corpse would suffice. A corpse could also reveal most of the secrets of its previous life. In Sakatani Town, a dark-skinned, sunglasses-wearing, robust ninja carrying 7 blades was twisting strangely down the street, making odd gestures with his hands. Wherever he went, people would scatter, as if afraid of encountering something filthy. If it were not for the forehead protector of the hidden cloud village on his head, he might have already been apprehended. "Yo, finally out of my brother's cage, the rap god Killer B is finally free. Yay." Killer B stopped, looking at the distinctly clear street in front of him, taking a deep breath and revealing an intoxicated expression on his face. "Ah, the air of freedom is so nice. But don't be too ostentatious. The land of soup definitely has spies from the village." The 8 Tails admonished. "No worries. There are fans of my music all over the village." Killer B began to twist again, as if to cheer himself on. The people on the street moved even further away from him. Karabi completely ignored the reactions of the people, lost in his own song. Freedom regained. Excitement. Finding the master. Anticipation. The legendary rap master Karabi was just a novice in front of Teacher Ajin. "Teacher Ajin, I miss you." Tears streamed down Kirabi's face while beads of cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the 8 Tails. "But I think it would be better for you to return to the village sooner. Your elder brother must be searching for you like crazy." Karabi pretended not to hear, twisting his body and humming as he walked forward, completely immersed in his personal world. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong, Bai?" The 8 Tails asked curiously. "Could it be that you finally came to your senses? Planning to return to the village?" No, it's not that." Kirabi's expression turned serious. "It's about an important matter in my rap career." "You finally realized that this is too ostentatious, didn't you?" A hint of satisfaction flashed in the 8 Tails' eyes. "No." Karabi touched his stomach. "I'm just hungry." The 8 Tails. "How can you continue your rap career without filling your belly? How can you have the strength to follow in Teacher Ajin's footsteps?" Karabi shouted with righteous indignation, even taking out a small notebook to jot it down. "Let's go, little 8, time to eat." Karabi casually lifted the door curtain of a nearby shop. "Well, forget it, Bai, as long as you're happy." The 8 Tails sighed. "By the way, Bai, have you noticed anything?" The 8 Tails suddenly asked. Karabi was already seated at a table flipping through the menu without looking up, whom I noticed. But it's nothing serious. They are probably just ninjas hired by the local faction. Normal observation. As long as you know. The Eight Tails fell silent. At this moment 2 people quietly retreated outside the shop. If I'm not mistaken, that's the legendary Karabi from the Hidden Cloud Village. Takumi muttered uncertainly. Why would such a big shot come to a place like Sakata Town? Cold sweat dripped from Yosuke's forehead. In any case, I should report this to Boss Morin. Takumi smiled bitterly. Calm down, didn't we have a trio of ninjas here last time? Whether it's a trio of ninjas or Karabi, as long as they don't fight here, it's fine. Yosuke shook his head with a bitter smile as the 2 quickly withdrew. Shortly after Yosuke and Takumi left, a figure appeared at the entrance of Sakata Town. I never expected to return here, Sakata Town. Aoki clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. Morin Kazuki, I'm here to take your head. Actually, Aoki wasn't too concerned about the bounty on Morin Kazuki. The key issue was that Morin Kazuki had completely exposed Aoki's background, putting him at a disadvantage. In any case, Aoki had accepted Morin Kazuki's bounty, so he might as well make a move. Aoki immediately activated his spiritual network perception, and after a while his eyes brightened. Found it. In a distant izakaya, there were 2 faint red spiritual threads and 1 white spiritual thread together. It must be Morin Kazuki and his 2 Chunin subordinates. Whoosh! With several instant steps, Aoki suddenly appeared in front of the izakaya and kicked the door open. Morin Kazuki, I'm here to take your life. Cough cough, who is? Who is making a racket? A weak voice came from inside. He'll go check it out, Boss Yamaguchi. I want to see where this reckless kid came from. 2 robust voices laughed as they walked to the door facing Aoki, who had just retracted his leg. Who are you? Aoki was a bit confused. These 2 guys were indeed the ninjas he sensed, but they were 2 middle-aged, ugly men completely different from the Takumi and Yosuke he had seen before. I should be the one asking you, kid. Ugly man, A rubbed his forehead. What are you doing causing a ruckus on the Yamaguchi group's territory without knowing anything, you bastard? Ugly man be scolded. You 2 don't need to make a big deal. Cough cough. Of it. The last man in the izakaya appeared, his head wrapped in thick bandages, 1 arm in a sling. At first glance one might think he was Shimura Danzo. Pardon me. I am Yamaguchi Shigeru. May I ask, are you also here to deal with Morin Kazuki? Aoki. At this point Aoki realized he had caused a misunderstanding. The Yamaguchi Shigeru in front of him was actually the client who had placed the bounty. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Yamaguchi Shigeru's attitude became noticeably friendlier upon learning Aoki was after Morin Kazuki's bounty. Meanwhile, the 2 ugly men clearly grew more hostile. Boss Yamaguchi, a mere Morin Kazuki, doesn't need this young man to intervene. Exactly, my brother and I will take Morin Kazuki's head and save you 2 million ryo. As soon as they finished speaking, without waiting for Yamaguchi Shigeru to respond, the 2 hurriedly exited, leaving Aoki and Yamaguchi Shigeru exchanging glances. Cough cough, I apologize for the disturbance. Yamaguchi Shigeru chuckled and poured tea for Aoki. These 2 are the famous Kato brothers in the underworld. They were only recruited recently for self-defense. Originally my Yamaguchi group just wanted to do business well, but that Morin group is ambitious. Last time they even brought in a ninja called Jiraiya, defeating all my brothers, and even me, the boss. Sigh. Aoki understood. It seemed that after Jiraiya had suffered a setback here last time, he took his grievances to find trouble with the Yamaguchi group, but with Jiraiya's character, he did not go all out against the Yamaguchi group. That's why Yamaguchi Shigeru was recruiting rogue ninjas to prepare to deal with the Morin group. Aoki had a nonchalant attitude towards this. Having 2 more people to scout was not a bad thing. Those Kato brothers are only at the level of Chunin and do not pose a threat to me. May I ask your name, young man? If I can eliminate the Morin group this time, there will be a gap in territory expansion and personnel management. I wonder if you would be willing to lend me a hand. Yamaguchi Shigeru smiled as he handed Aoki another cup of tea. Aoki was momentarily speechless. When did a town's underworld even qualify to recruit him? Sorry, I'm only interested in Morin Kazuki. Aoki leaped away, leaving the tea untouched, leaving behind a disappointed Yamaguchi Shigeru. On another street in Sakata Town, the pedestrians had long since fled, and 4 ninjas were engaged in a fierce battle. Shurikens flew everywhere, kunai clashed fiercely, and ninjutsu collided passionately. Earth release rock iron cannon technique. Fire release great fireball technique. After a fierce battle, both sides pulled back slightly, both slightly panting. Big brother, the opponents are quite formidable. Let's use our ultimate moves. Kato Jiro looked at the opposing Takumi and Yosuke, suggesting to his brother. Kato Ichiro pondered for a moment and said, Alright, we don't want that newcomer to look down on us. The Kato brothers were hired as high-end talent by Yamaguchi Shigeru with a generous salary. Their first task should be a success. Although the Kato brothers could not detect Aoki's chakra fluctuations, they felt the pressure of competition from their peers. In this era, it's not easy for rogue ninjas to find work. In this battle, a swift resolution is essential. Kato Ichiro bit his finger, quickly formed seals, and pressed his hand to the ground. Summoning technique. Ka. As the white smoke dissipated, a giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters soared into the sky, flapping its wings to unleash 2 cutting wind blades. Damn it, there's actually a summoning beast. Takegawa's eyes were filled with envy and resentment, almost solidifying, as he quickly formed seals with both hands and pressed them to the ground. Earth release returned to the land. Boom. The wind blade struck heavily against the newly erected earthen wall, shattering it instantly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Katojiro seized the opportunity, and a massive fireball followed. Takegawa had no time to release a ninjutsu, and could only roll to the side watching as flames threatened to engulf him. Water release, water barrier. Yosuke hurriedly used the water barrier, and the thick water wall shielded against the fireball with steam rising rapidly as the water evaporated. Takegawa, hurry, and take Lord Moritake away. I can't hold them off for long. The Kato brothers were on par with them in strength, and with a summoning beast as support, the two of them were no match. Takegawa understood that opportunities were fleeting and took advantage of the steam cover to leave quickly. He cast a deep glance at Yosuke before departing. On the other side, Kurabi was sitting atop a rooftop enjoying a roasted chicken and watching the battle below as entertainment. How leisurely. The Eight Tails remarked, "What's so interesting about this level of battle? Not the same, O little eight." Kurabi said seriously, "Although they are just low-level rogue ninjas, they are men of integrity." By now the battle below had reached its climax, with Yosuke desperately blocking the Kato brothers, while Takegawa had found Moritake Ichifu and was fleeing rapidly. Brotherhood and loyalty. This is the eternal melody of the men in Inca. Kurabi gently wiped away a tear. Men need not say much. It's getting my blood boiling. You really are sentimental, Kurabi. The Eight Tails replied somewhat speechlessly. Then are you going to... Kurabi stroked his chin in silence, and suddenly tossed the chicken bone away. Below, Katojiro was gripping a kunai, stabbing towards Yosuke, already battered, and waiting for death. Slap. Splash. Yosuke was stunned as he saw the aggressive Katojiro suddenly roll his eyes and fall straight to the ground. Who? Which bastard ambushed me? Kato Ichiro cursed angrily. Brothers, united. Brotherhood can break gold. Kurabi approached, fiddling with strange hand signs, his face suddenly becoming serious. Friend, how about stopping here? Where did this madman come from? Kato Ichiro cursed. Keizei go. Use tenfold wind blades. Takegawa with Moritake Ichifu hadn't escaped far when they found their path blocked by a person. Get out of the way. Takegawa, looking deranged, waved his kunai and charged. Bang. In the next moment, Takegawa flew back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the roadside wall. Too stuck to get out. Well met again, Moritake Ichifu. Aoki walked forward with a face full of kindness. Do you still recognize me? I heard there's a bounty of 5 million ryo on my head in the black market. Moritake Ichifu was initially confused, but his expression changed dramatically. How are you still alive? No. Wait, it's not me. Moritake Ichifu completely lost his usual calm demeanor. Whoosh. Aoki, uninterested in arguing, swiftly decapitated Moritake Ichifu and headed back with his head in hand. A mere mortal dares to place a bounty on a powerhouse like Aoki and expose his information. Moritake Ichifu had long sought his own death. As for what this guy was thinking, it no longer. Aoki walked back step by step and then saw a scene he would never forget. A giant eagle circled in the air, launching blue wind blades as Kato Ichiro fought against Kurabi. Earth release, rock iron cannon technique. The massive stone seemed to have no effect as Kurabi effortlessly shattered it with a wave of his hand. Kid, since you're here, help quickly. Kato Ichiro shouted at Aoki. Fog grass, you really have an eagle. Aoki was dumbfounded. Kato must have an eagle, just like the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Damn it, what are you talking about? Kato Ichiro cursed angrily, then was hit by a punch from Kurabi, falling into an infant-like slumber. The eagle in the sky was the first to be sent back to the summoning realm by Kurabi. You are Kurabi of the Cloud Hidden. Aoki was somewhat suspicious, having only focused on the eagle before realizing he was actually fighting Kurabi. Kurabi looked Aoki up and down, then silently walked forward. You bastard. Unforgivable. Kurabi suddenly swung a heavy punch, seemingly carrying the might of thunder, and struck fiercely at Aoki. What the hell? Aoki immediately retreated, casually tossing away Moritake Ichifu's head, and his Zanpakutō was unsheathed. Raise your head, Zangetsu. The Zanpakutō instantly transformed into a right-angled fishhook shape, and Aoki stood ready. Damn it, you bastard who tarnishes the bonds of manliness. Kurabi shouted angrily, his body enveloped in thunder, and in an instant he dashed to where Moritake Ichifu's head lay, carefully picking it up. Aoki. Kurabi cautiously wiped the dust off the head, and instantly reappeared beside Yosuke, returning, I recognize your brotherhood and loyalty to the boss. Kiraba's voice was deep, then he turned and shouted, next let me teach this bastard a lesson. Eat my punch. Aoki's vision suddenly blurred, and Kiraba's figure vanished. When he reappeared, a fist as massive as a mountain was coming straight at him. Gah! Aoki held his sword with both hands, bracing against Kiraba's heavy punch. A look of surprise crossed Kiraba's face. To be able to take my punch are quite something. But how about this move? Kurabi smiled coldly, his fist suddenly crackling with electricity arcs of lightning immediately wrapping around Aoki's Zanpakutō. Without a second thought, Kurabi intended to give himself an electric therapy with lightning release. It seemed like retracting the blade in time was a good choice. Aoki did not hesitate, quickly freeing one hand. The pressure of holding the sword with one hand instantly doubled. But that didn't change much. Aoki's freed hand was already aimed at Kurabi. Destruction of Path No. 58. Thunderstorm. A powerful whirlwind erupted, and Kurabi vanished in a flash of lightning. Wind attributes completely counter lightning release. Kurabi did not want to take a hit-in at close range. The whirlwind ultimately roared into the distance, and before Kurabi could catch his breath, a sound of wind breaking came from behind. Clang. Killer Bee firmly blocked the blade striking from behind, and Aoki revealed a faint smile. Your body is quite tough. You're not bad either, but unfortunately, you're a bastard. Killer Bee sneered in response, and suddenly violent electric light burst from his entire body. Aoki's heart tightened. The next second, Killer Bee vanished instantly, and almost simultaneously an intense pressure surged from the back of his head. Whoosh! Aoki immediately performed Shuinpa, and then a thunderous crash echoed from his ear. The spot where Aoki had stood moments ago was now a large crater with Killer Bee standing at its edge, his body flickering with electric light. Raijin Chakra Mode. Aoki squinted. This secret technique of Kimogakure could greatly activate the body, enhancing hardness and speed like donning an indestructible armor. You're not slow either. Killer Bee flashed a conspicuous row of white teeth. Again. Whoosh. Whoosh. With Raijin Chakra Mode activated and using Shunshin, Killer Bee's speed was nothing short of freakish, each time appearing at the most unexpected positions. No wonder the AB brothers could contend with Minato Namikaze. This speed was almost second only to the Flying Thunder God technique. Fortunately, Aoki's Shuinpa was no slouch either. His master-level Shuinpa could fully keep up with Killer Bee's speed. This is incredible speed. Yusuke, watching from the sidelines, was stunned speechless. From his perspective, there were no human figures. Only two streaks of light clashing continuously. Is such an opponent truly within my reach? Yusuke had remained at the battlefield's edge, perhaps harboring thoughts of avenging Moriai Kazuo, but now those petty intentions had vanished like smoke. Aoki and he were not even in the same dimension. Yusuke sighed softly, carefully cradling Moriai Kazuo's head in his arms, and quietly slipped away. Aoki did not notice this. He was utterly focused on the battle with Killer Bee. It must be admitted that Killer Bee was the fastest opponent Aoki had ever encountered. After several exchanges, Aoki rarely had a chance to land a blow on him. Even when he did strike, Killer Bee would firmly block it with his bracers. More often, this clash felt like a race of speed. Clang. Another exchange, and Aoki habitually retreated, ready to use Shuinpa again, but he saw Killer Bee standing still, waving his hand. Pause. You bastard, your speed is not bad. Fighting like this is too boring. Killer Bee reached behind his back, drew out 7 swords, and flung them into the air. Then he struck a bizarre pose, deftly catching the falling blades. Just as I was feeling a bit sluggish, let me show you my captivating melody. You bastard, you fool. Before the words faded, Killer Bee leaped, and in an instant rushed before Aoki. Clang, clang, clang. His hands, elbows, knees, armpits, even his waist, abdomen, and mouth held a sword each. At this moment, Killer Bee was like a hedgehog bristling with spikes, leaving no gap to strike. Combined with the ultra-fast Raijin Chakra Mode, his assault was completely relentless, overwhelming to the eye. In the original story, Sasuke with his Sharingan was defeated in a short time, showing the terrifying nature of Killer Bee's swordplay. Aoki's situation was not much better. His master-level swordsmanship might surpass Sasuke's, but Aoki lacked the Sharingan to read Killer Bee's movements. In a very short time, Aoki found himself on the defensive, constantly parrying with his Zanpakutō, unable to mount a counter. If he tried to use Shuinpa to create distance or release a Kido, Killer Bee would either catch up with Shunshin or interrupt him with a dense barrage of attacks. What's the matter? Is your blade only this much? You bastard, you fool. Amidst the assault, Killer Bee taunted and rapped, but Aoki remained completely unfazed. Before long, fine cuts began to appear on Aoki's body. Yet his eyes gradually brightened, while Killer Bee's expression grew serious. Unbeknownst to him, Killer Bee became distinctly aware of some strange changes occurring within him. Like the sluggishness he had felt during the earlier exchange, now his body grew heavier, and the swords in his hands felt as if filled with leads, suddenly becoming abnormally heavy. What is this? Killer Bee had no time to ponder, only wanting to finish the enemy quickly. Clang, clang, clang. Another round of clashes, and Killer Bee suddenly felt his swords grow even heavier. So heavy they became unbearable, so heavy that he could no longer maintain a one-legged stance. Thud! In the midst of Shunshin, Killer Bee's figure abruptly halted. The swords in his mouth, clamped in his elbows and held in his hands, all fell crashing heavily to the ground with a weight far beyond normal. The right-angle hook of Wabasuk was firmly hooked around Killer Bee's neck. How about you stop here? Aoki said with a faint smile. That strange sword of yours with its odd shape. Killer Bee didn't forget his rap. You bastard, you despicable fellow. Speaking of despicable, as a ninja, what right do you have to... Aoki rolled his eyes. He had no desire to truly fight to the death with Killer Bee. Although Killer Bee was now under a debuff, if pushed too far, he could summon the 8 tails and unleash a tailed beast ball, forcing Aoki to flee. Oof. Killer Bee snorted disdainfully, then cast a glance at Aoki, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. You strange fellow. You have no chakra fluctuations. That's right, I'm not a ninja at all. Aoki said openly. Interesting. Killer Bee's lips curled into a smile. This man before him had no chakra fluctuations and no ninja, yet he can use ninjutsu, and is quite skilled. Truly an interesting fellow. Hey kid, what about my swords and my body? The special ability of my sword. Aoki said frankly, withdrawing Wabasuk and returning it to its Shirkai form. Just then the system prompted defeated an enemy, gained 2,756 exchange points. Aoki's exchange points reached 3,554. Obviously Killer Bee no longer wished to fight, so Aoki saw no need to keep Wabasuk in its transformed state. Why would someone like you target ordinary people? Killer Bee asked in confusion. Through the battle he realized that Aoki was not the hyena-like rogue ninja he had initially assumed. The guy I killed had a bounty on my head in the black market. 5 million Rio. Aoki shrugged. And he leaked all my combat information, nearly getting me killed by bounty hunters. He was asking for death. Aoki concluded. Indeed. Killer Bee nodded in agreement. In the ninja world, ninjas and civilians maintained an unspoken employer-employee relationship, preserving a delicate balance. A civilian who recklessly broke the ninja's taboo was courting death. Perhaps having 2 Chunin under his command and drinking with Jiraiya had momentarily clouded Moriai Kazuo's judgment. But doing wrong meant paying the price. The intelligence leak was indeed severe for Chingmu. At least next time Killer Bee faced him, he would avoid repeated close-range combat, and instead maintain distance to bombard him with ninjutsu or deliver a single-tailed beast ball. Huh. Not knowing your intel really put you at a disadvantage, huh? You jerk. You fool. Killer Bee laughed and scolded. Though Chingmu had already introduced his name, Killer Bee still delighted in calling him thus. I'm off. Your body will recover shortly. Having secured his reward points, Chingmu saw no reason to prolong the debate with Killer Bee. Wait. Hey Chingmu, let's bump fists. Killer Bee extended his right fist with solemn earnestness. Alright, Chingmu smiled and gently tapped fists with him. Though Killer Bee loved rap, and often behaved eccentrically, his mind seemingly one thread short, he proved a genuinely loyal friend. Why this kid's origins are unclear. 8 Tails hastily interjected. It's fine. Young Chingmu possesses formidable strength and never exploited my vulnerability. His integrity is beyond reproach. Killer Bee gleefully swung his legs atop the 8 Tails snout. It's because he lacks confidence in defeating a Jinchuriki, and you are the Raikage's younger brother. The 8 Tails broke into a cold sweat. In any case, I find him admirable. It'd be even better if he joined Kumogakure. Ignoring the 8 Tails entirely, Killer Bee suddenly clapped his hands. Hey Bee, don't you need to consult the Raikage first? Before the 8 Tails could finish, Killer Bee's consciousness snapped back to reality. Releasing Chingmu's fist, Killer Bee grinned broadly. Chingmu, your Kenjutsu is exceptional. Join Kumogakure, become my comrade. Oh yeah. We'll spar daily, and I'll teach you rap, the ultimate art. Oh yeah. Killer Bee gestured wildly again, leaving Chingmu drenched in... No. Chingmu declined outright. Huh. Why? Killer Bee tilted his head, puzzled. Frankly, I have no appreciation for your rap. Seeing Killer Bee's expression darken, Chingmu quickly added, I seek ever greater challenges, to refine my skills to their highest pinnacle. The shinobi world is vast. Konoha Sunigakure Iwagakure. There are countless elite warriors across these villages I've yet to test myself against. How could I settle within a single village now? Killer Bee paused thoughtfully. Your words sound oddly familiar. Recently rumors spoke of a wanderer obsessed with challenging masters across the land. Could that be you? Chingmu. Indeed, it's him. Beside the 8 Tails. Didn't you recall the rumor named him outright? Chingmu, right, it is you. Killer Bee declared with certainty. Who started this rumor? Chingmu muttered, exasperated. Such tales spread like wildfire, and soon his name would echo throughout the shinobi world. This meant Chingmu's identity would swiftly shift from shadow to spotlight. No longer could he operate covertly, as he had in Yuki no Kuni. Kumogakure hasn't heard of you yet. I only learned of you upon arriving in the land of hot springs. Izumiyama. Chingmu gritted his teeth. It has to be Izumiyama Takasuk. When we parted, he even claimed he'd do me a favor. This is how he repaid me. Isn't that splendid? Killer Bee said. Kumogakure warmly welcomes such individuals. We receive wandering shinobi every year who challenge our village. And then, some possess genuine talent, but ultimately fall to Darui and join Kumogakure. Killer Bee shrugged. So long as one isn't a Missingnin, proving strength suffices to join our family. What do you say? Tempted. Become a cloud ninja, and we'll be brothers. Killer Bee swept Chingmu into a firm embrace. Truth be told, Qingmu did feel a fleeting surge of temptation. Yet after reflection, he chose refusal. Apologies. I intend to continue my journey across the shinobi world. Qingmu smiled faintly. Perhaps I'll visit Kumogakure someday. Then when you do challenge us without restraint. Fine. Seeing Qingmu's resolve, Killer Bee ceased persuasion. If you're set on traveling further, let me recommend a destination. Killer Bee mused aloud. How about the Land of Iron? The Land of Iron. Precisely. Though you wield instantaneous ninjutsu kenjutsu, remains your primary art correct? Killer Bee affirmed confidently. The Land of Iron teems with kenjutsu masters. You'll undoubtedly gain profound insight there. Indeed. Thank you, Killer Bee. Don't mention it. You jerk. You fool. We are friends. Killer Bee solemnly extended his right fist. Their knuckles met beneath the sun's golden light. Killer Bee departed. Having savored the spectacle, he resumed his quest to locate his mentor master akin. Qingmu went instead to Yamaguchi Shigeru. Not through the bounty office, but directly claiming the 2 million Ryo reward from the client himself. With his purse newly swollen, Qingmu headed north toward the port of the Land of Hot Springs, the embarkation point for ferries bound for the Land of Iron. Days later, he finally set foot upon its soil. Before him stretched sheer coastal cliffs, endless, untamed, merging seamlessly with the horizon where sea met sky. Directly ahead lay a deep canyon, as though carved by a peerless swordsman cleaving a precise gash into the mountain face. This was the harbor of the Land of Iron. Qingmu disembarked, scarcely pausing to admire nature's sublime craftsmanship. His first involuntary shiver betrayed his reaction. No wonder. He stood in biting cold. Snowflakes fell pristine and silent. Roads and rooftops lay buried under thick, unbroken white. Even the seaside cliffs wore perpetual mantles of ice and snow. Haha. Foreigner, stunned by this infernal weather. Warm teas on me. And I've got ready-made winter cloaks, called the tailor from his dockside shop, beaming with hospitality. Qingmu entered, and emerged moments later swaddled in a thick padded coat. 1 cup of tea and 1 coat cost 50,000 Ryo, overpriced by half. No wonder the tailor's shop thrived at the wharf. While Qingmu browsed, 2 or 3 more groups arrived, just as ill-prepared fat lambs as he. Still, Qingmu wasn't wholly disadvantaged. During idle chat with the tailor, he'd gleaned precise directions to the towns. The Land of Iron rose upon the Sanro Mountains, a high-altitude realm of bitter cold and isolation from the shinobi world, forging its people into fierce, indomitable souls. That even a modest coastal town hosted a dojo stood as testament. The Land of Iron knew no shinobi, no academy, only the samurai clans who ruled it. Samurai were selected from dojos scattered nationwide. These dojos taught neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, but rather chakra cultivation, application, and the distinct sword arts of each lineage. To Qingmu, chakra was merely a fleeting concept, as he could never master it. However, he remained quite interested in the various sword techniques of the Iron. Before long, Qingmu arrived at his first destination, the Isen Dojo. Hearing King Miss knock, a student opened the door, momentarily stunned upon seeing Qingmu, then took a step back and bowed. Are you Lord Qingmu? Please follow me. The student smiled brightly. Qingmu. He swallowed the words he had prepared to say, I challenge you, and walked into the dojo, filled with confusion. In the center of the dojo, dozens of students were practicing basic moves. Upon seeing Qingmu, they all halted their actions, their eyes glued to him, as if he were a celebrity. I apologize, please wait a moment, Lord Qingmu. I will fetch the dojo master. The student bowed again, and turned to leave. Moreover, other students quickly brought out cushions and hot water, their gazes toward Qingmu, filled with curiosity and admiration. One might think a guest of honor had arrived. Qingmu sat in silence for a moment before he could no longer hold back, asking, you all seem quite unfazed by my arrival. Yes, we have eagerly anticipated your arrival, Lord Qingmu. One student smiled especially brightly. Qingmu, eh? Before he could continue questioning, a burly middle-aged man appeared. We have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Qingmu. The man approached Qingmu, bowed, and said, I am Shaosen Isen, the master of this Isen dojo. I humbly request your guidance. You're too kind. Qingmu returned the gesture, then eagerly asked, it seems the dojo master already knew I would come. Indeed, that is correct. Shaosen Isen smiled slightly, and handed over a photograph. Please take a look at this first. Qingmu took it, and was surprised to find it was a photo of himself. This? Where did it come from? Qingmu was somewhat bewildered. It was thanks to Lord Karabi from Yunin. Shaosen Isen remarked, had he not informed Lord Mifyun in time, we would not have known that you would choose to come to the Iron Country for guidance. This photo was also sent by Lord Karabi. When did that guy Karabi take this photo? Lord Mifyun made many copies of it to ensure every dojo received one. Qingmu was still not convinced, and pressed, why do you all seem so eager about my arrival? Shaosen Isen realized and laughed, Mr. Qingmu, you do not think you are an unknown person, do you? Some time ago we heard rumors about Mr. Qingmu, a powerful figure who helped Tangin deal with rebellious ninjas, and has a passion for challenging strong opponents. For a sword master like you to come to our Iron Country for exchange, we couldn't be more delighted. Shaosun Isin sighed a little. Nowadays warriors have fallen, and the world has become the domain of ninjas. Both Lord Mifyun, and I hope to see more people like you. One person, one sword, traveling the world, constantly challenging, all for the sake of honing one's skills. Shaosun Isin stood up, took 2 wooden swords from a student, and offered one to Qingmu, bowing deeply. I implore you. Alright. Qingmu stood up, and accepted the wooden sword. Shaosun Isin, or rather the whole Iron Country's sentiment, Qingmu began to understand. Indeed, as the last bastion of the warrior nation, he could still witness such pure samurai romanticism. In some respects, Izumiyama and Karabi had truly helped Qingmu. Qingmu flipped his palm, returning his Zanpakutō to his personal space. As long as he utilized the power of Wabasuk, Qingmu was practically invincible in the Iron Country. However, compared to the easily obtainable exchange points, Qingmu desired more to enhance his skills through the purest form of combat. His action of sheathing his Zanpakutō drew astonished reactions from the crowd. Is this the space ninjutsu? In an instant your sword vanished. Shaosun Isin expressed both surprise and a hint of, it is merely stored away for the time being. Qingmu raised the wooden sword in his hand, implying what matters is it not? You are absolutely correct. Shaosun Isin became serious, the envy in his eyes quickly dissipating. The sword is the pursuit of our lifetime as warriors. Shaosun Isin, I humbly request your guidance. Qingmu, please instruct me. With that the two transformed into whirlwinds, their wooden swords clashing fiercely. Shaosun Isin abandoned his usual chakra sword, losing many offensive maneuvers. Qingmu also refrained from using the abilities of his Zanpakutō, opting for the unremarkable wooden sword instead. Their duel was a pure contest of swordsmanship, a pure battle of body, mind, and technique. The audience of students watched in awe at their thrilling confrontation. Before long the two stopped, Shaosun Isin stepping back with a noticeable red mark on his chest. I have lost. Shaosun Isin chuckled heartily. Mr. Qingmu truly lives up to his reputation. Master Isin is also quite strong. Ooh, I have learned a lot. Qingmu smiled in response, genuinely benefiting from the encounter. Although Shaosun Isin's strength was only equivalent to a special Jonin level, his swordsmanship had unique qualities. The increase of 43 points in swordsmanship proficiency after just one battle was proof. Additionally, Shaosun Isin contributed 205 exchange points. Your words truly humble me. Shaosun Isin bowed and said somewhat hesitantly, I have one more request if you... Please go ahead. I wish to seek your guidance for my mediocre disciples. May I request this? Shaosun Isin said cautiously. Certainly. Qingmu was suddenly intrigued. Please do not hesitate and come forth. Isin Dojo has dozens of disciples, and even if the exchange points they provide are minimal, every little bit counts. I am truly grateful. Shaosun Isin bowed excitedly, then sternly looked at the disciples. A rare opportunity is right before you. You do not be negligent. Yes. The disciples replied in unison, their eyes toward Qingmu filled with excitement and eagerness. Let's all come at once. Qingmu stood in the center smiling slightly. No one showed any signs of surprise, but rather filled with awe for the strong. They rushed forward without hesitation. Qingmu left the Isin Dojo amidst the sincere thanks of the crowd. Standing on the street, Qingmu looked up at the sky, feeling as if in a dream. Of course, Qingmu won the battles against the dojo's disciples. The people of Isin Dojo were thoroughly defeated, yet they did not become angry, and instead respectfully expressed their gratitude. Is this the mindset of the warriors of the Iron Country? After defeating the numerous disciples, Qingmu gained 407 exchange points, and his swordsmanship proficiency increased by 15 points. Now Qingmu had accumulated 4166 exchange points, enough to upgrade his blade arts once more. Yet just as he was about to allocate the points, he hesitated. Through these two battles, Qingmu had gained a different kind of enlightenment. Each time he enhanced his blade arts, the combat techniques infused into his memory by the system gradually awakened through pure fighting. Although the proficiency in cutting techniques had only increased by 59 points, Qingmu could feel that his understanding of the art far surpassed what a mere 59 points could express. The realization gained from pure combat far exceeded the stacking of exchange points. The levels Qingmu had built up with points were slowly releasing their true power through battle. Qingmu decided to temporarily save the exchange points he had earned. From now on he would challenge the dojos of the Taiji Gua as a pure swordsman one by one. Honestly, being Hokage is such a hassle. Only an idiot would want to be Hokage. Tsunade walked across the snowy plains of the Taiji Gua, each step crunching the snow underfoot. Don't say that, Lady Tsunade. Shizun cautioned nervously. Xianjian has already looked over here. Noticing Shizun's gaze, Bizuo, Xianjian raised a hand in greeting, his eyes curving into crescents. In any case, Lady Tsunade, you must maintain the proper image of a Hokage when outside. Shizun urged earnestly. TCH, you're so annoying. Tsunade grumbled discontentedly. Those old geezers just love bossing me around. Don't say that, Lady Tsunade. Shizun looked panicked, lowering her voice further. The elders have their own difficulties. Buzuo Xuanjin, following behind Tsunade, could only smile bitterly to himself, pretending. As a member of the Hokage Guard, Buzuo Xianjian and his two teammates had long grown accustomed to Tsunade's daily outbursts. With a bunch of sinecures they have no real difficulties. Tsunade immediately retorted, "Isn't this kind of diplomatic affair always Shuhoman Yan's job?" The reason Tsunade had come to the Taiji Gua was precisely at its invitation to negotiate diplomatic matters. As a permanently neutral nation in the ninja world, the Taiji Gua's strength was no less than that of any of the 5 great ninja villages. Konoha had to give it sufficient diplomatic weight. Normally such matters would require at least a village elder to handle. Even a renowned elite jonin like Kakashi, due to his insufficient rank in Konoha, could not be sent alone. Tsunade's personal visit to the Taiji Gua naturally provided ample prestige, but it seemed the person involved, Tsunade herself, was not too pleased. "Lady Tsunade, have you forgotten? Lord Shuhoman has just gone to Jing due to discuss the village's budget with the daimyo." Shizun sighed helplessly. "Huh, no wonder I haven't seen that old man lately." Tsunade mused. "Wait, Zhuanxin Xiaochun has also been missing for a few days. Did she go to Jingdu too?" Tsunade demanded sharply. "Lord Zhuanxin has gone to the Fengji Gua. Since we re-established the alliance with the Sha'in, we need to reallocate the mission shares." Shizun said, somewhat speechless. "Lady Tsunade, the documents for both elders' trips were personally signed by you." "Ah, really? Ha ha." Tsunade laughed awkwardly. "With so many documents to sign every day, who knows what nonsense they're about?" With Shizun as her personal secretary to handle the details, wasn't the Hokage just supposed to stamp and sign? Tsunade thought hard. It seemed Shuhoman Yin and Zhuanxin Xiaochun had indeed said something to her, but whatever the two elders told her, Tsunade always let it go in one ear and out the other, at most responding with a string of yeah. Wait. Tsunade suddenly noticed something else. "Why didn't Lujo remind me about this?" "Lord Niliang has already reported to you, Lady Tsunade. Were you drunk again that day?" Shizun felt as if she was about to collapse. Annoying. Tsunade felt her authority challenged, but she was also a little guilty, muttering under her breath that Lujo, as the captain of the Jonin squad, has no idea how to share the Hokage's burdens. Shizun had no strength left to complain. The affairs of the Jonin squad were already heavy enough, almost like a prime minister's role. For Tsunade to think Niliang Lujo could go on a mission to the Taiji Gua for her. What a wild idea. If Niliang Lujo left, the village would be left with a drunken Tsunade, a mountain of pending affairs, and poor pitiful. Oh right, there was also one heavyweight elder in Konoha Jitsuin, Tuanzang. Not to mention that Tuanzang didn't really obey Tsunade. Send Tuanzang on a diplomatic mission. Or leave Tuanzang in charge of the village's affairs. Shizun couldn't help but shudder. That image was too terrifying to imagine. Alright. Tsunade, knowing she was in the wrong, quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last came to the Taiji Gua. It's a bit nostalgic." "Lady Tsunade." Shizun immediately became wary. "We came to the Taiji Gua for serious business this time. You can't let your guard down, Lady Tsunade. This is a great opportunity to strengthen ties with the Taiji Gua." Shizun said seriously. The samurai corps of the Taiji Gua handled most of the country's mission requests, but since they had no ninja missions unsuitable for samurai, were often outsourced. For covert missions like infiltration or document theft, they couldn't expect samurai who lacked stealth skills to go in guns blazing every time, could they? Kill everyone. That's what I call a perfect infiltration. Ninjas, on the other hand, were a perfect fit. Such tasks were the basic skills of a ninja's profession. Originally, the Taiji Gua had outsourced these missions to the Sha'in Yu'in and Yunin. But in recent years, the Yu'in had closed off external contact, and the Sha'in had declined, especially after losing the war with Konoha. Thus, the Taiji Gua, now with a considerable share of missions available, turned its attention to the victorious Konoha, leading to this invitation. For Konoha's high-ranking officials, this was naturally an excellent opportunity to strengthen ties with the Taiji Gua. After all, the Taiji Gua was the main producer of chakra metal, the oil daddy of the ninja world. Of course I understand these interests. I am the Hokage after all. Tsunade gave a meaningful smile and changed the subject. "That's why I asked you to come along, Shizun. Shizun, I'll leave the Taiji Gua affairs to you. I'm counting on you." Tsunade gave a quick thumbs up. How can you do this, Lady Tsunade?" Shizun exclaimed, now realizing Tsunade's true purpose in insisting she accompany her. "That's how it is." Tsunade grinned brilliantly. "Shizun, Xianjian squad." "Yeah." Tsunade silently praised herself. "I hope this is just a joke." Shirinui Genma saw Tsunade laughing heartily, and wanting to avoid any bad luck, could only helplessly cover his face. The other members of the Shadow Guard, Narashikaku and Inazuka Kiba, were already almost numb. Tsunade made a pitiful request to Shikamaru like a walking corpse. Hehe. Tsunade felt secretly pleased, her thoughts drifting far away. Tsunade had visited the Land of Iron during her travels in the ninja world. Aside from dojos, the casinos and taverns were also thriving. Whether samurai or ronin, anyone with a bit of spare change liked to go for a drink and then gamble a little. The Land of Iron naturally left a deep impression on Tsunade. Negotiating with General Mifune was something that Shikamaru could not bear. Tsunade laughed like a fox. "When night falls, we can take the opportunity to Everyone had their own thoughts as they entered a town before night fell, reaching the mountainous city. Not long after assigning the rooms, a faint scream came from Tsunade and Shikamaru's room. No, Lady Tsunade. This won't do. Stop whining. Let me see. No. Absolutely not. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, firmly held down by Tsunade on the verge of tears. Think it over, Shikamaru. I just need this one night. Tsunade wore an evil smile, her words sounding like a demon's whisper. Or do you want to negotiate with Mifune for me taking charge on your own? No means no. Shikamaru held back his tears, determined. I will never transform into Lady Tsunade. And I won't let Lady Tsunade out of my sight for even a whole night. Not even for the first half of the night. Tsunade's tone softened, her eyes filled with hope as she added, I will definitely come back in the second half of the night. Not for a single minute. Shikamaru firmly refused. Even for a minute, Lady Tsunade would lose everything. Tsunade completely lost it, squeezing Shikamaru's face. Quick transform. I need to get some fresh air. Do you know how long it's been since I've played a few rounds? The bosses of the Land of Iron must really miss me. No way, no way. Shikamaru's face was twisted into dough, yet he remained steadfast and unyielding. Oh, you won't listen to your master. Tsunade shouted in fury, then you go negotiate with Mifune for me. Tsunade's plan was not complicated, as she would use the negotiations with the Land of Iron to blackmail Shikamaru into submission. Shikamaru, transform into my appearance and attract Jinma's attention in the inn, while I transform into you and sneak out. Upon entering the mountainous city, Tsunade had already scouted out a casino and even planned how to dominate. Negotiating with Mifune for Konoha's interests was a responsibility that came with being Hokage. I will supervise Lady Tsunade's duties together with Genma. Shikamaru steeled himself, determined to go all out. No matter what, he could not let Lady Tsunade go out to gamble again. Tsunade was completely in a frenzy. Outside the door, Shiranui Genma withdrew his hand, which was about to knock his suspended heart finally at ease. The tug-of-war between Tsunade and Shikamaru was something that Shiranui Genma had witnessed many times. Although it appeared that Shikamaru was often bullied by Tsunade most of the time, it ended with Shikamaru's persistence. This can be considered a case of the predator becoming the prey. Not wanting to hear any more noise from the room, Shiranui Genma quickly left. He still needed to arrange the night watch with his two teammates. It was both a necessary warning and supervision. Here we go, as per usual, drawing lots. Shiranui Genma took out 3 kunai of varying lengths and held them in his hand. The 3 had been teammates for over a decade, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Soon the 3 decided on their night watch order, with the unlucky Inuzuka Kiba drawing the middle lot. The night was very quiet, and sounds gradually faded from Tsunade's room. Inuzuka Kiba replaced Nara Shikaku, quietly lurking on the rooftop, carefully observing the surroundings. Compared to his 2 teammates, Inuzuka Kiba did not have particularly good talent. At nearly 30 years old, he was only a chunin, and his lightning body flicker technique was barely mastered. But Inuzuka Kiba was definitely the most diligent and meticulous of the 3. Crack. The sound was not loud, yet somewhat muffled, but in the still night sky it was enough to draw attention. Inuzuka Kiba looked alert just in time to see a shadow darting out of the darkness. Who? Inuzuka Kiba quickly stood up, throwing several shurikens. The shadow's forward path was blocked, its movement slightly hindered, and Inuzuka Kiba had rushed to the front. Who are you? Inuzuka Kiba whispered, then suddenly gasped, Hokagesima. Oh, Kiba, very alert, huh? Tsunade said with a grin. Hokagesima, you're not resting yet. Inuzuka Kiba relaxed his expression, but his heart became vigilant in an instant, his hands behind his back already ready to release a signal flare at any moment. This instinct was honed during Tsunade's time in the Shadow Guard, where she often sneaked out to drink and gamble. Hokagesima, we need to travel tomorrow, but it's better to rest early. We still need to meet Mifune. Before Inuzuka Kiba could finish his words, he was suddenly struck hard on the back of the neck and immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. Kiba, what you said was very good, no need to say more. Tsunade said with a grin, turning into a puff of white smoke and dissipating. The one speaking with Inuzuka Kiba was merely a shadow clone of Tsunade. The real Tsunade carefully lifted Inuzuka Kiba, tossing him into the room, where Shikamaru was already lying on the bed fast asleep. What a bargain for you, sharing a room with it. Tsunade chuckled, pocketing Shikamaru's wallet, and quickly disappeared into the night. Long lost battlefield, here I come. A few hours later, Shiranui Genma, who took over the night watch, found Inuzuka Kiba and Shikamaru unconscious in Tsunade's room. Shiranui Genma immediately woke everyone up, and the 4 began a large search in the city. The mountainous city was not large, and soon they found Tsunade in a casino. Oh, Shikamaru Genma, you guys are here. Tsunade greeted drunkenly. Lady Tsunade, we should head back. Shikamaru took a deep breath and forced Tsunade to stand up, his face filled. Wait. The casino owner spoke up. This lady is your companion, right? She just borrowed 500,000 Ryo from our establishment. The casino owner handed over a light piece of paper. This is the IOU. Tsunade. This light piece of paper was almost the last straw that broke Shikamaru's back, and his resentment almost solidified into substance. The ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village surely wouldn't default on their debts, would they? The casino owner chuckled ominously. Shizune instantly deflated, casting a pleading glance towards Shikamaru. All the money on Shizune had already been taken by Tsunade. In the end, Shikamaru reluctantly paid off Tsunade's debt. 500,000 ryo. That's the reward for an rank mission. I hope Tsunade doesn't dodge her responsibilities after sobering up and reimburses him when they return to the village. The casino owner watched the group leave a sparkle of cunning flashing in his eyes. Zaji spread the word about the big fat sheep to everyone. Huh, didn't the big fat sheep already pay off her debts? Zaji asked in confusion. Stop wasting time, hurry up. The casino owner's expression darkened. Zaji dared not waste another moment, and hurried out to spread the news. The casino owner revealed a smile that hinted at his true intentions. He had pretended not to recognize Tsunade to keep her stable. His casino wasn't large and Tsunade's debts had just been cleared. However, dozens of casinos in the Land of Iron held IOUs written by Tsunade. The once big fat sheep had now become Hokage, and many casino owners lacked the courage to collect debts from her in the Hidden Leaf Village. But now they were in the Land of Iron. This was the perfect opportunity to ensure everyone got their money back. Otherwise, who knows when Tsunade might show up in the Land of Iron again. With Zaji's actions, news of Tsunade's arrival quickly spread throughout the Land of Iron. One casino after another joined the ranks of debt collectors. Aoki stepped into a small town, easily finding the dojo and knocking on the door. Hello, I am Aoki here. Before Aoki could finish, the dojo student who opened the door excitedly interrupted. It's Lord Aoki. Welcome to... However, the student's expression turned awkward as he scratched his head and said, Sorry, our dojo's master is out on business. Huh? Aoki asked in confusion. Could you tell me what business your master is attending to? This was the third dojo he encountered in 2 days with the same response. The master was not present. But to say that the dojos in the Land of Iron were collectively avoiding Aoki was clearly not the case. Oh, it's actually not a... The student shyly explained, someone who owes a lot of money to the casinos has arrived in the Land of Iron, and everyone has gathered to collect the debts. Is it that abstract? Aoki suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, could it be that other dojos are experiencing the same situation? Pretty much. The student replied, it seems that person has borrowed money from every casino in the Land of Iron. Originally, this was a casino matter and had little to do with our dojo. But hearing that the debtor was very powerful, so your master went to help, right? Yes. Aoki nodded in understanding. Even in this ninja world, casinos were not a respectable industry, and dealing with debt collection was a civil dispute, so it made sense to leverage civilian power. Where is the debtor now? I heard they're in Kijamachi, and many creditors have already gone there. Alright, thank you. Aoki turned. Continuing to look for dojos to challenge was no longer very meaningful. Most dojo masters had likely joined the debt collection army, and competing with these ordinary students wouldn't yield much improvement. Aoki decided to head to Kijamachi, where dojo masters from all over had gathered, which was the perfect opportunity to challenge them one by one. Moreover, Aoki was quite interested in the person who owed money to the entire casino industry in the Land of Iron. In a sense, this was a skill in itself. As for the identity of that person, although the previous student didn't say, Aoki had already made some guesses. If he was right, not only would there be a powerful opponent to challenge, but he might also gain a lot of exchange points. Aoki had traveled through the Land of Iron for over a month and visited 32 dojos. His swordsmanship proficiency reached 2033 points, and his exchange points accumulated to 19,526 points. It was time to invest some points. If everyone's target, as Aoki suspected, was Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village, then strengthening was imperative. Aoki first invested his exchange points into spiritual pressure, putting 5,000 points in upgrading his spiritual pressure from rank 7 to rank 6. However, the required points to upgrade from rank 6 to rank 7 were not the 6,000 points Aoki had thought, but rather 7,500 points. Aoki frowned slightly and continued to invest. Suddenly, Aoki felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his body, nearly overflowing. His spiritual pressure jumped from rank 7 to rank 5. Rank 5 spiritual pressure could already qualify him for a senior official position. Moreover, the points required for rank 5 to upgrade to rank 4 had risen significantly to 1,000 points. Is it because the gap in spiritual pressure increases the higher one goes? Aoki had a vague guess. This gave Aoki a greater sense of urgency. If it required 1,000 points to go from rank 5 to rank 4, then how many points would it take to elevate rank 4 to a captain level rank 3? Aoki looked at the remaining 7,026 exchange points, opened the exchange shop, and selected an ability he had long desired. Shirkai Mirror Flower Water Moon, 5,000 exchange points. Once an unattainable ability, Mirror Flower Water Moon was now easily obtained. The redeemed Mirror Flower Water Moon fused with his previous Zanpakutō in his personal space, quickly forming a new blade. After inquiring with the system, Aoki learned that his new blade now possessed both the abilities of Wabasuk and Mirror Flower Water Moon. Different Shirkai forms of Zanpakutō would present different shapes, while before Shirkai the Zanpakutō would always maintain this is quite convenient. Aoki squinted with satisfaction. He almost thought he would have to practice dual wielding. However, even though he redeemed Mirror Flower Water Moon, Aoki still had a long way to go to reach Aizen's level. Aizen possessed spiritual pressure that stood at the pinnacle of the Soul Reaper, while Aoki only had rank 5 spiritual pressure, likely only able to unleash part of Mirror Flower Water Moon's power. Even so, Aoki was already quite satisfied. His mental strength far exceeded that of ninjas in the ninja world, and the complete hypnosis executed with Mirror Flower Water Moon was surely worth anticipating. With 2026 exchange points remaining, Aoki invested in his hand-to-hand combat skills. When facing Tsunade, it was imperative to enhance his hand-to-hand level, just in case. During this period of combat, Aoki also saw an increase in his skill proficiency. Currently, Aoki's attributes were as follows: Host Aoki, Spiritual Pressure Rank 5, Zanpakutō Wabasuk Mirror Flower Water Moon Skills, Swordsmanship Master 20334000, Shuimpa Master 1564000, Hand-to-Hand Combat Masters of Way of the Void Intermediate 2451000. Binding Arts Slight Destruction Arts Slight Exchange Points 124. Having significantly boosted his abilities, Aoki now brimmed with confidence. Tsunade, who owed debts to the entire casino industry in the Land of Iron, was the best test stone. Kijamachi, here I come. Damn it, where did this group of people come from? Tsunade slammed the table in anger while trapped in the inn. Ever since that day she woke up from her drunken stupor, she had noticed several people gathered outside the inn claiming they were there to collect debts from her. Tsunade considered a cold approach resting for another day in the inn, but the number of people gathering only increased. Now she had been trapped in the inn for 3 days, and it had become quite lively outside. Surrounding the inn were over 100 individuals, a mix of thugs from various gambling houses, and their hired help. Come out, pay your debts, it's only right. If you don't have money, just bring that pig to settle the account. Hearing this, Shizen felt relieved that she hadn't brought Taunton along this time. Inuzuka Rado and Tenzu were desperately trying to persuade the crowd outside. Everyone, we from Konoha will definitely not default on our debts. Please be patient. When we return to Konoha, we will pay everything back. No way. You can't go back to Konoha until everything is settled, the debt collection army shouted. Inuzuka Rado tried to make his scarred face look more amiable. We came to the Land of Iron on official business, please believe us. Stop talking. The big fat sheep has run away countless times already. Clearly Tsunade's extensive experience in dodging debts had already bankrupted her credibility. This group of people was simply relentless. Tsunade continued to fume. It's not like it's my fault you went out on your own. Shizen muttered quietly, receiving a fierce glare from Tsunade. Genma, can you take me directly to the capital of the Land of Iron, Senraku City? Calming down, Tsunade asked Naragen. The reason why Jinma's team could continue to be the bodyguards of the 4th, 3rd, and 5th Hokage since the era of the 4th Hokage was due to the Flying Thunder God technique they mastered. However, Naragenma showed a troubled expression at this moment, shaking his head. Sorry, Hokagesima, there are no Flying Thunder God coordinates left in the Land of Iron. If we use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, the nearest coordinates are in the Land of Fire. Ugh. Tsunade turned her head away in displeasure. No, we must leave here as soon as possible. The longer they stayed, the more creditors from the Land of Iron would gather, making the situation increasingly difficult to manage. Right now the creditors outside were still intimidated by the Hokage's authority and did not dare to act out of line, but if their numbers increased, it would be hard to say. Especially among the debt collection army, several individuals had spotted samurai. Moreover, it was utterly embarrassing for the Hokage to be harassed by thugs from the Land of Iron at a time when Konoha was negotiating with them. Tsunade believed that Mitsuhiko must have heard the news, and that the people sent to deal with this would likely be on their way. But if Tsunade needed Mitsuhiko's help to escape, Konoha would truly lose face. No matter what, Tsunade had to leave quickly. She made up her mind. Since Plan A won't work, we'll go with Plan B. Plan B. Shizen looked a bit confused, only to see Tsunade quickly forming hand seals before a puff of white smoke enveloped her, transforming her into a little loli. Hokagesima, what is this? Naragenma was also a bit stunned. This is how I looked when I was a child, isn't it cute? Tsunade smiled proudly, then said, Shizen, quickly transform into my form to draw some fire away from me. Genma, you should also change your appearance and accompany me out the back door. Understood. Naragenma thought for a moment and transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man looking like a father and daughter alongside Tsunade. Shizen, Tsunade did not forget to remind before leaving. You go outside and show your face, let that group outside think I'm still in the inn. Yes. Shizun immediately agreed, adding, Jimison, make sure to keep a close eye on Hokagesima, don't let her go out alone again. Don't worry, I will escort Hokagesima until we reach Senraku City. Naragenma agreed. Stop being so naggy. Tsunade frowned and quickly left with Genma. Shizen, transformed into Tsunade's appearance, took a deep breath and walked to the window. Everyone disperse. I will definitely repay all of your debts. Tsunade's appearance immediately ignited even stronger fervor among the debt collection army. Stop talking nonsense, pay up now. Once you return to the land of fire, where can we find you again? Don't panic, don't panic. Inuzuka Reito and Tenzu desperately tried to block the surging crowd. Seeing the situation was about to spiral out of control, Shizen quickly pulled her head back. Sigh, gambling kills. Shizen sighed, patting her chest. Cherish life, stay away from gambling and drugs. After a day's rapid travel, Aoki arrived at Sanraku City and quickly located the inn where Tsunade was. The inn, surrounded by hundreds of people, stood out too much. Lord Aoki, why are you here too? Aoki looked in the direction of the voice and saw a dojo master he had challenged before. I had no choice. Aoki shrugged helplessly. All the strong fighters from the land of iron have gathered here. I can't find any opponents. Huh. Lord Aoki is truly a martial arts fanatic. The crowd burst into cheerful laughter. Aoki retorted, what about you? As dojo masters, why are you mingling with these thugs? Aoki disdainfully pointed at the thugs from the gambling houses. Cough, well, it's all for a living. A certain dojo master chuckled awkwardly, giving Aoki a knowing look. Aoki, disinterested in the convoluted matters behind these guys, asked, who owes debts? Are they strong? Very strong. That's the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the current 5th Hokage Tsunade. The dojo master introduced seriously, then laughed again. In the martial world, she's known as the big fat sheep, who always loses when gambling, haha. But the other party is somewhat rule-abiding. Even though she has no money to pay back the debt, she hasn't run away either. This matter might attract Lord Mitsuhiko's attention. However, if Konoha needs to accept Lord Mitsuhiko's help, it would be quite embarrassing. A certain dojo master sighed. Not run away. Are you sure you've seen Tsunade in person? Aoki smiled faintly. I have. Just now she even spoke from the window. Sometimes seeing isn't believing. Aoki fell silent and dashed in a certain direction. Upon confirming that the target was indeed Tsunade, Aoki immediately activated his... Aoki then determined that the person in the inn was definitely not Tsunade. With her strength, her spiritual connection could not be this weak, only at a mere special level. Recalling Tsunade's numerous successful debt-dodging experiences in the original work, it could be confirmed that she had quietly slipped away. The direction of her escape was also determined. Far away from the back door of the inn there were two spiritual connections, one strong and one weak, quickly moving away. Without further thought, Aoki immediately gave chase. There were plenty of opportunities for actual combat with strong opponents and tons of exchange points. He couldn't let Tsunade escape like this. Lord Aoki, where are you going? What a pity. I was hoping to ask Lord Aoki for help. The debt-collecting army beat their chests in frustration for failing to secure Aoki as a powerful ally, but Jinin, observing through the curtains, noticed something different. The direction Aoki was heading was precisely the same as Tsunade's departure. If not a namesake, the name Aoki belonged to the recently notorious challenge maniac of the ninja world. According to the intelligence, Jinin had seen that Aoki likely possessed the strength of an elite jonin. No, I must stop him. In an instant, Jinin made her decision. She didn't think Tsunade would lose, but if the battle dragged on too long and the debt-collecting army discovered the truth, then Lady Tsunade's plan B would be ruined. Jinin formed hand seals, quickly creating a shadow clone, while she herself transformed into the appearance of Shiranui Ginma. Jinin swiftly left the room. Her real body quietly followed Aoki, who had gone ahead, while the shadow clone moved behind Abuse Reito. Reito Awashi, Lady Tsunade has already left through the back door. He'll go intercept the Aoki who just chased after her. You stay here and keep an eye on these people. The shadow clone quickly whispered the instructions, then returned to the inn to continue playing the role of Tsunade. Abuse Reito and Aoi Iwashi instantly felt paralyzed. Neither of them knew when Tsunade had left. But duty-bound, they still strove to block the debt-collecting army from entering the inn, repeatedly uttering words of appeasement. Hurry up, Hokagesima. And please succeed, Jinin. The two silently prayed. This is the end. Jinin had stealthily followed Aoki for a while, ensuring they were far from the debt-collecting army's sight, then rushed out and reverted to her original form. Aoki, I know you. The madman who constantly challenges the strong. But I won't allow you to disturb Lady Tsunade. Jinin stood before Aoki, her face resolute. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry to move on, Aoki said calmly. So we'll have to make this quick. Come at me if you dare. Jinin raised her hand and flung a handful of shuriken, her body rapidly closing in on Aoki. Aoki swept his blade, knocking the shuriken aside just as Jinin closed the distance and opened her mouth. Ninjutsu Poison Mist. A purple-black toxic fog instantly enveloped Aoki. This poison mist was a deadly toxin Jinin had painstakingly researched. Even a single inhalation would cause fatal poisoning. Even Jinin herself retreated rapidly after unleashing this technique, terrified of inhaling even a trace. Done. Jinin breathed a sigh of relief as she stared at the lingering poison mist ahead. Not even close. A clear voice came from behind. Jinjian's pupils contracted in shock. She spun around and swung her arm, unleashing several sunbon from her wrist. Each sunban was also coated with deadly poison. Whoosh! A streak of silvery light slashed forth, perfectly shredding the sunban Jingyin had fired, and without pause Jingyin hastily raised a kunai to block, but such a defense was barely better than nothing. The blade's edge broke through the kunai's guard, carving a shocking gash across Jinjian's abdomen, and the immense force sent her crashing to the ground. Aoki's figure materialized. He had already prepared Shuanbu the moment Jingyin charged. Besides being a medical ninja, Jingyin was also a master of poison. How could Aoki not be on guard? Aoki raised his hand, Fudao 30 Zue, 2, Sanshan. Before Jingyin could even use the palm healing technique, she was instantly pinned to the ground. Aoki slowly approached Jingyin. Whoosh! A stream of poison needles shot from Jinjian's mouth, but Aoki, anticipating it, dodged aside. Jingyin collapsed limply to the ground, having exhausted all her means. Stop struggling. It'll heal your wounds, Aoki said, placing his palm over Jinjian's injury and using the healing technique. Soon the bleeding from the wound stopped. Aoki ceased his actions. He only treated her to prevent her death, there not to fully heal her. But Jingyin was deeply shaken. It was the first time she had encountered an opponent who would heal an enemy. Aoki-san, why are you doing this? Jingyin was bewildered, afraid that if you die here, Konoha will come after me. Aoki spoke frankly. I just want to fight with you all, not to make enemies. Well, but Lady Tsunade has a lot of trouble right now. Can't you pick another time? Jingyin looked at him with hope. Aoki fell silent, unsure if Jingyin was naive or foolish. Just because he healed her once, she took him for a good guy. After a moment's thought, Aoki said, don't worry. I just want to fight the famed Hokage. Maybe I can even help you solve your troubles. But before Jingyin could finish, Aoki used Shuanbu to continue his pursuit. Only Jingyin was left in the wind, murmuring, Aoki-san, please untie me. On the vast white snowfield, Tsunade and Shiranui Gunma raced one after the other. Hokage-sama, someone is catching up from behind. Shiranui Gunma said in a low voice, you must not be delayed. Please allow me to stay and deal with the pursuer. Fine, Tsunade replied. Catch up as soon as you're done. If it's the creditors, just restrain them. Tsunade knew that fleeing like this was not honorable, but she had to shake off these troubles as quickly as possible. However, Tsunade never expected that the one chasing her was not the weak creditors. Understood. Shiranui Gunma paused, ready to face the oncoming pursuer. Soon Gunma smiled. With a ninja's keen senses, Gunma detected the sound of pursuit, but he never expected that only a single person was chased. That person didn't even have the fluctuation of chakra. He wondered how Abuse Rado and the others had let this one slip through. This is just a plain, ordinary person. Friend, I advise you to go back, Gunma spoke persuasively. Rest assured, Konoha will never default on your debts. Aoki was amused, but said nothing, silently drawing his Zanpakutō. Friend, just because you carry a sword doesn't make you a samurai. You can't pass this way. Shiranui Gunma pulled out two kunai, intending to make Aoki back down. Whoosh. In an instant, Aoki vanished before Gunma's eyes. Gunma was startled, and the next second a sound of breaking wind came from behind him. Clang. Gunma spun around swiftly, his two kunai crossing just in time to block Aoki's blade. Now Gunma realized that he had misjudged his opponent. The immense force transmitted through the blade made him understand that the enemy before him was not to be underestimated. You are no ordinary samurai. Who are you? My name is Qingmu. Qingmu replied simply. Qingmu. Noera Jinkin quickly searched in his mind, and soon found the answer. That madman who challenges powerful opponents everywhere. Did Lord Hokage owe you money too? No, but I want to have a match with Hokage. Qingmu felt somewhat speechless. Noera Jinkin smiled awkwardly, then his expression turned cold. But sorry, this road is closed. Ninja art, thousand bone rain. Noera Jinkin immediately spat out the 1,000 bones in his mouth, which instantly transformed into dozens of bones in midair, shooting densely towards Qingmu. This 1,000 bone rain is a unique skill developed by Noera Jink and based on the Shadow Clone's kunai technique. Although the attack power of the 1,000 bones is weak, its concealment is extremely strong, making it difficult for enemies to defend against. Unfortunately, facing someone as notorious as you, I can't afford to hold back. Noera Jinkin thought, silently, seemingly foreseeing the scene of Qingmu being pierced into a hedgehog by the 1,000 bone rain. In the next second, all the 1,000 bones fell into empty space, and Qingmu disappeared again. Nanny. Before Noera Jinkin could be surprised, he felt a tremendous force hit his waist, sending him flying into the air. Then came another sound of breaking air. Noera Jinkin's eyes widened, and his body hung in midair as he quickly formed a seal. Bang! Qingmu swung a palm towards Noera Jinkin's neck, and in the next moment a puff of white smoke spread, and a wooden stake fell from the sky. So fast, the body flicker technique. Using the substitution technique to escape, Noera Jinkin hid behind a rock, panting heavily. I'll just have to drag this out slowly no matter what. While Noera Jinkin was thinking quietly, a clear voice suddenly came from beside him. Binding way number 30, mouth burst, 3 flashes. A chill instantly surged to Noera Jinkin's heart. Before he could react, 3 beams of light pinned him firmly to the rock. Chingmu glanced at Noera Genkan and quickly flew towards Tsunade. Tsunade, who was racing across the snowy field, suddenly stopped. She had a vague sense of foreboding that compelled her to halt and wait for Noera Genkan. Soon she saw a figure chasing from behind. But this stranger was not the one she was waiting for. "Kid, what have you done to my subordinate?" Tsunade asked with restrained anger. Although the person in front of her had no chakra fluctuations, Tsunade did not dare to be careless. "Don't worry, I just made sure he couldn't catch up for now. As for me, I just want to have a good fight with you." Chingmu drew his Zanpakutō and said calmly, "How would a bold claim?" Tsunade snorted coldly and suddenly vanished from her spot. Then an iron fist accompanied by intense wind pressure slammed directly towards Chingmu's face. Chingmu hurriedly raised his Zanpakutō to block. Boom! The tremendous kinetic energy pushed Chingmu back several meters, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground. "No wonder you're Hokage, your speed and strength are astonishing." Chingmu sincerely admired. Tsunade frowned slightly. "To take my punch, you are no ordinary person. Kid, what's your name?" "Chingmu." "So it's you." Tsunade's eyebrows instantly relaxed, a faint smile appearing on her face. "You're the one who forced Jiraiya to change his hairstyle." "That's me." Chingmu smiled proudly. "I don't think that just because you managed to beat Jiraiya once you can be complacent." Tsunade suddenly became interested, shaking her finger. "I'm not someone that idiot Jiraiya can compare to." Swish. As soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next moment a downward chop came crashing towards Chingmu. Painful sky kick. Boom. Tsunade's kick landed, snowflakes exploded on the ground, and the earth cracked, revealing a large pit. Chingmu had already used the body flicker technique to retreat, distancing himself from Tsunade, raising his palm slightly. Breakaway number 58 Storm. A powerful whirlwind immediately swept across the entire battlefield, lifting the snowflakes on the ground and scattering them, forming a snow mist that completely enveloped Tsunade, obscuring her vision in a sea of white. Whoosh. Chingmu utilized the body flicker technique and dived into the snow mist. Although the snowflakes covering the field obstructed Chingmu's vision, he could clearly lock onto Tsunade's position through his spiritual perception. Knowing the enemy's position while being in the dark is the best opportunity to strike. A mere trick. Tsunade snorted coldly. With her battlefield experience, she could naturally see through Chingmu's intentions. Combined with Chingmu's unmasked footsteps, Tsunade almost instantly deduced the direction of Chingmu's attack. "Don't underestimate me, kid." Tsunade shouted loudly, punching the ground. Although Tsunade was not skilled in elemental ninjutsu, it did not mean she lacked the ability to break the situation. Monster Strength Fist. With a punch, a deep pit appeared in the ground, and the powerful shockwave scattered the surrounding snowflakes, revealing Chingmu's form that was about to close in. "Right here." Tsunade smiled at the corner of her mouth and launched another heavy punch. "This is troublesome." Chingmu once again used the body flicker technique to retreat, contemplating countermeasures. Although Tsunade relied on physical techniques in combat, her speed and destructive power were undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. In terms of the body flicker technique, she was even a bit faster than Jiraiya. Combined with her powerful medical ninjutsu, even if she sustained some damage, it would be hard to gain an advantage. "Should I use the Mirror Flower Water Moon?" Chingmu shook his head, temporarily dismissing this tempting idea. Before using the Mirror Flower Water Moon, he wanted to test his current limits. Chingmu parted his lips slightly. "Raise your head, Wabasuk." As the Zanpakutō transformed into the shape of Wabasuk, Chingmu's figure instantly vanished. In the next instant, Chingmu appeared beside Tsunade, the angled fishhook-shaped blade slashing towards her. "Here comes a good one." Facing the blade closing in, Tsunade did not dodge, unleashing a powerful punch directly at Chingmu. Swish. After a strike, Chingmu vanished again, while Tsunade's punch hit empty air, leaving a faint cut on her arm. Tsunade casually brushed her arm, and the wound immediately disappeared. "Kid, is that your peculiar sword? The one that doubles the weight after hitting?" Chingmu remained silent, cursing Jiraiya in his heart once more. Tsunade moved her body, not feeling any significant change, her expression relaxing a bit. This was only natural. To avoid Tsunade's powerful punch, Chingmu had only lightly grazed the surface of her arm. "Forget it, from now on you're not going to hit me so easily." As soon as the words fell, Tsunade suddenly disappeared. So fast. With no time to think, Chingmu immediately activated the body flicker technique. Just as Tsunade threw another punch, Chingmu vanished before her eyes. "Not slow, huh, kid?" Tsunade chuckled and activated the body flicker technique once more. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing through the air echoed continuously across the snowy plains as Chingmu and Tsunade appeared and vanished, taking turns in a high-speed chase. Only 2 fleeting shadows were left on the snowfield. There were several opportunities for Chingmu to strike Tsunade, but he chose to. It was solely because Tsunade's fists filled with destructive chakra deterred Chingmu from taking a direct hit. At this moment, he felt that using his mastery in hand-to-hand combat would be a waste. Even master-level hand-to-hand combat could not withstand Tsunade's ferocious fists. A moment of distraction might be acceptable, but giving up entirely was not an option. Qingmu persisted in this high-speed chase. Gradually Tsunade's speed began to slow down slightly. Her instantaneous movement was not reliant on ninjutsu or space-time ninjutsu. Instead, it placed a significant burden on her body, since it depended solely on chakra and physical prowess. Qingmu did not act immediately, knowing that the hearts of ninja were often tainted, a lesson he had learned long ago. After a little while, Tsunade's instantaneous movement slowed even further, and it became difficult for her to keep up with Qingmu's pace, exhaustion evident on her face. Meanwhile, Qingmu still had plenty of energy left. It was time. He resolved in his heart, appearing beside Tsunade in a flash, aiming for her legs. With Qingmu's master-level slashing technique, unleashing 8 strikes in an instant was not his limit. It was enough to leverage the opponent's flaws and make them bear an unbearable weight. Qingmu did not expect a single strike to severely injure Tsunade. Once she employed the creation rebirth technique, even the gravest injury would be futile. Using the rules of wabi-sabi to restrict Tsunade's movements was the better strategy. Seizing the moment, Qingmu suddenly swung his blade towards Tsunade's legs, and with a clang, Tsunade lifted her foot and blocked wabi-sabi with the sole of her shoe. In the moment of Qingmu's slight astonishment, she kicked fiercely at the hand holding the blade. At the same time, Tsunade twisted her body and used the momentum to lunge towards Qingmu. Her fists enveloped in thick chakra struck towards Qingmu's face at an unbelievable angle. Caught off guard, Qingmu instinctively withdrew his blade and used instant movement to retreat, just as Tsunade's furious roar echoed in his ears. Super strength. The 2 fists loomed larger in Qingmu's sight, impossible to evade. He quickly recited binding technique number 39, round fan. Boom! The 2 iron fists of unmatched might struck the round fan. The hastily invoked binding technique held for a moment before shattering, and the remaining force of the punches crashed into Qingmu's chest. Crack. Qingmu heard the sound of his ribs breaking. His body soared through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. You're still too naive, kid. Tsunade laughed triumphantly, showing none of the fatigue from before. Upon realizing she couldn't match Qingmu's speed, she had devised a strategy to feign weakness, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack during his assault. Cough cough, are all you ninjas so dirty-hearted? Qingmu struggled to prop himself up, knowing Tsunade's punches had at least broken 4 of his ribs. Huh. I'm a ninja, not like those samurai who are so straightforward. Tsunade boldly replied, besides, aren't you a ninja too? If you can use ninjutsu, how can you not be a ninja? Although you knocked my subordinate down and hindered my escape, well, forget it. Given that you allowed me to fight with some enthusiasm, graciously accept my treatment. Tsunade raised her chin proudly and walked closer. No need. Our battle is not over yet, Qingmu replied with a pained smile. Stop showing off. Tsunade's tone turned stern. Can you even lift your blade now? I can still raise my hand at least. Qingmu lifted his palm. You're such an ungrateful kid. Tsunade thought of Qingmu's peculiar instantaneous ninjutsu. Since you refuse to behave, don't blame me for being rough. Tsunade activated her instantaneous movement, closing the distance to Qingmu in an instant, and struck towards the back of his head. He'll knock you out, and then we'll see how you keep your mouth shut. Binding technique number 18, water mist binding. As Tsunade vanished, Qingmu immediately began to chant at lightning speed. At the moment Tsunade reappeared, several spirit chains emerged from thin air, binding towards her body. Previously, Qingmu had found it difficult to find an opportunity to use the binding technique on Tsunade during their high-speed battle, but now he finally found a good chance. It didn't matter that he couldn't accurately predict Tsunade's direction of attack, as she was definitely coming for him, and the wide coverage of the water mist binding could compensate for the issue of precision. What the hell is this? A sealing technique. Tsunade was forced to stop. Her hand that was initially reaching for Qingmu was quickly covered in chakra, forming a chakra blade that severed. This sealing technique isn't that impressive, Tsunade thought to herself. It would only take her a second or two to break free from such bindings. However, for Qingmu, those 1 or 2 seconds are already enough. Binding technique number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Against Tsunade, who had an exceptionally rapid recovery rate, the binding technique was far more cost-effective than a lethal attack. 6 radiant pieces of light appeared out of nowhere, accurately rushing towards Tsunade, completely binding her in an instant. Damn it, that cursed kid. Tsunade was furious. Now she understood that the seemingly weak water mist binding was merely buying time for the subsequent sealing technique. You little brat. Is the outcome of this battle so important to you despite your severe injuries? Tsunade, amidst her anger, felt somewhat puzzled. To her, this was merely a sparring match. For Lord Hokage, defeating someone like me seems only natural, Qingmu said lightly. Is that why Lord Hokage advised me not to be overly concerned with winning or losing? However, for me to become strong, I must defeat enemies like you one by one. But it seems you are not having an easy time either. Tsunade struggled to break free from the 6 rods prison of light, looking at the injuries on Qingmu with a sigh. It's not too bad, Qingmu smiled. Lord Hokage is truly a good person. To be honest, I also have some healing techniques. Chingmu pressed his palm against his chest, activating the healing technique. His palm glowed with a green light of spiritual energy, and upon seeing this, Tsunade instantly became furious. That cursed kid, so you were deceiving me all along. Huh. Chingmu was taken aback. Tsunade roared, clearly well-versed in medical ninjutsu, yet you refuse to treat yourself, just waiting for me to get closer, huh? Huh. No, that's not right. Are you pretending to be unable to dodge intentionally getting hurt? Huh. And you dare to say that a ninja's heart is dirty. You're not much better. Aoki was utterly bewildered, wondering how Tsunade suddenly came to this conclusion. Forget it. Since you dare to toy with me, let's see who prevails after you heal yourself. Tsunade shouted angrily, then unleashed her chakra with full force. Hey Hokage-sama, it seems you've really misunderstood something. Less talking. In sealing art. Release. Aoki. A woman in a rage is indeed troublesome. Tsunade's body was instantly flooded with overwhelming chakra, the vast energy she had accumulated bit by bit over the past year since the last battle of the legendary three ninjas. Huh. Tsunade's temples bulged as she summoned all her strength. Crack, crack, crack. Under the immense impact of her chakra, the six-staff light prison began to crack, with shards of light starting to shatter. Aoki, speechless, had no choice but to hasten his recovery. As the six-staff light prison was about to be broken by the released Tsunade, he would soon face her complete form. Before long, Aoki had fully recovered from his injuries. He stood up looking at the nearly shattered six-staff light prison and the Wabasuk in his hand, then released the initial form of Wabasuk. It's true that Wabasuk increases the weight of anything it strikes, but how many times could he hit Tsunade, who was in a frenzied state, without getting hurt himself? Ultimately, Tsunade might be restrained by Wabasuk, but Aoki would also end up half dead. Mutual destruction is the crack. The long-held six-staff light prison finally shattered completely, and Tsunade was engulfed in blue chakra flames, exuding a fierce aura. Summoning technique. Tsunade bit her thumb and slapped her palm on the ground. Boom. White smoke dispersed, revealing a gigantic slug in the snowy field. Aoki looked up to meet Tsunade's gaze as she stood atop the slug, holding his Zanpakutō, inverted, his lips moving slightly. Lady Tsunade, is there anything you need help with? The slug curiously looked down at Aoki and asked gently, Lord Slug used the Great Division to help me monitor the entire battlefield. Tsunade was not polite with the slug. Don't let that brat escape. As soon as there's an opportunity, attack him with acid. But don't kill him, after defeating him, leave him to me for treatment. As Tsunade said this, her teeth itched slightly. Yes, the slug obediently replied, seemingly looking at Aoki with pity before dividing. Aoki, how much resentment does Tsunade have? Come on, brat. Let me weigh your worth. Tsunade roared, charging forward while forming a seal. Ninja Art 100 Heal Technique. Black lines instantly spread from the in ceiling. Under the 100 heal technique, Tsunade's attacks and speed would be significantly enhanced, and any damage received would trigger rapid regeneration, making it her ultimate technique. Thank you for your consideration, Hokage-sama. Aoki helplessly grinned, then raised his Zanpakutō, lift up Wabasuk. This move again. Useless. Tsunade's body flicker technique brought her directly in front of Aoki, and an iron fist came crashing down. Swish. Aoki immediately activated Shunpa, teleporting behind Tsunade and slashing out, leaving a narrow wound on her back. Aoki confirmed that he had not held back with the strike, and it was deep enough, yet before he could even see blood flowing out, the wound emitted white vapor and healed automatically. At the same time, Tsunade twisted her body, delivering a punch straight at Aoki's face the instant he struck. Koka. In the blink of an eye, Aoki barely had time to use Shunpa, having to resort to Koka, while the cotton coat he had worn since arriving in the land of iron absorbed Tsunade's blow. Tsunade's speed had increased. Aoki's expression grew serious. With the 100 heal technique active, Tsunade had nearly erased the speed gap between them. It was hard to continuously attack Tsunade using Shunpa. Aoki couldn't withstand Tsunade's full force strike. My tongue and teeth stick together. Before Aoki could react, a nearby slug immediately sprayed yellow acid at him. What a hassle. Aoki quickly used Shunpa while pointing at the slug Bakuto for white lightning. The slug could infinitely divide, rendering physical attacks completely ineffective. Only Kido attacks could be used. Boom. This clone slug took a direct hit from the white lightning and immediately turned into white smoke, returning to the wetbone forest. But at the same time, a loud sound of air bursting came from behind. Are you free to look around? Take this kick. What? Aoki was startled, instinctively swinging his sword. Boom. Aoki took Tsunade's whip kick, Hedon sent flying like a cannonball and crashing into the ground, forming a damn it. Respawn. Aoki lay pitifully in the bottom of the pit, coughing up blood, half of his body completely numb. From the outside, Aoki's body still appeared intact, but the numbness meant that the muscle and nerve tissue on that side had been completely damaged by Tsunade's kick. All because he got distracted attacking a clone slug. Aoki paid such a heavy price. What a pity your medical ninjutsu isn't as fast as mine. Tsunade charged to Aoki's side in a swift step, white vapor swirling around her leg. When Tsunade attacked Aoki, his sword naturally also struck at her, but the outcome was clear. Tsunade, under the 100 heal technique, was completely unafraid of the wounds Aoki inflicted. Even Wabasuk's weight-increasing effect was vigorously overcome by her frenzied fighting style. Brat, this time I won't give you a chance to turn things around. Tsunade grinned savagely, using the body flicker technique again, not allowing Aoki a moment to cast, and directly delivering a heavy punch. Boom. The shallow pit on the ground instantly became a deep pit, and Aoki slumped like a rag doll sinking into the earth. Huh. Brat, you have ultimately lost. Confirming that Aoki lay on the ground unable to move, Tsunade placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. With a wave of her hand, she commanded Slug, heal him. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The slug looked at Aoki, who was barely breathing with pity, and numerous clones pounced on him, beginning to heal him with all their might. As the 100 heal technique ended, Tsunade's originally beautiful skin rapidly aged, yet she seemed blissfully unaware. Are you alright, Lady Tsunade? The slug asked with concern. Huh, I'm fine. Just need to rest for a bit to recover. Tsunade laughed joyfully. Today I taught a little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth a lesson. I'm so happy. As long as you're happy, that's good. The slug replied somewhat speechlessly. As long as you're happy, that's good. Aoki, watching Tsunade laugh from afar, felt equally speechless. Shatter Mirror Flower Water Moon. Shatter Kyoka Suigetsu. Chingmu held his Zanpakutō reversed and murmured softly. As his words fell, the entire battlefield suddenly echoed with a sound like shattering glass. What's going on? Tsunade turned around, curiously searching for the source of the sound. The next second her jaw dropped. This is... Tsunadesima, is this an illusion? The slug said uncertainly, its voice full of... Before their eyes, the Chingmu, who had been lying half dead on the ground, was now shattering piece by piece like a delicate glass work resembling a broken mirror or a bubble easily popped. Crack! Chingmu completely disintegrated, leaving only a lifeless pit and the stunned Tsunade and slug. Fake! It was all fake. Tsunade growled in disbelief, immediately leaping out of the pit to look around. Brat, where are you? I'm here, Hokagesima. Chingmu revealed himself openly, having no intention to hide. You? Tsunade gritted her teeth, forcibly restraining herself from charging forward, and growled. When did you release the Genjutsu? Even now Tsunade couldn't believe she had fallen under an illusion without even realizing it. Falling under Genjutsu was one thing, but being unable to detect it was another. As a medical ninja, chakra control was her strongest forte. This was the first time she had encountered a Genjutsu that she couldn't even perceive. Chingmu smiled faintly. Right when you summoned the slug. Was this all part of your plan? Tsunade pressed aggressively. Just a coincidence. Chingmu shook his head. I had no idea the Hokagesima would be so hot-tempered as to summon the slug to deal with me. What Chingmu said was true. Fortunately, he had been a little slow in using Kyoka Suigetsu, otherwise he would have had to hypnotize the slug again. But since Hokagesima has shown her strongest stance, I naturally had to display my true skills as well, didn't I? Chingmu said with a smile, and Tsunade shot him a glare, though her expression softened slightly. Let's go. Tsunade turned around discontentedly and called to the slug, which promptly returned to Shikatsu Forest. Really, you kid have wasted a lot of my time. Tsunade muttered as she walked away, gradually fading into the distance. Defeated one enemy. Exchange points 2,194. Chingmu listened to the system's notification with satisfaction and suddenly waved at Tsunade. Hokagesima, how about I help you deal with the pursuers? Oh, you'll pay off my debts. Tsunade instantly flashed over with a body flicker technique, her eyes gleaming with intense light, startling Chingmu. Paying off your debts is out of the question, but I have a way to make them stop chasing you for money in the land of iron. Tsunade became suspicious instead. Kid, they're all my creditors. Don't think of using any harsh methods. I'm not trying to renege him, just a bit short on cash right now. Seeing Tsunade's righteous demeanor, Chingmu silently gave her a thumbs up in his mind. Chingmu smiled and said, I certainly wouldn't intimidate the creditors, but I can make a bet with them. A bet? What? The keyword triggered Tsunade's interest immediately. I'm planning to. Chingmu and Tsunade whispered to each other. Before long, Tsunade burst into hearty laughter. You've got something, kid. She slapped Kingma's shoulder heartily, as if they had become close friends despite the age gap. Leave this to you. Come to Konoha later, and he'll treat you to a drink. Deal. Chingmu made an okay gesture. Let us in. She's not coming out for so long. That big fat sheep must have run away. Pay up. Pay up. Outside the inn, the crowd of debt collectors had grown by several dozen. Emboldened by their numbers and the backing of various dojo masters, their patience was wearing thin. The pressure on Bingzu Leitong and Jie Waxi was also mounting. The Hokagesima should be far enough by now. Bingzu Leitong muttered under his breath. Waxi, if we can't hold them off any longer, use a defensive jutsu, and we'll make a run for it. Got it. Jie Waxi nodded silently, sweat beading on his forehead. He never imagined that as a member of the Hokage Guard he would one day face such a high-difficulty mission. It was truly an eye-opener. Watching from the shadows, Qingmu also silently wiped a bead of cold sweat. The debt-collecting army was a bit too enthusiastic. Bingzu Leitong and Jie Waxi were like two pitiful rocks trying to hold back the tide about to be overwhelmed at any moment. Looks like I have to step in after all. Qingmu smiled faintly and walked straight out, exposing himself to everyone's view. King Masama, you're back. With King Masama here, our chances increase. King Masama, did you go to find the big fat sheep earlier? King Mas' appearance immediately stirred cheers from the crowd. Bingzu Leitong and Jie Waxi's expressions turned grim. They clearly remembered Shizun's instructions before she left to stop this man named Qingmu. But now they only saw Qingmu. Where was Shizun? Hey, you brat, called Qingmu. Why are you the only one back? Bingzu Leitong couldn't help but demand. Qingmu waved his hand and shouted, everyone calm down. I didn't leave for nothing earlier. Look, the Hokagesama came with me. Qingmu stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance, holding his Zanpakutō reversed in the other hand, and murmured softly, Shatter Kyoka Suijetsu. In the void, an invisible ripple appeared, visible only to Qingmu, gently sweeping over everyone present. The ripple swept past quickly and vanished as if it had never existed. The scene seemed unchanged and no one noticed anything unusual. Everyone followed Kingmas' gesture and saw a green figure appear. It was Tsunade. Tsunade seemed to have appeared instantly with a body flicker technique, but no one found it strange. Big fat sheep, you finally dare to show your face. Pay up. Pay up. The crowd clamored while Bingzu Leitong and Jie Waxi felt like crying. We've been desperately blocking the debt collectors for what? Silence. Tsunade roared and punched the ground heavily. Boom. The deafening roar and the sudden large crater in the ground instantly silenced everyone. All of you here are here to collect debts, right? Rest assured, I, Tsunade, never default on debts. However, I came to the Land of Iron on official business this time and didn't bring much cash. So I'm afraid I can't pay off my debts here. Tsunade's frank statement instantly silenced the creditors. After a moment of silence, an explosion followed. Damn the big fat sheep. What does your lack of money have to do with me? Indeed, with such wealth in Konoha, you are the Hokage. Payback, payback. Quiet. Tsunade slammed her fist on the ground and said, I've already said it, I want default. Listen carefully to what I have to say. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Tsunade, wondering what she was up to. Look at you all. Tsunade scoffed disdainfully and said, I have decided to bet with you all. With a flip of her hand, a katana appeared in her grasp. You, the Land of Iron, are a nation of warriors, so I will challenge you in the way of the samurai. I, Tsunade, will invite all of you to battle with my katana, which I am not proficient. If you can defeat me, I will even borrow from Mifune and pay you all back today. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a moment, someone shouted, then what if you win? Tsunade revealed a slight smile and said, if I win, you will all obediently go back to the Land of Fire, and I will repay you in Konoha. But during my time in the Land of Iron, you are not allowed to disturb me. The crowd fell into silence again, exchanging glances. After a while, a samurai was pushed forward by the crowd. All right. We also want to experience the swordsmanship of the Hokage. Everyone knew of Tsunade's strength. Even with over 100 people present, they felt uncertain about battling her. But now that Tsunade expressed her intent to fight with an unfamiliar sword technique, if they still did not accept the challenge, how could the Land of Iron maintain its standing in the ninja world? Do you lack even this bit of courage? Furthermore, Tsunade's conditions are not unreasonable. She is merely delaying the method and time of repayment. Alright, how forthright. Tsunade laughed heartily and looked aside, saying, you two are not allowed to interfere. This is a battle that only I will fight. Understood. Both Reito and Ibiki could only agree. Alright, let's begin. Tsunade erupted with sharp battle intent and instantly drew her sword, charging into the go. The opponent is the Hokage. We don't need to fight her Onionon. The debt collectors drew their swords without hesitation and rushed towards Tsunade. Big fat sheep, pay back. A long sword slashed towards Tsunade diagonally. Tsunade's shoulder twitched, her wrist flicked, and she snatched the long sword, sending the attacker flying. Defeated one enemy, exchange points 4. Turns out they were just fodder. Tsunade pouted her lips, her body moved like a willow leaf, dodging incoming attacks with ease, and turned to slash again, toppling 2 more enemies. Defeated 2 enemies, exchanged points 59. Fodder can still be decent. Tsunade smiled with her eyes. Becoming a professional debt collector at the gambling house naturally meant having some strength even among the wandering samurai. At this moment, the Tsunade active on the battlefield was not the real Tsunade. The real Tsunade had already reunited with Shizun and Naruto and had headed towards the Three Wolf City. The Tsunade here was actually Aoki, disguised using the mirror flower water moon technique. Aoki's offer to help Tsunade with her trouble was not out of intention to befriend her. It was because Tsunade's appearance had made it impossible for Aoki to find sparring partners at various dojos in the Land of Iron. Some of the proficient dojo heads had already arrived at the debt collection site. Aoki had initially intended to engage in a contest with this group of debt collectors. This kind of Oni against mini battle against numerous strong swordsmen and samurai was something Aoki could never give up. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted. Aoki's wrists danced as he swiftly took down several opponents, and finally the true masters could no longer. Yunjo style Yoshimura Yun here to seek guidance. Ikasumi style Koshiro Ikasumi here to seek guidance. Akamatsu style Kayama Hidetaka here to seek guidance. The three dojo heads each advanced towards Aoki with their swords, including one familiar face. Aoki laughed heartily, swinging his sword to meet them. With the overwhelming spiritual pressure of rank 5, Aoki's swing was heavier than during his earlier dojo challenges. As soon as they engaged, the dojo heads felt immense pressure. Yunjo-style floating boat. Yoshimura Yun gritted his teeth and no longer dared to hold back chakra enveloping his blade as a chakra blade shot out into the air. Swish! Aoki instantly activated the instant step to easily dodge, turning back to slash at Yoshimura Yun. I am Tsunade now, since you all use blade energy, using my body flicker technique is quite reasonable, isn't it? Aoki using the instant step was like a flash of light on the battlefield, making his attacks even more unpredictable. In less than 10 exchanges, all three dojo heads were forced to retreat. Defeated 2 enemies, exchanged points 413. The debt collectors had gathered over 100 people, but most of them were just thugs sent from various gambling houses. Their strengths varied widely, resulting in a rather low total exchange point. The real valuable opponents were the more than 50 dojo heads mixed among the crowd who had come to assist. Although many of these dojo heads were acquaintances of Aoki, even the remaining ones could contribute considerable exchange points. No wonder she is the Hokage. Even without using ninjutsu, her strength is so formidable. We have all underestimated her. Her swordsmanship surpasses each of us. The three dojo heads joined forces, but were defeated in just over 10 exchanges, which made the dojo heads take her seriously. Hokage-sama, we will not hold back anymore. An older dojo head solemnly issued a challenge to Aoki. Very well, come on. Aoki laughed loudly. Don't forget, I am the strongest medical ninja. Thus we can rest assured. The elder nodded, unsure whether he was reassured about Tsunade or about themselves. Brothers attack. The elite warriors hidden among the crowd suddenly surrounded Aoki, ruthlessly swinging their swords at him. The thugs who had merely joined to make up the numbers voluntarily made way for the Beifeng-style flying bird. Shuesong-style snowflake, 3 appearances. Chingsong-style gale. Good. Aoki instantly erupted with boundless battle intent. Such a thrilling battle is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With every swing of his sword and every clash of blades, Aoki absorbed the essence of different sword styles like a sponge, greedily taking in the techniques. The continuous battle's unparalleled tension and excitement allowed Aoki to absorb, comprehend, and apply quickly. After a long while, the crisp sounds of blades clashing on the battlefield gradually came to a halt. The battle came to a close as the last dojo head was sent flying by Aoki. Defeated 24 enemies, exchanged points 5,130. Phew. Aoki exhaled a long breath, smiling as he walked forward. Ahead lay the gambling thugs who had vacated the battlefield shortly after the fight began. At that moment, the gangsters trembled uncontrollably. Lady Tsunade truly is peerless. I yield wholeheartedly. One bold thug stepped forward and bowed deeply. We surrender. Oh, is that so? Aoki glanced askance at them. The system prompt remained utterly unresponsive. Clearly their hearts were not sincere. Absolutely true. The gangsters' expressions radiated utmost sincerity. Their sole leverage in debt collection had been the martial arts masters hastily summoned from local dojos. Now that foundation had crumbled, staying behind would only invite a merciless beating. Aoki studied their earnest faces with quiet gravity, and offered them a silent, fleeting moment of condolence. You may indeed be sincere, but the system evidently does not recognize surrender before combat. A mature system leaves no loophole for its host to exploit. For greater exchange points, apologies are unnecessary. Having declared a challenge to all of you, how could you falter before even drawing breath for battle? Aoki flashed a sly, unsettling smile, and pressed forward without hesitation. Lady Tsunade, surely this isn't necessary. The gangsters groaned, inwardly bitterly regretting having cornered Tsunade so relentlessly. No, it is absolutely necessary, Aoki declared firmly, then vanished in an instant. A single breath later he reappeared squarely amidst the crowd. Why not try dancing for me? Aoki suggested, deadpan. Ouch. Ugh. Gently, Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, spare me. Soon thereafter the gangsters lay sprawled across the ground, wailing and calling out for their mothers. Aoki brushed his hands together, refreshed and invigorated. Defeated 114 enemies. 1472 exchange points. Among them were several capable ronin, though none surpassed mid-level chunin in skill, utterly incapable of impeding Aoki's assault. In fact, they contributed disproportionately to his exchange point yield. From this skirmish alone, Aoki amassed 7084 exchange points. Adding his prior reserves, and those awarded by Tsunade, his total now stood at 9402. Another bountiful harvest. Yet as his strength grew, so too widened the chasm of required points. Advancement to Tier 4 spiritual authority demanded precisely 10,000. A more tangible reward emerged from successive combat, sharpened proficiency in core techniques. Shuinpa Hakuta and Kido all improved measurably, but swordsmanship surged most dramatically. Aoki's swordsmanship proficiency had reached 3852 points, mere engagements away from ascending to the next tier. Yet Aoki refused to expend points on artificial enhancement. True mastery forged in the crucible of battle yielded deeper insight and irreplaceable experience. He would hoard every point, reserving them solely for spiritual authority ascension. Tier 3 spiritual authority unlocked Bankai, a technique Aoki had long awaited. Hokagesima, everything alright? A voice interrupted Aoki's reverie. Turning, he recalled 2 Konoha shinobi he'd entirely overlooked. What could possibly be amiss? Let's go. I'll pack and depart immediately. Aoki waved dismissively. Without suspicion, the two guided him back to the inn. The Aoki who had watched the battle from the sidelines followed them inside. Aoki gestured for the pair to secure doors and windows, then smiled enigmatically, revealing the full truth. That is precisely what transpired. To avoid missing the summit, the Hokage has already departed for Sanro City, with Shizun and Chojuro. Hurry and catch up. What? Hokagesima, don't toy with me. You're surely fabricating some solo gambling excuse again. Iwashi recoiled in disbelief, scanning Aoki intently, detecting neither transformation nor Jinjutsu residue. No, what Aoki says may well be true, Reito mused aloud. Iwashi, when have you ever seen the Hokage wield such extraordinary swordsmanship? Iwashi paused, struck silent. Indeed, the Tsunade they'd witnessed had displayed swordplay bordering on divine artistry. Whether it's true or not, you'll soon see for yourselves. Aoki smiled, faintly gripping his Zanpakutō blade inverted. Shattered Kyoka Suigetsu. Crack, crack, crack. Before their horrified gaze, the Aoki within the room fractured piece by piece, like shattered glass. Likewise, an invisible barrier before Tsunade splintered violently, revealing Aoki himself beneath. What kind of Jinjutsu is this? Incredible. Iwashi stared incredulous. Well, my task here is complete, Aoki reminded them gently. We entered together as Tsunade's entourage. When you leave, take care to conceal that detail. Simple enough, Reito nodded. Just a shadow clone plus henge, effortless. Thank you, Aoki-san. Unconsciously, Reito had shifted to honorific speech. Farewell, for now, Aoki replied softly. And when he reappeared, he was simply Aoki once more. Inside the room, Aoki had already recited Shatter Kyoka Suigetsu, dispelling the earlier illusion. Kyoka Suigetsu possessed a fascinating quirk. Its release phrase served equally as its deactivation command. Strictly speaking, however, it did not deactivate. Rather, it temporarily lifted the hypnotic imprint previously imposed upon its targets. Once one witnessed Kyoka Suigetsu's release, they were permanently marked by its hypnotic resonance, ensuring automatic induction into complete hypnosis whenever the ability was activated anew. With Aoki's, will the target's 5 senses, appearance, form, mass, texture, even scent, fell wholly under his dominion. This was Kyoka Suigetsu's most terrifying aspect. Shortly after Aoki departed, Reito, Iwashi and the Tsunade avatar set out for Sanro City. Judging by their pace, they would soon overtake Tsunade. Outside, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Even the gamblers of Iron Country honored their word. Defeat meant returning home, nothing more. Aoki had exercised restraint. No lives were lost. Lord Aoki, if only you'd intervened earlier. A dojo master murmured, tinged with reproach. Before Aoki could reply, another familiar master leapt forward. Silence, you greenhorn. This is Iron Country's affair. Precisely so, Lord Aoki retrieved the fleeing Tsunade and granted us this duel. That alone is our greatest boon. The first master flushed crimson, speechless, then fled, covering his face in shame. Lord Aoki, pay no heed to such petty men. A middle-aged samurai stepped forth solemnly. It is rare indeed that Lord Aoki graces Kiyama City. I am Yaitetsu Yamanoi of the Sozanryu Dojo. Pray honor us with your presence and guidance. Aoki smiled. Very well. It was quite a coincidence that Shingmu happened to seek someone to inquire about certain matters. For instance, which powerful figures still existed in the Iron Country. After spending 2 days in Jishincheng, Qingmu prepared to take his leave. The disciples of Tsangshan Ludao Temple contributed 385 exchange points and 18 proficiency points in slashing techniques to Qingmu. Qingmu also obtained the information he desired from a source within the mountain. This time, the debt-collecting army formed by the entire Iron Country still had several temples that Qingmu had not visited participating in it. Additionally, several of the strongest individuals in the Iron Country, including the General Sambian, were active in Sanling City. Qingmu decided to first visit the temples that had not joined the debt-collecting army. After gathering all the skilled individuals from the Iron Country, he would then go to Sanlang City to meet the true powerhouses of the Iron Country. In Jishincheng, the scene of the debt-collecting incident unfolded. Tsunade won the bet, and the debt-collecting army dispersed. In a distant hidden corner, a man dressed in white quietly left. As the man walked through the town, his white clothing blended almost seamlessly with the pristine white snow. To his surprise, Hokage possessed impressive swordsmanship and was able to think of such a method to break the deadlock. This being a ninja is really great. Not only can they use ninjutsu conveniently, but they can also learn such powerful sword techniques. The man in white muttered to himself what a pity, it was a wasted trip. The man carried a heavy briefcase in his hand containing a full 20 million ryo. This was the operating budget given to him by General Sanbun of the Iron Country. The man was named Chiyo Matsuo, a trusted subordinate of Sanbun. He had come this time to appear before Tsunade at the right moment to repay her debt. By doing so, he would also make Tsunade owe a favor to the Iron Country. This favor would prove useful in the upcoming meeting between the Iron Country and Konoha. The united gambling houses of the Iron Country collectively sought debt from Tsunade, who such a grand spectacle could not possibly go unnoticed by Sanbun. The reason it was not immediately stopped was due to the aforementioned reason. Without sword techniques and a commitment to principles, the Iron Country's transcendent status would not remain stable forever. Fortunately, although he could not use this opportunity to make Hokage owe him a favor, it was still not a wasted trip. Chiyo Matsuo was particularly focused on Tsunade, who was an unexpectedly formidable swordsman, and on Chingmu. There was no need to elaborate on Kingma's strength. What Chiyo Matsuo valued was Kingma's ability to retrieve Tsunade, who was trying to evade her debts. To bring back Tsunade, who was intent on avoiding her debts, and to temporarily resolve the conflict between her and her creditors in an unconventional manner required formidable strength and intellect. Chingmu had no direct ties to either party, yet he boldly stepped forward to undertake this task. To Chiyo Matsuo, this was a display of righteousness, powerful, intelligent, and with a sense of duty. If only Chingmu could join the Iron Country. The thought of this possibility made Chiyo Matsuo's face light up with a smile. He had a premonition that upon returning to Sanlang City, he would certainly meet Chingmu again. At the border town between the Fire Country and the Iron Country, a peddler pushed a dilapidated unicycle, having traveled from the dense jungles of the Fire Country to the snow-covered mountains of the Iron Country, hawking his goods along the streets. The peddler was quite talkative. Even with few people buying his goods, he cheerfully greeted the residents of the Iron Country. Unfortunately, the peddler had one eye covered, seemingly blinded in a previous war, which somewhat marred his friendliness. The common folk possessed a kind nature, and seeing his enthusiasm, despite his disability, some approached to chat, while others willingly helped him sell his goods. In the evening, the peddler pushed his now significantly lighter unicycle, and cheerfully bid farewell to everyone. However, those observant would notice that the peddler's smile seemed a bit strange. It was as if a mask of jovial laughter had been placed on the peddler's face. Reaching the edge of the town, the peddler turned and entered a hidden corner. The unicycle was left abandoned on the ground, and the peddler's smile instantly vanished, replaced by an expressionless face that even appeared somewhat cold. The peddler stood quietly in place, and soon after, two individuals dressed as porters approached. The two discarded their burdens, and the peddler coldly spoke, "Let's compile the intelligence." Understood. One of them immediately replied, "The target is active in the Iron Country, but their residence is uncertain, challenging martial artists everywhere. The target, in order to align with the martial artists, has not used ninjutsu, or even chakra during battles, so there is little combat intelligence, but their swordsmanship is exceptionally strong," another added. "Our intelligence is similar." The peddler said the target is highly regarded in the Iron Country, challenging strong opponents daily, and staying at temples at night, leaving little opportunity for action. The two exchanged glances, and asked, "Captain, what should we do next?" "Let's continue gathering intelligence." The peddler replied, "The Iron Country is a neutral country with few opportunities for action, so we will wait until they leave the Iron Country to strike. Next, we should focus on gathering various intelligence about the target, especially combat intelligence and future movements." "Yes. Also inform the Black Crow and Iron Rat squads of my decisions as soon as possible. This operation in the Iron Country is led by the peddler." "Yes." Watching his two subordinates leave, the peddler resumed, pushing the unicycle, creaking as he made his way back to the town. Tomorrow, and for many days to come, he would still have to maintain the identity of a peddler. Completing this mission would surely bring him closer to gaining Lord Danzo's favor. The peddler's face showed fervor. Ayamatsu must become Lord Danzo's most useful tool. Chingmu was still completely unaware that he was being targeted by the Root organization. At this moment, he was in a dojo holding a wooden sword with a relaxed expression. In contrast, the students across from him were all on high alert. "Come on, just in time." After a series of dull thuds from wooden swords striking their bodies, Chingmu casually put down his wooden sword. At his feet lay a multitude of dojo students. "Impressive," the dojo master praised Mr. Kingma's swordsmanship has become even sharper. "You flatter me." Chingmu smiled slightly. "Your dojo's unique techniques have also been..." After a round of mutual flattery, Chingmu politely declined the dojo master's invitation to stay and turned to leave the dojo. "This is the last one." He took out a small notebook and crossed off the name of this dojo. Time passed quickly, and it had already been a week since Tsunade's debt-collecting drama unfolded. During this period, Chingmu had visited the remaining few dojos, completing the achievement of fully exploring the Iron Country. He had accumulated a total of 3,941 exchange points and 412 proficiency points in slashing techniques. His slashing technique level had officially surpassed Master, reaching Grandmaster. After accumulating exchange points for a long time, he finally had enough to upgrade his spiritual might level. Without hesitation, Xingmu added 10,000 exchange points to his A torrent of power instantly surged into Kingmas' entire being, as if he were immersed in a warm ocean, making it hard to forget. Xingmu opened his eyes, a bright light shooting out from them. Spiritual might level 4. After enhancing his spiritual power, Xingmu still had 3,728 exchange points left. He looked at the system shop, ready to make a purchase. Judging from his battle with Tsunade, Kingmas' demon arts were still somewhat lacking. The renowned No. 61 Binding Arts 6 Rods Prison of Light had been broken by Tsunade's brute force. Although it was partly because Kingmas' spiritual power was only at the 5th rank at the time, the fact remained that his demon arts level was not high enough. Defensive binding arts relied only on No. 39 Round Fan Shield, which was somewhat inadequate. In terms of destruction arts, White Lightning and Crimson Fire Cannon were no longer sufficient, lacking flexible variations and a decisive finishing move. It was time to strengthen. Skill Book Binding Art No. 75 5 Pillar Iron Stake, 900 exchange points bought. Skill Book Binding Art No. 81 Cutting Void, 1000 exchange points bought. Skill Book Destruction Art No. 57 Earth Dance, 700 exchange points bought. Skill Book Destruction Art No. 73 Twin Lotus Blue Fire Fall, 900 exchange points bought. After purchasing all, Xingmu opened his personal space and learned each skill book one by one. 5 Pillar Iron Stake and Cutting Void respectively enhanced the binding of enemies and the means to defend against attacks. Earth Dance could alter the terrain and filled the gap in Kingmas' Earth Element attacks, while Twin Lotus Blue Fire Fall greatly boosted the current destructive power of his destruction arts. With 228 exchange points remaining, Xingmu allocated them to healing arts. Among all his skills, healing arts had the lowest level. Previously, there had been few opportunities for it to shine until this battle with Tsunade, where its proficiency surged by over 200 points. Xingmu realized that healing arts was still very useful, especially since he intended to be a lone wolf. Being able to heal himself was essential. Next time he had exchange points, he would prioritize raising healing arts to an advanced level. Now Kingmas' attributes were as follows: Host Xingmu, Spiritual Power 4th rank, Zanpakutō Wabisu, Kyoka Suigetsu skills, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, 28210000 Flash Step Master, 3564000, Hand-to-Hand Combat Master, 1984000, Healing Arts Intermediate, 6641000, Binding Art No. 75 5 Pillar Iron Stake, Binding Art No. 81 Cutting Void Other Binding Arts, Omitted Destruction Art No. 57 Earth Dance Destruction Art No. 73 Twin Lotus Blue Fire Fall Other Destruction Arts, Omitted Exchange Points 0. The jump from 4th to 3rd rank required a full 200 exchange points, revealing the true value of captain-level spiritual pressure. But the fact that there was a higher tier beyond Grandmaster in swordsmanship was something Xingmu had not anticipated. Faced with the vast gap in exchange points, he knew the road ahead was long and arduous. During this time, Xingmu had learned that the Iron Country recognized 3 strongest warriors: the Iron Country, General Mifune, and his right and left hands Chusuk and Rikaku. Moreover, among Mifune's personal guard, there were many samurai whose strength surpassed that of ordinary dojo masters. Kingmas' next target was them. Iron Country, 3 Wolf City. Tsunade had been vexed lately. Not because Shizune and Shino's team were strictly monitoring her, forbidding her from going out alone to gamble and drink. As the Hokage, Tsunade understood certain matters. At least in the Iron Country, she had no intention of touching gambling. Her annoyance stemmed from the fact that the mission cooperation agreement with the Iron Country had stalled at the final step. After a week of negotiations, both sides had reached various consensuses, and the talks had been smooth all along. Until the moment of signing the agreement, Mifune expressed a desire to witness the Hokage's masterful swordsmanship. It was then that Tsunade realized the Iron Country had been willing to abandon other ninja villages and sign such a significant mission contract with Konoha largely because of the superb swordsmanship displayed by Tsunade. But damn it, that swordsmanship proficient Tsunade was not Tsunade at all. Tsunade would have gladly used ninja methods to show the Iron Country Konoha's power, but Mifune stubbornly insisted on learning her swordsmanship. Mifune seemed convinced that Tsunade's swordsmanship, which incorporated the essence of many schools, could elevate his own. With no other choice, Tsunade had to pretend to catch a cold and hole up in the inn. Lady Tsunade, you've been hiding in the inn for 3 days. When will you accept General Mifune's challenge? Shizune asked with, shut up. Instead of urging me to fight, you should come up with a plan. Tsunade replied irritably. Swordsmanship. Among the Sannin, only Orochimaru had some knowledge. Tsunade knew nothing about it. The moment she picked up a sword, she would be exposed. Or, could chakra scalpel count? But Shinokaze glanced around and signaled Tsunade with his eyes. Tsunade, Shizune, and Shino's team. None of the 5 used a ninja sword. Swordsmanship was more like an elective for ninjas. Proper ninjas focused on kunai shuriken and ninjutsu. Apart from clan traditions like Hatake Kakashi, who the hell studied how— Aya! Feeling everyone's gaze, Tsunade went berserk. Damn Chingmu, what kind of mess did you get me into? Making everyone think I'm a swordsmanship expert. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Lady Tsunade, this isn't the time to blame Mr. Chingmu. Shizun still held a favorable impression of Chingmu for helping Tsunade out of trouble. Besides Mr. Chingmu was helping you back then. You'd better think of a solution. What solution can I come up with? I simply don't know how. Tsunade flopped onto the bed like a deflated balloon. 3 days. It had been 3 whole days. During these 3 days, Tsunade hadn't gambled, hadn't drunk, and most critically had been pretending to be sick in the inn for 3 days. What kind of cold would a renowned medical ninja like Tsunade be unable to cure in 3 days? If she stayed any longer, she would be found out. Oh, Tsunade's eyes suddenly lit up with a brilliant idea. That bastard Chingmu probably hasn't left the Iron Country yet, right? I haven't heard any rumors of Mr. Chingmu coming here to challenge Samurai. Shizun pondered. That's it. Tsunade slapped her thigh hard. That kid Chingmu definitely won't miss a strong fighter like Mifyun. Help, Lady Hokage, you're thinking. Shinokaze looked at Tsunade in disbelief. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. But, is that really a good idea? He's not one of our Konoha ninjas. Shinokaze hesitated. Slap. Tsunade smacked Shinokaze on the shoulder, her voice icy. Shino, either you find Chingmu, or you take his place. Shinokaze's face instantly turned pale. Even if he were allowed to go all out, he was no match for Mifyun in swordsmanship. Shinokaze instinctively looked at his 2 teammates, and simultaneously Dodo Kosuka and Yashiro Kunishige felt a chill run down their spines, shaking their heads frantically. What's wrong? Not saying a word. Tsunade looked at the 3 with a grin. If you're not going to talk, then it's settled. Xuanjin, take the team, and quickly find out Kingma's whereabouts. Once you gather the information, hurry over, and use the Flying Thunder technique to bring him here. Don't let anyone find out. Hurry up. Go. 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 A town near the Three-Wolf City. Welcome. The sound of wind chimes rang, and the restaurant owner instinctively greeted customers, but when he looked up, his expression instantly changed to one of surprise and joy. Welcome. You must be the legendary Lord Chingmu, right? What an honor. The owner hurriedly came out from the kitchen and walked forward with large strides. No need to be polite, boss. Chingmu said helplessly. On the way here, he felt the warmth of the people from the Iron Nation. In this land of samurai, the admiration and reverence the populace held for warriors was beyond Kingma's imagination. Ever since Chingmu defeated all the dojos in the Iron Nation, the people began to promote him, spontaneously turning Chingmu into a superstar. The hospitality of the restaurant owner was still considerate. Chingmu had already turned away 3 groups of students seeking to become his disciples along the way. Boss, what signature dishes do you— Chingmu silently picked up the menu, and before he could finish speaking, he saw the owner dash into the kitchen. You guys quickly bring out all the signature dishes. Hurry. Without needing any reminder from Bingzu, Shinjin and Dai Iwashi already noticed the owner's situation. Whoosh. In an instant, the 3 activated the instant body technique, and within the blink of an eye they darted into the restaurant, leaving behind— is the owner drunk? Hey. Soon the swaying owner was noticed by the crowd outside. What's going on? Why did he suddenly faint? Kind-hearted people helped the owner sit down, then exchanged glances. It seems that now there's no one blocking the entrance. Lord Chingmu, I'm here. Lord Chingmu, please accept me as your disciple. Chingmu was startled by the sudden burst of enthusiasm from outside, and turned to see Xuanjian's team appear beside him. What's this? Chingmu asked in confusion. Aren't you guys back in Konoha yet? Sorry, we'll catch up later. Shinjian displayed an apologetic smile. At this moment, Chingmu noticed that the 3 of them formed a triangular formation surrounding him, each extending a finger to connect to one another. This is the Flying Thunder technique. Chingmu unconsciously rummaged through his dusty memories and quickly found the answer. Wait! Chingmu exclaimed in shock. In the next second, Chingmu felt a flash before his eyes, as if his body was traversing through time and space. The patrons in the restaurant also felt a blur before their eyes, and in the next moment Chingmu and the 3 Konoha ninjas disappeared. Where did they go? The crowd looked around in astonishment, but on Kingma's table only a spread of untouched dish. Where the hell have I been taken to? Chingmu grumbled, looking around. It seemed to be a room in an inn. He had come in such a hurry that he only brought along the half-eaten roast chicken. I haven't finished my meal yet. Chingmu glared at Shinjian. Shinjian smiled awkwardly and was about to speak when he heard a creak. The partition door opened and a broad-shouldered woman walked in, her eyes bursting with surprise upon seeing Chingmu. You're here, my little brother? Huh. The woman pushed Xuanjian's team aside and joyfully patted Kingma's shoulder. It was none other than Tsunade. Hey, what's going on? Chingmu said, speechlessly pushing away Tsunade's claws. Oh, roast chicken. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she lunged forward, snatching a chicken leg and stuffing it into her mouth. Little brother Chingmu, do you know what kind of life I've been living? I had to eat bland food every day to pretend to be sick. Tsunade mumbled indistinctly. Kingma's forehead was filled with black lines. Tsunade, I don't recall ever acknowledging you as my big sister. Since Tsunade called him little brother, Chingmu felt he could drop the formalities of calling her Hokage. Lady Tsunade. In came Jingin looking quite helpless and bowed apologetically to Aoki, saying, Sorry, Lady Tsunade hasn't been eating well lately. I can see that. Aoki rolled his eyes, observing her starving appearance, devouring the chicken leg. How is this someone who could be Hokage? This chicken leg tastes great. It would be even better with a jug of wine. Tsunade almost swallowed the chicken bone, looking unsatisfied. Let's cut the nonsense. Aoki asked irritably. Tsunade, where are you bringing me? Hehe. Tsunade smiled. This is the capital of the land of Iron Sandling City. How about that? Did you not expect this? I knew you were coming here to challenge the masters, so I specifically sent Jinkan and the others to find you, and had them leave the spatial coordinates here, just to bring you here. I'm treating you well, aren't I? The Jinkan squad couldn't help but cover their faces, and Jingin discreetly pulled away from Tsunade, looking tense. Aoki stared at Tsunade with a look of disbelief, and Tsunade's smile slowly stiffened. Fine, I need your help with something. I knew it, you went through all this trouble to bring me here, just to snatch my chicken leg. Aoki shook his head helplessly. Come on, why are you pretending to be sick? The old man Mikage wants to consult me about swordsmanship. Tsunade mumbled. He thinks that fighting me will surely advance his sword skills. Then just fight him. Aoki blinked, a Hokage afraid of Mikage. I don't know any swordsmanship. Tsunade instantly lost her temper. That old man Mikage even included a duel with me as part of the agreement. This is still your fault. If it weren't for you impersonating me and betting swordsmanship against those people, Mikage wouldn't have boldly declared he wanted to spar with me. Am I wrong for helping you settle your gambling debts? Aoki fearlessly locked eyes with Tsunade. Tsunade immediately changed her expression, laughing. Haha, I owe you one last time, Aoki. However, this time Mikage seeking me out is also your opportunity. Anyway, if you want to challenge Mikage. 500,000. Aoki raised one hand to interrupt Tsunade. Huh. Tsunade looked a bit confused. That's Mikage. Defeating him should count as in strength mission, right? Given his strength, 500,000 Ryo is hardly too much. Aoki asserted. Hey. Tsunade slammed her hand down. You're also going to face Mikage, kid. Then should I leave? Aoki shrugged indifferently. Regardless, 500,000 Ryo. Tsunade gritted her teeth. You know very well that Mikage is worth that price. Aoki spread his hands. Alright. Tsunade contemplated and could only agree. There's no way she could find someone to perfectly impersonate her and be proficient in swordsmanship in such a short time. However, I don't have any money right now. Tsunade boldly declared her status as a broke individual. If you're short on cash, we can write an IOU, and I'll cash it in when I return to Konoha. Aoki said leisurely. By then I might still need to consult your ninjas from Konoha. How about I make an exception and let you join the ENBU of Konoha? Tsunade rolled her eyes, coming up with another idea. Not interested, I don't want to be bound by the ninja village. Aoki refused without hesitation, immediately exposing Tsunade's schemes. Even if I join Konoha one day, that 500,000 Ryo still needs to be paid. TCH. Failed to freeload, Tsunade grumbled. You little brat, how did I not notice you were so greedy for money? Aoki casually provided a reason. In truth, the real reason was that Aoki was leveraging this price to enhance his bargain. Last time I helped Tsunade, it was done casually, but it also forged some good karma with her. However, this little bit of karma cannot allow Tsunade to keep freeloading. Otherwise, what would Aoki be considered? Tsunade's displeasure came and went quickly. Changing her mood, Tsunade began discussing plans with Aoki. On the outskirts of Sandlang City, in a secluded residence. The walls of the courtyard had seen better days, yet the yard was surprisingly clean, with even the weeds trimmed neatly. It looked as if they had been cut down horizontally with a blade. This is the residence of the general of the land of Iron Mikage. In this vast residence, Mikage lived alone. Cooking, washing, and even weeding were all personally handled by Mikage. For him, these tasks were part of his training. Inside the house was a small training ground where Mikage was quietly seated on the floor, eyes closed, hands gripping his sword. He was meditating, but Mikage preferred to call this meditation Blade Zen. Each time after Blade Zen, he felt a closer connection with his sword. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Mikage the Hokage has come out of the inn and is heading to the meeting hall. Chio Matsum excitedly reported to Mikage. Mikage stood up and asked, is she better? It's probably better now. Chio Matsum smiled. The most powerful medical ninja can indeed be bettered, and for 4 days it's really. TSK, don't be careless. Mikage sternly admonished. Before the formal duel, any action from the opponent could be part of their strategy. I remember teaching you this. Mikage didn't believe a single punctuation mark of Tsunade's alleged illness, but he also didn't endorse Chio Matsum's speculation. The mind games before a samurai duel can be considered a traditional skill of samurai. Yes, I'm deeply sorry. Chio Matsum sincerely acknowledged his mistake. Mikage, there's one more thing. Chio Matsum said, among the Hokage's group I saw Aoki walking with them. Oh, when did he arrive? Mikage immediately became interested, a young swordsman capable of sweeping through the dojos of the Land of Iron. This is truly exciting. Mikage had no doubt that Aoki was coming for him, and he eagerly anticipated it. Mikage, before your duel with Aoki, could I go first, and serve as a litmus test? Chio Matsum cautiously suggested. Not just me, everyone is itching for a fight. Chio Matsum had another layer of meaning unsaid, that is, as the general of the Land of Iron, if Mikage directly accepted Aoki's challenge without passing through his subordinates, it would appear they were incompetent. Samurai of course have a competitive spirit. That's fine. Mikage smiled faintly. After sparring with you, Aoki might become even stronger. Before long, Mikage and Chio Matsum arrived at the meeting hall. Mikage's right and left hands Kosuka and Rika had already arrived early, and another swordsman Mikage valued, Yoshihiro, was also present. In addition, there were many students of the Mikage style. This guild hall served as Mifyun's usual workplace, akin to the Hokage Tower in Konoha. At the same time, Mifyun had also established his own Mifyun-style dojo here, where he would occasionally personally instruct young trainees. A group of people stood in the training ground on the first floor of the guild hall, waiting silently for the upcoming and most spectacular duel in their eyes. Footsteps echoed, and everyone turned their gaze to the door as Tsunade and her entourage approached. Aoki and Tsunade walked side by side at the forefront. Lord Hokage, Lord Aoki, welcome to your arrival. Kaiomatsu stepped forward to greet them, noticing that Aoki was holding a sword upside down in his hand, seemingly muttering something. What is Lord Aoki doing? A flicker of doubt arose in Kaiomatsu's mind, but the next moment an invisible ripple swept swiftly through Kaiomatsu's body and the entire training ground. Lord Hokage, Lord Aoki, distinguished guests, this way please. Kaiomatsu approached with a broad smile, performing his welcoming duties. That fleeting doubt seemed as if it had never existed. No need for further pleasantries. Tsunade walked directly up to Mifyun. Lord Mifyun, I have kept you waiting. No matter. Mifyun gave a slight smile. The longer the wine brews, the richer its flavor. I ask for your guidance, Lord Tsunade. You will not have waited in vain. Tsunade smiled faintly, drew her sword from its sheath, and her entire body surged with battle intent. Lord Mifyun, if you please. Pleased. Watching Tsunade and Mifyun locked in combat on the training ground, Tsunade's heart was fraught with complexity. That boy Aoki's illusion technique was incredibly formidable. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. He has made everyone see him as me and me as him. Tsunade stared fixedly at Aoki in the midst of battle, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not detect the slightest flaw or discrepancy in Aoki. This Aoki must only be a friend, never an enemy. Shiranui Jinma's thoughts ran even deeper. What if one day Aoki pulled such a stunt in Konoha village, making everyone believe he was the Hokage? That would be a colossal joke. Although Shiranui Gunma had confidence in the other illusion ninjas of Konoha and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, it was still best to show respect towards such a formidable figure. Tsunade and her party, however, were unaware that their ability to view this battle from an omniscient perspective was entirely the result of Aoki's deliberate maintenance. The mirror flower water moon technique that Aoki had cast before entering had of course encompassed them as well. If Aoki so wished, Tsunade would now genuinely believe that she was Aoki, and no one else would raise any objection. Complete hypnosis was that terrifying. Lord Aoki, I am Kaiomatsu, a senior retainer under Lord Mifyun. Kaiomatsu hurried over and bowed before Tsunade. I have heard of your outstanding swordsmanship, sir. Might I request your guidance later? Kaiomatsu's calculation was simple. To prevent Aoki from directly challenging Mifyun, he preemptively asked for Aoki's guidance. Aoki was different from Tsunade. He was not the Hokage, so directly challenging Mifyun would needlessly diminish the general's prestige. Upon hearing the word guidance, Tsunade couldn't help but shudder. 4 days ago, it was precisely Mifyun's phrase guidance that had forced Tsunade to hide for several days. Tsunade's gaze swept over, not only Kaiomatsu, but also 3 samurai observing nearby, seemed to be paying attention to the conversation, as if eager to act. Let us wait until after the duel between Lord Hokage and Lord Mifyun. Tsunade crossed her arms, striving to play the role of Aoki. For now, let us enjoy this rare contest. That boy Aoki's illusion technique really has everyone fooled, Tsunade thought to herself. Seeing Kaiomatsu's reaction to her, as Aoki, Tsunade was completely reassured. Very well. Kaiomatsu had made his intention clear, so he said no more. Kaiomatsu quickly devoted his full attention to the fierce battle before him. The brilliant exchanges between the Hokage and Mifyun were a rare opportunity for observation and learning. On the training ground, 2 blades clashed, Aoki and Mifyun neither yielding an inch, locked in a fierce struggle. Hiya! Mifyun suddenly exerted force, intending to parry Aoki's blade, but Aoki remained unmoved. With spiritual power reaching the 4th rank, Aoki's muscular strength was now comparable to Tsunade's, using her strength of 100 technique. In a pure contest of strength, Aoki was completely unafraid. Lord Mifyun, my turn. Aoki smiled faintly, and suddenly pushed forward with all his might. Ugh! Mifune felt an irresistible, overwhelming force surge toward him, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered back 3 large steps. It was as if Aoki wielded not a sword but a small mountain. Ahem, this must be the Hokage's legendary monstrous strength. Truly well-deserved. Mifune forcibly suppressed the surging blood in his chest, a look of admiration on his face. A mere trifle. Aoki's expression remained unchanged. Lord Hokage, your swordsmanship is divine. Ooh, I cannot hold back either. Mifune took a deep breath and assumed the Iato stance. This match was proposed by Mifune himself. Upon hearing of Tsunade's proud feat of fighting 100 foes alone, his warrior's spirit was naturally aroused. However, Mifune also had enough confidence he too could manage such a feat. But after the earlier exchange, Mifune realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The feat of defeating 100 enemies alone was not Tsunade's limit. It was merely that there were only 100 or so opponents. Mifune knew that if he did not use his full strength now, he would have no chance. Mifune could lose, but to lose without exerting his full power would be a disgrace. Mifune-style Iato slash. Mifune focused his mind and held his breath, then suddenly opened his eyes. His form charged forward like lightning, the blade infused with wind-released chakra, resembling a swift, gentle breeze, racing toward Aoki's chest. The lightning-fast blade left the enemy no time to form hand seals. This was the source of the legendary claim that ninjutsu was useless against Mifune. Clang. An expert in Iato indeed. Aoki steadily blocked Mifune's blade, a faint smile on his face. Mifune's strength was truly formidable, a world apart from the dojo masters Aoki had fought before. But in swordsmanship, reaction, and speed, Aoki was in no way inferior to Mifune. It's not over yet. Mifune said in a low voice, his form shifting rapidly. Slash, sweep, lift, thrust, chop, flick, crush, and sever. Mifune executed every technique with dazzling flair, his sword moves as robust as a pine tree, and as swift as a gale. Mifune constantly changed his position, each strike carrying over a dozen variations. From the surface, Aoki seemed to be forced into a flustered and beleaguered state. But only Mifune knew the truth. Each time he aimed at the seemingly weakest point on Aoki's body, Aoki effortlessly neutralized the attack. No, it needs to be faster. Seeing that the continuous assault had yet to achieve any results, Sanchuan knew he had to put in more. Sanchuan took a deep breath, channeling a large amount of wind-released chakra. Throughout his body, his speed suddenly increased several-fold, almost transforming into a shadow, as he struck with his blade, the sound of clashing blades ringing incessantly. Clang. A crisp sound of impact echoed as Sanchuan staggered back 3 large steps, his complexion instantly turning rosy. This was a sign of internal injury as his chi and blood surged. The fact was that Sanchuan's series of rapid attacks had failed to breach the defense woven by Qing Mu's blade. Instead, when Qing Mu counterattacked, the force of the recoil made Sanchuan forcibly swallow a mouthful of congealed blood. The blade of Lord Hokage is truly astonishing. It has opened my eyes. Sanchuan said slowly. To be honest, whether in skill or technique, I am no match for Lord Hokage. Sanchuan spoke these words expressionlessly, and the onlookers immediately erupted in an uproar. How is that possible? It clearly seemed that Lord Sanchuan had been in the dominant position all along. Is it ninjutsu? Has the Hokage secretly used ninjutsu? Quiet. Sanchuan shouted Lord Hokage has always adhered to his promise, never using any ninjutsu. Since when have warriors become so timid as to not even admit their shortcomings? The crowd fell silent at once. Sanchuan's expression softened slightly as he continued. Your insight is lacking, you have not seen the truth. Chongju, you explain it. Yes. Chongju leaped forward, pressing his lips into a line, and slowly said, Lord Sanchuan's blade is very fast, but Lord Hokage's speed is evidently even greater. Each of Lord Sanchuan's attacks is futile. Moreover, Lord Hokage's strikes are incredibly swift and powerful. Lord Sanchuan, who took 2 of those strikes heat-in, must have sustained some internal injuries. Chongju's expression was somewhat dim. He felt both resentment towards the ninja's inherent advantages and reluctance regarding the decline of the warriors. The entire arena fell into silence. Huh. Chongju, what's with that expression of yours? Sanchuan laughed heartily, but slowly his expression turned solemn again. As a warrior, what matters most is not the win or loss of battle, but the conviction to persevere until death. As long as your conviction is strong, your blade will never gather dust, and any setbacks are merely the thorns that sharpen its edge. Even in battles where defeat is certain, one must unwaveringly wield their blade in accordance with their beliefs. When you reach a higher peak, the failures of the past become mere scenery on your climb. Keep this firmly in mind. The many warriors present responded in unison, their faces filled with fervor. Now I too will put my conviction into practice, Sanchuan said in a deep voice, striking a stance for a Iajutsu cut. Lord Hokage, I have one final true technique, and I hope Lord Hokage will evaluate it. Very well, I eagerly await it, Qing Mu replied earnestly. Sanchuan ceased speaking, holding his breath, and focusing his gaze fixed ahead as his aura continuously surged. Sanchuan was gathering his strength. Mu's expression tightened as he concentrated with all his might. The move Sanchuan referred to was his true ultimate technique, which surely wasn't mere empty words. Before long, Sanchuan's aura reached its peak. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with electric intensity. Sanchuan Flow Rift Cut. This was the fastest strike Mu had ever seen. He didn't even see how Sanchuan swung his blade. All that could be heard was the blade slicing through the air, the surrounding currents seemingly torn apart, emitting a piercing roar as the dazzling blade light manifested. A massive blue blade aura appeared to slice through space, warping the very light, carrying an incomparably fierce momentum, and in an instant, it was about to cut across Mu's chest. This is serious. Mu's first reaction was this. He suddenly remembered that in the original work, Sanchuan used this very move to slice through the thick branches of the divine tree. What seemed like an unremarkable blade aura actually contained the essence of Sanchuan's entire life understanding of the blade along with every ounce of his chakra. To take it heathen. Right now Mu's Zanpakutō still maintained the state of Shatterflower Moon, but Shatterflower Moon is not a blade meant for brute force. Switch to Wabasuk. The Shatterflower Moon immediately dissipated, and Mu's disguise as Tsunade was instantly revealed. Shuanpa. While Mu could dodge this move, wouldn't that mean Sanchuan would regain the upper hand? Seeing the blade aura drawing closer, Mu held his blade horizontally, one hand bracing against the back of the blade, fingers spread wide. Binding technique no. 81. Space Break. A massive defensive barrier instantly formed before Mu, and the incoming blade aura violently struck against the space break, producing a tremendous roar as dust and debris filled the entire arena. At the same time, Mu did not forget to utilize the abilities of Shatterflower Moon, making the suddenly appearing space break vanish from everyone's senses. It was agreed that this was a duel of blade techniques, and Mu had not violated the rules. Hiss! Seeing this astonishing blade aura, Tsunade couldn't help but stand up straight. She wondered if Mu would be slashed by Sanchuan's blade. In the eyes of the gathered crowd, Tsunade merely held her blade horizontally, assuming a defensive stance. Just like this, can she block Sanchuan's strike that contains a lifetime of effort? The answer was a resounding yes. As the dust settled, Mu lightly waved his Zanpakutō, as if brushing away the lingering dust. His demeanor was indescribably serene. Wow. The entire arena was thrown into a commotion as the crowd stared at Mu in disbelief. Chio nervously swallowed his saliva. All his doubts about Tsunade feigning illness to avoid battle vanished. Sanchuan looked at Mu with equal bewilderment, the vitality on his face suddenly fading, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Truly a blade filled with conviction. Mu smiled faintly. I have received your conviction, Lord Sanchuan. Sanchuan's teeth clenched tightly, his gaze fixed upon Mu's blade. After a long while, Sanchuan let out a deep breath. Haha. Sanchuan laughed heartily. I have practiced martial arts for over 50 years, and today, I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. Sanchuan walked up to Mu and bowed deeply. To witness such divine blade techniques from Lord Hokage in my lifetime, I have no regrets. How fortunate, how fortunate. Lord Sanchuan's Rift Cut is also the sharpest blade I have ever seen. Mu hurriedly helped. Mu had not spoken lightly. The Rift Cut was indeed the strongest blade he had seen in the ninja world. Even the No. 81 Space Break nearly couldn't withstand the impact of the Rift Cut, as the blade aura dissipated. Space Break also shattered. Truly the blade that severed the branches of the divine tree. Lord Hokage, there is no need to comfort me. Defeat is defeat. Sanchuan said solemnly. However, this defeat in our duel will become my reason to continue honing my skills. Everyone do not become complacent. Yes, Lord Sanchuan. The warriors shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with tears. Upon defeating an enemy, he received 2,108 exchange points. Mu silently accepted the exchange points from defeating Sanchuan and exchanged a glance with Tsunade not far away. Tsunade understood the signal and led the Shinkai team and Shizun to Mu just in time to hear Mu conversing with Sanchuan. Lord Sanchuan, our agreement has been fulfilled. Ha, this is certainly as it should be. With the power demonstrated by Lord Hokage today, I am very assured of Konoha's task completion ability. Hearing this, Tsunade quietly approached Mu. Mu subtly nodded, holding the Zanpakutō with his palm facing down, his lips slightly parted. Shatter Mirage Moon. Sanchuan caught a glimpse of Kingma's movement, puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly felt a slight daze. In the next second, this daze vanished as if it had never existed, and Sanchuan's confusion dissipated like smoke. Lord Hokage, please proceed. Sanchuan gestured for them to continue. All right. Tsunade smiled and nodded, leading the group alongside Sanchuan while Chasuk and Riho, Sanchuan's aides, followed suit. They were going to sign the previously agreed-upon treaty between the two countries. At this moment, Tsunade had truly become the real Tsunade. Throughout the entire time, no one present noticed the identity swap between Tsunade and Mu. Lord Qingmu, unfortunately, I have urgent state affairs to attend to, so I am unable to proceed with our earlier agreement. Kaiomatsu walked up beside Qingmu, looking somewhat embarrassed. As a high-ranking warrior of the land of Iron, Kaiomatsu and Ihue were responsible for the security during the signing of the agreement between Tsunade and Sanchuan. No worries, I gained much from watching Lord Sanchuan's battle today. I actually need time to digest and ponder. Qingmu smiled and nodded. Upon hearing Kaiomatsu's words, Qingmu understood that it must have been Tsunade who promised to spar with Kaiomatsu while wearing his disguise. However, it didn't matter. Kaiomatsu was indeed a renowned swordsman from the land of Iron, and one of King's goals. 3 days from now, I will visit you. I hope you will not hesitate to teach me. If my swordsmanship still catches your eye, I hope Lord Sanchuan can offer some guidance. King's words were essentially a formal challenge. Alright, no problem. Kaiomatsu readily agreed. We will await your esteemed presence, Lord Qingmu. 3 days passed swiftly. Tsunade's group left the land of Iron, taking with them an agreement for the next decade of tasks commissioned to Konoha, leaving Qingmu with a promissory note for 5 million ryo. During this time, Tsunade still tried to convince Qingmu to join Konoha, but Qingmu retorted with, "Are you trying to default on the debt?" For the sake of caution, Qingmu also supervised Tsunade as she pressed her handprint. Tsunade left in a huff, while Qingmu stayed at the inn to recuperate. Although it seemed Qingmu had easily won against Sanchuan, in reality, just defending against Sanchuan's tempestuous assaults had been mentally exhausting. Once Qingmu restored himself to peak condition, the day of their agreement arrived. Qingmu headed alone to the assembly hall, the training ground, already filled with people. However, the positioning was clear. The vast majority stood at the edge of the training ground, while only 5 stood within it. High-ranking warriors of the land of Iron, Kaiomatsu and Ihue, the left and right arms of the general of the land of Iron, Chasuk and Riho, and the general of the land of Iron, Sanchuan, standing at the back. Seeing this setup, Qingmu instantly understood the land of Iron's intentions. To defeat the final boss, he must first overcome the elite foes in front of him. But that's just what I wanted. You're here, Lord Qingmu. Kaiomatsu stepped forward first. Yes, I have arrived. You shall be my first opponent, right? Exactly. Kaiomatsu bowed, and then created distance. High-ranking warrior of the land of Iron, Kaiomatsu reporting for duty. Nameless wanderer Qingmu reporting for duty. Let the battle begin. Kaiomatsu took a stance, and swiftly drew his sword, slashing forward. The sword was enveloped in arcs of lightning, and the blade, infused with lightning chakra, was like a bolt of lightning, incredibly fast, arguably the second fastest sword Qingmu had encountered from the land of Iron. Clang. Qingmu calmly drew his sword, and while his movement seemed slow, he firmly parried Kaiomatsu's inevitable strike. Amidst Kaiomatsu's astonished gaze, Qingmu smiled faintly, continuously striking with his sword, while Kaiomatsu hurriedly defended. After exchanging several blows, Qingmu confirmed that all of Kaiomatsu's swordsmanship essence was concentrated in that first strike. Kaiomatsu's movements were growing increasingly sluggish, his counters were becoming delayed, and the repetition of his techniques was escalating. This naturally led to his defeat. Thud! Once again their swords clashed, and Qingmu forcefully lifted his blade, sending the already exhausted Kaiomatsu crashing to the ground. Defeated, an enemy received 625 exchange points. Kaiomatsu, I warned you long ago that your swordsmanship lacks endurance. Sanchuan spoke slowly. Yes, I shall strive to improve. Kaiomatsu retreated in shame. Lord Qingmu, hello. I am the next challenger. Ihue stepped forward proactively. Considering you just fought, we have prepared a room for you to rest. No need. Qingmu declined. I am currently filled with fighting spirit. Then I will not be polite. Ihue smiled slightly, drawing a sword from his waist. High-ranking warrior of the land of Iron, Ihue reporting for duty. Let the battle begin. Qingmu did not bother with further introductions that felt a bit awkward. Without further ado, Qingmu and Ihue immediately engaged in combat. After exchanging several blows, Qingmu quickly noticed that Ihue's swordsmanship seemed unremarkable, with his techniques being quite standard. These were skills Qingmu had seen from many dojo masters. However, Ihue's mastery of these techniques was significantly stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Yet relying solely on this, Ihue could not possibly be King's opponent. In fact, it didn't take long for the battle to appear one-sided, with King's relentless offensive forcing Ihue to barely. What surprised Qingmu was that every time he was about to conclude the fight, Ihue was often able to change his tactics just in time. A defensive warrior, huh? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Qingmu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What use is it to only defend in battle? It is the counterattack during defense that is key to victory. Yes, counterattack. King's eyes suddenly brightened as he discreetly glanced at Ihue. On Ihue's waist, besides the scabbard of the samurai sword, there was also a tanto hanging. It is common for samurai in the land of Iron to wear both a samurai sword and a tanto at the waist. This is quite a standard. The samurai sword is used for everyday combat, while the tanto, being shorter, is generally used for indoor battles, but more often it is used for seppuku when a samurai faces defeat. Originally, Ihu's disguise did not raise any suspicion from Qingmu, but as the battle began, Ihui adopted a nearly entirely defensive stance, leading Qingmu to speculate more about the dagger at his waist. Clang. The two continued their battle, with Qingmu straining to break through the defensive web woven by Ihui delivering a heavy strike. Ihui gritted his teeth, desperately blocking the descending blade of Qingmu, but it was a struggle to withstand the blow. Qingmu began to grapple fiercely, and the samurai sword Ihui used for defense drew dangerously close to his face. There was indeed a disparity in their strength. It wouldn't be long before Ihu's sword was completely swept aside, leaving a gaping opening that Qingmu could exploit. At that moment, Ihu's eyes suddenly sharpened. Simultaneously, Qingmu's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, Ihu's right hand suddenly exerted force, pushing the restrained samurai sword upward, while his left hand swiftly drew out the dagger, stabbing toward Qingmu's waist. The dagger was infused with thick wind-style chakra, and at that moment it shot forth like a sharp arrow akin to a venomous snake, striking swiftly, breaching Qingmu's defenses. Success! Ihu's eyes gleamed with fervor, but then his expression turned to shock. All he heard was a ding. Qingmu suddenly spun his blade, maintaining pressure against Ihu's samurai sword, while the hilt precisely blocked the How is this possible? Ihui stammered in disbelief. He had never known defeat in dozens of battles since mastering this move. There was nothing impossible. Qingmu smiled slightly, wielding both a samurai sword and a dagger, starting the battle with desperate defense. You're clearly a dual-wielding warrior. I've been seen through. Ihui smiled wryly, withdrawing his sword and stepping back. I concede your keen perception leaves me in awe. Ihui decisively admitted defeat. With his finishing move neutralized, he had no path to victory. Defeated an enemy, gained 703 points. Who's next? Having defeated two in a row, Qingmu's fighting spirit was ignited. It's me. Ri Jiao stepped forward and said, Lord Qingmu, are you going to continue challenging? Of course. Qingmu laughed boldly. Now is when my fighting spirit is at its peak. Then as you wish. Ri Jiao bowed, and upon raising his head his gaze was sharp. The Iron Country's army follows. Ri Jiao reporting. Come fight. Qingmu charged forward with his blade. Clang. The two blades collided, and Qingmu was jolted, nearly stepping back half a pace. Ri Jiao was stocky, and Qingmu had guessed he might rely on brute strength, but he did not expect Ri Jiao's blade to be far heavier than he imagined. Although Qingmu's first strike was mainly a probe, and not his full strength being at a disadvantage in the clash, indicated that Ri Jiao's power was indeed formidable. Please concentrate, this next strike of mine won't be so easy to receive. Ri Jiao said coldly. The blade in Ri Jiao's hand shimmered with a yellowish light, clearly augmented by earth-style chakra to increase its heft. Sorry. Qingmu smiled slightly. I have to return those words to you. As he struck again, Qingmu's momentum suddenly clang, clang, clang. A continuous torrent of blade strikes rained down, each faster and heavier than the last. Ri Jiao, once confident, suddenly changed his expression, desperately parrying. Ri Jiao's blade was indeed heavy, but the excessive weight slowed its speed. Originally, Ri Jiao relied on the crushing might of his heavy blade to instantly collapse the enemy's defenses, but unfortunately, he was facing Qingmu. Qingmu possessed strength comparable to Tsunade's monstrous power. When Qingmu unleashed his full force to clash with Ri Jiao, soon Ri Jiao was left with only the ability to defend, unable to counterattack. Watch this strike, Ri Jiao-san. Qingmu said with a faint smile, delivering a heavy slash. Ri Jiao gritted his teeth and stubbornly met the incoming blow. Clang. Ri Jiao barely managed to block the strike, but the bulging veins on his forehead indicated how difficult it was. Crack. Ri Jiao's expression froze as he saw his samurai sword, after enduring multiple slashes, finally unable to hold up. Even wrapped in earth-style chakra, the blade began to shatter bit by bit. Boom. The blade of Ri Jiao flew high, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Swish. A strand of hair fluttered, and Qingmu steadily halted the blade at Ri Jiao's forehead. I concede. Ri Jiao stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you for your mercy. Your blade's weight has taught me a great deal. Qingmu returned the bow. Defeated an enemy, gained 839 points. Ri Jiao walked back to his position, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. Qingmu is truly a formidable foe. Possessing speed that rivals Chiyomatsu, the ability to break through Ihu's defenses, and strength capable of overcoming his heavy blade. Next up is Chasuk. I wonder if Chasuk's Iato can withstand it. Ri Jiao turned his gaze toward Chasuk, who nodded slightly and stepped forward. Chasuk, do your best. At that moment, Mikage suddenly spoke. Yes, I will give it my all, Lord Mikage. Chasuk responded respectfully, albeit puzzled. I'm looking forward to it. Mikage nodded and said no more, continuing to gaze intently at the arena. Lord Mikage truly has high hopes for Lord Chasuk. Mikage's behavior appeared to the onlookers as if he held Chasuk in particularly high regard. However, the reason was not solely this. Mikage genuinely hoped to see something from the battle between Chasuk and Qingmu. During Chiyomatsu's first match, Mikage had yet to discern any hints, and had merely commented on Chiyomatsu as per routine. But after Qing Mu defeated Yi Hui, Mikage felt some confusion. Oh, by the time Qing Mu bested Ri Jiao, Mikage could hardly sit still. To the point where Mikage forgot to provide feedback and encouragement to Yi Hui and Ri Jiao. It's too similar. Mikage stared at Qing Mu in the arena. Why does it resemble that battle with Tsunade so much? Whether it was Qing Mu's footwork, the techniques he employed, the strength and speed he displayed, or even the style of battle, it all mirrored that day with Tsunade. Chasuke is the second strongest warrior of the Iron Country, skilled in Iaido, just like Mikage, making him the perfect candidate for a probing match. On the other side, Qing Mu and Chasuke were already prepared for battle. The Iron Country's Vice Commander Chasuke reporting. Come fight. Chasuke bent down, assuming a stance for a blade draw, gripping the hilt tightly, as his body suddenly crackled with electricity. Whoosh! Chasuke charged forward, his speed instantly elevated to its peak by lightning-style chakra, and similarly his poised blade reached its maximum potential. Three-sword-style lightning blade flash. The blade light entwined with electric sparks instantly illuminated the entire training ground, and the air was filled with scattered lightning crackling with a sizzling sound. Strike. Clang. Chang's blade, infused with formidable lightning release, extraordinarily sharp and devastatingly powerful, was deftly caught by Aoki at just the right moment. Without shouting any bizarre technique names or coating his blade with elemental chakra, Aoki swung his sword in a manner that seemed slow yet was fast, catching it steadily. Everything appeared utterly ordinary. Incredible. Impossible. How could this be? Chang's almost certain victorious strike was effortlessly parried, and everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Mifune couldn't help but step forward, muttering to himself. So alike to alike. Chongju cast a surprised glance at Aoki, but was not overly affected. Since Lord Mifune specifically encouraged me, there must be a reason to give my all. Huh. With a loud shout, Chongju instantly mobilized all his lightning release chakra, greatly increasing the current output, and the electric light blazed fiercely. From a distance, the surging electric light before Chongju nearly solidified into substance, and both were almost enveloped in the glow, turning the training ground into a stage of thunder and lightning. The sharp lightning even made Aoki sense some threat. Since arriving in the land of iron, aside from Mifune, Chongju was the second person to give him such a feeling of danger. Time to show some real skill. Aoki suddenly exerted force, momentarily pushing Chongju back. Under the promise not to use ninjutsu, prolonged contact with Chang's lightning blade was hardly a wise choice. The moment he pushed Chongju away, Aoki swiftly twisted his body and swung his blade, a slanting streak of light, slashing straight toward Chang's ribs. Don't underestimate him. Chongju narrowly dodged, then turned and struck back with his sword wrapped in lightning. Clang. Oof. As the two blades clashed, Chongju nearly lost his balance, letting out an involuntary grunt. What overwhelming power. Now Chongju understood why Rikaku had been brutally bashed aside. Squeak. Chongju increased his lightning release chakra output once more. If he couldn't match strength, he would push speed to the limit. With such immense electric light, surely he could break through Aoki's defense. Clink clank. In an instant, Chongju and Aoki exchanged over a dozen strikes, and on the training ground only a streak of lightning and a flash of green light collided repeatedly. Each time Chongju struck at the most impossible angles with extreme speed, yet Aoki always caught it steadily. And what's more, his blade carried no trace of ostentation. It looked utterly ordinary. Every collision sent electric currents spreading into Aoki's Zanpakutō, yet after so many exchanges, Aoki showed no signs of numbness. On the contrary, with each clash, the force Aoki transmitted to Chongju made his blood surge unpleasantly. Damn it, I need to be even faster. Veins bulging on his forehead, Chongju pushed his body to the limit, increasing his speed a notch further. Seeing this, Aoki curled the corner of his mouth. This match was won. To be honest, without the use of ninjutsu, Chang's lightning blade was indeed a bit troublesome. Aoki could never forget the time he was electrocuted by a Tang ninja. So countering speed with speed and minimizing contact with the lightning blade was the best choice. For this reason, Aoki deliberately used full force to make Chongju realize the gap in their strength. In the end, Aoki completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. Essentially, this fight was a total domination of Chongju by Aoki's superior attributes. Though Chongju had the ability to threaten Aoki, it never materialized. Bang! Finally, Chongju was the first to falter in the fight. After a fierce clash, he staggered back 3 full steps, and the electric light on his blade dissipated. Under such high-intensity combat, his chakra ultimately couldn't hold out much longer. Lord Aoki is truly formidable, I am completely convinced. Chongju made a bow and turned to leave, afraid that if he lingered any longer the stagnant blood in his throat would spurt out involuntarily. Defeated an enemy, exchange points 1024. Aoki's eyes flickered. Shortly after the exchange, he had sensed that Chang's strength exceeded that of an elite Jonin, and now it was clear that his ability matched that price. Clap clap clap. Mifune applauded as he walked up to Aoki. Truly impressive, Lord Aoki. Such divine swordsmanship makes my old hands itch to cross blades. Does Lord Aoki need a moment to rest? Or shall we begin the challenge immediately? Aoki looked at Mifune, meeting his gaze, and couldn't help but pause. Mifune's expression was too strange. Though his words were congratulatory, his face was expressionless, yet his eyes gleamed with a sharp fighting spirit. Aoki's eyes flickered. Well, I happen to be a bit thirsty. Please forgive me, Lord Mifune, but I'd like to rest a while before. That is only proper. Then we shall. No need. 2 hours. 2 hours from now, we'll settle the match. How about that? Aoki gave Mifune a meaningful look. Very well. Mifune nodded expressionlessly. Kaiomatsu quickly arranged food and drink for Lord Aoki. Aoki had fought 4 in a row, but honestly they hadn't caused him much pressure. Fighting Mifune next was well within his capacity. He had proposed the rest for 2 reasons. First, winning against the Iron Country's general after a series of consecutive battles wouldn't sound good. Since Aoki was on the Iron Country's turf, he had to leave them some face. Second, Mifune's demeanor was clearly off. He thought darkly. After all, Tsunade was the Hokage, one of the top shinobi in the world. Defeating Mifune was no problem for him. As a wandering ronin with no background, if he really defeated Mifune, would the Iron Country truly accept it? Although in the original work the Iron Country and Mifune were renowned for upholding justice and righteousness. But Aoki had been surviving alone in the ninja world, and sometimes he had to suspect others' motives. The 2-hour rest period was a chance for Mifune. If there was any scheme, the 2 hours before the battle would be the best time. Aoki followed Kaiomatsu to the lodging prepared for him. Food and drink were soon brought, but Aoki didn't touch them. He closed the door, took out his own dry rations, and drank some water he carried. Then with his back against the square table, he sat cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours passed quickly. Aoki pushed the door open, feeling, were they so sure I would eat the food delivered? Or had the food not been tampered with at all? Was he really being overly suspicious? Without time to think further, Aoki soon arrived at the training ground. How have you been resting, Lord Qingmu? On the training ground, San Chuan casually exchanged pleasantries. Your establishment has been very hospitable. Qingmu smiled faintly, saying, shall we begin, Lord San Chuan? Good. San Chuan said solemnly, before the battle, I have one thing to say. I hope that in the upcoming fight Lord Qingmu will unleash your full power. Of course. Qingmu readily agreed, regardless of whether San Chuan had any ulterior motives, as he never intended to hold back. Know what I mean is Lord Qingmu needs to use all your means to defeat me. San Chuan said seriously, whether it's ninjutsu or illusion techniques, I want to witness your true, complete strength. He emphasized true and complete with particular weight. Oh, Qingmu found it somewhat strange. Since arriving in the Land of Iron, he had adhered to the principle of only using sword techniques in his encounters with the warriors of the Land of Iron. However, since it was San Chuan's request, Qingmu decided to no longer be polite. Alright, be careful, Lord San Chuan. No, you should be the one to be cautious, Lord Qingmu. San Chuan assumed a stance for the Iaedo strike, revealing a chilling smile. Boom! A tremendous surge of chakra suddenly erupted, enveloping San Chuan entirely. The chakra was blue, a wind attribute chakra. At the same time, a powerful fighting spirit emanated from San Chuan, mingling with his years of cold, killing intent, creating an atmosphere that felt like a sea of corpses and blood. This guy is serious. King's gaze sharpened. San Chuan from 3 days ago during the battle with Tsunade was utterly incomparable to the San Chuan before him now. It wasn't that the previous San Chuan was holding back, rather he seemed more like a sparring partner. But now San Chuan had completely entered a mode of lethal combat. A true fighting posture of life and death. The numerous warriors observing from below were all stunned, mouths agape, speechless. So it turns out Lord San Chuan can be this powerful. I can't wait any longer. Qingmu squinted, quickly deducing that San Chuan was gathering strength. The essence of the Iaedo strike lies in concentrating all one's willpower into a decisive blow, while the sword, it was hard to imagine that once San Chuan completed his build-up, the strike would be immensely powerful. Way of Destruction, Fourth White Thunder. A thick bolt of lightning shot from King's fingertips. San Chuan merely glanced at it, remaining utterly unmoved. Boom. The white thunder pierced through San Chuan, striking the wall behind him and creating a large hole. So easy. Qingmu was momentarily taken aback, only to see San Chuan, who had been struck by the white thunder, slowly. Another San Chuan appeared nearby, still assuming the Iaedo stance, his gaze fixed intently on Qingmu. So fast, Qingmu exclaimed in astonishment. With only a few meters separating them, Qingmu used the fastest technique in the Way of Destruction, White Thunder, yet even so San Chuan effort. The San Chuan that had been struck by the white thunder was merely an afterimage produced during San Chuan's high-speed movement. This level of speed had surpassed the usual body flicker technique employed by ninjas. Only Might Guy, after opening the 8 gates, could rival it. Is it due to the enhancement of wind release chakra? Qingmu looked at San Chuan, entirely enveloped in wind release chakra, and his heart began to speculate. However, even with the wind release enhancement, such high-speed movement still placed an immense burden on the body. Qingmu believed San Chuan would struggle to maintain it for long. But San Chuan didn't need to last, he only had to complete the build-up for his Iaedo strike. Xingmu quickly realized this and immediately formulated a new plan. Ordinary techniques would be useless. It was impossible to hit Sanchuan in this state. Then he'll switch to a different tactic. Xingmu extended his hands and began to chant swiftly. Way of Destruction, 57 Earthquake Dance. The ground of the training field immediately began to rise rapidly, the floor being overturned, revealing the rocks beneath, and then those rocks began to dance swiftly towards Sanchuan. But that's not all. Xingmu continued to chant. Way of Binding, 75 5 Pillars of Iron. In the air, 5 massive iron pillars appeared out of nowhere, crashing down fiercely towards Sanchuan. Using 2 binding techniques, Xingmu vividly demonstrated to Sanchuan what it meant for the sky to collapse and the ground to cave in. For a moment the ground surged and iron pillars descended. Sanchuan had nowhere to flee. Is this the true power of ninjutsu? Sanchuan murmured as he looked at the falling iron pillars. At the same time, he did not stop for a moment, continuously evading the flying rocks and descending iron pillars while searching for a relatively intact piece of ground to stand on. Even in such a dire situation, Sanchuan showed no signs of panic, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. Not yet. Xingmu gritted his teeth secretly. Although Sanchuan's current state could not possibly last long, it was still outrageous. Xingmu decided to add more power. Look up Wabasuk. Xingmu let out a low roar and activated Wabasuk, dashing forward in an instant. The iron pillars descended, with the ground surging, and as a master of sword techniques, Xingmu was convinced that Sanchuan could no longer remain so composed. Xingmu slashed directly towards Sanchuan's face. If Sanchuan didn't want to be hit, he better draw his sword. Whoosh! Sanchuan glanced lightly at Kingma's sword, and suddenly his body vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, Xingmu immediately followed with a Shuanpa. When the two reappeared, Kingma's blade narrowly missed Sanchuan's side. With Kingma's master-level Shuanpa, he was still a hair's breadth away from Sanchuan. In his current state, Sanchuan was not only maintaining super high-speed movement, but was also continuously building up for the Iato strike, locking onto Xingmu from a distance, waiting to unleash the deadliest blow. But Xingmu would not allow him to have his way. Xingmu aimed another slash directly at Sanchuan's face. Sanchuan swiftly moved out of the way as usual, but Kingma's sword followed closely like a leech. When they reappeared, Sanchuan had again evaded half of Kingma's strike, but this time Xingmu did not swing his sword as usual. Instead, he turned the blade and struck towards Sanchuan's side. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as Sanchuan stared at Xingmu in astonishment. Faced with Kingma's incoming sword, Sanchuan naturally dodged with all his might, but the target Xingmu aimed for was not Sanchuan himself, but the sword that Sanchuan had resting on his waist. Suddenly Sanchuan recalled something. Lord Xingmu, is that the sword that can double its weight? Indeed. Xingmu chuckled. Lord Sanchuan can evade my attack, but at my speed, I won't even fail to touch the hem of your clothes. This is Kingma's cunning strategy. Although Sanchuan is faster than Xingmu, once Sanchuan dodges the initial strike, he won't be able to avoid the follow-up strike aimed at his sword. What will you choose, Lord Sanchuan? Xingmu chuckled as he looked at Sanchuan. If he simply dodges Xingmu's attacks, Sanchuan's blade will inevitably be struck by Xingmu time and again. After repeated attempts, no matter how fiercely Sanchuan gathers strength, he may not be able to draw his sword. If he draws his sword, then all the momentum he has built up will be wasted. Sanchuan frowned, yet to respond, when suddenly his figure vanished again. Boom! A stout iron pillar came crashing down from the sky, landing heavily on the spot where Sanchuan had just stood. Sanchuan reappeared, but as soon as he opened his mouth, several flying stones came hurtling towards him while the ground beneath his feet violently surged. Sanchuan had to retreat once more. Xingmu appeared to handle the situation with ease. Due to his familiarity with the ghostly arts, evading these attacks was relatively effortless. Lord Xingmu has truly presented me with a conundrum, Sanchuan said helplessly. Alas, although I have not yet reached my peak, I believe it is enough to satisfy Lord Xingmu. Sanchuan smiled broadly, his gaze fixed on Xingmu, his entire aura surging. Xingmu looked at Sanchuan in surprise. For some reason, a strong sense of crisis suddenly welled up within him. Moreover, there's no way to avoid it. Absolutely no way to avoid it. Sanchuan infused all his battle intent, belief, aura, and spirit into his blade. All his chakra converged within it, and at the moment of drawing his sword, his energy firmly locked onto Xingmu. Once the blade is drawn, it's a clash of strength. Without hesitation, Xingmu immediately extended one palm and began chanting rapidly. Fated prodigy, iron-forged city walls, dragon, soaring lion, roaring tiger, howling wolf, thrusting, sever the heavens and earth before collapse. Binding of the 81, severing the void. A massive defensive barrier instantly formed, securely protecting Xingmu. At the same time, Sanchuan finally drew his sword after gathering strength for so long. Sanchuan flow void split slash. Bang! A colossal azure blade aura instantly formed, producing a deafening explosion in the air, twisting the surrounding light, and even space itself. Neither the iron pillar still descending, nor the flying stones from the surging ground could move. they eerily halted to make way for this blade aura. This was still the void split slash, but it was entirely different from the one Sanchuan had previously used. This blade aura truly tore apart time and space. This time's void split slash can truly be called a strike that condensed Sanchuan's lifelong essence and effort. Boom. The blade aura with an incredibly fierce momentum slammed against the severing the void, producing a violent roar and sending shockwaves that toppled many spectators, enveloping the entire martial arena in a cloud of dust. Thanks to the protection of severing the void, Qing Mu did not endure the aftermath of this impact, but in his ears amidst the crashing noise he could occasionally hear cracking sounds. This was the sound of severing the void, forming cracks on the verge of shattering. Qing Mu pressed both hands against severing the void, continuously channeling spiritual power into it to temporarily stave off its collapse. After a moment, Qing Mu felt the terrifying impact finally dissipate completely. Looking at severing the void, even with Qing Mu continuously supplying spiritual energy, it remained covered in numerous cracks. This move must have surpassed the power of Enshrank ninjutsu. Qing Mu couldn't help but exclaim, if according to the Death God system, being able to break through the 4th level of spiritual might, with a full chant of severing the void, this strike must at least possess the power of Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. Of course, this was an unawakened flat-handed version of Getsuga Tensho. However, realizing this must have surpassed Sanchuan's full strength, Qing Mu felt relieved. Boom boom. Outside, the sound of heavy impacts echoed again, which was the sound of the 5 iron pillars that had been briefly restrained by the void split slash crashing down and colliding with the earth and the flying stones. Out of caution, Qing Mu waited a moment longer, allowing the dust to settle somewhat before deactivating severing the void. Step step. Qing Mu walked forward slowly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoing in the dust. The onlookers outside also felt their hearts rise with this series of footsteps. Why was there no sign of Lord Sanchuan? The answer soon became clear as Qing Mu walked up to Sanchuan, smiling helplessly. Lord Sanchuan, why did you have to go to such... In front of him, Sanchuan looked rather pitiful. After unleashing that void split slash, he had exhausted all his energy and chakra, leaving not a drop behind. At this moment, Sanchuan's clothes were tattered with wounds from being scraped by the falling iron pillars, and half of his body was buried under flying stones. Having nearly lost all combat power in a short time, facing the delayed descent of the ghostly arts, being able to preserve his life was already an extraordinary manifestation of Sanchuan's innate crisis awareness. Cough cough. Sanchuan smiled wryly, gesturing for Qing Mu to help him out, then said, Lord Qing Mu, the Tsunade who faced me that day was actually you, wasn't it? It sounded like a question, but it was delivered in an exceptionally certain tone. It was me. Qing Mu asked, is this the reason you went to such lengths to unleash that move? Yes and no. Sanchuan shook his head, explaining, losing is losing. There's nothing more to say whether it's Tsunade or you. But I'm even more curious about you. Sanchuan lamented, the one who fought me that day was merely you, imitating Tsunade and only using sword techniques. I truly want to see how Lord Qing Mu performs at full strength. I want to genuinely feel that gap, rather than being confused and defeated in a situation where you are hesitant. I truly want to see how Lord Qing Mu performs at full strength. I want to genuinely feel that gap, rather than being confused and defeated in a situation where you are hesitant. World's sword techniques. Even I can only look up to it. You flatter me, Lord Qing Mu. Sanchuan shook his head and said, setting aside the fact that this move cannot be applied in real combat, didn't you also break through both of my void split slashes? No. The reason I could defend against this move was not because of sword techniques. Qing Mu said, seriously, Lord Sanchuan can understand that I use defensive ninjutsu. In terms of sword techniques, I, Qing Mu, am willing to call you the strongest Lord Sanchuan. Although today's void split slash had a long preparation time, and left you exhausted, only usable in this strictly unknown arena, it was still quite stunning. To receive Lord Qing Mu's recognition, I am greatly honored. Sanchuan stood up with Qing Mu's support, his eyes filled with relief. As the dust settled, the tattered and disheveled Sanchuan appeared generously in front of his disciples. Everyone, the outcome, Lord Qing Mu's cultivation, and will surpass my own. However, the path of the sword is endless. Everyone, do not lament, do not be confused, see clearly my defeat, and strengthen your beliefs, and continue to sharpen your brilliance. Oh. As Sambwa spoke, the bewildered crowd, who had been stunned by his earlier defeat, suddenly ignited with renewed resolve. Master Sambwa, we shall uphold our convictions, and press forward with unwavering determination. Temporary defeat is but a finer whetstone for the blade. Wherever our swords point, there lies our path ahead. Truly a great general. His charisma is unparalleled. Aokiba murmured inwardly. Lord Aokiba Sambwa said earnestly, once this matter concludes, I have one further request. Would you consider remaining in the Land of Iron for some time, to guide our samurai in their martial cultivation? This presents a rare opportunity for exchange, a priceless boon for the Land of Iron. We beg you. Very well. Aokiba agreed without hesitation. not only out of deep respect for Samba's admirable conviction. Though most of the Land of Iron's people had already contributed exchange points toward Aokiba's growth, their swordsmanship proficiency had also risen steadily through relentless sparring. Aokiba himself wished to seize this chance, to synthesize and master the diverse sword styles he had encountered across the Land of Iron. That concludes Lord Aokiba's recent intelligence report. A root ninja reported to Hibimi. Well done. Hibimi offered a terse commendation, her expression unchanging as she swiftly scanned the report. Transmit this intelligence immediately to Lord Danzo, and to both the Iron Rat and Black Crow squads. Hibimi issued her orders coolly. The root ninja departed without delay. Captain, what are our next steps? Another root ninja asked. The plan remains unchanged: ambush and eliminate the target the moment he departs the Land of Iron. Hibimi fixed the inquiring ninja with a frosty gaze. Do you harbor doubts? No, I dare not. The ninja hastily affirmed his loyalty. I swear to uphold Lord Danzo's will unto death. Humph. She dismissed him with silence, her gaze drifting into the distance. According to confirmed intelligence, Aokiba's strength far exceeded Root's prior estimations. His instantaneous ninjutsu, formidable defensive techniques, peerless kenjutsu, and astonishing speed, all proven by his decisive victory over Samba, the Land of Iron's great general, widely acknowledged as cage level. He was no mere elite jonin, but a true Kagedeer sovereign. Yet Hibimi felt no ripple of emotion. What mattered was mission completion, nothing more. How preposterous. That Itachi. In Root's subterranean base, Danzo hurled a scroll onto the floor in seething fury, the rage sparked by intelligence delivered by Uchiha Itachi. Only now did Danzo learn that Orochimaru, whom he had hunted relentlessly for months, had long since been utterly sealed away by Itachi. Danzo suspected that Itachi might never have disclosed this at all had Danzo's operatives not drawn suspicion while tracking Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Sasuke. Between the lines of Itachi's report ran an unmistakable warning: do not interfere with Sasuke. Sasuke had always been the vulnerable hinge in Itachi's uneasy alliance with Danzo. Now that Sasuke had left Konoha, Itachi naturally refused to let Danzo exploit that weakness any longer. Damn it, this is no shinobi's true sense of duty. Danzo slammed his cane against the floor. Thud thud, his voice thick with wrath. Indeed, I alone bear absolute devotion to Konoha. Silence swallowed the entire underground compound. Only Danzo's furious words and ragged breathing echoed within its hollow depths. Moments later, footsteps shattered the stillness. Lord Danzo, Hibimi sends urgent intelligence. Danzo accepted the report impassively and scanned it, his lone eye snapping wide open. That test subject who escaped Orochimaru's lab possesses such power. Samba is universally recognized among the shinobi world as a Kagedeer sovereign. The Land of Iron has endured for generations, not only due to its remote terrain and neutral stance, but crucially, because of Samba's unmatched strength. And yet this Aokiba defeated him, face-to-face in open combat. Avarice flared in Danzo's solitary eye. His fascination with Aokiba deepened exponentially. Formerly an experimental subject of Orochimaru, yet ascending to cage-level mastery in such a brief span. Aokiba must hold Orochimaru's most vital secret. Capture him. Bakuto, Nobairu. Yes, Lord Danzo. Two root ninjas materialized like phantoms. Proceed immediately to the Land of Iron and rendezvous with Hibimi. Ensure Aokiba is taken, alive if possible. But should lethal force be unavoidable, preserve his head intact. Danzo added, voice edged with grim insistence. Understood. Bakuto and Nobairu bowed in unison before vanishing into shadow. Huh. Aokiba roared low, driving his wooden sword forward with sudden force, sending his sparring partner flying. The man crashed hard onto the ground, clutching his lower back in agony, too dazed to rise. The older generation of ninjas in Takigakure village is actually fine, but the younger ninjas of the new generation are all increasingly laid back. However, Takigakure lacks the distinctive industries that characterize villages like Yumgakure, and the ninjas' lack of ambition has led to a significant outflow of missions to other ninjas. Both the combat strength and finances of Takigakure are showing a downward trend. Takagai is very worried about the village's future, and just at that moment he hears about Aoki, who enjoys challenging strong opponents and possesses strength close to that of a shadow. Thus Takagai conceived the idea of inviting Aoki to the village as a guest, hoping that his presence as an outsider would motivate the young ninjas of Takigakure to strive for improvement. In Aoki's eyes, this motivation automatically transformed into giving a beating. To invite Aoki for beating people, Takagai is willing to offer 200,000 ryo as Aoki's reward. Takigakure is poor and the money available is limited, but 200,000 ryo is enough for the reward of a rank mission, which shows some sincerity. Mainly the opportunity to be invited for a beating to earn exchange points plus a reward. Who wouldn't want such good fortune? Aoki closed the letter, his eyes shining. So it's Yumgakure, when do— Chiomatsu was taken aback. Lord Aoki, are you that eager? Lord Aoki, you must come often in the future. Lord Aoki, we can't bear to see you go. Safe travels, Lord Aoi. As Mifune personally saw them off, and the academy students unanimously sent them off, Aoki left the capital Zanpakutō, following Yumgekure to the land of waterfalls. On the way, Aoki took stock of his gains during this period. He defeated the 5 greatest masters of the land of iron, earning a total of 5299 exchange points, and he knocked down a group of Mifune students, earning an additional 2166 exchange points. His proficiency in slashing techniques also skyrocketed by 1963 points. Aoki first invested the exchange points into instant step, elevating his master level instant step to grandmaster level. The second encounter with Mifune made Aoki realize that even his master level instant step was not invincible in the ninja. With the remaining exchange points, Aoki invested them into return path, raising it from intermediate to master level in one go. Additionally, Aoki's proficiency in techniques such as white hit instant step and return path saw some growth. After allocating points, Aoki's attributes are as follows: Host Aoki Spiritual, Might Level 4, Zanpakutō Wabasu, Hyoka Suigetsu Skills, Slashing Technique, Grandmaster 24350, Instant Step, Grandmaster 0, White Hit Master 2234000, Return Path Master 0, Binding Path, Omitted Breaking Path, Omitted Exchange Points 1478. There isn't anything else he wants to exchange for at the moment, so the remaining points are saved by Aoki. Unbeknownst to him, Aoki's strength has rapidly increased. The 1478 exchange points that once felt like a significant fortune now seem like something he can only accumulate. To some extent, Aoki has also encountered a bottleneck in his progress. With his current Grandmaster level slashing technique, instant step, and master level white hit return path, along with various Kido techniques, his means are already sufficient. To achieve a leap in strength, he can only accumulate exchange points to raise his spiritual might to level 3 and unlock Bankai. After all, Takigakure is a ninja village with the 7 tails, and there should be at least 2,000 or 3,000 ninjas, right? If he beats them all, he could earn tens of thousands of exchange points. Thinking of this, Aoki had no desire to continue staying in the Land of Iron. The samurai of the Land of Iron can only provide an increase in slashing technique proficiency during sparring. All other benefits have been thoroughly exhausted. The fresh wool of Takigakure is far more appealing. After several days of travel, Aoki and Yumgekure quickly reached the border of the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron is surrounded by Sanro-Kuzan, which also separates the Land of Iron from the Land of Waterfalls. To get from the Land of Iron to the Land of Waterfalls, one must pass through a narrow valley. Under the towering mountain walls on both sides, the mountain wind swirls with snowflakes in the gorge, adding a touch of chill to the valley. At the valley entrance, 2 heavily armored samurai stand guard, and after routine questioning, they choose to let them pass. The 2 even asked for Aoki's autograph, and Aoki smiled as he left 2 large flamboyant characters on their breastplates. Lord Aoki, your popularity in the Land of Iron is truly high, Yumgekure said with a hint of envy in his eyes. Huh, you're not bad, either, being so young, and already a jonin of Takigakure. Young. I'm already 26 this year. That's not exactly young. In contrast, the young people in the village now haven't even seen blood sigh. Yumgekure touched his collarbone, filled with emotion, where an impressive scar lay. Aoki suddenly remembered that at 26, one is indeed not considered young in the ninja world, but rather firmly in the middle generation. In the harsh world of ninjas, very few manage to live to 40 years old, accumulating injuries and retiring. The so-called young people are just a bunch of 12 or 13-year-olds who have just graduated from ninja school. The purpose of inviting Lord Aoki this time is to let you give the young people in the village a good lesson, to let them know just how large the gap with the outside world is, and not to keep being like frogs in warm water. Intense training. I'm quite familiar with that. Aoki chuckled. Don't worry, I'll be taken care of. Haha, then I'll leave it to you, Lord Aoki. A glimmer of hope flashed in Yumgekure's eyes. The 2 continued along the valley, and not long after, Aoki suddenly stopped. Yumgekure, when you came last time, was there a checkpoint in the middle of the gorge? Aoki gently asked. Yes, there is a checkpoint of the Land of Iron in the middle of this gorge, mainly guarding against bandits coming over the mountains. Yumgekure also stopped, his eyes filled with vigilance. However, when I came last time, there was no such strong smell of blood. However, it could be that they just executed a group of bandits, Aoki said lightly. Exactly, why don't we go back and call those 2 samurai at the valley entrance to help? A hint of coldness flashed in Yumgekure's eyes. No, that would be too much trouble for them. How about we go take a look first? Take a look. The 2 walked forward, chatting and laughing their expression. If there is such a strong smell of blood ahead, it must be that either the workers were too rough, or they have enough confidence, and are not worried about being discovered. If it's the latter, then the 2 samurai from the Land of Iron who let them into the valley are likely to be problematic as well. To impersonate samurai from the Land of Iron, as long as the acting is decent, there's no need for transformation techniques. Just putting on that heavy armor and wearing a gas mask would make it hard to... Yumgekure's suggestion is to return to the valley entrance, break through the 2 samurai's blockade, and retreat back into the Land of Iron. The open area outside the valley is more suitable for combat. Aoki, however, felt that retreating so dejectedly could lead to an ambush, as the enemy, having no concerns, might attack the moment they turned around. Moreover, Aoki's Zanpakutō Kyokusuijetsu is not afraid of battles involving multiple opponents. In Shinryu's perception, there were 9 individuals ahead, lurking in 3 separate squads at different positions, as if they had woven a net of ambush. Who could it be? The Fong Imo clan. No, the Fong Imo clan members Qingmu had encountered were all slain. They likely lacked both the audacity and the strength. Root? Possibly. He had previously sabotaged a Root mission, and with their intelligence network, they could certainly uncover his background. That old dog Danzo might already know he was an experimental subject from Orochimaru's base. Root definitely had a motive to ambush him. Another possibility was that the approaching party was the Akatsuki, whom Qingmu had once offended. But there were 9 people ahead. If it were the Akatsuki, that would mean their entire force had mobilized. Qingmu felt that the minor conflict with Kakuzu was hardly enough to provoke such a massive response. If it truly were the Akatsuki, his only option would be to use Kyokusuijetsu to evade and flee. With this thought, Qingmu and his companion gradually approached the ambush zone. Ryu, leave the enemies ahead to me. You temporarily hold off any pursuers from behind. Qingmu instructed in a low voice. Understood. Shui Yilu nodded, mentally preparing for the worst. Suddenly Qingmu's expression stiffened. Here they come. At the same moment, a furious roar echoed from the high cliff wall. Earth-style earth spear. As the words fell, the flat ground beneath their feet instantly erupted with sharp, thick rock pillars, each one a massive stone column capable of delivering a fatal blow. Jump! Shui Yilu shouted, leaping swiftly onto the cliff wall, while rapidly forming hand seals. Ryu, behind you. Qingmu suddenly yelled. In his perception, the 2 samurai behind were approaching at high speed. Got it. Without hesitation, Shui Yilu turned to focus on the enemies at his rear. Qingmu remained still, facing the countless massive stone pillars about to strike him, and began to chant. Heido 57, Great Earth Dance. The surging earth spears instantly shattered into fragments. Even the rocks on the ground and cliff walls peeled away, rapidly soaring into the air. Then a multitude of flying stones shot forward at tremendous speed, covering almost the entire stretch of the canyon ahead. Earth-style earth flow wall. Water-style water formation wall. 2 distinct voices rang out, and 2 walls rose abruptly in front of the canyon. The incoming flying stones slammed violently against them. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed through the canyon, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped the forward section. Standing on the cliff wall, Shui Yilu stared at the 2 figures charging from behind. These 2 samurai had ceased their pretense, discarding their cumbersome heavy armor to reveal their true ninja attire. Qingmu is already engaged. I can't afford to lose either. Shui Yilu murmured, watching the 2 closing in. He formed a single hand seal. Water-style water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon roared down from above. The 2 were no pushovers, though one of them immediately began a rapid sequence of hand seals. Fire-style flame bullet. The colossal fireball collided with the water dragon midair, instantly generating a vast cloud of steam. Gentlemen, this road is closed. Shui Yiliu's voice emerged from behind the steam. Courting death. The 2 snorted coldly, and one of them quickly formed seals. Wind-style great breakthrough. A violent whirlwind surged forward. Shui Yilu leaped to dodge, but the steam was blown away. Kid, your time is up. The 2 grinned, maliciously brandishing kunai as they charged. Meanwhile, the dust cloud enshrouding the canyon gradually dispersed, revealing the figures within. Qingmu counted. Exactly 9, no more no less. Who are you people, he asked with interest. Root. And you. Qingmu looked curiously at the man standing at the front. Why are you wrapping one eye? Trying to cosplay that old dog Danzo. Shut up. How dare you disrespect Lord Danzo? Snake Eye roared, then shifted his tone. Since you know we're from Root, surrender obediently. I am not in the habit of admitting defeat. Qingmu sneered. But I really should thank you. Thank you for coming all this way to Arrogant fool. Snake Eye radiated killing intent, tearing off the cloth wrapped around his face. Attack. Break his limbs, and bring him in. The arrogance is yours. Qingmu coldly watched the encircling group, holding his Zanpakutō in a reverse grip. He parted his lips. Shatter Kyoka Sujetsu. An invisible wave swept through the valley silently, altering the perceptions of everyone present. Of course, the Root operatives remained oblivious. Attack. Snake Eye bellowed, drawing a ninja blade and engaging Qingmu. Using a blade against me. I must Qingmu chuckled lightly, then his eyes narrowed. Oh, that eye is actually a Sharingan, he teased. You wouldn't happen to be Hitaki Kakashi, would you? Let's talk. Snake Eye swung his blade with fierce vigor. With this Sharingan, I'll see through every one of your sword technique. Tutomo spun rapidly within Snake Eye's Sharingan. A mere Tutomo, don't be overconfident. Qingmu said with a hint of meaning. Can you really see through it? Perfect opportunity. While Snake Eye occupied Qingmu, the others made their moves. Secret technique, insect swarm. Black Crow waved his hand, and two dense clouds of insects flew from his sleeves, diving straight at Qingmu. Earth-style rock fist technique. Iron Rat's arm was covered in thick rock, and he threw a heavy punch toward Qingmu. Countless ninja blades and kunai also rained down on him. Empty cicada. The barrage of attacks struck, shredding a cotton coat to pieces, but Qingmu's figure vanished. Where did he go? Snake Eye shouted in shock. Even his Tutamo Sharingan failed to trace Qingmu's movement. Right here, Qingmu said softly, appearing abruptly behind a root ninja, his Zanpakutō slashing heavily. Boom. The root ninja was sent flying, crashing violently into the rock wall, the kunai in his hand shattering. But he had managed to block Qingmu's lethal strike. Not bad, you actually survived a one-hit kill. Qingmu smiled in surprise. The surprises are yet to come. The root ninja coughed up blood, a grim grin on his face. SSS. A sound like a fuse burning suddenly arose. Qingmu looked down, and his expression changed drastically. Explosive tag bombs. When were they? He saw that both of his legs had been stuck with exploding tags, and the fuses were burning rapidly. Detonate. Boom. The root ninja uttered coldly, and Qingmu was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. As the smoke cleared, Qingmu lay pitifully in a shallow pit, his legs missing below the knees. Cough, cough. Of course it happened while you were too busy attacking me. Jinren struggled to stand, coughing up blood, his face full of mockery, towards Qingmu. Well done, Jialu. Shimimu coldly praised, then ordered, Jinai, go take a look. Don't let him die. Yes. A clear female voice responded, as Jinai quickly approached, channeling her healing arts. Bang. A sharp cracking sound echoed as Jinai's hand made contact, and Qingmu suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke, disappearing. Jinai's expression immediately stiffened. Shadow clone. What? Impossible. Heiyu instinctively retorted. There's no way a shadow clone could withstand the explosion of an explosive talisman. Ah. A wretched cry interrupted Heiu's words. Everyone turned to see Qingmu, standing not far away, droplets of blood falling from his Zanpakutō, with Jialu lying beside him, already decapitated. Damn it, when did this happen? Taishu cursed angrily, rapidly forming hand signs. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. You can't escape. Shimimu brought his hands together. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Secret Technique, Insect Jade. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. 8 directions, Shuriken. The moment everyone spotted Qingmu, they immediately launched various ninjutsu in unison. Qingmu remained unflustered, his lips slightly parted. Destruction Path No. 31 Scarlet Fire Cannon. Destruction Path No. 58 Vast Storm. Enormous fireballs and massive whirlwinds immediately manifested, the flames riding the winds, swiftly crashing into the incoming ninjutsu. Boom. The violent explosion resounded throughout the valley, reverberating continuously. Flames soared, dust filled the air, and it took a long while before the dust settled. Kingma's pitiful figure emerged. The 2 blasts of Demon Path ultimately could not withstand the relentless barrage of attacks. Kingma's corpse was tattered, one eye socket pierced by a shuriken. Too bad he's dead. Shimimu immediately pronounced Kingma's death sentence, stepping forward to swing his ninja blade. Fortunately, the head is still relatively intact. Shimimu brought his blade down heavily. Bang! A cloud of white smoke spread out, and Shimimu looked on in astonishment. Shadow clone. How could this be a shadow? It is well known that shadow clones cannot withstand significant damage. How could a shadow clone disappear only after enduring lethal damage? Shimimu felt as though his understanding of ninjutsu had been completely overturned when a clear voice timely rang out. If you don't believe it, then what am I? Qingmu appeared behind everyone, chuckling lightly. Or you could take a guess, am I a clone or the real body? Kill him. Shimimu roared angrily, and Heiyu closest to Qingmu immediately struck. Secret Technique, Insect Jade. Just a mere insect. Destruction Path No. 58 Vast Storm. A swarm of large insects surged forward, but were instantly blown away by the whirlwind. Die. Just as Qingmu was dealing with Heiyu, Shimimu lunged forward, slashing at Kingma's face with a blade. Your swordsmanship isn't anything special either. In just a few exchanges, Qingmu deflected Shimimu's blade, about to mock him, when a heavy wind sound came from behind. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. It's Taishu. Qingmu turned around, swinging his blade to block the heavy punch, forcing him back several steps. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. A wind blade swiftly slashed towards Kingma's neck, prompting him to use Instant Step immediately. Wind Demon Shuriken. Just as Qingmu regained his footing, another root ninja charged in, and within mere seconds Qingmu was surrounded again. Come on. Qingmu showed no fear, slicing the Wind Demon Shuriken away, engaging in combat with the root ninjas. However, after a short while, Qingmu felt dizzy, and his steps faltered. What is happening? Kingma's expression turned grim as he glanced at his arm during a lull in the battle, his face suddenly changing dramatically. At some point, his right hand holding the blade had turned as black as ink. This is poison. Huh. Kid, enjoy your last moments. Haya's eyes glinted with a cold light. After Qingmu blew away the insect jade, with Vast Storm, Heiyu decisively changed tactics. Unfortunately, this nanoparticle poison is taken from the root 1, less means 1 less. The poison rapidly spread through Kingma's body. Before long his entire face turned a shade of blue-purple. Qingmu gasped desperately, his body already collapsing to the ground. Shimimu coldly watched Qingmu struggling in agony on the ground, quietly waiting for him to succumb to the poison. Only the oil woman can reinsert this poisonous insect back into her body. Once Qingmu dies, they will use blades to sever his head and seal it with a sealing technique without ever coming into contact with Kingma's corpse. Gradually Kingma's struggles weakened until he finally fell silent. Shimimu stared intently for a moment, then let out a sigh. Very well, it seems this is the real body. Let me sever it. Shimimu raised his ninja blade ready to strike down when suddenly there was a loud bang. The Qingmu on the ground transformed once again into a puff of white smoke. Another shadow clone. Shimimu's eyes widened in disbelief, and just then a loud shout came from behind. Destruction Path No. 73, Twin Lotus Azure Fire Drop. Two thick azure flames surged towards the root ninjas, with the speed of lightning, the blaze covering the entire valley. Standing behind this exaggerated azure fire was none other than Qingmu. Damn it, another clone. Shimimu cursed angrily, his hands forming signs without pause. Fire release dragon fire technique. A dragon-shaped flame howled towards the azure fire, but under the overwhelming might of the Twin Lotus Azure Fire Drop, the fire dragon appeared exceptionally small. However, this was enough, as Shimimu only aimed to temporarily block and prepare for defense. There was no escape in this narrow valley facing the azure fire that threatened to scorch the entire valley. There was simply no... After releasing the dragon fire technique, Shimimu immediately bit his finger, pressing his palm to the ground. Summoning technique, first layer of the Rashomon. This defensive summoning technique was earned by Shimimu after completing countless tasks, and it was particularly valued by Lord Danzo, capable of withstanding the impact of a rank ninjutsu. At the same time, other root ninjas also began to exert their power. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth flow barrier. 3 defensive barriers quickly formed, and soon the Twin Lotus Azure Fire Drop heavily crashed down. Boom! The defensive ninjutsu shattered explosively, leaving only the Rashomon struggling to hold on. Crack, crack, crack. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the Rashomon shattered dramatically, but fortunately the Twin Lotus Azure Fire Drop had also exhausted its last bit of strength. Finally it was blocked. Everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly a scream pierced through the air, and Shimimu turned around to see Jinai collapsed in a pool of blood. Standing beside her was none other than Qingmu. Go! Don't let him have a chance to use his ninjutsu. Shimimu decisively charged forward to engage in combat. It must be admitted that the enhancement from the Tsutomu Sharingan was extremely evident, otherwise with his swordsmanship, he would have already been slain by Aoki. Earth-style rock fist technique. Secret art insect Jade. Tetsuso and Kuroika immediately joined the assault on Aoki, with Kuroika waiting for the right moment to release a nanometer-level venomous insect. What's strange is, only the 3 of them were fiercely attacking Aoki. The other root ninjas' attacks seemed somewhat feeble, rarely using ninjutsu, relying instead on kunai and shuriken, which were ineffective. Damn it! What are you doing? Shimu roared. Cowards who fear for their lives, do you deserve Lord Danzo's grace? What grace could that old dog Danzo have? 3 meals a day. Aoki mocked. Go die. How dare you insult Lord Danzo? Shimu, furious, formed a hand seal, wind-style vacuum blade. This technique was also a secret art taught to him by Lord Danzo, proof of how much Lord Danzo valued him. Shimu's face showed fervor as the tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly. He had already spotted Aoki's flaw, and the next strike would be his victory. Die. Shimu thrust his blade at an incredible angle, suddenly slashing upwards and instantly cutting through Aoki's neck. This strike was flawless. Looking at Aoki, who fell to the ground clutching his neck, Shimu coldly said, "Does this look familiar? This is your own technique." Shimu gently covered his precious Tsutomu Sharingan, which was granted to him by Lord Danzo, and had helped him achieve. The Tsutomu Sharingan is not only an eye of insight, but also an eye of replication. In your next life, remember not to underestimate me, Shimu. Bang! Aoki transformed into white smoke and dissipated once more. Shimu stood frozen, suddenly screaming in hysteria. Damn it! You cowardly scoundrel! Are you brave enough to show yourself? Shimu's face twisted in rage, looking like a madman. I've always been in front of you, you just unconsciously overlook me. Aoki smiled as he reappeared. Damn it, he'll kill you. Shimu fiercely charged forward, flanking Aoki alongside Kuroika. Tetsuso was also there, but instead of using his signature rock fist technique, he pulled out a knife from somewhere and swung it at Aoki. As a result, not being familiar with the sword technique almost led to him injuring Kuroika instead. Tetsuso, what are you doing? Kuroika shouted. And you bunch of useless fools. Haven't you all eaten? Shimu yelled at the other root ninjas who were attacking weakly. At this moment, the battlefield presented a bizarre scene aside from the fallen Kuruka and Jinai, and the fierce battle between Shimu, Kuroika, and Aoki, everyone else was just poking with small kunai, inflicting no real damage. Clearly they all possessed at least the strength of a special jonin, yet they displayed the combat power of freshly graduated genin. The entire battlefield seemed more like a showcase of combat between Aoki Shimu and Kuroyuka, surrounded by a crowd of spectators who merely watched without engaging. Damn it. I will definitely report today's events to Lord Danzo. Shimu threatened fiercely while his Sharingan spun wildly searching for Aoki's flaw. Perhaps due to the lengthy battle, Aoki was revealing many flaws under the Sharingan's gaze and Shimu was overjoyed at this sight. Die. Shimu sneered proudly, replicating his previous technique, slashing diagonally towards Aoki's chest. Ding. A crisp sound echoed as Shimu stared in astonishment at Aoki and the ninja blade in his hand. The wind chakra-infused ninja blade only pierced Aoki's clothing, revealing a white mark on his chest. What is going on? Shimu exclaimed, refusing to believe it, as he swung the ninja blade again. Clang. The ninja blade stopped firmly at Aoki's neck, similarly leaving only a white mark without breaking the skin. Shima, have you not eaten either? Kuroyuka shouted, waving his hands as more insects swarmed towards Aoki. No, this kid has something strange going on. Shimu gritted his teeth and said, this kid's defense is already comparable to Tetsuso. Tetsuso's specialty is the earth-style hardening technique known as the hardest man among the root ninjas. Tetsuso, stop dawdling and help. Shimu shouted, seeing Tetsuso still unmoved, angrily roaring. What the hell is going on here? Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer. Kuroyuka forced himself, also urging Shimu to calm down. Alright. Shimu nodded, gritting his teeth as he continued to engage Aoki. Bang. A careless move and Shimu was knocked back several steps by Aoki. Damn, how did this kid get so strong? Shimu forcibly swallowed the blood rising in his throat and pressed forward. Don't rush, he can't hold out much longer. Kuroyuka continued, directing the swarm of insects to engage Aoki. Before long, Aoki's figure began to waver and sway. Upon closer inspection, Aoki's face had already turned up. The nanometer-level venomous insect struck again. Well done, Kuroyuka. Shimu showed a pleased expression. Kuroyuka was indeed reliable. Let me see whether he is the real body or a shadow clone. As Kuroyuka spoke, he sprayed a large number of insects from his hands again. Good. Shimu nodded, positioning himself back to back with Kuroyuka, so that even if it were a shadow clone, they could resist Aoki's real body appearing. Secret art insect Jade. A large swarm of insects pounced on Aoki, frantically draining his chakra, and soon Aoki slumped to the ground. Due to the potent poison coursing through Aoki's body, these insects, having just extracted chakra, fell victim to the poison themselves. Even so, the swarm continued to swarm forward, completely enveloping Aoki. Before long, the swarm fell one after another, revealing Aoki's miserable state. At this moment, Aoki's face was gaunt, his entire body was purple, and he was utterly silent, resembling a dry corpse. This should be the real body. Shimu speculated. It should be, but let's be cautious. Kuroyuka's eyes flashed with brilliance as he drew out a kunai and threw it. Thud! The kunai sank deep into Aoki's heart, black blood gushed out, and Aoki remained motionless. It's definitely the real body. Tetsuso walked over, waving a knife he had picked up from somewhere. Let me cut off his head. Shimu stared at Tetsuso, saying, Tetsuso, I will report your passive avoidance of battle to Lord Danzo in detail. Tetsuso did not refute, and quickly approached the two. Seeing this, the two also fell silent. Aoki's corpse was covered in toxins, and if Tetsuso was willing to take the risk to behead him, so be it. Kuroyuka. Tetsuso walked beside Kuroyuka, suddenly pausing. Your nanometer-level venomous insects are really... Kuroyuka grunted coldly. If Tetsuso thought that flattering him would spare him from punishment, he was thinking too much. However, this is all it amounts to. Tetsuso suddenly smiled. Swish. A bright silver flash suddenly erupted, illuminating Kuroyuka's shocked face, freezing his expression at that moment. Die. Shimu's stunned expression instantly turned to fury as he swung his blade directly at Taishu's face. Clang. An unimaginable, overwhelming force struck, and Shimu retreated 3 large steps in horror. You are not Taishu. Who are you? Have finally realized. Taishu smiled mysteriously, holding his long blade inverted in his right hand. Shatter mirror flower water moon. Cracking sounds. In Shimu's horrified gaze, the images in his vision shattered inch by inch like a mirror, surrounding him, rapidly crumbling, revealing the true appearance of the world. Standing before Shimu was not Taishu at all, but clearly the target of this mission, Chingmu. Looking around, the several root ninjas who had been standing were completely gone, replaced by corpses littering the ground. Of all the root members, only he alone was still standing. This is... Shimu staggered back a large step, his face full of horror. You, when exactly did you make your move? No, that's wrong, these are all illusions, they must be illusions. The truth is too hard for you to accept, so you'd rather believe it's an illusion. Chingmu looked at Shimu with a mocking smile. Enough. Kid, don't underestimate my Sharingan. Shimu roared, looking like a madman, his Sharingan spinning wildly, even showing signs of breaking through to the 3-mo level. Just an illusion break for me. In that case, let me show you the real world. Shinmu shook his head with a light laugh, holding his Zanpakutō inverted in his hand. Shatter Mirror Flower Water Moon. An invisible wave brushed over Shimu's body, and another scene appeared before his eye. What? This is an explosive tag bomb. A root ninja looked at the explosive tags on his own legs, first bewildered, then frantic. Hey Jialu, what are you doing? I'm not Shinmu. Boom. The root ninja was engulfed in the explosion of the tags, his legs vanished without a trace, and he lay in a pit, barely breathing. At the end of his life, he saw Jinai casting a healing technique and walking toward him, but the hope vanished in an instant. Jinai left without treating him. From the perspective of the other root ninjas, he turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Everyone, why are you attacked? A root ninja cried out in despair, as various ninjutsu and numerous kunai and shuriken completely covered him. He'll fight to the end. In desperation, the root ninja gathered all his chakra and unleashed the last 2 jutsu of his life. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fire fed on the wind, the jutsu's power skyrocketed, and then the root ninja, under the concentrated fire of his comrades, died with dignity. This is poison. A root ninja stared in disbelief at his arm, which had turned blue and purple. Ga, enjoy the last moments of your life, kid. Heya sneered. No, why, Lord Heya? I'm your subordinate. Lord Heya, please help me detoxify, please. The root ninja, having been poisoned by Heiya's precious nano-level venomous insect without understanding why, died in agony. Lord Shimu, Lord Heya, Lord Taishu. Wrong, all wrong. A root ninja was overwhelmed under the combined assault of the 3 captains. No movement can escape my Sharingan. Shimu's face showed fanaticism as he delivered a perfectly timed slash, precisely cutting into the root ninja's neck. Ugh. Huff. Lord Shimu, wrong. This is an illusion. The root ninja clutched his leaking neck, collapsed dejectedly, leaving his last words. Unfortunately, only Qingmu heard these last words. Taishu, what are you doing? Is this how you repay Lord Tuanzi? Heya and Shimu both roared. Aye aye. Taishu shouted angrily. You 2 bastards, look clearly, you're hitting me. Wind release vacuum blade. Shimu roared, swinging his blade directly at Taishu's vital point. Earth release hardening technique. Taishu, unwilling to wait for death, could only desperately pile up defenses. No. This kid's defense is almost as good as Taishu's. Shimu roared in confusion, striking again with a heavy blow. Damn it! I am Taishu. Taishu cursed, but dared not slack. He quickly activated another signature jutsu rock fist technique. Damn! How did this kid's strength suddenly become? Shimu was knocked back several steps by the rock fist, forcing himself to swallow the surging blood and continue fighting. Don't worry, he can't last much longer. Heiya's swarm of insects danced around him. Hey, what are you up to? Taishu had a bad feeling and quickly increased his attack intensity. Not only to defend himself, but Taishu also hoped to use his powerful strikes to free Shimu and Heya from the illusion. However, even the injured Shimu with his Sharingan remained trapped in the illusion. Finally, Taishu was struck by the nano-level venomous insect. The poison spread, and he was covered by Heiya's parasitic insects. Feeling the rapid drain of his chakra and vitality, Taishu died with his eyes open in grievance. 2 idiots. Wasted a Sharingan. Shatter Mirror Flower Water Moon. The curtain fell on the drama. Qingmu released the Mirror Flower Water Moon, and the illusions shattered one by one as if it were just a dream. But the corpses littering the valley told Shimu that this was the cruel reality. Shimu looked utterly dejected. The illusion he had just seen completely overlapped with his memories of the experience. Even more terrifying was that no matter how Shimu screamed, or even tried to rush in to stop it, he was merely a spectator to that unbearable scene. How is it? This is what really happened to you. Qingmu looked at Shimu calmly. Haha. Qingmu, you are a demon. Shimu glared at Qingmu with fury, as if ready to devour him. His Tutomo Sharingan spun wildly, and faintly a 3rd Tomo began to appear. Extreme despair and rage allowed Shimu to break through the shackles of his bloodline, miraculously evolving to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Die Qingmu. Shimu lunged madly at Qingmu, his 3-Tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Illusion Sharingan. The 3-Tomo Sharingan can greatly enhance the power of illusions, and is thus also known as the Illusion Eye. Having fought Qingmu before, Shimu knew well that he was no match for Qingmu alone. At this moment, the breakthrough to the 3-Tomo Sharingan in the midst of battle was his final trump card. By now Shimu was beyond furious, but he still did not let his guard down. His mind could even be described as clear. For Qingmu, who could use such a miraculous illusion, even the illusion of the 3-Tomo Sharingan might not guarantee victory. But Shimu only needed an instant. If Qingmu was frozen for even a moment, that would be enough. Shimu's swordsmanship was not poor. If Qingmu could be frozen for an instant, he could plunge his blade into Qingmu's neck. Come on, even if it's only a fraction of a breath, I will see. The snake-eyed Sharingan stared intently into Aoki's eyes, the three tomo spinning wildly, blood vessels bursting in the eyeball. Aoki's body halted abruptly, just as he got him. The snake-eyed one did not rush to celebrate. With both hands gripping the blade, he calmly thrust the knife forward, the wind-released chakra swirling around the blade, ready to slice open Aoki's throat. Swish! The snake-eyed one's arms shot up high, the blade veering drastically off its intended target, soaring into the sky. The cold gaze of the snake-eyed one turned into confusion in an instant, staring blankly at his own arms where hands should have been now lay empty. Ugh! The delayed scream could not last a moment as Aoki's hand fell with the blade, the snake-eyed one's head soaring into the sky. Just 3 tomo, still far from enough. Aoki said indifferently as the tip of the knife pierced the snake-eyed one's eye socket, shattering the 3 tomo Sharingan. This Sharingan was of no use to Aoki. May this cursed eye disappear alongside its true master in the ninja world. Defeated 9 enemies, gained 4,631 points. From the exchange points, it was evident that Danzo spared no expense in this ambush against Aoki, sending 3 elite Jonin to lead at least Jonin and special Jonin level subordinates. Now all of them would serve as resources for Aoki to enhance his strength. Facing such a multitude of high-quality enemies was Aoki's first experience. In fact, if there had been time, Aoki wouldn't have minded having a proper fight with them to hone his skills. But Aoki had not forgotten that 2 enemies were still blocking the way behind him. Using Mirror Flower Water Moon to quickly resolve the enemies was undoubtedly a better choice. After all, Aoki was unwilling to betray his teammates. Gently flicking the blood off the blade, Aoki used Shuinpa to swiftly head towards the back. Soon he spotted the figure of Mizunokawa Ryu. Mizunokawa Ryu stood with his back to Aoki, surrounded by traces of battle. The 2 enemies had long turned into corpses, and the mountain wind fluttered Ryu's garments, showcasing the demeanor of a master. Aoki couldn't help but chuckle. Ryu must have achieved something in this battle. Ryu, what are you doing standing there? Aoki jokingly tightened his grip on Ryu's shoulder, only to have his expression change suddenly. He noticed that Mizunokawa Ryu was staring blankly ahead, his eyes hollow, showing no reaction to Aoki's actions. He fell under an illusion. Just as Aoki was about to make a move, he heard a sound akin to a burning fuse. Hiss! This sound was all too familiar to Aoki. It was an explosive tag. Looking down, he saw countless explosive tags continuously surging from the ground, climbing up Mizunokawa Ryu's legs in layers and piles of explosive tags, rapidly approaching Aoki's feet. This is an explosive tag trap. Whoosh! Without a moment to think, Aoki tore off the explosive tags from Ryu's legs and decisively used Shuinpa to escape. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed through the valley, flames illuminating the valley in crimson. The position where Mizunokawa Ryu had stood was now a sea of fire. Damn it, how many explosive tags did the root bastards use? Aoki cursed angrily as he temporarily took shelter in a nearby cave with Mizunokawa Ryu. At this point, Aoki understood that this was a trap set specifically for him by the 2 ninjas from Root. Ugh! A painful groan emerged. The severe explosive damage forced Mizunokawa Ryu to awaken from the illusion. Ryu, don't move. Aoki pressed down on Mizunokawa Ryu, saying he'll help you heal shortly. Although Aoki had pulled off some explosive tags from Ryu, there were still remnants that detonated, leaving Ryu's legs charred black, only slightly better than Nagato's legs after being blown up in the original story. If not for powerful medical ninjutsu providing timely treatment, Mizunokawa Ryu would only be left with the option of amputation to save his life. Aoki's condition was not much better. A few explosive tags had stuck to his feet during the moment of Shuinpa, and he had temporarily lost the ability to move. This result stemmed from Aoki's confidence, or rather arrogance. Having easily defeated 3 Root squads just moments ago, Aoki was convinced that Root was nothing to worry about, rushing to join Mizunokawa Ryu without even opening his perception, resulting in a great loss. Return path. Aoki activated the return path technique on his feet, and under the influence of the master level technique, his foot injuries healed in no time. Aoki's injuries were much lighter than Mizunokawa Ryu's. With time pressing, Aoki could only prioritize ensuring his own combat capabilities. Aoki did not continue treating Mizunokawa Ryu. In his perception, 2 people were sneaking close outside the cave. Is this the cave, Neighboru? That's right. But my perception detects only a very weak chakra inside. It should be that Takinen. Neighboru frowned, saying, but the objective is to bring along the Takinen. He may have hidden himself. Are we waiting inside to— Let's just blow up this cave. Don't be rash, Bakuto. Neighboru said Lord Danzo requires us to at least bring back a complete— So what do we do now? Bakuto frowned, saying the target Shuinpa is too fast if he launches a surprise attack when we enter. It's fine. Neighboru smiled confidently. My illusion will control him immediately. During my previous battle with Mizunokawa Ryu, it was just like this. It didn't take long for Ryu to be controlled by Neighboru's illusion. In the spirit of not wasting a grain of rice, the 2 left Mizunokawa Ryu alive, waiting for the 3 squads in front to complete their tasks, and would take him back to Root together. But who would have thought that shortly after the battle began, the snake-eyed squad continuously suffered casualties, eventually leading to their complete annihilation. The two hurriedly utilized Mizuno Ryu to set up an explosive tag trap. That idiot Snake Eye only wastes the resources provided by Lord Danzo. Clearly, I who excels in illusions and the best candidate for the show. Nebaru secretly resented, deciding that after dealing with Aoki, he would reclaim that precious Sharingan. Once he had the Sharingan, he could better complete Lord Danzo's tasks. Given time, he could even become Lord Danzo's right-hand man. Thinking of this, Nebaru felt quite pleased. As he walked into the cave, his mood grew even brighter. Bakuto, I think you're being too cautious. Nebaru chuckled lightly. Indeed. Bakuto sneered. Who would have thought that the renowned Aoki would find himself in such a miserable situation? Indeed, Aoki's situation was quite dire. His legs were charred black, and the cave reeked of burnt flesh, clearly indicating he had lost the ability to move. The even worse condition of Mizuno Ryu was directly ignored by the two, as he was merely extra. Kid, how about you cooperate well? Bakuto grinned wickedly, saying, you wouldn't want to be beaten and then captured, right? Well, it all depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Qingmu coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcing himself to speak. The kid must have some tricks up his sleeve, right? Yebi Lu said with certainty. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. Yebi Lu suddenly glared into Kingma's eyes and shouted, illusion tree binding kill. A large tree began to grow rapidly in front of Qingmu, its branches stretching out to tightly bind him, making Qingmu feel the overwhelming force of the branches constricting him. All of this almost made Qingmu laugh. However, he forcibly suppressed his amusement and chose to cooperate with Yebi Lu's performance. Kingma's eyes began to look dazed and unfocused. Yebi Lu grinned at Bakuto, who also revealed a cold smile. Just cut off a hand and a foot. Being alive is more useful than being dead. Understood. Bakuto pulled out a kunai and walked towards Qingmu with a wicked grin. Don't worry, kid, if you come with us you can live many more years. Bakuto laughed cruelly, saying, you won't even be able to die if you wanted to. Is that so? How frightening. A light laugh reached Bakuto's ears, causing him to freeze momentarily. The next second it felt as if a gentle breeze brushed past him. Swish. Bakuto was still in the position to cut off Kingma's hands and feet, but his body seemed unusually stiff. In the next instant, Bakuto's head flew into the air. Damn it. Yebi Lu's soul instantly fled in panic as he thoughtlessly retreated violently towards the cave exit. Without time to think about why Qingmu wasn't affected by the illusion, and why Qingmu, who was disabled, could still move so fast, Yebi Lu just wanted to quickly get away from this cave. In such a narrow space as this cave, having an illusion-type ninja face off against a master of swordsmanship was simply a joke. Once outside, he must immediately blow up this cave. With the injured Takanin's presence, Qingmu would be hesitant to act. It turned out that Bakuto's suggestion was indeed correct. Yebi Lu exerted all his strength and frantically fled outside. However, Yebi Lu was very fast, but someone was faster than him. Swish! A sharp blade like a whisper of wind swiftly sliced through Yebi Lu's body. Defeated 2 enemies, earned points 1502. Adding the points saved before Kingma's total points reached 7,611. Yebi Lu followed in Bakuto's footsteps, his body collapsing limply, maintaining a look of horror even in death. Perhaps he just couldn't comprehend where the problem lay. In fact, it was quite simple. Qingmu activated the Mirror Flower Water Moon the instant the two entered. Kingma's injuries and the blood he coughed up were all part of the illusion's manipulation of the two's 5 senses. The reason for setting such a trap was still because of Mizuno Ryu. Just as Yebi Lu thought, due to Mizuno Ryu's presence, Qingmu was hesitant to act. After all, Mizuno Ryu came to invite Qingmu as a guest, he couldn't just abandon him. Qingmu turned back into the cave and used the reverse technique to heal Mizuno Ryu. Thanks to Qingmu promptly tearing off most of the explosive tags on Mizuno Ryu's leg, it was uncertain whether Mizuno Ryu's leg could be saved otherwise. After Mizuno Ryu's injuries recovered, the two continued on their way to Takigakure, encountering no further attacks. Kingma's greatest enemy's base probably hadn't received the news of the mission failure, yet Mizuno Ryu's identity as a Takinen was quite useful in Takigakure. After several days of travel, they hadn't even encountered a single mountain bandit. The smoothness of the journey left Qingmu feeling somewhat incredulous. Since arriving in the ninja world, Qingmu had departed from the land of rice, visiting the land of fire, the land of soup, and the land of iron, with various stories along the way. In this segment of Takigakure, aside from the ambush by the enemy at the border, it had been very peaceful since entering Takigakure. It allowed Qingmu to feel a long-lost tranquility. What's wrong, King Yuzan? Seeing Kingma's unusual expression, Mizuno Ryu asked curiously. It's nothing. Qingmu smiled slightly. I just feel that this place Takigakure is so peaceful. Indeed. Mizuno Ryu sighed. I've been to most places in the ninja world, and apart from the land of soup, our Takigakure is the quietest. Although the land of iron is also a permanently neutral country of peace, such a martial nation obviously has nothing to do with tranquility. But compared to the land of soup, what does our Takigakure have? Mizuno Ryu spoke softly, his fists tightening involuntarily. The land of soup has convenient transportation, abundant marine resources, and eternally warm hot springs. What does Takigakure have? The towering mountains that surround Takigakure on 3 sides. The difficult to utilize waterfalls. Or the barren farmland. Of course the village also has treasures coveted by the ninja nations. Shingmu remained silent. He understood that Mizuno Ryu was referring to the 7 tails and hero's water possessed by Takigakure. Mizuno Ryu's voice gradually rose, yet it was filled with fatigue. I just don't understand what are the young people in the village thinking. They lack any awareness of danger. Indeed, while Takigakure is a neutral country, neutrality also requires strength. Yet now the young people in the village are indulging in this false peace, taking it easy, and their training is extremely lethargic. They don't have the life of Takigakure, but have inherited its illness. You know, King Yuzin, Mizuno Ryu laughed self-deprecatingly. Our leader's only son Shomakun doesn't dare to even engage in mock battles, let alone see blood. Having been a genin for a year, he has only drank tasks like finding lost items. Even his instructor Jonin Mizuke's couldn't stand it, and left the village. Mizuno Ryu's nails dug deeply into his flesh. The young people of the village have already decayed. So I came. Isn't that right? Shingmu tightened his grip on Mizuno Ryu's shoulder and smiled, saying, when the time comes, don't be upset if you can't bear to watch. They just asked me to go easy. I won't. Mizuno Ryu said decisively. Even if I intervene, they will think it is natural to lose to me. They have no understanding of how dangerous the outside ninja world truly is. Only as an outsider can King Yuzin exert the greatest deterrent effect, so I'm counting on you. Rest assured. Shingmu smiled and promised, not only the young people of your village, but I'll spar with everyone in your village. Mizuno Ryu. It seems something is off. After another day of travel, the two finally arrived at the entrance of Takigakure. This is a valley surrounded on 3 sides by mountains with steep cliffs all around. Waterfalls of various sizes cascade down the cliffs, filling the air with the sound of rushing water splashing against rocks. Mizuno Ryu walked to the largest waterfall, stood firm, turned around, and spread his arms. King Yuzin welcomed to The sunlight shone through the water spray onto Mizuno Ryu's face, revealing a radiant smile. Here, Takigakure village. Where exactly? Shingmu glanced at Mizuno Ryu with suspicion and asked, is your village open to the sky? Impossible. Mizuno Ryu rolled his eyes and said, our Takigakure village possesses the most secret entrance in the entire shinobi world. His expression grew serious. Let me make it clear, the village entrance must never be disclosed. Only you as an honored guest invited by the village will I lead inside. Usually outsiders seeking to commission missions cannot even enter the village. So isolated from the world. Shingmu curled his lips. No wonder you always say the village's mission volume has sharply... Nonsense. This is a survival strategy passed down through generations of Takigakure. Mizuno Ryu retorted with displeasure, tilting his head slightly. Come on, King Yuzin. We must pass through this waterfall. Shingmu looked up to see the raging, magnificent waterfall before him. Pass through the waterfall. Though familiar with the original story and somewhat aware of Takigakure village, Shingmu couldn't help but want to complain. Is Takigakure actually located inside Huawa Mountain? No, the Huawa Mountain in Naruto is the volcano inhabited by the 4 tails. This is the outermost scenic spot of the village, the Hero Waterfall. Mizuno Ryu cheerfully introduced, impressed. As Mizuno Ryu spoke, he dove headfirst into the waterfall, covering his entire body with a thin layer of chakra that acted like a raincoat, shielding him from the water. Shingmu imitated him, conjuring a spiritual energy shield around his body. Judging from Mizuno Ryu's chakra manipulation, this guy had some skills, though his resistance to genjutsu was somewhat weak. Passing through the waterfall, they arrived at a narrow cave entrance with the rock walls smoothed by years of waterfall erosion. Shingmu followed Mizuno Ryu into the cave. The passage was only wide enough for one person. After a short walk, the view suddenly opened up. Before their eyes was a vast natural cavern towering over 100 meters high, adorned with beautiful stalactites. Dappled light filtered through mountain crevices, illuminating pools of water scattered on the ground. This is a natural water curtain cave. Shingmu blurted out. Water curtain cave? That's a good name, and I'll propose it to the Mizuno Ryu chuckled proudly. This is the village's outermost defense checkpoint. The cave checkpoint. By the way, turning his head, Mizuno Ryu shouted into the empty cave. Everyone, no need to hide. This is an honored guest invited by the chief. His voice echoed repeatedly within the cave until it gradually faded away. However, no other movement was heard inside. Mizuno Ryu's smile suddenly stiffened, his nostrils flaring, and his gaze abruptly changed. Shingmu's expression grew grave as he said, Ryu, you smell it too, right? Yes. Mizuno Ryu responded, rushing to a hidden corner and standing frozen, his face extremely grim. Shingmu quietly approached Mizuno Ryu's side. I sense the surroundings. Besides us, there is no one else here. Indeed, the others are here. Mizuno Ryu spoke calmly, but radiated intense killing intent. The location before them was the resting point of the cave guard squad, but it was now utterly ravaged. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses were piled carelessly. Each had a hollowed chest. Without exception, their hearts had been removed before death. These extracted hearts had been crushed and discarded on the ground. The guard squad consisted of 12 members. None survived. The horrific sight of the fallen shinobi immediately reminded Chingmu of an old acquaintance. Mizuno Ryu hoarsely apologized. "I'm sorry, King Yuzan. Something has happened in the village. I'm afraid I cannot take you back." "No, you should take me there instead," Chingmu said earnestly. "The intruder's method reminds me of someone. I can help you." "Very well, follow me." Mizuno Ryu gave Chingmu a steady glance, then headed toward a pool of water and plunged in. Chingmu knew this was the true entrance to Takigakure village. Without hesitation, Chingmu followed, covering himself with a layer of spiritual energy. Beneath the water was a winding, deep aquatic passage. The underwater darkness was profound. Chingmu could barely make out Mizuno Ryu's silhouette ahead. After some swimming, the passage twisted and began to ascend. After a lengthy upward swim, the passage widened, and faint light gradually appeared. Chingmu had previously estimated that the mountain's height was at least 1,000 meters. Thus the waterway inside the mountain, even if straight, would require ascending a distance of over 1,000 meters. The hidden waters within the mountain were pitch black and bore immense pressure. Were it not for Chingmu's system enhancements and Mizuno Ryu's guidance, an ordinary person would either become lost in the labyrinthine waterway and suffocate, or be crushed to death by the overwhelming pressure. This place served not only as Takigakure's entrance, but also as its most formidable defense. Such is the grandeur of nature. After swimming upward a while longer, the water became clearer. Finally, with a splash, the two broke the surface. As Chingmu emerged, he saw a vast emerald lake. At its center stood a towering ancient tree, hundreds of meters tall, its girth so massive it would take over a dozen people to encircle. This very tree produced a rare precious sap annually. The villagers of Takigakure collected and sealed this sap, calling it the hero's water. Chingmu leapt from the water and looked around, taking a deep breath. This was the mountain summit and also the true settlement of Takigakure village. Surrounding the lake were rice fields and paddies for cultivation, with houses scattered further beyond. Chingmu marveled at the genius of the first Takigakure chief, who chose this location. Hidden by waterfalls and caves, protected by mountain waterways, and supported by the entire mountain, Takigakure village was as impregnable as a fortress. The summit provided ample farmland to sustain the population, while the shinobi ventured out to undertake missions for additional necessities. Amidst the chaotic shinobi world, this place was a true sanctuary. Only during the Shinobi War era did the first Takigakure chief, for reasons unknown, send Kakuzu to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, with the Seven Tails hero's water and the possibly lost Earth Grudge Fear as powerful weapons and the perilous terrain, no one would casually provoke Takigakure. Yet today the idyllic scene had been utterly shattered. After holding his breath underwater for so long, Chingmu greedily inhaled the fresh air. While oxygen filled his lungs, it was tainted with a strong metallic stench of blood. The slaughter in Takigakure village had begun. In the distance, the houses were engulfed in bright flames, and faint cries of battle and despair reached the ears. At this moment, the village of Takuyan was anything but peaceful. Shuei Yilu naturally noticed the unusual happenings in the village. "Aoki-san, follow me." With that, Shuei Yilu dashed toward the battlefield. Swish! A sound of something slicing through the air was heard as Aoki's figure swiftly passed by Shuei Yilu's side. "Lu will go ahead." Shuei Yilu watched Aoki's retreating back, his gaze tightening, as he hurriedly activated his instant movement technique. However, Aoki, who had already reached the master-level instant step, was far beyond Shuei Yilu's ability to catch up. He could only watch helplessly as Aoki grew farther away. At the center of Takuyan village there stood a 3-story building. Above the main door hung a plaque that originally bore the large character Tian, accompanied by the village's emblem. At this moment, the plaque had been shattered into several pieces, lying in the dust with orange flames still flickering on it. It was akin to the scattered bodies of the Takunin brutally thrown into the mud. Fire release head of hardship. Wind release pressure damage. Combined ninjutsu flame wind chaos wave. A vast sea of flames surged toward the Takunin, instantly turning the houses on either side of the road to ashes, and the stone path beneath their feet crystallized. Water release water barrier. Water release water dragon bullet technique. A middle-aged ninja stepped forward, leading others to unleash water release techniques in defense, filling the entire battlefield with abundant water vapor. He was none other than Takuyan village's leader Takuma. Mere tricks. Kakuzu scoffed coldly, while the other two masked figures continued to unleash their ninjutsu. Lightning release false darkness. Water release water curtain. Combined ninjutsu lightning water gun explosion. A massive lightning spear was enveloped within a gigantic water cannonball, striking with great ferocity once more. It slammed directly into the precarious defensive wall. Retreat. Takuma's gaze sharpened and he leaped high to evade the impact of the ninjutsu. But the other Takunin were not so fortunate. Those engulfed by flames or pierced by lightning cried out in despair as they faced their impending demise. Not done yet. Kakuzu's mocking voice echoed. While the four-masked figures attacked, Kakuzu silently extended countless tentacles underground, stealthily moving beneath the feet of many Takunin. Then he struck suddenly. Leader, the opponent simply can't take it anymore. What the hell is this thing? Ah. The Takunin who had narrowly escaped a disaster suddenly found countless tentacles emerging from beneath them, thrashing violently and constricting them. Meanwhile, the four-masked figures continued to unleash ninjutsu, each strike claiming multiple lives. Stay calm. We must ensure all villagers are evacuated. Takuma shouted loudly, but his efforts proved to be in vain. This is hopeless. It's a monster. A Takunin, terrified, wielded his ninja blade, retreating as he saw the black tentacles reaching for him. Perhaps pushed to his mental limits, he suddenly turned and swung his blade at his companions behind him. Get out of the way. I don't want to die. I want to surrender. You worthless fool. Takuma shouted angrily, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he prepared to strike. Swish. A kunai flew swiftly, striking the Takunin's neck, choking off his unvoiced surrender. Hwayan. Takuma joyfully looked at the arriving ninja behind him and asked, have all the villagers been evacuated? All done. Hwayan quickly explained, the villagers and all students have been evacuated. I left behind some personnel to guard. Takuma glanced at the familiar faces of those following Hwayan, understanding the situation. Hwayan had left all the young people behind. It made sense. The current young ninjas of the village had limited combat strength, and rather than becoming meaningless cannon fodder, it was better to protect the villagers and survive together. Takuma looked around. Among the fallen warriors were the elders of the village who had followed him. Though their qualities varied, and some had fled in panic, these individuals were already the backbone of Takuyan village. Are you done talking? A chilling voice emerged as Kakuzu approached, flanked by the four-masked figures. Takuma, hand over the seven tails, and the hero's water, and I will spare your lives. Daydreaming. Takuma barked. You damned traitor, the disgrace of the village, daring to show your face here. Disgrace? Huh. Kakuzu laughed heartily. There was a time when I was the pride of the village. Even for a mission that would lead to my death, even when tasked with assassinating the first Hokage, I accomplished it without hesitation. And what was the result? Kakuzu's eyes brimmed with boundless hatred. The village betrayed me to avoid provoking Konoha. How dare you speak of disgrace? Huh. Takuma fearlessly retorted. You brazenly stole the village's secret treasure, slaughtered all the higher-ups, causing the village's strength to plummet. You are the root of all this. I am the root of all this. Kakuzu laughed mockingly. Clinging to ancestral treasures while sealing yourselves away like turtles. Look at your subordinates. Are they even ninjas? Takuma couldn't help but glance aside, as save for the elites of the village like Hwayan, many of the Takunin following him were filled with despair and fear. Such a village has long lost its reason to exist. Kakuzu spread his arms and laughed wildly. Do you see it, Takuma? Takuma's lips moved, his face turning pale as he fell silent. Enough. Kakuzu, having laughed enough, said, my goal this time is merely the seven tails and the hero's water. Hand them over, and you can continue your little games in this broken place. Both should have been mine. Today I am merely here to collect the interest for the cruel treatment you inflicted 50 years ago. Kakuzu threatened fiercely. Don't think that just because you evacuated others, everything is fine. I remember every corner of this village clearly. You cannot escape. Had it not been for the fact that the location of the hero's water seal was passed down only among the leaders, Kakuzu would have taken it long ago. Ever since becoming a subordinate of Lord Madara, Kakuzu had learned many more secrets within the Akatsuki organization. For instance, the so-called God Pain is merely an agent put forth by Lord Madara for true peace. However, this agent has been acting a bit too restlessly lately. He and Kisame are the nails inserted by Lord Madara within the Akatsuki organization. At present, Pain and Obito share the same objective, which is why Kakuzu continues to follow Pain's orders. This time he was dispatched to investigate the veracity of the seven-tailed beast. If conditions permit, he might even capture the seven tails directly. To this end, Pain has arranged for a newcomer to accompany Kakuzu, seemingly a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. In any case, ahead is quite valuable. Kakuzu does not want a partner who only drags him down, especially since this could very well be a planted spy from Pain. Just a mere Takigakure, just a mere seven tails, Kakuzu alone is more than enough to handle it. In fact, this is indeed the case. Takigakure, which has grown too complacent, can be crushed with a single blow, and Kakuzu finds great satisfaction in it. However, there are no valuable hearts. Initially, Kakuzu would inspect each one for quality, but later he became too lazy. As for the hero's water, it was purely Kakuzu's whim. In his words, it was the interest that Takigakure ought to compensate. It is true that the hero's water shortens the user's lifespan, but for Kakuzu, who possesses a pseudo-immortal body, this side effect is hardly a concern. On the contrary, as long as Kakuzu drinks a sip of hero's water before battle, enjoying a surge in chakra, by dozens of times, it would be like taking off right on the spot. Having already decided to become Obito's subordinate, Kakuzu naturally wishes to further enhance his strength, and Hero's Water is a splendid choice. At this moment, Kakuzu's eyes glinted with menace as he fixed his gaze on Takuma. Kakuzu had already cut off Takuma's last avenue of retreat. In his view, Takuma and his companions were merely stubbornly holding on and would inevitably reveal the answers he sought. Alright, I understand. Takuma sighed heavily, and Kakuzu smiled slightly at his words. A wise choice. Before Kakuzu could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, and the words he wanted to say choked in his throat. He watched as Takuma took out a transparent glass bottle from his bosom, swiftly opened it with unexpected speed, and took— boom! The overwhelming chakra surged from Takuma's body, instantly forming a magnificent cloak of chakra, his eyes shooting forth blue lightning, radiating a monstrous and violent aura. Hero's Water. Kakuzu shouted in disbelief, and then a hand shot out from his wrist, aiming directly at Takuma. Return my Hero's Water. Smack. Kakuzu's heavy punch was firmly caught by Takuma. Don't even think about taking a step forward. Takuma roared, sternly tossing the Hero's Water to Huayan. They'll hold them off here. You all take the Hero's Water and quickly retreat. Leader, stop talking nonsense. Takuma displayed a bold smile. The future of the village is entrusted to you. Even if it costs me my life, I will hold them off here. Who can you really hold me off? Kakuzu sneered, and the mouths of the four masked creatures suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Fire release head hardship. Wind release pressure harm. Water release water curtain. Lightning release pseudo darkness. For powerful jutsu, surged forward with unstoppable momentum, flooding towards the group. The sheer scale directly engulfed the entire battlefield. Water release water barrier. Takuma rapidly formed seals, and dozens of massive water columns shot up from the ground. Unlike the usual water barrier that could only summon a single water wall for defense, Takuma, with chakra, surged dozens of times, summoned numerous thick water columns for protection. Boom! 4 earth-shattering jutsu were firmly blocked outside the water columns, and Takuma single-handedly defended against Kakuzu's full-force attack. It was like ordinary fire release was just a fireball, whereas Obito's fire release was a super inferno sweeping thousands. With the enhancement of dozens of times in chakra, Takuma had already surpassed the shadow level, reaching, and even temporarily exceeding Kakuzu's level. Hero's Water, terrifying indeed. However, such borrowed power ultimately comes at a price. After releasing just one jutsu, Takuma's dark hair began to turn white rapidly. Leader. Huayan silently watched Takuma's hair turn pale, suddenly grabbing the water bottle to take a large gulp. Shuilian, you take the Hero's Water back, I will stay. Huayan said decisively. Today we must ensure that Kakuzu the rogue ninja dies here. For Kakuzu, who knows all the secrets of Takigakure, even if they repel him this time, he will surely return. At that time the village will still be plunged into a life and death crisis. Shuilian looked into Huayan's determined eyes, and instantly understood his thoughts. Count me in. Shuilian raised the bottle, and took a big swig. Me too. Me too. The Hero's Water was passed around among the Takigakure ninjas, and soon the entire bottle was consumed, with over a dozen jonin drinking the Hero's Water. The remaining Takigakure ninjas cast a deep glance at the determined group, and selflessly withdrew to the refuge. The upcoming battle was not something they could participate in. They must lead the remaining villagers to survive. Even the Takigakure ninja, who previously wanted to flee, had made up their minds at this moment. Even if the village meets an unfortunate demise, they must carry on the legacy of Takigakure. Everyone. The battlefield was left only with those who had ingested the Hero's Water. Huayan wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat, ultimately transforming into just one sentence. Charge. Let Kakuzu die here. Oh. A dozen Takigakure jonin, enveloped in an overwhelming chakra, charged forward together, joining the battle. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Fire release great fireball technique. Earth release rock cannon technique. Various techniques amplified by more than 10 times rained down on Kakuzu, whose complexion changed dramatically. If previously Kakuzu could handle Takuma with ease, now he was left floundering. Although these jonin, even after drinking the Hero's Water, still had a certain gap, with shadow-level powerhouses, the sheer number of powerful jutsu bombarding him was overwhelming. Even damn it, you are all a bunch of lunatics. Kakuzu cursed angrily, already planning how to retreat. The Hero's Water only temporarily boosted the strength of the Takigakure ninjas. After this period the power gained would vanish, and their lifespans would be significantly reduced. Only a fool would choose to clash with them heathen. Yet how could a group determined to die allow Kakuzu to leave easily? Soon Kakuzu found himself in peril under the relentless onslaught. No, if this continues I won't make it out alive. Kakuzu resolved fiercely in his heart, taking advantage of a momentary lull in the attack to unleash his ultimate move. Combined ninjutsu thunder water gun explosion. Combined ninjutsu flame wind chaos wave. A raging sea of flames and a torrent of electric waves surged towards the group, prompting everyone to unleash their jutsu in response. Kakuzu's hands did not stop, he was rapidly forming hand seals. These two combined ninjutsu techniques were his signature moves, but he knew they could not hold back the Takigakure ninjas for long. After gulping down the hero water, the Takigakure ninjas had surpassed all of Kakuzu's expectations. He had to set up a contingency plan. Kakuzu first recalled the wind and fire mask beasts into his body, then cast a lingering gaze at the lightning and water mask beasts left on the battlefield. Today's humiliation would be repaid in the future. Kakuzu left a vicious remark before unleashing a jutsu. Earth release, underground projection. He was about to flee. Meanwhile, the Takigakure ninjas quickly exhausted Kakuzu's two combined techniques. When the dust settled, Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen, only the lightning and water mask beasts remained. Damn it. That bastard Kakuzu ran away. Find him. Takima was frantic. He could feel his life force ebbing away. He had to drag Kakuzu to hell with him before he died. Water release, great waterfall. Lightning release, false darkness. A colossal wave surged toward them, and a massive lightning spear merged into the water, turning the raging tide into a dazzling storm of electric fury that swept across the battlefield. Earth release, mud wall. Several ninjas shouted in unison, and solid earth walls rose from the ground. Amplified by the hero water, these walls were like thick fortifications firmly blocking the incoming torrent. Wind release, vacuum, great sphere. Takima leaped onto the wall and spat out a massive wind sphere that pierced straight through the lightning masked beast's body. Fire release, fire arrow. Fire release, great fireball. Huayan and several other Takigakure ninjas unleashed successive fire techniques, instantly burning through the water masked beast's body. Under the boost of the hero water, the two masked beasts, each with the strength of an elite jonin, were quickly eliminated. Yet they had bought some time. Takima jumped down from the earth wall, his expression grim. With the two masked beasts destroyed, Kakuzu's power was greatly diminished, but Takima felt no joy. The Earth Grudge could hold 5 hearts and unleash 5 elemental releases, simultaneously granting the user 5 lives. Takima was well aware of this. Though they seemed to have taken 2 of Kakuzu's lives, he was still alive. These were merely his desperate measures. Huayan quickly sensed Kakuzu's location. We must. Cough. Takima was about to order Mizurin, but suddenly felt his body convulse, a chill sweeping through him. He coughed up blood involuntarily, his heart clenching, as if squeezed. Is it time? Why so short? Takima let out a bitter laugh, his body going limp as he collapsed. The surging chakra within him dissipated instantly. Chief. Huayan rushed over, but as he tried to help Takima, his legs gave way, and he stumbled to the ground. Damn it, is it over? Huayan roared in frustration. His words seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The remaining Takigakure ninjas collapsed one by one, their surging chakra vanishing without a trace. The side effects of the hero water began to manifest. The price for a dozenfold increase in chakra was the draining of one's life force. Takima's hair had turned white and his face visibly aged, a sign of depleted vitality. The younger ninjas like Huayan fared slightly better. The hero water side effects were not fatal to them, but after the power-up trial expired, temporary weakness and exhaustion were inevitable. Damn it, we were so close. Unyielding frustration filled their eyes while Takima's gaze slowly dimmed. Damn it, I lost 2 hearts. Kakuzu cursed, angrily weaving through the underground at high speed. I should have brought Zetsu along. Zetsu's stealth was unparalleled. If he had been there, Kakuzu wouldn't have needed to sacrifice 2 masked beasts to cover. Now the lightning and water masked beasts had fulfilled their purpose, allowing Kakuzu to escape unscathed. He'll replenish my 2 hearts first, then settle the score with them. Kakuzu's eyes burned with rage. In his mind, Takima and the others would soon be skinned and pulled apart. After all his years in business, he had never suffered such a loss. Kakuzu continued his high-speed underground travel, but suddenly a warning sign flared in his mind. A sharp sense of threat was rapidly approaching. What's going on? Kakuzu was alarmed and immediately turned back. Decades of battle experience had taught him to trust his instincts. They had saved his life more than once. Just as Kakuzu retreated, a thunderous explosion tore through the air, slamming into the spot where he had been moments ago. Boom! The shockwave from the massive impact hurled Kakuzu out of the ground, sending him tumbling head over heels. Kakuzu scrambled to his feet, cursing. Who is it? It's me. A clear voice rang out. Long time no see, Kaku. Kakuzu's breath hitched as he focused his gaze. After arriving at Takigakure village, Aoki quickly bypassed the guide Mizuno Nagar and used Flash Step to race toward the battlefield. All the way he had been monitoring the battlefield with his perception. From the positioning, he could tell that Kakuzu was single-handedly fighting over a dozen Takigakure ninjas, and their souls seemed to be in a dire state. Though their power was immense, it was highly unstable. Aoki immediately thought of the Takigakure village's secret treasure. Under Kakuzu's pressure, the Takigakure were going all out. Aoki sped up, but then sensed Kakuzu diving underground, trying to escape. Aoki smiled, slightly changing direction to intercept Kakuzu. Though Kakuzu could no longer contribute exchange points, now that they had crossed paths, Aoki would not let him off. Sensing the distance closing, Aoki raised his palm toward Kakuzu's path, and whispered, "Bakuto 31, Red Flame Cannon." A massive fireball crashed down, its immense force blasting the ground apart, and creating a crater several meters wide. A bewildered Kakuzu was hurled out, scrambling to his feet, and roaring, "Who is it?" "It's me." Aoki grinned, amiably greeting him politely. "Long time no see, Kaku. You Kakuzu's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Why are you here, Aoki?" Suddenly he thought he found the answer. "Could it be you're after the hero water too?" "That stuff is useless to me." Aoki shook his head, a playful glint in his eyes. "What if I said I came for you?" Kakuzu shot him a long, hard look. "There's no irreconcilable conflict between us, is there?" "What do you think?" Shingmu said with a sneer. Kakuzu pursed his lips, cursing inwardly. Several months had passed since their last clash, and Kakuzu had heard rumors of Kingmas exploits in the Iron Country. That Shingmu fellow, how had he grown so strong in such a short time? As for himself, fresh from a fierce battle, he had lost 2 hearts, and might still have over a dozen pursuers who had imbibed the hero water on his tail. Now was certainly not the time to fight Shingmu. Suppressing his irritation, Kakuzu attempted to reason. "Last time we fought, you came out ahead. I lost 4 hearts. Why must you hound me like this?" Shingmu merely smiled, watching Kakuzu's performance. Seeing Kingmas silence, Kakuzu redoubled his efforts. "How about you let me go, and we join forces to seize the hero water from Takigakure village? Moreover, the Akatsuki organization I belong to is desperate for talents like you. Let's call a truce, and I'll recommend you to join us, working together for peace in the ninja world. What do you say?" Kakuzu delivered his final blow. "You know, in Akatsuki, you can make a lot of money." "Shingmu, sorry, I'm not interested in how you make money." Shingmu shook his head. "I'm only interested in your head." Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "As I said, there's no irreconcilable enmity between us." Indeed, Kakuzu had been the one to suffer in their last encounter. If Kakuzu was willing to let bygones be bygones, it seemed there was no major conflict between them. But Shingmu thought otherwise. "Our last battle wasn't a coincidence, was it?" Shingmu elaborated. "You were tasked with recruiting me into Akatsuki back then, right? Do you remember what you said to me?" Kingmas' gaze was filled with inquiry. Kakuzu's expression stiffened, then turned icy cold. "Even though I didn't want to join Akatsuki still." Shingmu smiled, his smile full of coldness. "Because you lost 2 hearts to me, you gave up recruitment and tried to kill me instead. I've never forgotten that. I hold grudges," Shingmu said with a frank smile. "And I can see you're the same. I won't sleep soundly until I take you down." Swoosh. Shingmu flashed forward with a shuinpa, his blade crashing down heavily. "Earth release, earth spear." Kakuzu roared hastily, his skin hardening and darkening as he raised both arms to block the blade. Clang. The impact of arms and Zanpakutō rang like metal. Shingmu was slightly surprised. "Not bad, Kakuzu. If my earth spear can withstand explosive tags." Kakuzu boasted. "Oh, then how about this?" Shingmu smiled, lips parting. "Raise your head, Wabasuk." With the release of Shurkai, the blade pressing on Kakuzu's hands swiftly transformed into a right-angle hook shape. Kakuzu's face instantly darkened, and he leaped backward. He had no desire to continue close combat with Shingmu, lest his arms become too heavy to lift. Kakuzu's shoulders churned, and 2 masks, wind and fire, shifted to his shoulders. A torrent of black threads erupted from his body, gushing from his hair, torso, armpits, and even his mouth. From a distance, Kakuzu resembled a monster shrouded in long, thick hair. "Last time you caught me off guard, and didn't get to see the true form of Earth Grudge Fear. This time you're in for a treat, boy." Kakuzu taunted arrogantly. "Boy, it's not too late to regret. If we cooperate, we can seize the hero water." "What nonsense are you blabbering?" Shingmu used Shuinpo again, closing in on Kakuzu and swinging a heavy slash. "Boy, don't be ungrateful." Despite his harsh words, Kakuzu's black threads wrapped protectively around him while he retreated honestly. He dared not let Wabasuk touch his body. Fortunately, the black threads of Earth Grudge Fear could regenerate rapidly. Whenever a severed thread felt heavier, Kakuzu would automatically detach, it minimizing the impact. "It's you who can't see the situation clearly." Shingmu snorted coldly, ceasing to waste words. His attacks grew faster and denser. Damn it, how has he grown so much stronger? The more he fought, the more alarmed Kakuzu became. His intelligence network was decent, and he knew Shingmu had challenged famous swordsmen in the Iron Country, but he never expected Kingmas swordsmanship to have advanced so much. Even with 80 years of experience, Kakuzu soon found himself hard-pressed, barely holding his ground. And this was with him using nearly all his black threads, effectively fighting with multiple arms. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Kakuzu quickly assessed the situation, his mind racing. On the other side, Shingmu remained unhurried. After elevating his swordsmanship to the master level, he had yet to meet a worthy opponent besides Mifune. Though Kakuzu lacked many techniques, his combat experience and instinctive warnings were genuine. A perfect sparring partner. Thus Shingmu was in no rush. Apart from his blade and Shuinpa, he used no other abilities. But Kakuzu was growing anxious. He had no idea how the Takigakure ninja who had drunk the hero water were faring. Any further delay might leave him caught in a pincer attack. He'll risk it. Kakuzu finally made up his mind, prepared to risk mutual injury to end the fight quickly. Kakuzu kept retreating under Kingma's relentless assault, but beneath the cover of his dense body, several black threads silently burrowed into the ground. Chingmu swung another slash. Based on prior experience, Kakuzu would try to avoid direct hits and use massive black threads for defense. Chingmu continuously searched for openings in Kakuzu's dense defense. Throughout this process, he felt his swordsmanship experience skyrocketing. If this pattern continued, Chingmu would eventually find Kakuzu's weakness and deliver a fatal blow. But this time Kakuzu's response completely caught him off guard. Kakuzu feigned a move, and just as the blade was about to land, the black threads suddenly veered aside, attacking Chingmu instead. Naive. Chingmu snorted disdainfully, retracting his blade in time, and severing the approaching black threads with a few strokes. How could Chingmu not be prepared for Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear's ability to ensnare enemies? What about this? Kakuzu sneered inwardly. The stitched seam on his abdomen suddenly burst open, spewing a torrent of black threads. This was a hidden technique Kakuzu had never even shown in the original story. Caught off guard, Kingma's blade was still entangled with the other threads when the threads from Kakuzu's abdomen wrapped tightly around it. Although Jiao Dust's technique came suddenly, Chingmu was not unprepared. The moment his Zanpakutō was entangled, he increased his output of spiritual energy while tightening his grip on the sword. The strength of Jiao Dust's black lines was considerable, yet it was still inferior to the Zanpakutō infused with spiritual energy. In just a moment, Chingmu could completely sever these black lines. Just as Chingmu was about to exert his strength, his body suddenly stagnated. Looking down, he saw that a large number of black lines had erupted from the ground, silently binding his feet tightly. Now you can't move, can you? Jiao Du, with his mouth spewing black lines, said with a mocking smile on his face. At the same time, the two masks of wind and fire on Jiao Dust's shoulders opened their mouths, and an overwhelming fire and whirlwind instantly formed, all aimed at Chingmu. "Die, kid. You're the one who forced me to this point." Jiao Du shouted fiercely, simultaneously activating Earth Spear to enhance his own defenses. Releasing a powerful ninjutsu at such a close distance, Jiao Du could not avoid the impact himself, but he could no longer afford to care about that. The pursuing troops from Takigakure would arrive at any moment. He had to escape quickly. Fire release Phoenix Fire technique. Wind release pressure damage. Combine ninjutsu flame wind chaos waves. To escape quickly, Jiao Du did not hesitate to unleash a combined ninjutsu at close range. If successful, Chingmu as the target would be gravely injured or killed, but even with the Earth Spear protecting him, Jiao Du would not be unscathed. The close-range aftermath of the ninjutsu explosion could potentially destroy several of his hearts. Chingmu was equally astonished by Jiao Dust's madness. This old monster of the ninja world, having lived for nearly a century, truly had the resolve to deliver a final blow when cornered. However, although Chingmu did not anticipate this situation, he was not without a plan. Facing the overwhelming sea of flames about to crash into his face, Chingmu raised his palms, spiritual energy surging through his body as he chanted counter ghost killing. At the moment when the flame wind chaos waves illuminated Chingmu's face, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from his palm, colliding with the flame wind chaos waves in the air. Whoosh! The overwhelming sea of flames abruptly extinguished its destructive momentum, transforming into a tiny flicker of flame, suddenly snuffed out in Jiao Dust's eyes that were about to burst with rage. The combined ninjutsu aimed at mutual destruction, or even annihilation, vanished silently, as if it had never existed. Phew! A gust of airflow passed by like a gentle breeze brushing against Chingmu's face, revealing a faint smile. "Damn it, what kind of monster are you?" Jiao Du cursed angrily. Even though he had previously witnessed counter ghost killing, it still left him utterly defenseless. Chingmu did not respond, but instead retorted, "Now it's your turn to be unable to move, Jiao Du." Jiao Du? Jiao Du was momentarily stunned, but the next second his expression changed drastically, eyes filled with horror. "Jiao Du, it seems you forgot that I can launch ninjutsu instantly." Chingmu's ethereal voice echoed. A fierce blue light flickered at his fingertips, the destructive power contained within it sending chills down Jiao Dust's spine. Destruction path no. 4 white lightning. A thick bolt of lightning instantly formed, and with the speed of lightning crashed into Jiao Dust's chest. Under the elemental restraint of lightning, Jiao Dust's earth release technique, which was said to withstand explosive tags, became a joke. Boom! The lightning penetrated Jiao Dust's body without hindrance, the intense aftershock even scorching the black lines. A large gaping hole was left in Jiao Dust's chest. The next second his body slumped down, and the black lines binding Chingmu were powerless and loosened. Swish! Just as the bindings loosened and Jiao Du fell, Chingmu dashed forward in a leap, thrusting his Zanpakutō fiercely into Jiao Dust's shoulder. Ugh! A pool of black blood gushed out, and the wind-release mask, struggling to crawl toward the hollow in Jiao Dust's chest, let out a mournful wail, shattering into a mass of black lines. After Jiao Dust's main heart perished, other hearts would immediately fill the void. How could Chingmu forget this information? Just as Qing Mu was about to continue severing Jiao Dust's last fire tribute, heart, a dazzling fire erupted before him. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, engulfing both Qing Mu and Jiao Du in flames. Although Qing Mu managed to step away in time, he was still caught in the blast's aftermath. His hair and clothes ignited and his face adorned with a smoky visage. Did Jiao Du self-destruct? Qing Mu felt puzzled. He couldn't quite grasp what Jiao Du was attempting. But in his perception, Jiao Du's soul remained steadfast, indicating that the old man was still alive. Ignoring the thick smoke from the explosion, Qing Mu immediately stepped in front of Jiao Du, unable to help but twitch. Taking advantage of the smoke-covered Jiao Du's fire tribute, heart had already returned to its place, and his body began to move again, though he looked pitiful and comical. After the main heart of Jiao Du died, his consciousness still controlled the other hearts. Therefore, upon seeing Qing Mu decisively sever the wind-release heart, Jiao Du could no longer sit still. With only one fire tribute heart left not yet inside his body, if he didn't do something, he would truly die. The longer one lived, the more they cherished life. Just as Jiao Du had previously attempted to end things quickly with a mutual destruction plan, he made up his mind this time as well. Just as Qing Mu was about to continue severing the last fire tribute heart, the fire release mask immediately halted its attempts to fill Jiao Du's heart, turning to launch a fireball. The fireball could obstruct Qing Mu's subsequent actions, and with the explosive force, it could blast Jiao Du's body far away. The rest was left to fate. Jiao Du's plan succeeded, but it exceeded his expectations, and the consequences were still severe. The fireball released in haste did not harm Qing Mu. Instead, the aftermath of the explosion blasted Jiao Du's body to pieces, which was still unable to move. Jiao Du did not worry about his limbs being separated due to having earth grudge fear. He could just stitch them back together. However, having his legs blown to bits was something that stitching could not solve. Jiao Du did not expect that this last desperate attempt, while creating distance between him and Qing Mu to buy time for his revival, would also cost him his ability to move. When Qing Mu reached Jiao Du, he saw Jiao Du weaving two thick tentacles from the black lines spewing from his body, attempting to use them in place of his legs to move. After being bombarded by the fireball, Jiao Du was charred all over. From a distance, he looked like a black octopus just learning. "You're quite a mess, Jiao Du." Qing Mu suppressed a laugh, saying, "In this state, how can you possibly claim to have battled Senju Hashira?" Jiao Du paid no mind to Qing Mu's mockery, confidently stating, "As long as I can live, that's enough. Kid, I have something good to offer you. Can it buy a life?" "No." Qing Mu decisively refused. Jiao Du became anxious, his breath quickening. Seemingly to prove his sincerity, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. "The grievances of the earth, I will teach you the method of cultivation. How about that? Can it exchange for a life?" "No." King Mu's refusal was even more resolute. He had no interest in such worthless things. "Kid, we don't have deep-seated hatred, do we? Twice it was you who beat me to this state." Jiao Du, heartbroken, pointed at a nearby lake and said, "I can swear on the water pool guarded by the Longing clan for generations that if I ever attack you in the future, I will die without a burial place." The story of the Longing clan has already been played out. Qing Mu waved his hand as if to disperse an imaginary foul odor. "Moreover, you are merely a traitorous ninja of Longing, and you have the audacity to swear by the Longing village. Then how about money?" Jiao Du finally spoke recklessly, as if he had made some sort of determination. "I have saved 373420000 in my years. I can give it all to you. Can it exchange for a life?" Qing Mu. At this moment, Qing Mu finally confirmed that Jiao Du was truly desperate to survive. It could be 300 million or 370 million, but having 3734000, which includes both round and odd numbers, shows that Jiao Du was indeed exhausting his family fortune. However, King Mu's answer was still two words: no. "Is that so?" Jiao Du spoke gloomily, his expression somewhat resigned, as if he had accepted his fate. "Have a good journey." Qing Mu nodded and swiftly slashed down. "Go die." Jiao Du raised his head, his face contorted in rage, exhaling a large plume of flames. Fire release flame bullet. Whoosh. Qing Mu dodged with a shuanpa. How could someone like Jiao Du simply admit defeat? It was merely a dying struggle. Qing Mu was just waiting for him to stop to deliver a binding technique. Bang. A large splash erupted from the nearby lake as Jiao Du actually used his tentacles to jump into the water. It must be said that this was Jiao Du's only escape route at this moment. The lake of the Longing village connects to the mountain waterway, and the complexity of the waterway gave Jiao Du a chance to escape. King Mu's movements were swift as he raised his palm. 18th binding technique, water mist binding. Several thick streams of water chains instantly formed, rushing towards Jiao Du in the water. If it weren't for Jiao Du's desperate escape looking too pathetic, which piqued King Mu's interest, he would have already launched a binding technique. Even now, Qing Mu would not give Jiao Du any chance to escape. But someone's movements were faster than King Mu's. Water release, great water arm technique. A massive thick arm roared towards Jiao Du, slicing through the air with a sharp sound of breaking space. Boom! King Mu's water mist binding technique missed as Jiao Du was heavily crashed back to the ground. Xingmu was not idle either, instantly launching another binding technique. 61st Binding Technique, 6 Rod Light Prison. 6 light beams firmly restrained Jiao Du, who wished to continue struggling, but was instantly rendered motionless. King Yuzin, can you hand over this traitorous ninja to me? Mizuno Ryu asked earnestly, his words sincere. It was indeed Mizuno Ryu. After catching up, he saw the battle between Xingmu and Jiao Du, feeling that he could not be of any help, so he simply lurked in the water guarding against Jiao Du's potential escape. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Certainly. Xingmu nodded in agreement. He actually didn't care much since Jiao Du couldn't provide another opportunity for exchange anyway. Handing Jiao Du over to Mizuno Ryu, who was a long ninja, was more important for longing. Thank you. Mizuno Ryu gratefully glanced at Xingmu, pulled out a kunai, and fiercely pierced Jiao Du's heart, then forcefully twisted it. Unfortunately, Jiao Du this time had no opportunity to say a final word as he spat out a large pool of black blood, his consciousness rapidly fading, while the disordered tentacles and black lines around him dissipated like dust. Any doubts Mizuno Ryu had about Xingmu also disappeared. He had even doubted whether Xingmu would take advantage of the chaos to covet the treasures of Longyin Village, truly underestimating the noble intentions of others. After confirming Jiao Du's death, Mizuno Ryu lifted Jiao Du's corpse and hurried towards the battlefield in the village. Although Mizuno Ryu did not know the situation of the village's battle, judging from Jiao Du's defeat, there must have been someone in the village who drank the hero's water. Upon arriving at the scene, Mizuno Ryu discovered that reality was even bleaker than he had imagined. On the ground lay more than a dozen long ninjas, all elite jonin, who were the backbone of the village, and among them the most severely injured was the leader Long Ma. After Jiao Du left, a stream of long ninjas emerged from the shelters to provide aid, but the effect was minimal. Injuries could quickly heal under the effects of medical ninjutsu, but there was no remedy for the life depletion caused by the especially for the leader Long Ma, who was almost at the point of death, who no matter how much the medical ninjas applied their techniques, it was useless. Leader. Mizuno Ryu's face showed sorrow as he held Jiao Du. The traitorous ninja Jiao Du has been eliminated. It's Ryu. Long Ma's aged face revealed a look of relief. Well done. Long Ma smiled, as if recalling the past, followed by heavy gasps. After a moment, Long Ma gathered his strength to say, Ryu, has the esteemed Xingmu arrived as you invited? He has. Thanks to Xingmu, we finally defeated Jiao Du. I see. Please thank Xingmu for me. Also, do not cease the invitation for Xingmu to attend classes. Long Ma constantly felt the rapid flow of life slipping away, yet his mind grew clearer. Long Ma was well aware of Mizuno Ryu's strength. The defeat of Jiao Du must be due to King's efforts. Yet in this battle, the performance of a considerable number of long ninjas also greatly worried Long Ma. Even if the village faced great upheaval, the training of young ninjas must not stop. Let's save the thanks for later, leader Long Ma. Suddenly Xingmu, who had been observing from the side, spoke up. I also have some proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Perhaps I can find a way for leader Long Ma. Really? Mizuno Ryu immediately became excited. King Yuzin, if you can save the leader, Longyin Village will owe you a favor. No need to go through so much trouble. Xingmu waved his hand. You Longyin ninjas just need to have a spar with me. Everyone. Alright, everyone step back. Xingmu dispersed the crowd, placing his palm on Long Ma's body, channeling his healing technique. Upon seeing Long Ma, Xingmu discovered something very interesting. Long Ma had consumed the hero's water excessively, depleting his vitality, which led to such a dire situation. To most people, Long Ma's life force at this moment resembled a leaking bucket continuously draining away. Once it was completely drained, that would be the moment of Long Ma's death. Thus, the medical ninjas of Longyin had no methods to assist him. This kind of leak could not be repaired by medical ninjas. However, in King's spiritual vision, Takuma was in a different situation. Takuma had not only drained his life force, but also exhausted his soul's power. The leak caused by Takuma's rapid loss of life force was precisely the result of his soul's power being excessively drained, leading to an inability to compensate for the loss of life force. For ordinary people in the ninja world, normal death comes with the disappearance of life force, while the soul remains to journey to the afterlife. In Takuma's case, however, both life force and soul power were simultaneously depleted, making it likely that when he dies, not only will his life disappear, but even his soul will struggle to remain. This is commonly known as the scattering of the soul. The hero's water is truly a substance that only those who are prepared to be heroes should drink. If Kagaya had known the truth about the hero's water, he probably wouldn't have sought to seize it. Life force is abundant for everyone, but once the soul's power is completely consumed, it is truly gone. The other Takunin who drank the hero's water were younger, with both life force and soul power still quite robust, allowing their soul power to ultimately seal the leaks. Even so, they appeared to have aged at least 10 years. In contrast, Takuma directly transitioned from middle age to old age, his wrinkles nearly rivaling those of the third Hokage. Furthermore, Takuma's own soul power was insufficient to seal the leaks. His fate would only result in a body that aged into a state unrecognizable before death. Fortunately, Xingmu could save him. Although Kingma's healing techniques usually appeared no different from medical ninjutsu, let us not forget that healing ultimately serves to mend spiritual bodies. It could naturally be used to heal the depleted soul of Takuma. As the healing technique operated unseen by others, the surrounding spiritual particles surged rapidly toward Takuma. The concentration of spiritual particles in this area was incredibly low, but it was sufficient to heal Takuma's ordinary. Of course, for Chingmu the Grim Reaper, this concentration of spiritual particles was merely a drop in the bucket, so he hardly needed to meditate to enhance his spiritual power. With a touch of deep blue, the depletion of Takuma's soul was gradually replenished as the spiritual particles continuously flowed in. As the soul was restored, the speed of Takuma's life force loss began to slow and eventually ceased. Chingmu had completed the replenishment of Takuma's soul power, sealing the leaks. Unfortunately, he could do nothing about the life force that Takuma had already lost. To restore the lost life force, it would likely require a yang release technique of the 6 paths level. Just like the technique used by Naruto to save Guy after he opened the 8th gate. Cough cough. What happened to me? Takuma croaked. As Chingmu treated him, Takuma felt a warm sensation throughout his body, making him want to sleep. Yet his mind felt cold, as if cold water were being poured over him continuously. In this alternating heat and cold, Takuma gradually became dazed until Kingma's treatment was complete. It's nothing wrong. Chingmu smiled slightly. Takuma struggled to sit up, carefully sensing the changes in his body. His body felt very fatigued and his strength seemed significantly diminished, yet his life force no longer ebbed away as rapidly as before. Could it be that he truly lived again? Thank you so much, Lord Chingmu. Takuma looked at Chingmu with excitement. If there is any task, I will. Chingmu waved his hand, saying there's no need for such formalities. Just remember what I said before, Chief Takuma. As the chief of the village, you can mobilize resources and accomplish tasks that ordinary ninjas cannot. However, I only need to exchange for points and combat experience. By the way, although I saved you, I can't help with the life force you've lost. Chingmu reminded him seriously, don't use the hero's water again in the future. With the remaining life force Takuma has now, living a few more years is already a gain. If you drink the hero's water again, you might just die on the spot. I know that. Takuma revealed a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, and quietly said, actually I knew it before drinking. The hero's water has always been something that leads to death in the long tradition of Takuyan village. Every Takunin who has drunk the hero's water holds the resolve to face death. Chingmu nodded, slightly turned, and left feeling somewhat wistful. Perhaps this is the unique will of Takuyan village. Several days passed, and everything in Takuyan village gradually returned to normal. Thanks to Takuma and the other Takunin's timely intervention, the damage caused by Kagaya to the village was not too severe. A few days was enough for them to complete basic reconstruction. Ninjutsu is quite marvelous. It can be used for combat, but also for production and construction. For instance, earth release ninjutsu can be used for farming and building bridges, water release ninjutsu for irrigation, and wood release ninjutsu for building houses and greening. Chingmu did not disturb them until the village's reconstruction was complete, and then he took the initiative to seek them out. As promised, he could forego the 20,000 ryo, but sparring was a must. Takuma was not vague either, organizing a group every day to practice sparring with Chingmu. Even the fact that the aging and frail Takuma was not spared by Chingmu. However, after the draining effects of the hero's water, Takuma, once the strongest in Takuyan, had dwindled in strength, and could only contribute a bit over 300 points, akin to an. Yet Chingmu still found joy in sparring with opponents far beneath his level. Takuma also gained new insights into Kingma's title of challenger. This is not a challenger, he's clearly a martial arts enthusiast. On this day, Chingmu completed his daily work quota. Remember, in battle you must concentrate and never hold back. Otherwise, when executing missions outside it, is your own lives that are at stake. Do not think that the village is safe and allow yourselves to slack off. Kagaya's attack is a prime example. When you return today, reflect deeply on the gains from this battle and continue to refine your skills. Miyazawa shouted loudly at the Takunin who had just finished sparring. In fact, this attack by Kagaya on Takuyan village to some extent was a good thing, significantly boosting the morale of the most Takunin, even if they hadn't faced Kingma's blows, understood the real gap between themselves and the ninja world, and their lazy mindset naturally changed. If it weren't for exchanging points and experience, Chingmu would truly be unwilling to waste time here. These days Chingmu has been hosting dozens of Takumi ninja, and the battles often conclude in a very short time. Then, in order to fulfill his teaching responsibility, Chingmu would roughly analyze the battle process. The daily gains would amount to just a few hundred to 1,000 exchange points. There's no helping it. The upper ninja level combat power of Takumi village was significantly depleted during Kakuzu's attack, and the remaining ones were swiftly dealt with by Chingmu. The rest were mostly of the lower middle ninja variety. Takumi village had initially invited Chingmu to specifically target this group of lower middle ninjas. Now Chingmu understood that the 200,000 ryo was not a reward, but rather a compensation for spiritual loss. Among these lower middle ninjas, the only one who was somewhat interesting was Fu, this lower ninja. Though she was a lower ninja, her combat prowess was not inferior to that of an upper ninja, as she was a Jinchuriki. Shingmu suddenly curiously asked, I remember you mentioning that the Takumi leader has a son named Shomu. Why have I never seen him? In the original work, Shomu was indeed, as Mizunokawa Ryu described, a cowardly fellow. It wasn't until the rogue ninja Mizukiri attacked the village that Shomu resolved to become a hero, drinking the hero's water and driving off the enemy. Later on, Shomu became the new leader of Takumi village. During his time in Takumi village, Shingmu had nearly defeated 1,000 lower ninjas, yet had not seen a trace of this guy. Shomu. That guy. Mizunokawa Ryu rubbed his forehead, seemingly reluctant to mention this fellow. The leader saw that he didn't seem cut out to be a ninja. After his instructor Mizukiri left, the leader arranged for him to stay beside the daimyo. Beside the daimyo? Isn't that very dangerous? Shingmu frowned. Before Shomu's transformation, the daimyo of Takumi country he protected was indeed in great danger. It's fine. There are other ninjas beside the daimyo. Mizunokawa Ryu explained. Actually, the leader just wants Shomu to serve as a companion to the daimyo, chatting and alleviating boredom. If he truly has some talent in serving the daimyo, nurturing him to become the village's diplomatic envoy beside the daimyo wouldn't be a bad thing. Shingmu. The Takumi leader really is thoughtful. It's the parents' hearts that suffer in this world. I just wonder if Shomu will have the chance to transform and become the hero of Takumi village from the original work. Shomu had no idea that in his hometown of Takumi village, someone he had never met was thinking of him. At this time, Shomu was racing through the mountains and forests. Despite the fatigue in his body and the worry and fear in his heart, making his face pale, it could not hinder his inner urgency. Shumuzen, why not take a break? Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but advise. It's fine, I can do it. Shomu gritted his teeth and insisted, the village is still waiting for me. Seeing Shomu so resolute, Shikamaru no longer persuaded him, for his character saying a word was already doing enough for this client. In the mountains, Ino and Choji were trudging along behind, while only Sarutobi Asuma at the forefront showed a glint of admiration for Shomu. Asuma had come to Takumi country on a diplomatic mission, thinking that such an occasion should be quite suitable for Shikamaru, so he simply brought his team along. Upon first meeting Shomu at the daimyo's residence, this young man left a very poor impression on him. He was clearly just a timid and cowardly young master. However, after the news arrived that Takumi village had been attacked by the rogue ninja Kakazu, Shomu's performance was somewhat unexpected. Fear and anxiety were clearly written on Shomu's face. He even hid in a room and cried softly. But after crying, Shomu unexpectedly resolutely requested the daimyo to send support back to the village. Even though Shomu trembled uncontrollably as he made his request, his performance was already much better than that of other Takumi ninjas in the daimyo's residence. The criticisms of the daimyo also needs ninja protection, and what qualifications does a lower ninja have to return and add chaos were incessant. Isn't it said that if the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? Only the upper ninja leaders left at the daimyo's residence still supported Shomu, but once he set off to return, it was unknown what chaos those Takumi ninjas would cause left behind. Takumi village, it seems, has enjoyed peace for too long. Ultimately, the ninja leader representing Takumi village hired Asuma's team, which had completed its task to escort Shomu back to the village and repel the attacking rogue ninja. Thinking that since they were idle, they might as well take on a task along the way. After all, Asuma had just married Yuhi Kurenai not long ago, and the expenses after marriage were quite considerable. Especially with Choji's large appetite as a guiding teacher, even treating him was becoming unaffordable. Shomu's mood at the moment was both fearful and anxious, yet also urgent. Thinking about the possibility of the village encountering a powerful enemy made Shomu's legs weak, but recalling the potential tragic situation the village could face, he was eager to return. Dad, Mom, and Fu, please don't let anything happen to you. I brought back the most powerful Konoha ninjas. You all must hold on. If you encounter the enemy, just run first. Don't sacrifice your lives, everyone. For the important people in his heart, Shomu gritted his teeth, striving to overcome the fear within and the fatigue of his body, leading Asuma's team to the Hero Waterfall. Just before Asuma's team arrived at the Hero Waterfall, a large group had already arrived there first. Mizukiri, is this Takumi village? A ninja asked respectfully. Mizukiri squatted on a stone looking at the distant waterfall and sighed. Takumi village, it has been 2 years since I last returned. It's rare to see Mizukiri feeling sentimental. Another ninja joked flatteringly. No, there's no sentimentality. Mizukiri stood up and said, the past in Takumi village is just the road I traveled here. Mizukiri spread his arms and said, everyone look, this is Takumi village. The place that is easiest to defend and hardest to attack in the ninja world. If you don't know the way to enter the village, intruders won't even find the path in. Mizukiri's expression gradually became fierce. Here is the paradise bestowed upon us by heaven. The other day I heard that the bounty hunter Kakazu attacked Takumi village. After this battle, the already weak village's strength will definitely plummet to the bottom. This is a great opportunity bestowed upon us by heaven. Oh, everyone cheered in unison. Behind Mizukuri stood over 100 ninjas, some wearing Takumi headbands, while others bore headbands from various villages. There were also a few individuals wearing unknown headbands and uniforms belonging to rogue ninjas not affiliated with. Shui Yin stood tall on the large stone, reveling in the overwhelming cheer of the crowd, his heart filled with pride. His 2 years of wandering across the ninja world had not been in vain, as he had gathered so many people together. When Shui Yin left the Takigakure village, it was indeed due to his inability to endure the village's lethargy and the weakness of his disciple Shimu. Since Shui Yin was considered one of the stronger ninjas in Takigakure, they did not label him as a rogue ninja, but rather allowed him to travel outside the village like Jiraiya of Konohagakure. However, after leading a small group of followers through the ninja world, Shui Yin's mindset gradually began to change. The ninja world was vast, and there were many experiences to be had. Shui Yin realized that Takigakure could no longer keep up with the developments in the ninja world. Currently, Takigakure relied solely on its defensive strategies and its old reputation to intimidate others. The host of the Seven Tails Fu was only 13 this year. What kind of combat power did they possess? Ambition began to take root in Shui Yan's heart. With the current state of Takigakure, they were utterly unworthy of the heavens' favor. Shui Yin began to rally rogue ninjas and defectors, gathering strength and waiting for the right opportunity, driven by his aspirations and the prowess of an elite jonin. Upon learning of the rogue ninja Kakuzu's attack on Takigakure, Shui Yin felt that this was the golden opportunity he had been dreaming of. Kakuzu's reputation in the rogue ninja world was thunderous, but no matter how strong he was still just one person. He would naturally leave once his goals were achieved, but it was inevitable that Takigakure would suffer heavy losses. At this crucial moment, he would lead his subordinates to exploit the chaos and seize Takigakure, overthrowing its rule and establishing his own village. That was Shui Yan's ambition. For this, he brought all of his subordinates, including 8 jonin and over 40 chunin. Compared to the dozens of jonin, hundreds of chunin, and thousands of genin in Takigakure, his numbers were indeed significantly lacking. However, based on what Shui Yin remembered about Takigakure's character, most of the lower-ranking ninjas were just a disorganized mob, and the jonin, as the main force against Kakuzu, would surely suffer heavy losses. Even those who survived would hardly escape the side effects of the hero water. This was Shui Yan's confidence. He tore off the Takigakure headband from his forehead and drew a kunai with a fierce slash. The Takigakure ninjas in the group followed Shui Yan's lead, tearing off their headbands with a slash, and even those who were already rogue ninjas did the same. Everyone, starting today, we are no longer part of the original ninja village. Shui Yin passionately waved the headband in his hand. Our future will be part of the new Takigakure. Today marks the day we establish our village. Oh, in the cave, Hua Yin sat behind the waterfall, straining to discern sounds beyond the roar of the falling water. After the Kakuzu incident, the village slowly returned to normalcy, and the defenses of the cave needed to be reestablished. Hua Yin was honored to be entrusted with this task, leading 3 chunin teams to oversee the defense here. How truly boring it is. A chunin yawned and approached Hua Yin. Captain, why don't we take a break? There are hardly any visitors here. Upon reflection, since the establishment of Takigakure, aside from Kakuzu's attack, there had been very few instances of invasion here. As for infiltrating through the waterways, there hadn't been anyone aside from Kaku. Nevertheless, Hua Yin sternly shouted, "Shut up. This is the outermost layer of the village's defenses and the most crucial warning system. Everyone stay alert. We must not slacken." The subordinates responded helplessly, trying to overcome their drowsiness and continue their watch. Seeing this, Hua Yin furrowed his brow. Even though the last invasion by Kakuzu was still fresh in their minds, the villagers had quickly fallen back into their habitual indifference after such a Just as Hua Yin was about to scold them, he suddenly perked up, his expression changing. Beyond the roar of the waterfall, he distinctly heard some unusual sounds. It was the sound of footsteps, and many of them. This was clearly very abnormal. "Everyone wake up. Someone is coming." Hua Yin shouted and quickly assumed a battle stance. Takigakure was an isolated village, and all tasks were commissioned at the capital of the Land of Water. There shouldn't be so many people approaching the hero waterfall. They could only be enemies. Hua Yan's hand gripping the kunai began to sweat slightly. The side effects of the hero water still affected him, and his strength had significantly declined compared to before. Suddenly a figure emerged from the surging water of the hero waterfall. "Who is it?" Hua Yin immediately shouted, then froze Shui Yin. "It's you." "Yes, it's me. Long time no see, Hua Yin." Shui Yin smiled as he approached. "I heard the village was attacked." "Yes," Hua Yin sighed, "but it's nothing. The village has already recovered." Instinctively, Hua Yin felt that Shui Yin had rushed back to help after hearing about the village's troubles. Suddenly, Hua Yin's expression changed dramatically as he sternly questioned Shui Yin, "What happened to your headband?" Shui Yin's once intact Takigakure headband now bore a deep slash. "Have you betrayed the village, Shui Yin?" Hua Yin shouted angrily, his body instantly retreating. "Oh no, I've been discovered," Shui Yin laughed nonchalantly. "In that case, do you want to join us, Hua Yin?" The village is filled with a bunch of useless people who can no longer keep up with this ninja era, yet they arrogantly linger in the village living off of others. Such people are not worthy of the exceptional Takigakure. Shui Yin extended his hand towards Hua Yin, join me in purifying all of this, and establishing a brand new ninja village. Shut up, you shameless traitor. Hua Yin shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. The other Takigakure ninjas also rapidly prepared for battle. Is that so? What a pity. Shui Yin shook his head regretfully, and suddenly shouted, everyone come in. What? Hua Yin was taken aback from Shui Yan's words. He understood that there were many more of his allies. Without hesitation, Hua Yin immediately released his Jutsu Fire Style, Great Fireball technique. Hua Yin's actions served as a signal, and the other Takigakure ninjas all launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu and kunai towards Shui Yin. Water Style Water Wall technique. Shui Yin clapped his hands together, and a thick curtain of water rose up, immediately blocking the incoming attacks. At the same time, the water curtain of the hero waterfall surged, and one figure after another leaped into the cave, quickly filling. The tide of battle has shifted. Someone go inform the village. Hua Yin shouted, gathering all of his chakra to maximize the power of his ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Dragon. Shui Yin was equally unyielding Water Style Water Dragon Bullet technique. The towering flames instantly engulfed most of the cave, and as the fire met the flowing water, a large amount of steam erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, a Chunin swiftly retreated and launched a signal flare towards a concealed rock crevice in the mountainside. Whoosh! The flare rapidly ascended, exploding in midair, its dazzling flames clearly visible even in the daylight. Shui Yan's expression darkened. Damn, it's a distress signal. Brothers, let's make this quick. Shui Yin had originally planned to achieve a rapid surprise attack via the mountain's waterway, but with the signal flare now fired, the plan was effectively ruined. They could only swiftly eliminate the enemies before them and buy time for Long Yin. Yes. Shui Yan's subordinates responded in unison, charging forward regardless of their injuries, and the sound of battle instantly reverberated throughout the cave. Asuma and his group were still racing towards Long Yin village. With each passing moment, they drew closer to their hometown, and the urgency in their hearts drove Shimu to the front, even though he was terrified. Closer. Joy shone in Shimu's eyes as the hero waterfall came into view. Suddenly Asuma rushed ahead, and raised a hand to stop Shimu. Wait a moment. What for? Shimu felt a surge of annoyance. The rogue ninjas could be rampaging through the village right now. Asuma did not respond, gazing into the distance at the hero waterfall, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shimu, perhaps the situation is not as dire as you imagine. Huh. Asuma pointed to the ground, and said, look here, there are clear traces of a large troop having passed through. Asuma then pointed towards the distant waterfall. Moreover, if you listen closely, you can hear some faint sounds of battle behind the wall. Asuma smiled and patted Shimu on the shoulder, saying, rest assured, your comrades are still fighting. It seems they haven't breached your... However, our formation needs to change. Asuma looked at his three disciples and commanded, I will be at the front, Shikamaru and Ino behind me, and Choji, you take care of the rear, ensuring Shima's safety. I understand now. Shikamaru's lazy expression turned serious in an instant. Leave it to me. Choji patted his chest. All right then. Asuma turned his head, a smile curving his lips. Let's move out. Shimu found himself walking at the back of the group, staring ahead at Asuma, slightly dazed. They were still several hundred meters from the waterfall, yet the fact that the other side could hear the sounds coming from behind it showcased the prowess of the Konoha Jonin. Shimu was aware of the technique of concentrating chakra in the ears to enhance hearing, yet Asuma's demonstrated strength still astonished him. With such strength, surely he could protect everyone. Shima's heart suddenly fell to blaze. Whoosh boom. The explosive sound of the signal flare immediately drew the attention of Long Yin village. What happened? Aoki, who had just taken out a group of genin, curiously asked Shui Yin, who was nearby. Shui Yan's face turned grave as he replied, that was a distress signal from the cave below the mountain, and it's of the highest level. Highest level? Yes, it's a signal indicating a potential invasion of the village. Shui Yin grimly nodded. Invasion of the village? Aoki was momentarily confused, but then realization struck him. Are there rogue ninjas from Long Yin again? As it stands, it's quite likely, Shui Yin said solemnly. The secrets of the mountain waterway are known only to the people of our village. It's a simple truth that outsiders are unaware of the secrets to entering Long Yin village's waterways. Even if they found the waterway, they would be lost without guidance, making an invasion impossible. Even Aoki, who had previously traversed the route with Shui Yin, would have a high chance of getting lost if he went alone. Screech. The sharp cry of an eagle echoed, quickly spreading throughout Long Yin village. This is an emergency assembly order. Shui Yin furrowed his brow, ready to leave. Lu, wait a moment. Aoki grabbed him, saying, even if it's an emergency assembly, by the time you choose personnel to go down, the comrades below will have suffered heavy casualties. What are you trying to say? Shui Yin asked anxiously. He knew they might not make it in time, but selecting the best personnel for support was a necessary step. What I want to say is I can help your longing village for free this one time. Huh. Shui Yin was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with surprise. Let's go. My blade is already itching for action. Aoki's expression was filled with excitement. During his time in Longing Village, he had nearly fought through all the ninjas there apart from facing a few Jonin-level opponents at the start. The rest were all merely mediocre Chunin, and Jinin a pure training match. I hope there are more enemies this time, otherwise it would be hard for me to truly enjoy myself. No wait, this is... Asuma, who had dashed into the waterfall, was immediately dumbfounded upon seeing the situation inside the cave. Wasn't it said that there were only rogue ninjas? Isn't there only one Akatsuki? How come there are hundreds of ninjas engaged in chaotic battle before my eyes? Although Asuma had heard the sounds of battle from outside the cave, he hadn't expected this. Since receiving the news of Longing being attacked, several days had already passed. During those days, Akatsuki had still been held back by Longing Village, suggesting they must have dispatched a significant number of ninjas. At the same time, Asuma also relaxed his guard since they had been delayed for several days by Longing. It seemed that this well-known bounty hunter Akatsuki wasn't as formidable as rumored. So without even scouting, Asuma charged in headlong. Asuma-sensei, what are you doing standing there? Huh. Shikamaru and Ino, who had followed closely behind Asuma, were stunned as soon as they entered, their greetings cut short. Shikamaru's lips twitched. Asuma-sensei, I told you we should have let Ino scout first. Ino could use the mind-body switch technique to control small animals for reconnaissance. Asuma's lips twitched in agreement. It's too late for that now. We need to get in touch with the Longing ninjas ahead as soon as possible and have them find reinforcements. The group had already stepped onto the battlefield, despite the flawed intelligence, their participation had become inevitable. With the client Shimu right behind them and Longing Village before their eyes, although Asuma could technically cancel the mission on the grounds of erroneous intelligence, retreating now would cause Konoha to lose face. However, looking at the hundreds of opponents ahead, Asuma was not filled with confidence. Just as the two were speaking, several ninjas under Shui Yin had already pounced. The entrance of the waterfall was crucial for retreat. How could Shui Yin possibly leave it unguarded? My ninja, quickly retreat. This has nothing to do with you. A ninja shouted loudly, yet his words carried no intention of engaging in battle. After all, Mui's reputation preceded them, and they were reluctant to provoke unnecessary conflict. Asima's expression turned serious. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of water splashing through the waterfall came from behind. Why are there so many people? Ding Xi was bewildered, about to scratch his head, when he noticed Shimu beside him suddenly stiffen. Then a mocking voice came from ahead. Oh my, look who we have here. If it isn't the useless son of the Lama leader. Young Master Shimu, why aren't you enjoying yourself at the daimyo's mansion? Why have you come here? A rogue ninja wearing a Longing forehead protector sneered at Shimu. Grinning, Shimu clenched his teeth, both to control his anger and to overcome his fear. Oh, haven't you learned manners in the daimyo's mansion? Don't you know to greet your big brother? The rogue ninja continued to taunt. Sangjia, you became a rogue ninja and even attacked the village. You're scum. Shimu roared with murderous intent, lunging forward in a single stride. Calm down. Lu Wan and Ding Xi acted simultaneously, combining their efforts to hold Shimu back. Ding Xi seized the opportunity to wrap his arms around Shimu's waist, whispering, there are too many enemies. Don't rush in alone. Calm down. Hearing this, Shimu gradually relaxed, though his eyes remained fixed on Sangjia. Sangjia ignored him, turning to Asima and saying, Esteemed my Jonin, this is a matter between us and Longing Village. It has nothing to do with my... The brat behind you is from Longing. Hand him over and you can leave. Asima tilted his head and said, you. Alright. Indeed, Sangjia nodded, a smug expression spreading across his face. Once we conquer Longing Village, it will become a brand new ninja village. And then we'll establish relations with my... Unsurprisingly, Shimu wanted to charge again upon hearing this, but Ding Xi held him firmly. Asima paid no attention to what happened behind him. He stared straight at Sangjia, asking with slight surprise, just the likes of you. Feeling insulted, Sangjia's face flushed with anger. Humph, don't underestimate us. I am also a full-fledged Jonin, and we have over 100 men. If you're wise, hand over that useless Shimu and you can go. Sorry, but Shimu is my client. I cannot hand him over to you. Asima sighed helplessly and added, besides, if someone like you can be a Jonin, then I'm relieved. Huh, do you even hear what you're saying? Sangjia blustered, incredulous that Asima would refuse, given he had over 100 comrades. Sangjia made a move to draw the ninja blade from his back, ready to pressure this ungrateful my ninja. Suddenly Sangjia shuddered violently, unable to move a muscle. What is this? Sangjia stared in horror at the shadow that had coiled around his feet from nowhere. Behind Asima, Lu Wan blinked lazily, a faint smile curling on his lips. Then a massive fireball hurtled straight toward his face. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sangjia felt a scorching heat near his ear before being engulfed by the flames. Bang! The orange fireball exploded instantly, the immense blaze swallowing Sangjia and his group entirely. Lu Wan had used the shadow imitation technique, and Asima followed up with a fire release ninjutsu. A perfect coordination. Well done, Lu Wan. Asima nodded approvingly, then ordered, Jing Yi'll launch an offensive soon. Use that chance to infiltrate and make contact with the Longing ninjas. Yes. Jing Yi's delicate face was etched with determination. Wait. Shimu raised his hand saying, He'll go with Miss Jing Yi. With me their communication will be easier. Asima couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Shimu quickly added, I know I'm weak in combat, but my stealth skills are excellent. As he spoke, Shimu's voice grew quieter. After all, I'm afraid of fighting, so I'm first rate at fleeing and hiding. Asima's frown gradually eased, and he said half-jokingly, Shimusen, don't boast. Absolutely not. Shimu's face was resolute. Alright, then Jingyi, you go with Shimu. Asima made the decision immediately, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. The explosion of the great fireball had naturally drawn the enemy's attention. In the brief moment of conversation, several people had already gathered nearby. Fire release, ash pile burning. Without wasting words, Asima decisively executed the jutsu. Asima exhaled a cloud of accumulated ash which instantly filled half the cave. Not only the newcomers, but also the enemies further ahead were enveloped in the haze. Seizing the moment of the ash cloud, Jing Yi and Shimu used the transformation technique to infiltrate. Meanwhile, the group caught in the ash pile fell into chaos. Damn it, it's so hot. What is this stuff? Don't panic. Use wind release. Hearing their exchange, Asima revealed a cruel smile. Good thinking, but too late. Asima quickly formed a hand seal, and the ash cloud ahead burst into flames. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, clearing a large space in front of Asima. Such a commotion naturally drew more attention. Damn it, what's happening back there? Shui Yin, who was engaged with Hua Yin, had to pause his attack. Lord Shui Yin and my squad has arrived from behind and attacked us. Shui Yin's eyes widened. What? When did I get involved with Long Yin? After a moment's thought, Shui Yin immediately ordered, Imo Hui Ini Iton. Take 10 men and eliminate that my squad. Yes. The two Jonin immediately led 10 elite ninjas to the rear. Damn it, of all times I had to show up now. Shui Yin thought bitterly. Since they're here, they can only blame their bad luck. Longyin village is under attack and weakened. This is a golden opportunity. Shui Yin was not about to abandon his plan just because of my squad. Unfortunate, my ninjas, you'll have to die. On the other side, AC Ma stood firmly at the waterfall entrance, his entire body tense. Soon, AC Ma's expression hardened. Here they come. As the dust from the explosion cleared, Mo Hui and Ini Iton appeared before AC Ma with 10 ninjas. AC Ma raised an eyebrow. Just from their presence, he could tell that the two leading Jonin were no pushovers like Sangjia. Lu Wanding CI triangle formation. Prepare for battle. AC Ma drew a pair of chakra blades and warned, don't be reckless. We must hold this position. Defending the entrance is the most optimal solution that Asuma could think of in the current situation. There's no choice. The disparity in strength between the enemies and us is too great. If it were just Asuma himself, he would have complete confidence in escaping from the battle, but he also has 3 lovely disciples and a client to protect. I hope Takagakir's support arrives soon and is powerful. Huayan, your strength is not what it used to be. Shui Yin chuckled ominously. Not long after engaging Huayan, Shui Yin discovered his secret. Huayan, you've drunk the hero's water, haven't you? Indeed. Huayan replied calmly, but for the village I am willing. Huh. Shui Yin seemed to hear a joke, twisting his face and saying, what's there to care about such a cowardly village? Huayan, why not join me? We can create a brand new ninja village together. Shut up. Huayan roared in anger, as long as I am here you will never step into the village. Shui Yin laughed heartily. Ha. You overestimate yourself. Just look at you now after drinking the hero's water. How much of your original strength do you have left? Moreover, you can hold on here, but your companions may not be able to. Haha. Huayan's expression darkened at these words. Indeed, after this short battle, most of his 10 or so subordinates had already been lost, leaving only 2 injured Chunin. However, Huayan soon laughed again. It doesn't matter. I have already sent a signal to the village. Soon everyone will be on guard, and you cannot launch a surprise attack. Then you'll die here first. Shui Yin roared, immediately intensifying the offensive. Huayan, already at a disadvantage, found himself in a perilous situation. Everyone increased their pace of attack, and before long the 2 surviving Takinen also fell to the blades of the rogue ninjas. Huh, you're finished, Huayan. Shui Yin laughed triumphantly. The cowardly villagers have just seen the signal right. You are about to die. Huayan, you can just watch from the Yellow Springs how I destroy Takagakir and establish a new village. Die. Shui Yin swung the kunai, aiming straight at Huayan. Damn it, I must block it. Huayan gritted his teeth, but the kunai felt heavier in his hand, making it difficult to lift. Am I at my limit? Huayan painfully closed his eyes. What should I do, Miss Ino? Can you help? Huayan the Jonin, behind a stalactite Shemu, fixed his gaze on the battlefield not far away, anxiously asking Ino. There might be a way. After a moment of silence, Ino finally spoke the answer with difficulty. No matter how Ino thought about it, he never expected that the Tekinen would be defeated so quickly in the cave, rendering the previous plan to establish contact completely meaningless. Shemu also informed Ino that for the reinforcements to arrive, they could only rely on the secret mountain waterway. In Ino's view, Huayan, who was still resisting, had already been seen as a pawn by Takigakure. Coming down the waterway to provide support is far from the ease of setting up defenses at the mountaintop and waiting for the enemy. It's no wonder Ino views Takigakure so darkly. As the daughter of Yamanaka, Inoichi, the interrogation chief of Konoha, Ino was exposed to the true cruelty of ninjas from a young age. Thinking of this, Ino wanted to hurry back and inform Asuma and the others that no longer made sense to continue holding the entrance. But Shemu didn't know what got into him. No matter how Ino explained, Shemu insisted that the reinforcements would definitely come. Under Sheamus' insistence, Ino finally made the difficult decision to help him once. Listen carefully. After I use this technique, my body will lose control, so you must protect my body, understand? Ino seriously instructed. Shemu nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Miss Ino, I'm a top-tier runner. Okay. Ino couldn't help but smile. All the way here she found that Shemu was indeed very skilled in hiding and stealth. Then I'm going. Ino spread her arms, forming a circle aiming at Shui Yin, who was engaged in battle. Mind transfer jutsu. Whoosh! A silent wave surged, and Shui Yan's body suddenly stiffened, standing motionless. Good opportunity. Huayan was momentarily taken aback, then immediately picked up the kunai, extracting the last bit of strength from his body, and thrusting it towards Shui Yan's chest. No matter who helped from the shadows, this was a great opportunity to kill Shui Yan. Once Shui Yan is dead, eliminating the few remaining Takigakure defectors among the rogue ninja group would mean that no one would know the secret of the mountain waterway. These people can at most kill themselves, and cannot invade the village through the waterway. Ding! Just as the moment of crisis approached, Shui Yan's eyes suddenly moved, instinctively raising the kunai in his hand just in time to block Huayan's attack. Huayan's face, filled with hope, instantly turned into despair. Get lost. As Ino's spiritual entity just invaded Shui Yan's body, preparing to manipulate Shui Yan to tell Huayan to quickly kill me, or something similar, a voice like a great bell rang out. Then Ino felt a soul-rending pain as her spiritual entity was involuntarily expelled. Sure enough, was it too much to try to control a jonin? Ino had this thought flash by, and the next second, she fainted back into her body. Miss Ino. Shemu was immediately stunned, and then he heard Shui Yan's furious, "A small bug has come in, hurry, and catch it out." Not good. Shemu quickly picked up Ino, relying on his familiarity with the terrain to hide among the complex stalactites. Before fleeing, Shemu unwillingly glanced at Shui Yan. Shui Yan was once Sheamus Jonin teacher who, now Shui Yan brazenly came to attack the village. If possible, Shemu would also like to fight back. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. Even Ino, who helped him, has fainted. Shemu couldn't help but clench his fists. If only he had the hero's water by his side at this moment, he would not hesitate to drink it. On the other side, Shui Yan blocked Huayan's attack and laughed wildly. What a pity you couldn't seize the tiny opportunity created by that little bug just now. Die, Huayan. Shui Yan effortlessly brushed aside Huayan's hand, the glint of the kunai's blade growing larger in water release water bullet technique. An angry voice rang out, and a water bullet swiftly shot forth. As Shui Yan raised her head, she was knocked away by the water bullet. Huayan turned around, his momentary relief from surviving instantly turning into surprise. Ryu, Lord Aoki, you've come. Great. Did the village's reinforcements arrive as well? Shui Yan, hearing this, awkwardly said, I'm sorry, for now only I and Lord Aoki have come. The village's reinforcements will arrive later. It's alright. Huayan shook his head and said, it's good that the village has received news of the enemy. Shui Yilu looked at the numerous corpses of the Takano shinobi on the ground, momentarily silent. Qingmu actively broke the momentary silence, saying, don't worry. Although it's just the two of us, it's already enough. To be precise, as long as there is Qingmu, it is sufficient. Huayan's eyes suddenly brightened. Lord Qingmu, please ensure that they are completely annihilated here. Only by killing all these traitorous Takano shinobi can we best protect the secrets of the mountain waterway. Huayan bowed deeply, unconsciously using honorifics. Rest assured. Qingmu revealed a chilling smile. I came here precisely for this. Swish. As Qingmu's words fell, he transformed into a streak of blue light, charging straight into the enemy ranks. At this moment, only Shui Yilu and Huayan remained in the cave. Qingmu had no need to hold back. Slash. Qingmu lightly shouted, swinging his blade down, instantly taking 2 souls. The Zanpakutō spun and danced in Qingmu's hand like a fluttering spirit. Qingmu gracefully dodged and weaved narrowly, avoiding attacks, while plunging the blade into the bodies of the enemies. In no time, a dozen ninjas fell around Qingmu. Kid, this is where it ends. A furious roar echoed in Qingmu's ears, a sense of immense power creeping up the back of his head. Earth release rock fist technique. Whoosh. A massive rock fist slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble twice. The earth release ninja's pupils constricted. Where was Qingmu? What great strength. Qingmu murmured in admiration, then plunged the blade into the back of the Earth-released ninja's neck. Defeated an enemy, gained 402 points. Good attack, but unfortunately Qingmu had already used Shuanpa to leave early. Damn it. Lord Chengtu is dead. This kid is suspicious. Don't let him easily use Shuanpa. Chengtu's death caused a commotion among the crowd, and the enemies surrounding Qingmu paused in their actions. Qingmu blinked, curiously, not expecting the guy he just eliminated held such a position. Just a Jonin-level guy. Get out of the way. A sturdy ninja stepped forward from the crowd. This guy is not someone you can deal with, leave it to me. The appearing ninja revealed a bloodthirsty smile, his palm cracking as he squeezed. It's Lord Reiku from the cloud hidden. This is solid. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Reiku is a traitorous ninja from the cloud hidden, possessing powerful ninja body techniques and lightning release ninjutsu, ranking just below the leader Shui Yin. You don't need to surround here, hurry, and help Lord Shui Yin eliminate the remaining Takano remnants. Reiku waved his hand, revealing an unpleasant smile. The women of Takano are still waiting for me. Huh. Alright, Lord Reiku. Just don't be as fast as your lightning release. Everyone hurry up and get the hell out. Got it. Reiku laughed and scolded. The crowd laughed heartily, as if victory was— Hey, I don't remember letting you leave. Kingmas' expression turned cold, holding the Zanpakutō with one hand, the blade tip tapping against the ground with a ringing sound. Huh. With Lord Reiku here, kid, just prepare your head. You overestimate yourself. Do you think Shuanpa can outpace— Alright. Reiku impatiently interrupted, extending his hand. You all can leave. I want to have some fun with this kid. Yes, Lord Reiku. Sigh. Qingmu sighed softly and said, I originally wanted you to die, understanding now. Never mind. Shatter Mirage Water Moon. An invisible ripple instantly swept through the entire cave, altering the will of everyone's senses without them realizing it. Yet all present remained completely unaware. Who's playing tricks? Die. Reiku snorted coldly, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in lightning, activating the Cloud Hidden's signature lightning release chakra mode. Who dies is still uncertain. Qingmu sneered, forming a seal multiple shadow clone technique. A puff of white smoke billowed, and the cave instantly filled with dozens of identical Qingmu, each holding a Zanpakutō and wearing a cold smile. Reiku's expression instantly grew serious. The shadow clone technique seemed fragile, but in battles of equal strength, it was actually quite a troublesome technique. Without the ocular technique, and with the enemy showing no obvious flaws, it was actually quite difficult to distinguish between the clones and the original body, often causing heavily infused chakra ninjutsu to miss and waste energy. However, Reiku quickly shifted from worry to joy. After Qingmu unleashed the shadow clones, the many clones instantly scattered, entangling other enemies. The many traitorous ninjas immediately fell into chaos. Damn, he actually released such a large number of shadow clones. Don't panic, the shadow clones are very weak. Reiku did not pay attention to the others who were in disarray, his eyes firmly locked onto King Mist's original body. As long as I deal with the original, what do I have to worry about the shadow clones? Kid, using shadow clones is your biggest blunder. Reiku coldly snorted. Let's see how much chakra you have left. Killing you will be sufficient. Qingmu smiled, faintly engaging in battle with Reiku. The numerous traitorous ninjas in the cave also fought alongside the shadow clones, significantly reducing the pressure on Huayan and the hidden Shimu. Even the enemies battling Asuma were robbed of a few by the shadow clones. The multiple shadow clone technique shouldn't have been rumored outside the village. Asuma pondered while fending off two traitorous jonin. Asuma knew that now was not the time to investigate, and since the enemy indeed relieved much of his pressure, he could only temporarily bury this matter in his heart. On the other side, Shui Yin, who had been sent flying by Shui Yilu, quickly returned only to find the ground covered with shadow clones fiercely battling his subordinates. Helplessly, Shui Yin had to temporarily abandon the plan to surround and beat engaging Shui Yilu alone in battle. At the same time, he silently urged Reiku to act faster to quickly defeat the original. Shui Yin judged clearly, Shui Yilu and Qingmu were merely the initial reinforcements, and the true reinforcements from Takano were surely still gathering. If they could quickly defeat the enemies in the cave, there was still a chance for a successful ambush. Shui Yin thought very well, but he was destined to have no opportunity. At this moment, Qingmu was quietly standing behind Shui Yin, watching him struggle against Shui Yilu. Yet no one noticed Qingmu standing there. Swish! Qingmu swung his long knife, and Shui Yan's ferocious expression instantly froze, a line of blood appearing on his neck, and then his head rolled down. Defeated an enemy, gained 713 points. He could be considered an elite jonin. Qingmu was very satisfied with Shui Yan's value. Today was another fruitful day. Amazing, Lu. You took down that Shui Yan so quickly. Huayan exclaimed happily. It should be because he exhausted too much strength fighting. Shui Liu's face was also filled with joy as he shook the non-existent bloodstains off his ninja sword. From beginning to end, neither the slain Shui Yin, nor Shui Liu who fought against him, nor anyone else present noticed anything unusual. No one noticed that Qingmu had been there all along. It was as if Qing Mu were an invisible ghost existing in a world separate from the others. Such was the terrifying nature of the mirror flower water moon. Qing Mu listened with some amusement to the conversation between Shuai Lu and Hua Yin, then activated Xuanbu to leave. There were still many targets on the battlefield. If not for these targets, Qing Mu might not have activated the mirror flower water moon. After all, using it against them was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. The reason he used it was because Lei Xiong kept ordering the others to leave. Leave? How could they leave? In Qing Mu's eyes, these rogue ninjas were walking points and experience. Qing Mu was not worried that these people could escape alive. He had already noticed that Asima was guarding the entrance of the water. However, if these people went to fight Asima or Shuai Lu and died in battle, Qing Mu's points would be lost. To avoid being stolen, Qing Mu simply activated the mirror flower water moon to entangle the enemies as much as possible. The so-called shadow clones mostly turned the rogue ninjas into images of others in their own eyes, causing them to fight among themselves. There were also some of his own illusions. Qing Mu roamed the battlefield occasionally, swinging his Zanpa, Dao, ending one soul with each strike. Effortless and graceful. Soon the number of rogue ninjas was greatly reduced, and the system prompt sound by Qing Mu's ear kept ringing. Shimu, holding the unconscious Jing Yi, hid behind a stalactite, occasionally observing the outside. Watching the enemies rapidly decrease, Shimu was so astonished that his mouth hung open. Is this the strength of Lord Qing Mu? Creating so many shadow clones, and still so powerful. Shimu secretly resolved to become stronger, his mind undergoing a rapid transformation. Qing Mu was unaware that he had gained a little fan. He moved through the battlefield, casually finishing off Lei Xiong, who was fighting his illusion, and then walked to Asima's side. Asima was still fighting Tu Jonin with Lu Wan, occasionally using the shadow imitation technique to disrupt the enemies, while Ding Xiai was responsible for blocking other ninjas and protecting Lu Wan. Asima, as expected of Konoha's elite Jonin, remained composed even when surrounded, occasionally glancing around to observe the others. For example, the unconscious Jingyi. In Qing Mu's view, Asima seemed to be holding back. But this gave Qing Mu a great gift, leaving two valuable Jonin alive. Qing Mu swiftly swung his sword, twice dispatching the two without any hesitation. Teacher Asima, didn't we agree to maintain the fight and avoid being exhausted by encircling? From behind Asima came Lu Wan's helpless voice. Lu Wan had another thing unsaid. Asima was holding back, giving the rogue ninjas the illusion that they were easy to deal with, so that most of their attention would be drawn to the newly appeared Qing Mu. This way the pressure on Asima's team would be much lighter. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Asima apologized sheepishly, completely unaware of anything unusual. Since that's the case, let's just finish these people off. Ding Xiai suggested. Then we can bring Jingyi over. Alright. Asima agreed, crisply swinging his chakra blade to attack the remaining rogue ninjas. The remaining rogue ninjas around were quickly dealt with, but they didn't realize that every kill was actually taken by Qing Mu, who, it's almost over. Asima walked over to where Shimu and Jing Yi were hiding, picked up Jing Yi, and muttered to himself while looking at the battlefield. Indeed, under Qing Mu's assault, only a few rogue ninjas remained in the entire cave, while the others lay on the ground. The remaining few, seeing the still numerous shadow clones, fell into despair. How can this be? This is not what was said at the beginning. Lord Shui Yin, even Lord Lei Xiong is dead. What do we do? What do we do? The rogue ninjas' morale was on the verge of collapse. When they realized the battle was going against them, they had thought of escaping, but not only was Asima guarding the entrance, the shadow clones in front of them also prevented them from leaving easily. Although most of the shadow clones before them were actually their own comrades from both sides' perspectives, the other were enemies desperately blocking their escape. Give up, Hua Yin declared loudly. Surrendering is your only way out. Surrender? Hee hee. A middle-aged ninja laughed scornfully. Become your prisoners, then be used as human experiment subjects. Or be slaves for life. Hua Yin was silent. This was exactly the fate these invaders deserved. I was once a ninja of the Tsukuyomi clan. Young man from Takigakure, could you please spare us, and let us leave? The middle-aged ninja saw Hua Yan's expression and understood that his guess was not unfounded, but he still asked stubbornly. Impossible. You are all damned invaders. Hua Yan blurted out, but Asima in the distance changed expression upon hearing this. Wait, he might. Asima's words were cut short. The middle-aged ninja, not getting the answer he wanted, instantly twisted his face into a grimace. Hahaha, I know the victor is king, and the loser is a bandit, but you won't have it easy either. The middle-aged ninja quickly stripped off his upper garment, revealing a dark back with a purple-black round stone embedded in the center from which twisted blood vessels extended, looking hideous. Stop! Asima shouted. You don't have to do this. We have no reason to die together. Hua Yan and Shuai Lu looked at Asima in confusion, but saw his face pale, and he had no time to explain anything to them. Too late, the middle-aged ninja barked. I started storing energy when the battle turned against me. If you had been willing to let me go just now, I could have stopped. The time has passed. What a... Run. Asima's face instantly turned deathly pale. He let out a desperate shout, and holding Jing Yi in his arms frantically rushed toward the cave entrance. It's too late to run. Regret it. Die with me. The middle-aged ninja roared with a twisted face, forming a hand. Secret technique raging heaven's art. Boom. The moment the words fell, a blinding white light suddenly burst from behind the middle-aged ninja, instantly spreading throughout the entire cave, causing everyone to be blinded in an instant. Huayan and Shuai Lu stood together somewhat at a loss under the vast expanse of white light. Asuma's panic and the middle-aged ninja's madness, the ninjutsu they had never heard of or seen before, surpassed their understanding. At first Shimu ran alongside Asuma, but once enveloped by the white light, he instinctively stopped, glancing towards the direction of the village while he still could see. Mr. Asuma is so tensed, it must be a tremendously powerful ninjutsu, right? Unfortunately, there's no escape. Asuma tightly held on to Ino, with Shikamaru and Choji following behind, as the three of them ran frantically, yet they were still nearly 100 meters away from the cave entrance when the white light struck. Asuma instinctively closed his eyes with only 2 words in his heart: it's over. When Asuma heard the middle-aged ninja introduce himself as a member of the Tsukuyomi clan, his heart sank, and when the ninja shouted the name of the ninjutsu Rage of Heaven, the sinking feeling in his heart was utterly extinguished. Rage of Heaven, a forbidden technique of the Tsukuyomi clan, was so destructive that Konoha reached an agreement for them to abandon it, providing protection to the Tsukuyomi clan in return. Thus this technique was little known. But from the present view, the Tsukuyomi clan certainly had not completely given up this technique. The conditions for activating Rage of Heaven are quite stringent. First, a special crystal capable of storing chakra must be implanted in the body, and then the crystal must be continuously stimulated to gather energy, absorbing natural energy from the outside. After 1800 seconds, the storage limit of the crystal will be reached. Only after reaching the limit can the user unleash Rage of Heaven, creating an explosion of immense power centered around themselves, capable of obliterating everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. After 1800 seconds, theoretically the user could continue to gather energy to increase the power, but it would be impossible to pause or stop. This is also the reason the middle-aged ninja said there was no time left. Damn it, where did the rogue ninja from Takegakure recruit these Tsukuyomi clan ninjas? How infuriating. Asuma let out a soul-wrenching roar, thinking of his 3 lovely disciples and his newlywed wife at home. Dying here was truly unacceptable. Let's die together. The middle-aged ninja shouted loudly, his eyes revealing madness. In less than a second, the next moment, the explosion of Rage of Heaven would engulf everything here, and even this mountain would be completely destroyed. If you won't let me live, then let the entire Takegakure village accompany me to the grave. Having practiced Rage of Heaven my whole life, erupting with the brightest flames just before death is the meaning of life. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly a figure flickered amidst the white light, a hand gently pressing on the middle-aged ninja's back, softly uttering a phrase. Reverse demon killing. Whoosh. The enveloping white light visibly contracted, and the vision of the people blinded by the white light gradually recovered, with the light converging in Aoki's palm to leave only a small orb. It was like a 5-watt bulb. Snap. The little bulb flickered reluctantly and was instantly obliterated. Such a terrifying ninjutsu, I almost got taken out by it. Aoki released his hand, utterly speechless. The ninja world is too dangerous. There are maniacs out there who will risk their lives without a second thought. Hee. The middle-aged ninja's face tightened, extreme fear overtaking him to the point where his teeth clattered. To think someone could interrupt the release of Rage of Heaven. This has never happened before. You. Who are you? The middle-aged ninja felt as if he was about to suffocate. Aoki smiled faintly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you need to tell me what exactly is the energy you have stored. When the middle-aged ninja activated his ninjutsu, Aoki keenly sensed a peculiar energy. This energy Aoki had been searching for since arriving in the ninja world, but it was so sparse in the ninja world that Aoki could hardly utilize it. Yet today, Aoki discovered for the first time that this energy could be so rich. This energy is precisely the spiritual energy that the god of death needs most. Aoki was eager to know where the middle-aged ninja had found so much spiritual energy. Who do you think I will tell you? This is a secret passed down through generations in my Tsukuyomi. Aoki narrowed his eyes, slowly gripping the hilt of his sword. Unless you can trade me a life. The middle-aged ninja stared firmly at Aoki. Otherwise, if you kill me, I won't say a word. Aoki. Recently there have been quite a few people coming to him to trade lives. This guy before him was both determined to fight and very reluctant to die. No wonder he's a crazy ninja. Alright, I agree. Just tell me what I want, and you can leave directly. A rogue ninja from the Tsukuyomi clan who knows nothing of Takegakure's secrets, Aoki, can decide for himself. Yes, I can represent Takegakure and promise. Huayan nodded solemnly. What a joke. Even if Aoki doesn't speak, Huayan wouldn't dare to take such a thing back to the village. What if it blew up again? Alright. The middle-aged ninja swallowed hard. Actually, the energy I have stored exists throughout the ninja world, omnipresent. Our clan simply refers to it as chi, but more people in the ninja world call this energy natural energy. Rage of Heaven is simply the technique of absorbing and storing the chi that spills into the environment, then releasing it all at once. Having said that, the middle-aged ninja cautiously looked at Aoki. You may leave. Aoki nodded, and the middle-aged ninja cautiously walked to the entrance of the waterfall, and then ran away frantically. In his lifetime, he probably wouldn't return to Takigakure again. Did you just let him go? Shuai Lu asked incredulously. I thought you were interested in that technique. I'm not interested in a technique that would lead to mutual destruction and implicate a whole lot of people. Aoki shook his head. It's better than your Takigakure's heroic water. Upon hearing this, Shuai Lu nodded. This was also one of the reasons he and Huayan were not interested in the middle-aged ninja. If this technique had been used when Kakuzu attacked the village, Kakuzu would definitely have been eliminated, but the entire Takigakure would have been lost. Far less controllable than heroic water. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of rushing wind mixed with the sound of water signaled the arrival of Takima and the reinforcements. The bright moon hung high, and Aoki, lying in bed, found it impossible to sleep for the first time. He kept thinking about what the Tsukuyomi clan ninja had told him. The natural energy in the ninja world is the spiritual energy needed by the god of death, which overturned Aoki's common sense. Is there a connection between the world of Naruto and the world of death? It seems not. Moreover, natural energy and spiritual energy are somewhat different. Natural energy resembles impure spiritual energy, as evidenced by the fact that those who recklessly absorb natural energy would be petrified. The Tsukuyomi clan also uses chakra crystals embedded in their backs to replace the human body in absorbing natural energy. From the perspective of the differences between natural energy and chi, it seems that the two are not the same thing. However, certain characteristics differ, while the forms of energy are suddenly Chingmu thought of a direction. The mainstream energy of the ninja world is chakra, but chakra was not something that existed from the very beginning in the ninja realm. Instead, it was brought into the ninja world by Otsutsuki. So what is the energy of the ninja world itself? The answer is natural energy. Natural energy is the primordial energy that has always existed in the ninja world. The worlds of Hokage and Soul Reaper are like the branches of a massive world tree. The branches may take on different forms, but there is always something in common. Chingmu sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. In the Soul Society, there is no system to allocate points. Meditating to absorb spiritual particles is the only way to strengthen one's spiritual pressure. Since there is not much spiritual particle absorption in the ninja world, Chingmu had not done this for a long time. After a while, he reluctantly opened his eyes. It's too little. The thin natural energy in the environment has severely affected the progress. The Tsukuyomi clan uses chakra crystals embedded in their bodies to absorb natural energy, combined with their unique secret techniques to absorb a vast amount of natural energy capable of destruction over a radius of hundreds of miles within 1800 seconds. Although the natural energy scattered in the environment is scarce, it rushes toward the chakra crystals eagerly. Chingmu, relying on his Soul Reaper physique to absorb natural energy, is far inferior in speed compared to the Tsukuyomi clan. It's like the difference between sucking with your mouth and using a high-powered vacuum cleaner. Moreover, during the process of absorbing natural energy, Chingmu also has to divert his attention to expel the impurities from the natural energy, leaving only the primordial energy that matches the nature of spiritual power. The speed is simply too slow. It would be great if there were some places in the ninja world abundant in natural energy. Thinking of this, Kingmus' eyes suddenly brightened. Surprisingly, it seems there are indeed places. Mayaboku Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and the Dragon Cave. 3 major summoning sanctuaries. Aren't those places rich? And Chingmu squinted his eyes, recalling an old friend far away in the land of fire who still owed him a reward for a mission. Early in the morning, Chingmu searched the entire village for after yesterday's battle. Asuma also stayed overnight in Takigakure. King Muzan, I heard you were looking for me. Asuma appeared. That's right, let's have a spar, Asuma-kun. Indeed. Asuma smiled helplessly. The Chingmu before him was exactly as he had heard in rumors. Then let's go. Asuma decisively donned his chakra blade and prepared himself, puffing out the smoke from his mouth. Although the rumors say you defeated the general of the Iron Country, how can we know about battle without trying? Asuma's whole body erupted with intense fighting spirit and confidence. He was in his peak state. Come at me. Asuma crashed heavily into a tree, his chakra blade unknown where it had been flung, and the circle of stubble on his face was scorched. The marks left after Asuma's fire technique was reflected back by Kingmus Gale. Defeated an enemy, gained 865 points. Choji Ino and Shikamaru, who were watching from the side, simultaneously covered their faces. They were specifically invited by Asuma to witness how their teacher overcame a strong enemy. Amazing indeed. Asuma struggled to stand up, saying, "It was just a spar." Chingmu didn't hold back. Asuma did not attempt to continue. Through the previous exchanges, he clearly realized that he had no chance to defeat the man before. But Asuma still had questions. King Yuzin, I saw you using some ninjutsu. Why didn't you use that multiple shadow clone technique from yesterday? Asuma's eyes were filled with curiosity. Due to his duties as a Konoha ninja, he felt it was necessary to clarify this matter. Shadow clone. I can't use such a technique. Chingmu smiled, and said, what I used yesterday can be considered an illusion technique. Did I mislead my enemy into thinking I used the multiple shadow clone technique? Asuma's eyes still held doubt. The reason was simple: if that technique were an illusion, then its effect and range were truly astonishing. Even Asuma, who was not an elite jonin and not an enemy, was deeply affected. It is indeed an illusion. You can verify this with Lord Hokage and Nara Shikaku. They witnessed me using this illusion technique in the Iron Country. Chingmu patiently explained. I will verify this. Asuma's doubts were somewhat alleviated, and he immediately changed his... King Yuzan, I heard that you've been teaching the younger generation in Takigakure for some time. How do you view my 3 disciples? Asuma approached Chingmu with a smile, putting an arm around it. Sounds good. Chingmu did not refuse and smiled, saying, I was just about to test the strength of the Ino Shikacho combination. Kingmu's smile reflected in Shikamaru's eyes, causing him to swallow nervously. Unsurprisingly, the new generation of Ino Shikacho was knocked to the ground. The many Takigakure ninjas who gathered to watch let out friendly laughter. The young Takigakure ninjas, who had also been taught by Chingmu, were very happy to see this scene. Their coordination was decent, but unfortunately their strength was too weak. Chingmu sharply commented, especially you, Pineapple Head. A certain Pineapple Head. Chingmu said earnestly, strategies must be based on strength. Without sufficient execution, no matter how good the strategy is, it is just an illusion. Shikamaru's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had embarrassed himself in front of so many people. I understand, thank you. Look, he still has to thank us. Asuma smiled, his heart already bursting with joy. This was a question he had asked Shikamaru more than once, but the lazy Shikamaru's initiative was always obviously lacking. It's easier to rely on outsiders. Chingmu walked up to Asuma, and Asuma leaned in just right, whispering, thank you. Did you see that? After hitting his disciple, the teacher also has to say thank you. At this moment, Shidamuki also stepped forward and quietly asked, Lord Chingmu, could you please guide me as well? What did you say? Chingmu pretended not to hear. Shidamuki took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and shouted loudly, please guide me, Lord Chingmu, I beg you. Excellent, very spirited. Chingmu praised. Alright then, let's begin. Yes. Shidamuki, full of fighting spirit, quickly formed hand seals to release ninjutsu. It didn't take much effort, and Shidamuki also fell to the ground, losing his combat ability. Sorry, Lord Chingmu. I am still too weak. Shidamuki, frustrated, had tears streaming down his face. His strongest technique was a simplified version of the water dragon bullet, but who would have thought that the soaring water dragon would be sliced apart by Chingmu? Against Shidamuki's technique, Chingmu didn't even need to use any ghost techniques. Chingmu was not shattered in his Dao heart, but rather filled with deep regret for his past squandered time. No, you are already strong. Chingmu shook his head and said, I have heard of your deed, Shinmukun. Today your courage to challenge me is proof enough that you have changed from before. Keep it up, Shinmukun. Yes. Chingmu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Lord Chingmu. Chingmu's words immediately sparked screams and cheers from the crowd. During his time in the Takigakure, Chingmu successfully garnered a group of little fans. You're really popular here, Asuma remarked with a hint of emotion. Do you have any secrets? If you were to guide them here for half a month with dozens, or even hundreds of ninjas daily, you'd be popular too. Asuma shook his head with a wry smile, and suddenly asked, have you ever thought about staying here? No, Chingmu replied with a smile. I don't want to stay in any village for now. Chingmu had said something similar to Takima, who had tried to recruit him. I see, Asuma said, slightly regretful. What a pity, Takigakure is truly a great place. Chingmu smiled. Since you like it, why not stay a few more days while on a mission? No can do. Asuma shook his head. I have a mission and need to head back today. Asuma said meaningfully, moreover the scenery of Konoha is the best. Really? Chingmu replied playfully. Just so happens I have something to do in Konoha. How about we— Oh, what is it? Asuma showed a look of interest. To meet an old friend, Chingmu replied with a mysterious smile. Asuma's words carried an intent to befriend Chingmu, and Chingmu certainly understood. Just right, Chingmu also wanted to visit the 3 great holy lands, and was owed a task reward from Tsunade. Using this reward to exchange for an opportunity to enter the Wetbone Forest seems quite reasonable. It's not like he was signing a summoning contract, he just needed Tsunade to take him in. As for accompanying Asuma, that was something Chingmu had planned from the start. Since he wanted to go to Konoha to seek Tsunade's help, he couldn't have a poor relationship with Konoha, at least not openly. Coincidentally, Chingmu had just eliminated a group of root ninjas not long ago. Asuma, being the son of the former Hokage and an elite jonin of Konoha, would surely ensure that Root wouldn't openly disrupt their journey, allowing them to enter Konoha safely. After formally bidding farewell to Takima, Chingmu departed with Asuma's team amidst the voices of reluctance from it. During his time in Takigakure, Chingmu had been guiding dozens to hundreds of Takinan daily, essentially harvesting all the resources from Takigakure. However, despite being attacked by Kagaya once, Takagakir's overall strength was still too weak. With only a little over 1,000 ninjas, and barely over 50 jonin, it probably also related to Takagakir's unique geographical environment. A village built on a mountaintop relies on mountain water channels for daily needs, so having a smaller population is somewhat normal. Yet even so, the exchange points provided to Chinmu by Takagakir were the largest ever. The 50-some jonin and special jonin of Takagakir, along with over 300 chunin and just over 1,000 genin, contributed a total of 61509 exchange points to Chinmu. Adding the previously accumulated exchange points and the points earned from defeating Shui Yin and Asuma's team, Chinmu now had a total of 73155 exchange points. That's still a lot more than what a whole ninja village could offer. Chinmu's eyes revealed a hint of madness. If such energy could be found in a small Takagakir, what about the 5 great ninja villages? What about Konoha? After a moment, Chinmu's gaze cleared once more. Takagakir was an isolated village. With Takima's orders, the entire village cooperated with Chinmu for friendly matches, but the great ninja villages wouldn't. In the eyes of the leadership of the great ninja villages, what Chinmu did in Takagakir might seem like child's play. To try to harvest from the 5 great ninja villages, the only challenge Chinmu could think of was the one suggested by Killer B about the Yunin village. As for going to carry rice like pain, Chinmu was not so deranged yet. However, he would soon possess the strength to carry. One night, Chinmu intentionally avoided Asuma and the others, and went to a secluded place alone. He prepared to formally step into the realm of third-tier spiritual might and join the ranks of captains, not knowing what commotion it might cause. Thus, during his time in Takagakir, Chinmu had to forcefully suppress his impulses, waiting until now. Chinmu opened the system and looked at the 200 points required to enhance his spiritual might, decisively adding points. Boom! A massive amount of spiritual power surged wildly within Chinmu's body, causing everything around him to move, without wind, his clothes fluttering, creating a rustling sound. In the past, the spiritual power within Chinmu was like a babbling brook, then it flowed like a great river after his spiritual might level increased, but this time he felt as if the spiritual power within him had expanded into an ocean. And this ocean continued to grow. Whoosh! A vast amount of spiritual power overflowed from Chinmu, swiftly surrounding him, and forming a powerful whirlwind that shot straight up, almost dispersing the clouds in the night sky. Chinmu's body reached the most critical moment as a massive amount of spiritual power continuously transformed his body, a warm current sweeping through all parts of him. Finally, in the midst of it all, Chinmu's body seemed to let out a crisp sound, and then his mind suddenly became extraordinarily clear. The whirlwind around him quickly contracted and dissipated, and the dust that had been stirred up settled. The power brought by the breakthrough was entirely gathered within Chinmu, radiating an aura that was both restrained and powerful. Chinmu opened his eyes, revealing a relieved smile. Third-tier spiritual might achieved. Only after stepping into the captain level did Chinmu finally understand the greatness of captain-level spiritual pressure. Compared to the 4th-tier spiritual might of the vice-captain level, it was like the difference between rivers and seas. This feeling is simply amazing. Chinmu revealed an excited smile, and casually released a red fire cannon, a gigantic fireball that was several times larger than before, shooting out instantly. Boom. A tremor resonated from the ground in the distance, dust scattering, and a massive deep pit appeared on the ground. Just the 31 red fire cannon was already comparable in power to an rank ninjutsu. Chinmu smirked in satisfaction, and then opened the system shop. With 53155 exchange points left, it was time to buy. Bankai, here I come. Chinmu excitedly rummaged through the items, with only one primary target in mind, the Zanpakutō. If asked which Bankai Chinmu favored the most in Bleach, it would undoubtedly be the Zanpakutō. Found it! Chinmu exclaimed excitedly. Bankai Zanpakutō, 500 exchange points, bought it. Chinmu decisively clicked to purchase, only to see a system prompt pop up. Detected that the host does not possess the prerequisite skill for this Bankai Shurkai Rairan Roka, which will result in this Bankai being unusable after exchange. Do you wish to continue? Continue. What kind of continuation is that? Chinmu was not bold enough to invest all his savings into acquiring a skill that was temporarily unusable. Chinmu looked at the system notification with annoyance. The Bankai Remnant Fireblade was a reinforcement path he had envisioned long ago, and giving it up completely was certainly unsatisfactory. Soon Chinmu discovered the clue. The reason the Remnant Fireblade could not be used after exchange was that it required a prerequisite skill, which meant he had to acquire the Shurkai Flowing Blade like fire first. The system would not present absurd situations like having Shurkai Wabasuk or Bankai Remnant Fireblade, so he decided to buy it. Chinmu quickly rummaged through the system store, and soon found his target. Shurkai Flowing Blade like fire, 5,000 exchange points. Hiss! Chinmu couldn't help but feel a pang in his teeth. If he still had over 5,500 exchange points, he would have redeemed it long ago. But he was just over 1,000 points short. It seemed impossible to obtain Bankai Remnant Fireblade all at once. Chinmu sighed and decided to think differently. Since he couldn't buy the established Bankai, could he transition to another Bankai for the time being? For example, Wabasuk's Bankai, or the Bankai of Mirror Flower Water Moon. Without hesitation, Xingmu continued to search tirelessly, but after a while he raised his head in confusion. Where's the Bankai? Why were there no options for Wabasuk and Mirror Flower Water? The system quickly provided an answer. Ding. Since Wabasuk has never unlocked its Bankai form, the store cannot offer Bankai exchange. Alright, it was understandable that Wabasuk's Bankai had not appeared yet. But what about Mirror Flower Water Moon? There's no way Aizen doesn't have a Bankai. Ding. Since Mirror Flower Water Moon has never displayed its Bankai since unlocking the data is currently missing and cannot be recorded. Fine then. Xingmu looked at his Zanpakutō with frustration. Both of his Shurkai could not achieve Bankai, and the desired Bankai had no Shurkai. Xingmu helplessly looked at other Bankai options. Bankai White Haze Punishment 40,000 exchange points. The Bankai of White Haze Punishment was too dangerous, no way. Bankai Flower Heaven Wild Bones 45,000 exchange points. A Bankai that relies purely on spiritual pressure to compete with enemies unsuitable. Bankai Hornet Thunder Whip 30,000 exchange points. A pseudo-rule type still ultimately relying on the competition of spiritual pressure, and the design of the Bankai is too flashy, no way. Bankai Iron Fist Windbreaker 25,000 exchange points. A Bankai that can only use fists for close combat, and the duration is too short, no way. There were also various Bankai like Dragon Pattern Ghost Lantern Maru Golden Sand Dance Troop inside his Bone Spike, but Xingmu was not interested. Some were too weak, some had fatal weaknesses, and some had complicated rules, leaving Xingmu utterly puzzled. However, there were indeed a couple of Bankai that caught King's eye. The Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel and the White Pin 1 character were quite good. But the Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel was priced the same as the Remnant Fireblade, while the White Pin 1 character skyrocketed to 100,000 exchange points. These two indeed were the strongest Zanpakutō of the Ice type, and the progenitor of all Zanpakutō. The price tags were staggering, making them unaffordable. In the end, Xingmu still exchanged for Shurkai Flowing Blade like fire. With 48,155 exchange points left, he decided to save them all. After all, he was only short of less than 2,000 exchange points, and he could easily earn that back by defeating a few Jonin. During this time, he would get familiar with his strongest fire-type Zanpakutō. Placing the Zanpakutō into his storage space, the exchanged Flowing Blade like fire quickly fused with the Zanpakutō, forming a new blade. Now King's Zanpakutō had 3 Shurkai, allowing him to switch freely during battle. Xingmu smiled with satisfaction. On his way back, he saw Asuma and the others still sound asleep, and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased with his decision to avoid them. Considering the commotion when he broke through to the 3rd level of spiritual power, if he had been nearby, he would definitely have been discovered. Xingmu returned to his room to sleep, unaware that in the darkness Asuma slowly opened his eyes. King's aura had strengthened strong enough to seem to have crossed a level. Was that violent energy fluctuation outside just now the reason for his enhancement? In the darkness, Asuma's eyes were filled with curiosity. A few days passed, and the group had already stepped out of the Land of Waterfalls, walking on the territory of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire truly deserved to be the largest nation in the ninja world, with pleasant climate and prosperous people. Along the way, there were no scenes of rogue ninjas or mountain bandits, and Xingmu could only accept the fact of several days without any gains. One day, as the group was walking along a forest path, they suddenly heard the cry of an eagle. Asuma's expression tightened, then he smiled. Sorry, this is an urgent message from the village. Excuse me. Xingmu nodded with a smile, and saw Asuma dart away like an arrow. After a while, Asuma finally returned. Sorry for taking some time, haha. Asuma rubbed the back of his head, looking quite embarrassed. Xingmu raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had seen Asuma show such an expression after a few days of interaction. Ha, to express my apologies for making everyone wait so long, let's have barbecue for lunch today. Yay, I want to eat barbecue until I'm full. Dingy immediately cheered. Ino questioned, Teacher, we still have at least half a day's journey to the next town. Where are we going to eat? Good question. Asuma chuckled. This is the temporary task I'm assigning you. There are plenty of wild beasts here. Use your specialties, and at least bring back a wild boar. After that, you can enjoy my master-level barbecue skills. Huh. Ino was instantly dumbfounded. Why do we have to catch ingredients if you're apologizing, teacher? Exactly, I thought we could eat a feast. Dingy grumbled in dissatisfaction. Shikamaru said nothing, hands in his pockets, walking straight towards the dense forest, then turned back after a few steps. Dingy, Ino. Let's go. Oh. Dingy followed reluctantly, his pace not slow. Seriously. Ino grudgingly followed, muttering. Asuma's gaze remained on the 3 until their figures disappeared into the forest. If you're so worried about your disciples, it'd be better to follow them and check. Xingmu smiled and said, Oh, huh. No need, they are already mature ninjas. Asuma was taken aback at first, then pretended to laugh heartily. Is that so? Xingmu squinted his eyes, his palms slowly resting on the hilt of his sword. Have you made up your mind, mister? Asuma's smile froze, realizing Xingmu was looking at him with a half smile. After a moment Asuma finally spoke. Sorry. His voice was very soft, almost inaudible. After saying this Asuma turned and used body flicker technique to leave. Xingmu suddenly burst into laughter. He had been in the ninja world for quite some time, yet he suddenly became naive. Everyone come out. Xingmu stood tall and called out loudly. The time shifts slightly backward. Asuma, following the call of the eagle swiftly, makes his way into the depths of the forest. Upon entering a small clearing amidst the trees, Asuma is momentarily taken aback. For fully armed root ninjas wearing masks stand silently motionless in front of them, are two ninjas revealing their true. Coincidentally, Asuma recognizes these two individuals. Kaze-tsun, what brings you here? Asuma's expression changes, despite his limited interactions with the root, he recognizes these two as the right and left arms of Elder Danzo. The fact that Danzo sent both of them at once indicates that something significant has occurred. It's a mission, Kaze states flatly. Asuma, Lord Danzo has a task that requires your assistance. Asuma's face twitches, slightly feeling a hint of regret for coming. A mission? What mission? Assist us in capturing the rogue ninja, Aoki. Yin-Yutsuin adds, if it becomes unfeasible the goal is to eliminate him while minimizing brain damage. Why oi? After a moment of silence Asuma asks, struggling to accept. Interfering with the root's mission and attacking root ninjas. That is his crime. He has caused immeasurable losses to Konoha and continues to pose a threat. Kaze gazes steadily at Asuma. Were it not for Asuma's significant standing in the village, Kaze would never share this with. Asuma whispers in shock. He voluntarily offered to visit Konoha and mentioned having friends here. How do you know it's not a disguise, Asuma? He's deliberately trying to befriend you, accompanying you. He's just using you to enter Konoha. Moreover, he harbors very important. Yin-Yutsun adds, these secrets pose a serious threat to Konoha. For the sake of the village, he must be kept under control. Asuma falls silent. He recalls that night, when Aoki went out alone in the middle of the night, and returned with a suddenly heightened aura. It seems you remember something. Kaze observes Asuma's expression keenly. Yin-Yutsun steps forward saying, Asuma, assisting is an order from Lord Danzo. It's all for Konoha. I hope you will cooperate. Alright. After a moment of silence Asuma nods firmly saying, but I need time to disperse my disciples. The new generation of Ino Shikacho must not suffer losses in this operation. Additionally, Asuma does not want his beloved disciples to be exposed to the village's naked darkness. That's fine. Kaze nods, understanding the importance of Ino Shikacho. You just need to stay close to the target, we will handle the main assault, and you can assist when the opportunity arises. Alright. After some thought Asuma reluctantly agrees. With Asuma's position in Konoha, it would not be impossible to refuse Root's request without Danzo being present. Even sending Aoki into Konoha and leaving the matter to the Hokage could have been an option. However, that would place a heavy burden on Asuma, who might face consequences later. Moreover, Root's request seems very reasonable. After weighing the pros and cons, Asuma reluctantly agrees to Root's demands. Subsequently, he makes an excuse to disperse his disciples and attempts to stay close to Aoki. Unfortunately, his poor acting skills are discovered not only by Shikamaru, but also by Aoki. Asuma can only flee in embarrassment. Having already been unwilling to cooperate with Root, the thought of directly confronting Aoki in battle weighs heavily on. Using Aoki's discovery of his opportunity, Asuma has a valid reason for his tactical failure. Moreover, Asuma has a premonition that once Aoki draws that knife, it will undoubtedly be a thunderous strike with all his might, and it will be difficult to fully withstand. On the other side, Yin-Yutsun, lurking nearby, watches Asuma's departing figure, gritting her teeth in frustration. Is this an elite jonin? Useless. Kaze squints slightly. After all, he's a ninja raised in a greenhouse. He can't compare to our Root. It's fine. I never expected much from him in the first place. We can handle it ourselves. By the time Root learned that the ninjas dispatched to eliminate Aoki were completely wiped out in the land of Iron, it had already been several days. Enraged, Danzo dispatched Kaze and Yin-Yutsuin, his two most capable subordinates, to carry out the mission. Shortly after setting off, they received intelligence about Aoki passing through the borders of the Land of Fire. As for Asuma's team accompanying them, it was merely an unexpected stroke of luck. Root did not factor Asuma's combat strength into their calculations when setting off. Everyone come out. Aoki's voice reached their ears. Let's proceed according to the original plan. Yin-Yutsuin said in a deep voice, Shin Terui, it's up to you. Yes. Shin fixed his gaze on Aoki in the distance, his hands moving rapidly as he murmured, illusion dark movement technique. Shin's voice was a sweet girl's tone, but it was filled with coldness and killing intent. Whoosh. Endless darkness rapidly spread from Shin's feet, soon enveloping the entire forest, as if the darkest night had descended. Aoki calmly waited for the darkness to completely shroud him until he could see nothing. Even when placing his fingers before his eyes, all there was a profound darkness. But this was only the case for Aoki. For the members of Root, the battlefield remained very bright. The illusion completely deprived the opponent of sight, plunging them into the abyss of darkness. This is the legendary dark movement technique. Aoki revealed a faint smile, showing no signs of panic. With Aoki's mental strength, he could easily break free from the illusion in an instant, just as he had effortlessly slain Orochimaru in the spiritual realm. But Aoki did not do that, for in his perception the 6 root members were utterly exposed. Since that's the case, why not set a trap for them? It's done. Shin nodded at Terui, confirming the location. The poor root members had no idea that every ninja who had fought Aoki had perished, resulting in Aoki possessing extremely high resistance to illusions. Itachi Tsunade and Mikawa were aware of Aoki's high resistance to illusions, or his mastery in them, but they had no intention of reporting this information to Danzo. The result was that the root members had no doubt about the success of the illusion cast by Shin. Alright, now it's my turn. Terui confidently leaped out from his hiding place, heading towards Aoki, while swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. A dark shadow rapidly extended from Terui's feet, and quickly approached Aoki. Whoosh! As the shadow swiftly connected with Aoki's shadow, a faint smile appeared on Terui's face under his mask. As expected, no matter how strong Aoki is, he can only surrender before us. Terui slowly walked towards Aoki, who was bound by the shadow imitation technique, and similarly walked toward Terui. Got him! Yin suppressed her excitement, and whispered, "Don't be careless. If anything goes wrong, it's our turn to Kaze reminded. However, Yamanaka-fu said so, but deep down he did not believe any problems would arise. Shun and Si Jing were the strongest Jinjutsu and Nara ninja of the root, with control skills that were unparalleled. Yamanaka-fu did not think there was much chance of failure. Even if it failed, he and Chu Jin were there. Si Jing walked toward Qing Mu, while forming hand seals with Qing Mu was also forming hand seals, while curiously wondering what this seal was actually for. An offensive ninjutsu. Unlikely, as Qing Mu was well aware that Root would prioritize capturing him alive. So, it was a sealing technique. Qing Mu did not rush to break free from the Jinjutsu and shadow imitation technique. Instead, he walked slowly under Si Jing's control, his heart utterly calm. Finally, Si Jing reached Qing Mu's hand seals, already completed. A large hand, as if stained with ink, swiftly reached out toward Qing Mu. Sealing technique, self-karma binding seal. Qing Mu suddenly realized. Wasn't this the same sealing technique that Tuanzang used against Air Zhuzi in their battle? This sealing technique had very strong binding power, forcing Air Zhuzi to activate Susanoo to break free. Meanwhile, Yamanaka-fu and Yunuchu Jin were also staring intently at the scene. When they saw Si Jing's hand pitch black like ink, they all relaxed, thinking it was secure. First trapped in Jinjutsu, then bound by the shadow imitation technique, and finally sealed. Even if the Hokage came, he could not break free. Just as everyone expected Qing Mu to be successfully captured, Qing Mu suddenly broke into a smile. The nearest Si Jing's pupils contracted sharply. No. Boom. Just as Si Jing sensed something amiss, he felt an extremely powerful energy shock. The shadow imitation technique was instantly broken, blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and the shadow he had been controlling under his feet was instantly forced back to its original form. Ugh. At the same time, Shun, hidden in the shadows, let out a painful groan. Under the cover of his mask, a trickle of blood slowly flowed out. Jinjutsu backlash. He broke free from the Jinjutsu. Shun shouted urgently, not even checking his own injury. What? Yamanaka-fu was startled, and before he could react, he saw a scene that made his eyes split with fury. Whoosh. A flash of bright silver blade light swiftly passed, violently cutting through Si Jing's neck. A head shot up into the air. Si Jing's headless body swayed, and fell, his hand still in the pose of applying the seal. Damn, we've been tricked. Yamanaka-fu cursed loudly, now fully aware that they had fallen for Qing Yu's scheme. Let's go. Yamanaka-fu drew the ninja sword from his back, threw a glance at his teammates, and instantly completed tactical communication. Lightning release, thunderclap stream. A root ninja roared, his body instantly crackling with lightning. He flashed to Qing Yu's front, like lightning, his ninja sword wrapped in lightning, and swung rapidly. Wind release, vacuum jade. Another root ninja took a deep breath and spat out several wind bullets, instantly sealing off multiple directions of Qing Yu's movement. Watch the blade. Yamanaka-fu and Shun simultaneously advanced, one swinging a sword, and the other brandishing a kunai, firmly occupying one direction. Secret technique, insect jade. A swarm of insects like black smoke shot out from Yunuchu Jin's sleeve, charging straight at Qing Mu. As expected of the strongest elites deployed by Tuanzang. For a moment, Qing Mu was surrounded by enemies on all sides. What a nuisance. Qing Mu chuckled in admiration. The quality of this siege was several levels higher than the last time, and each direction's enemy could not be dealt with instantly. Although Qing Mu could temporarily escape using Utsusimi, he would still face the encirclement afterward. Among them, Yunuchu Jin was the most troublesome. The swarms of poisonous insects each had autonomous flight. A single nanoscale poisonous insect would kill on contact, even more troublesome than the deadliest poison smoke. However, this is perfect. Qing Mu revealed a confident smile, held his Zanpakutō upright, and softly recited the release command. All phenomena of the universe returned to dust, flowing blade like fire. Boom. Qingmu's Zanpakutō suddenly erupted with a torrent of flames, fierce flames instantly coiling around the blade. Qingmu casually swung it downward, and instantly raging fires blazed around him, forming a vast wall of flame. No good, fall back. Yamanaka Fuss pupils contracted, and he immediately shouted, while forcibly twisting his body to leap backward. The others also retreated rapidly. Yunuchu Jin was a bit slower. Nearly half of the released insect swarm was not retrieved, and he could hear the heartbreaking sound of poisonous insects exploding in the flames. Heh, Qingmu chuckled. If he had encountered Yunuchu Jin before acquiring Flowing Blade like fire, it might have caused him some trouble. But now with the strongest fire-type Zanpakutō, mere poisonous insects were nothing to worry about. However, did they think retreating would solve anything? Qingmu didn't even look at them. He raised his Zanpakutō and casually swung it. Boom! A massive flame instantly formed, blasting straight forward. This time, without Yamanaka Fuss warning, everyone immediately scattered even faster than when they had approached. Boom boom. The flame crashed directly into the area behind them. When the group steadied themselves, they saw a small patch of forest behind them instantly burst into a massive fireball, which extinguished in an instant. The once lush green forest was now reduced to mere ashes. When Shan Ben Yuan Luzi Zhonghua released his Shurkai, the temperature of Flowing Blade like fire had already reached 6,000 degrees, enough to turn everything in its path to ashes. Qingmu was currently only at the 3rd level of spiritual power, so the might of Flowing Blade like fire was only a 10th or a 20th of Old Man Shan Ben's, but still enough to quickly burn a forest to ashes. Even though the root members had retreated far from Qingmu, they could still feel the unbearable heat and scorching. Yet despite the temperature being so high, a cold sweat still dripped from Yamanaka Fu's temple. What immense power. It was stronger than any fire release I've ever seen. Yamanaka Fu was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. A fire of this level. Even if the second Hokage were resurrected, he probably couldn't extinguish it. Captain, what should we do? Shin asked blankly. Yamanaka Fu grew anxious. He wanted to know too. As things stood, there was no chance of capturing him alive, and they had to prepare for the worst. However, that didn't mean they had no chance. Yamanaka Fu exchanged a silent look with the others, and quickly decided on a battle. The 2 root ninjas specializing in wind and lightning release already showed a look of death in their eyes through their masks. Who? Yamanaka Fu let out a long breath, then suddenly roared. Charge! For Lord Tuanzong. For Konoha. Yes. The wind and lightning root ninjas formed hand seals at high speed with both hands, and within less than a second 2 large-scale ninjutsu were instantly completed. Wind release vacuum great jade. Lightning release thunderclap. A massive wind sphere and a sharp lightning spear simultaneously blasted toward Qingmu. The giant wind sphere was like an air rocket launcher, and the lightning spear arrived in an instant. Qingmu raised his arm and swung 2 blades at the incoming ninjutsu, instantly forming 2 massive flames that surged towards the technique. Boom! The 2 ninjutsu were quickly extinguished by the flames, which then soared straight into the sky. For Lord Danzo, for Konoha. The 2 root ninjas Feng and Lei paid no attention to this, and after releasing their ninjutsu, they shouted in unison, brandishing their ninja blades as they charged towards Qingmu. The explosive aftermath of the ninjutsu did not hinder them at all. Seizing the rare opening, the 2 activated their lightning release and wind release chakra, pushing their bodies and speed to the limit, rushing towards Qingmu despite the searing pain from the flames. Wind release vacuum blade. Lightning release lightning flow blade. The 2 finally reached Qingmu, both suffering varying degrees of burns, their masks charred and half destroyed. Nevertheless, the 2 ignited their last chakra, recklessly charging into the firewall surrounding Qingmu, determined to unleash their blades one last time in their final moments. Die Qingmu. The 2 attempted to shout, only to find their vocal cords had been scorched. Their consciousness quickly blurred, and just before their vision was consumed by flames, they caught a glimpse of Qingmu, standing firm ahead. What seemed within reach was in truth unattainable. Like moths to a flame. Qingmu sighed upon witnessing the 2 charging. Both were capable jonin, and Qingmu couldn't fathom how Danzo had brainwashed them. He saw no meaning in their suicidal charge. Qingmu simply chose not to swing his blade again, allowing the 2 to have their chance to rush him, though they would only be reduced to ashes in the intense flames. This was Qingmu's final act of mercy towards the 2. Illusion technique, tree binding kill. A melodious female voice echoed, reminding Qingmu of the moments shrouded in darkness. A massive tree rose behind him, its sturdy branches binding him tightly. Qingmu did not immediately dispel the illusion, but instead recalled something. So that's it. Qingmu realized the truth. Feng and Lei had deliberately come to their deaths to distract him, creating an opportunity for the illusion user. However, since Qingmu had easily broken the dark technique before, the root ninjas should have known that illusions wouldn't work on him. What was the purpose of this? Mind turn technique. Whoosh! Qingmu felt a moment of disorientation as a foreign consciousness forced its way into his mind. Chingmu then plunged into the realm of consciousness, where he saw Yamazaki Kaze standing at the center, countless threads extending from his hands, tainting the space with a murky yellow. Get lost. Without wasting any words, Chingmu swung his blade in a swift slicing attack. Yamazaki Kaze's expression changed drastically, as he didn't expect such a fierce counterattack so soon. If hit by this blow, he would surely die. Whoosh. Yamazaki Kaze decisively evaded without a word, and by the time Kingma's strike arrived, he had vanished. Chingmu sensed around, finding no trace of Yamazaki Kaze in the entire realm of consciousness. Thanks to the superior secret techniques of the Yamazaki clan, Kaze was extremely fast, whether invading or escaping Kingma's consciousness. Chingmu felt a surge of anger. Was his mind something one could just enter or leave at will? However, putting Yamazaki Kaze aside for now, the series of attacks from the root were thorough. The deaths of the two root ninjas created an opportunity for the illusion's deployment, while the success of the illusion opened a slight gap in Kingma's defenses, allowing Yamazaki Kaze to slip in. But Yamazaki Kaze's attack yielded no results. Was this where it ended? Chingmu squinted, suddenly recalling someone. Yamanaka Torian. Where did this guy who plays with toxic insects go? Boom. Realizing everything, Chingmu immediately returned his consciousness to his body and forcefully dispelled the illusion with his mental power. Just a moment of curiosity was fine, but continuing would be unwise. Ugh. Cough. The translucent Shin fell to the ground, having just regained consciousness and barely standing up beside Yamazaki Kaze. Ignoring Shin's tragic state, Yamazaki Kaze fixed his gaze on Chingmu. It's up to you now, Torian. Just as Chingmu expelled Kaze's consciousness and ruthlessly shattered the illusion, a muffled sound of earth breaking echoed. Boom. Beneath Kingma's feet, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a figure shot up from the earth at high speed. It was Though Yamanaka Torian primarily used insects as his weapon to diversify his tactics, he had also learned a technique for Earth Release. Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage. Hiding underground, he waited for the right moment to launch a surprise attack, delivering a fatal blow. In front of Chingmu, against whom illusions and control were ineffective, this move finally proved its worth. However, Yamanaka Torian looked quite pitiful. Although the Earth Release bypassed the firewall surrounding Chingmu, the extreme heat still affected the underground. As Yamanaka Torian approached Chingmu underground, he felt like he would be the first ninja to be burned to death below ground. Even sacrificing most of his insects to shield his body from the heat, and pushing his speed to the limit, Yamanaka Torian emerged covered in burns. But none of that mattered. The two root ninjas Shin and Yamazaki Kaze had all drawn Kingma's attention with their suicidal attacks, creating a rare opportunity for a surprise attack. Yamanaka Torian's eyes were solely focused on the nearby Chingmu. Just one hit, as long as a single insect landed on Chingmu, this operation would be a success. Die. Secret technique, toxic dust technique. Yamanaka Torian gathered the remaining toxic insects within him and released them all towards Chingmu. The nano-level toxic insects, smaller than dust particles, enveloped Chingmu completely. With just a single careless breath, if he inhaled even one toxic insect, Chingmu would perish from the poison. Quick. Yamanaka Torian stared intently at Chingmu, his face twisted, eyes filled with excitement and madness. What a pathetic guy. Chingmu subtly shook his head, his figure suddenly disappearing. Yamanaka Torian was momentarily stunned. Where was Chingmu now? Only a black coat remained. This is the body double technique. Chingmu had immediately chanted the body double upon sensing the disturbance in the ground. Things turned out exactly as Chingmu expected. Yamanaka Torian, who had never exhibited Earth Release techniques in the original work, actually launched a surprise attack from underground. So close he almost got hit by the toxic insects. No, impossible. Torian Aburame instantly lost his composure, unable to accept that his meticulously planned fatal strike had only struck a ridiculous coat. Torian Aburame frantically released all his poisonous insects, as if to tear up the very ground beneath, hoping to find some trace of Chingmu. Pine Torch. Chingmu did not spare another glance at Torian Aburame. He simply swung his blade, and the wall of fire left behind seemed to come alive, rapidly converging inward, enveloping Torian Aburame. With a roar, the flame wall spun and burned rapidly, fueled by the supply, forming a spectacular fire tornado. Moments later, the flames dissipated, leaving only a trace of ash in place. There are still two left. Chingmu had not forgotten about Shun and Yamanaka Fu. Especially Yamanaka Fu, who had audaciously invaded his consciousness. Did he think he could escape? Chingmu quickly sensed their positions and flashed after them. The moment Yamanaka Fu saw Kingma's figure appear abruptly, he realized that Torian Aburame had failed. The two immediately made a decisive retreat, using body flicker to flee the battlefield. After multiple schemes had failed to kill Chingmu, the two of them alone stood no chance. During the escape, Yamanaka Fu still remembered to summon the Root's Ninja Hawk via summoning jutsu, sending crucial intelligence to Lord Danzo. With a roar, just as Yamanaka Fu tied the intelligence to the Hawk's leg, he heard a whoosh behind him. Captain, run! Shun shouted, leaping toward the incoming flame, which engulfed him. Go quickly! Yamanaka Fu did not look back, urgently commanding the hawk. Another flame roared toward him, and at that moment a puff of white smoke rose as the hawk voluntarily canceled the summoning. Yamanaka Fu rolled to the side, the flame grazing his half-burnt body, leaving a scorched trail on the ground. Xingmu appeared before Yamanaka Fu, half of whose body had been carbonized, yet he miraculously clung to life. Was Xingmu asked expressionlessly. For the sake of Konoha. Yamanaka Fu mustered his last strength, tearing open his shirt. Several explosive tags burned rapidly. Xingmu swung his blade expressionlessly, and the flames engulfed Yamanaka Fu. Since acquiring Ryujin Jaka, Kingmas' resistance to fire had become extraordinarily high. In fact, fire was a part of him. Mere explosive tags were beneath his notice. Thus, all 6 members of Root were annihilated. Except for Terai, whose corpse remained, the others left no trace, all reduced to ash by the flames. Although Yamanaka Fu had ultimately managed to transmit the intelligence, it was of little consequence. A familiar footstep. You're here. Xingmu did not turn around, recognizing Asuma's voice. You killed them all. Asuma's voice trembled. Obviously. Xingmu turned to look at Asuma, whose eyes held tension, unease, and barely suppressed fear. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the ash on the ground and scattering it into the distance. Xingmu suddenly broke into a smile. I'm off. Thanks for the hospitality these past. Throughout the journey, Asuma had been covering the expenses. Go find your Hokage, she still owes me a payment for a mission. Consider this money a gift to you. Xingmu waved his hand and walked away, growing distant. Asuma finally could not hold back. Wait, where are you going next? Xingmu paused without turning back, speaking slowly. You'll be leaving the Land of Fire. Also tell that Danzo not to provoke me again. The latter half of the sentence was laced with murderous intent. Asuma felt a deadly chill sweep through his body, a cold current shooting from his spine to the crown of his head. When Asuma came to his senses, Kingmas' back was already out of sight. Asuma let out a soft sigh, lit a cigarette, and sat down dejectedly on the ground. Asuma-sensei, why? Shikamaru appeared behind Asuma at some point. Though Shikamaru did not elaborate, Asuma knew what he was asking. Asuma indeed had the ability to refuse Root, and even temporarily protect Xingmu, preventing a direct conflict between Xingmu and Root, letting Tsunade arbitrate, thereby earning Kingmas' favor and possibly bringing him into Konoha. This could have been a good solution. Asuma exhaled a long plume of smoke, remaining silent. Children talk about right and wrong, adults only weigh pros and cons. Asuma looked steadily at Shikamaru, then spoke softly after a long pause. I am a Konoha ninja. Asuma did not know if Shikamaru understood. He hoped Shikamaru would grasp it and mature quickly, yet also hoped he wouldn't, preserving a shred of dignity for his The Land of Fire was vast. Having entered it days ago, Xingmu had already reached its heartland. Now to leave the Land of Fire, the nearest direction was the northern land of Xingmu pondered, and then set off toward the Land of Rice. This battle with Root had laid the conflict between Xingmu and Root bare. Regardless of who was right or wrong in the conflict between Root and Xingmu, it was undeniable that Root was part of Konoha. Originally, he had hoped that through Asuma's influence Root would not act against him openly. Now it was clear that was too naive. Unless Xingmu intended to go to Konoha to carry Rice, he could not enter Konoha for now. Xingmu was not lacking in strength to carry Rice, but grudges had their targets. He did not harbor hatred for the entire Konoha. Moreover, Xingmu was now more eager to visit the 3 great sacred lands to see if their spiritual energy was abundant. The grudge with Root could be set aside for now. If nothing unexpected happened, Kabuto Yakushi should still be in the Land of Rice, perhaps having already obtained the inheritance of the Ryuchi Cave. Although he couldn't go to the Shikatsu Forest, the Ryuchi Cave was not bad either. Yamanaka Fu and the other 5 Root members contributed a total of 4,051 exchange points to Xingmu. Combined with the points he had saved up, he now had a total of 52206 exchange points. The points to exchange for the Zanka no Tachi had finally been gathered. Bankai Zanka no Tachi exchange. Watching the Zanpakutō gradually merge with the skill book in the subspace, Xingmu couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Counting the time, Xingmu had been in the shinobi world for over a year. Now at last he had obtained Bankai, growing to the level of a captain-class Shinigami. Moreover, it was the Bankai of Ryujin Jaka. Even with his 3rd-class spiritual pressure, Xingmu was by no means a mere captain-level gatekeeper. As Xingmu waited quietly for the Zanpakutō to fuse at the moment of completion, he suddenly felt a trance. Xingmu seemed to see a blazing flame, but it vanished in an instant. What was that? Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his 5 senses after becoming a Shinigami, he might have subconsciously thought it was an illusion. Could it be the materialization of Ryujin Jaka's blade spirit? Kingmas' heart surged with excitement, but no matter how he fiddled with the Zanpakutō, the strange phenomenon did not reappear. The unreleased Zanpakutō was above all unremarkable. Strangely enough, when Xingmu exchanged for wabi-sabi, the Zanpakutō showed little to no change after its fusion. The wabi-sabi itself was quite similar to an ordinary shallow strike, featuring a black striped hilt and sheath. After merging with the Mirror Flower Water Moon, the Zanpakutō underwent significant transformation, with the hilt now adorned in the deep blue stripes of Mirror Flower Water Moon. Currently, after integrating the initial and final releases of Flowing Blade like fire, its appearance has changed once again. The deep blue hilt transformed into purple stripes, and the guard changed from square to oval, yet the color of the sheath remained unchanged. In the original work, the sheath of Flowing Blade like fire was brown, while now it still remains black. Just as Chingmu said, it appears quite ordinary. However, appearance is ultimately a trivial matter. As long as the Zanpakutō is effective, that suffices. Chingmu soon set this matter aside. After exchanging for the final release, Chingmu had 2,206 exchange points remaining. Flipping through the system shop, Chingmu exchanged for a Kido he had been interested in for a long time. Skill book, 99th break, black coffin, 1,500 exchange points purchased. As Kingma's combat power increased, the previously used break, 4th white thunder, gradually fell behind. Although the power of White Thunder grew in tandem with his spiritual pressure, it was ultimately too low in number. Just in time, there was another decent option within the lightning-based Kido. Skill book, 63rd break, Thunder Roar Cannon, 700 exchange points purchased. Thus, Kingma's exchange points became entirely cleaned out. Currently, Kingma's attributes are as follows. Host Chingmu. Spiritual pressure level, 305000. Zanpakutō Flowing Blade like Fire Wabi, Sabi Mirror Flower Water Moon. Skills. Zanjusta Master 43281000. Shuimpa Master 8621000. Hakuda Grandmaster 5234000. Kaido Grandmaster 2254000. Utsusimi. Binding Arts 9th Breaking Wheel. Binding Arts 18th Water Mist Binding. Binding Arts 30th Mouth Stab 3 Flashes. Binding Arts 39th Circular Fan. Binding Arts 61st 6 Rod Light Prison. Binding Arts 75th 5 Pillar Iron Piercing. Binding Arts 81st Void Break. Break 4th White Thunder. Break 31st Red Fire Cannon. Break 58th Windstorm. Counter Devil Killing. Break 57th Earth Turning Dance. Break 63rd Thunder Roar Cannon. Break 73rd Double Lotus Blue Fire Fall. Break 99th Black Coffin. Remaining exchange points 6. Chingmu was quite pleased with the remaining number of exchange points. Coincidentally, Kingma's mood also brightened temporarily, casting aside the irritation of being relentlessly pursued. Even Kingma's soul seemed to become light and airy. Sasuke-kun is just ahead. Yakumo slowly opened her eyes and said with certainty. Sasuke nodded slightly. Good, it's my turn to make a big show now. Kisame raised his execution sword with enthusiasm. Don't be careless, Sujetsu, Shimo reminded kindly. Don't forget last time you were careless and fell for the explosives of the Xianyuan clan thanks to the dean. Stop nagging. I merely forgot to use the water transformation technique. Suigetsu shouted unhappily, exposing his sharp rows of teeth. Oh, Kabuto opened his mouth softly. So if you get hurt this time you don't need treatment, right, Suigetsu? Kabuto smiled gently, and this smile made Suigetsu shiver. How could that be, Dean? Suigetsu chuckled awkwardly, sneakily glancing at Kabuto's still smiling face, a bead of cold sweat trickling down. It is well known that the person to provoke the dean at the orphanage is the most instinctive. Provoking Sasuke will result in a severe beating, but provoking the dean. Suigetsu will never forget that time he sought treatment from the dean after getting injured, where the dean smiled while treating him. Coincidentally, Yakumo only let Sasuke bite. Hey, spare me, Dean, Suigetsu shamelessly begged. Alright, comrades must pay attention to unity. Kabuto adjusted his glasses expressionlessly. Suigetsu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had passed this test. Enough noise, Sasuke said coldly. I'll go ahead first. Kabuto nodded slightly, and Sasuke's figure flickered away. Then I? Suigetsu cautiously asked. Having just received this execution sword from the Land of Waves, Suigetsu hadn't yet had a chance to use it. His large sword was already eagerly awaiting action. Go ahead, Kabuto nodded. The opponent is the Rebel Wind Demon Clan. There's no need to hold back. Understood. Suigetsu and Shimo transformed into two streaks of light, tightly chasing after Sasuke. Yakumo, you go too. Huh. Me. Yakumo, who remained behind, pointed at herself in surprise. Yes. Kabuto said slowly. As a member of the Eagle team chosen by Sasuke, you wouldn't want to hold Sasuke back in the future, would you? As a medical ninja, it takes more than just biting to fulfill the role. Yes. Yakumo bit her lip, drew a kunai, and rushed forward quickly. Being young is truly wonderful. Listening to the shouts of battle coming from the distant camp, Kabuto smiled in satisfaction. Young people should bravely strive ahead, creating some pressure for them, without any stress. As for the slaughtered Wind Demon Clan, Kabuto felt no pity whatsoever. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by Orochimaru's death, and the significant weakening of the Sound Village, they brazenly launched an attack against them, attempting to seize control of the entire land of Rice, and they were already on a path to death. This is how the ninja world operates, a dark law of the jungle. It just so happened that he lacked the necessary experimental materials and Sasuke and the others needed more practical After a long while the distant sounds of battle gradually ceased. Watching Sasuke and the other four slowly approach with a large number of captives behind them, Kabuto revealed a cold smile. "Sasuke, don't ignore me, Kabuto." A clear voice rang out, startling Kabuto. "When did?" Kabuto hurriedly turned around, seeing Chingmu with a bright smile on his face. "Chingmu, how did you end up here?" Although Kabuto usually hid in his lair in the land of rice, he was still well informed about the affairs of the ninja world. Every battle record Chingmu had made in the ninja world indicated that he was no longer the small character he once was. Kabuto's attitude toward Chingmu had been quite complex in the past. At critical moments Chingmu had awakened him, but he had also nearly killed him, and had taken the life of Lord Orochimaru. However, upon seeing Chingmu this time, Kabuto suddenly felt that the past was no longer important. After the initial panic, Kabuto once again wore a gentle smile. The opponent was strong, perhaps he could become an asset in his quest for revenge. For someone as cunning as Yashido, Chingmu chose to give up on probing. Yashido adjusted his glasses and said, "Everything has its price marked in the shadows, doesn't it? I need to enter the dragon's cave. Don't tell me you've never been there." The moment Chingmu saw Yashido, he knew he had come to the right place. Yashida's slightly elongated eyes and the scale-like skin that was barely visible on his body were all proof of his training in the mystical arts of the dragon's cave. Chingmu said slowly, "You can name your price for helping me." By the way, Chingmu added, "except for helping you with experiments." "What a pity." Yashido feigned a regretful smile and said, "However, I can agree. As for the price, I need you to kill someone for me." Shimura Danzo from the darkness of the leaves. "Alright." Chingmu agreed without showing any emotion. Just right, Shimura Danzo was Kingma's target. It's only fair to say that the old dog Danzo has done too many bad deeds. A pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. By the way, let me introduce you to a few people. Yashido smiled as he pointed to the approaching Sasuke and others, saying, "They're the adorable disciples I took in over a year ago, and they are also my important support. This one is the last descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke." "Who is this person?" Sasuke coldly interrupted Yashida's introduction. "He is a friend who is here to help me." Unbothered by the interruption, Yashido simply smiled and said, "As long as he is willing to help, my goal will be achieved soon." Yashido adjusted his glasses, shooting out two beams of light. "Perhaps Sasuke, your goals can also be achieved quickly. Don't be fooled by some unknown person." Sasuke interrupted again, coldly stating, "This guy clearly has no chakra. Let me tear apart your false mask." Sasuke looked at Chingmu with cold disdain, as if viewing a mere insect. Yashido revealed a triumphant smile. The goal had been achieved. After more than a year of relentless training, Sasuke could now skillfully use the Freedomo Sharingan, and the other's abilities were also steadily improving. Even without using any seals, Sasuke's strength had firmly reached the level of a Jonin. So, with the dawn breaking and the rain stopping, Itachi felt he had improved again. In Sasuke's view, his relationship with Yashido was not that of a master and disciple, but more like a transaction. Yashido trained him, and in the future, he would help Yashido eliminate. Thus, even though Yashido's strength could still suppress Sasuke, he had already begun to call him by his name. Let Chingmu help Sasuke recognize the true gap between him and the top powerhouses, while also allowing Sasuke to test Kingma's mettle. "You guys should go together. Don't waste my time." Chingmu smiled, looking down at Sasuke. Chingmu had already understood Yashida's intentions, but he wouldn't indulge this guy Sasuke. "Ha, arrogant." Sasuke snorted coldly. "Under my eyes you will be unable to hide from me." Swoosh. Sasuke instantly rushed to Chingmu with the Kusanagi sword, drawing a beautiful arc aiming directly at Kingma's ribs. The cold blade approached, causing even Chingmu to feel a chill. Bang! Chingmu perfectly dodged, turned around, and raised his right leg, delivering a powerful kick. At this moment, Sasuke did not give Chingmu the chance to draw his sword. Ugh! Sasuke curled up on the ground, unable to suppress a cry of pain. The intense ache in his abdomen made him bend like a shrimp. "Sasuke-kun." Karen rushed over, extending her arm towards Sasuke. "I told you, work together, don't waste my time." Chingmu smiled and said, "Also, it's best to go all out from the start, otherwise you won't have a second chance." Mizuki and Choji looked at Sasuke while Yashido stood by with his arms crossed, watching the show. TCH. Sasuke turned his head away in displeasure and bit down on Karen's arm. With a soft gasp, Sasuke's injuries rapidly healed. Standing up again, Mizuki and Choji positioned themselves on either side of Sasuke. "Let's go." Chidori Blade. Sasuke shouted, activating the second state of the curse seal, while his Kusanagi blade was infused with a large amount of lightning chakra, and his body was enveloped in electric light. Water release, great water arm technique. Mizuki's right arm instantly grew to an enormous size, effortlessly swinging a colossal sword, as if it were a toothpick. Choji's body rapidly transformed, with the entire right side entering the cursed seal state, his arm turning into a massive monster's arm. Swish. The three of them moved in unison, appearing around Chingmu, launching an attack from three directions simultaneously. Thunder roared, the great sword howled, and the oppressive force of the iron fist struck. Bang! Yashido only fell to blur in front of him as Sasuke and the others were sent flying at an even faster speed, crashing hard into the mud. Mizuki didn't even have time to activate the water transformation technique. Choji was knocked out cold, completely reverting from the cursed seal form, and Sasuke's Freedomo Sharingan, combined with lightning release, couldn't evade Kingma's strike. In Sasuke's eyes, Chingmu seemed to draw his sword in an instant, knocking the Kusanagi sword away with an elbow strike that sent Sasuke flying, followed by a knee strike and a powerful kick that took down Mizuki and Choji. Sasuke witnessed it all clearly, yet he was completely unable to evade. The only consolation was that this time Chingmu had at least drawn his sword. Defeated 3 enemies, gained 1968 exchange points. From the exchange points, it appeared that all 3 had reached the pinnacle of Jonin, with Sasuke likely on the threshold of Elite Jonin. It's a pity that Sasuke at this stage is still not in his complete form, and Chingmu has no further opportunity to extract. If it were Reincarnation Sasuke, it would have to be at least 3,000 exchange points. It's all Yashida's fault for pushing Sasuke to challenge him. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Karen hurriedly ran to Sasuke's side, extending her arm for him to bite. Damn, how could he be so strong? What have I been doing all this time? Sasuke bitterly bit Karen's arm. Chingmu temporarily ignored Sasuke and turned to look at Yashido with a smile that was neither here nor there. Clap, clap, clap. Yashida's expression stiffened, mechanically applauding. Impressive, impressive as expected of King Yukon. After 3 days apart, I see you in a new light. Is that so? Chingmu maintained his smile. It's been a long time. I wonder how much your strength has progressed. Compared to Lord Chingmu, I am truly far inferior. The apothecary Do forced a stiff smile. No, to be able to teach such an outstanding disciple, you must be even stronger. Chingmu pressed on relentlessly. Do only letting your disciple come to challenge while you hide behind. This is not what a qualified teacher should do. Chingmu had no intention of leaving any escape route for Apothecary Do. Alright then. Apothecary Do sighed with a bitter smile. This beating was unavoidable. Since you have extended such a warm invitation, I can only accept it with humility. Then Apothecary Do formed hand seals, summoning technique. Bang! A cloud of white smoke dispersed, and 4 robust giant snakes suddenly appeared beside Apothecary Do, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp fangs darting towards Chingmu. A mere small snake. Chingmu whispered softly, drawing his blade from its sheath. Moving in a flash, he appeared in the blind spot behind the 4 giant snakes. Swish! Blades of light flashed, and the 4 giant snakes were swiftly severed. After advancing to the 3rd rank of spiritual might, Kingma's foundational attributes experienced geometric leaps. No wonder the gap between the vice-captain of the Grim Reaper and the captain was like a chasm. A few giant snakes relying solely on the sharpness of the Zanpakutō and his strength were enough to be eradicated in an instant. But where did Apothecary Do go? Chingmu narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately activating his perception, then walked over to a dead giant snake. Stop hiding, Do. Chingmu kicked the headless snake's corpse. You really can't hide from you, Lord Chingmu. Apothecary Do's voice echoed from within the snake's belly, sounding hoarse for some reason. Rip! 2 hands pierced through the snake's corpse, pulling hard. Apothecary Do gleamed out from the snake's belly, dripping with the snake's fluid. Here do you see it, Lord Chingmu? This is the current me. Apothecary Do stood up, proudly showcasing his body. Apothecary Do shed his garments, revealing his bare upper body, covered in scale-like skin, pale and sinister. 2 pairs of sharp, horn-like protrusions sprouted from his head, resembling underdeveloped horns. Sage mode. A glint of light shot from Kingma's eyes. It really came true. Apothecary Do had indeed cultivated Sage mode, just like in the original work. Yes, this is Sage mode, the power inherited from the Dragon Cave. Apothecary Do spread his arms excitedly, exclaiming, I must thank you, Lord Chingmu. With your reminder, I was able to embark on this path of my own. Lord Chingmu, you came to me seeking the method to enter the Dragon Cave, wanting to obtain this power as well. I can help you. Apothecary Do eagerly extended his right hand. Yes and no. Chingmu smiled and shook his head. I am very interested in the natural energy that creates sages, but if it is what you call Sage mode, I feel like I might already have it. Chingmu smiled slightly, murmuring, all things returned to dust, flowing blades like fire. Boom! The massive spiritual pressure surged forth, and the 4 members of Sasuke's team who had just finished their battle instantly froze. Even Apothecary Do, who maintained Sage mode, couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face filled with shock. This kind of power. Sasuke looked at Chingmu, unwillingly, feeling both desire and bitterness in his heart. Sasuke yearned for this stronger power, yet resented his own helplessness. Apothecary Do was equally stunned into silence. The power exhibited by Chingmu was unmistakably the sage power he had learned. It just felt slightly different. It seemed that the quality of his sage power was higher, stronger, and more pure. According to what Apothecary Do learned from the White Serpent Sage, it seemed that the ninja world hadn't seen a sage mode like Kingmas. Lord Chingmu, where did you learn this? It can be considered a chance encounter. Qingmu didn't elaborate much, so I want to find the source of natural energy and further explore my powers. Apothecary Do nodded. Indeed, Qingmu's power appeared somewhat unusual. The Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave is supposed to have an extremely strong amplification effect on perception, but before Qingmu activated his Shirkai, Apothecary Do couldn't detect any traces of Qingmu being a sage. Only when Qingmu activated his Shirkai and released his spiritual pressure did he sense something akin to natural energy. This still originated from the system's transformation of Qingmu. Qingmu's spiritual pressure was like being masked by a more wooden, sword's eye covering, thus concealing its aura. Spiritual power and natural energy are not entirely the same, and since his spiritual might level was low before, even during battles with Jiraiya and Tsunade, they failed to notice. But now Qingmu had already reached the captain level, and under the Shirkai of flowing blade like fire, he finally revealed part of his true form. Alright, I promise you, Lord Qingmu. I hope you won't forget your promise to help me eliminate Danzo and Shimura Danzo. No problem. Qingmu readily agreed. Regardless of Apothecary Do's request, Qingmu would eventually eliminate Danzo. However, Do, did you forget something? Apothecary Do's figure turning to leave suddenly stiffened. I haven't forgotten, I just want to return to the base quickly and bring out the summoning contract for the Dragon Cave. No need. I am only interested in natural energy, I do not need to sign a contract with the Dragon Cave. Qingmu said with a smile. Besides, I want to feel the power of the Dragon Cave's Sage Mode. You won't let your disciples down, right, Do? Apothecary Do's body paused again. Even with his back to everyone, he could sense the resentment projected by Sasuke and his team. Alright then, since Lord Qingmu invites me repeatedly. Apothecary Do turned around, revealing a helpless expression, suddenly changing his demeanor. Sage Art White Dragon. Although it's called the White Dragon technique, Apothecary Do expelled a massive glowing red dragon from his mouth, which coiled around a black orb, suddenly diving into the orb, and immediately the orb erupted with white light. Boom! Intense white light and a piercing roar quickly enveloped the entire battlefield, and Qingmu found his five senses becoming dull. The blinding light and noise of the White Dragon technique not only obstructed vision and hearing, but more terrifyingly, the noise was realized through the vibration of the air. The violent high-speed air vibrations could rapidly numb the enemy's senses, even causing their bones to tremble and inflicting intense pain. Only Apothecary Do, who had cultivated the Dragon Cave Sage Mode, could move freely in such an environment. Those who had seen Apothecary Do use this technique quickly closed their eyes and covered their ears, while only Shueihua was a beat, slow, rolling on the ground with his eyes covered. Qingmu initially struggled as well, but his Shinigami body allowed him to quickly adapt to this situation. It's just that the white light is somewhat bothersome. Qingmu also closed his eyes, using his perception to discern Apothecary Do's location. Lord Qingmu, do you see it? This is my power. Even you are not so comfortable, are you? Seeing Qingmu standing still with his eyes tightly shut, Apothecary Do felt quite pleased. Yaoshi Do did not enhance himself by utilizing the bodies of Orochimaru and the five as depicted in the original work, but he still perfectly adapted the Dragon Cave Immortal technique. As a genius, there is certainly some arrogance within him. Rationally, Yaoshi Do understands that he is no match for Qingmu. However, having already made a move, how could Yaoshi Do not go all out? Whether he can succeed or not, one can only know after striking. Do, you truly deserve to have followed Orochimaru and learned the Dragon Cave technique. Your actions are indeed reminiscent of a venomous snake. Qingmu sarcastically comments on Yaoshi Do's sneak attack. Hehehe, I'm not a snake at all. Yaoshi Do grinned and said, I am a dragon. Immortal technique, inorganic rebirth. Yaoshi Do clapped his hands on the ground, and the earth seemed to come alive, surging forward like ocean waves, while countless earth spikes shot up from the ground. The scene appeared to be a typical earth release ninjutsu, but unlike ordinary earth release, this ground was now alive. Inorganic rebirth is an immortal technique that bestows life upon lifeless inorganic matter and allows it to be controlled. Ordinary ninjutsu attacks can be avoided without consequence, however the attacks from inorganic rebirth possess consciousness and life. It's akin to the difference between a mindless artificial intelligence that merely responds and a top-tier artificial intelligence. In an instant, Yaoshi Do's layered attacks arrived before Qingmu. Qingmu remained standing in place, eyes tightly shut, not dodging or evading, merely displaying a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Swish! A blade of light suddenly flashed, and a blazing flame instantly formed, screaming forward. Boom! The attack aimed at Qingmu was instantly engulfed in flames, its momentum shattered in an instant, and the activated earth was immediately charred and carbonized, causing inorganic rebirth to shatter. Yaoshi Do's eyes widened like copper bells, and no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom how such a seemingly simple flame could instantly dismantle his inorganic rebirth. Yaoshi Do had previously attempted that fire techniques in the ninja world could not inflict fatal damage on inorganic rebirth, yet Qingmu merely unleashed a simple flame. Suddenly Yaoshi Do recalled Uchiha Itachi's signature technique, Amaterasu. The power of Qing Yu's flames was far beyond that of fire techniques, or perhaps only the legendary Eternal Flame Amaterasu could compare. Truly impressive. Yao Shidou muttered to himself, subconsciously attributing Qing Yu's uniqueness to an unknown. Suddenly Yao Shidou's eyes widened again, and his sixth sense went into a frenzy. Swish. He saw Qing Mu seemingly carelessly wielding his blade, and another flame formed in midair, rapidly flying toward Yao Shidou. What? Yao Shidou gaped in horror. It turned out Qing Yu's flame attack was not merely simple and random, but was genuinely simple and random. Such a powerful attack can be unleashed continuously. Having just witnessed the power of Ryu Ben Ruahua, Yao Shidou had no intention of taking it hidden. He quickly formed a hand seal, and just then flames immediately enveloped him, igniting him into a human-shaped torch. The white activation technique that filled the battlefield instantly vanished. Heh! Qing Mu chuckled lightly, and activated the Shunshin to appear in an open area. His right leg lifted and harshly kicked down. Boom! A massive, deep pit appeared in the ground with traces of blood at the bottom. With master-level white strikes combined with third-tier spiritual, might Qing Yu's strength was already comparable to Tsunade's full-powered monstrous strength. Come out, Do. Qing Mu smiled brightly. I found you. Well then cough cough. Yao Shidou slowly crawled out from the edge of the pit with a trace of blood still at the corner of his mouth. Cough cough. Lord Qing Mu, how did you find me? Yao Shidou activated his healing technique while curiously asking. Perception. Qing Mu replied succinctly. I see. Yao Shidou couldn't help but smile bitterly. His bitter smile was precisely because Qing Yu's answer was simply too straightforward. While perception abilities are rare among the ninja army, they are not unheard of. Influenced by the Dragon Cave Immortal technique, Yao Shidou seemed to have gained the talent of a snake, significantly enhancing his stealth capabilities. At the very least, Yao Shidou could guarantee that ordinary perception ninjas in the ninja world could not find him at all. Yet Qing Mu found him so easily, making Yao Shidou realize that the gap between them was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. On the other side, Qing Mu was also in high spirits. This battle with Yao Shidou not only served as a minor lesson for him, but also validated his current combat strength. Having learned the Dragon Cave Immortal technique, Yao Shidou was undoubtedly at the shadow level, and easily defeating him made Qing Mu realize that he could roam freely in the current ninja world. As night fell, Qing Mu followed Yao Shidou and others back to the base. Although this was not the same base from which Qing Mu initially escaped, the similar layout struck him with an absurd sense of nostalgia. Of course, the current Qing Mu would no longer reside in a cell. The cell was now filled with members of the Wind Demon Clan. The Wind Demon Clan had always lacked any bottom line, and sought to rebel, while taking advantage of the weakened strength of the Sound Hidden Village, ultimately bringing this upon themselves. Qing Yu's grievances with the Wind Demon Clan were thus concluded. Although he felt a bit regretful for not being able to personally end them, as there were many members of the Wind Demon Clan, all of whom were moving exchange points. However, these individuals were merely minor characters to the current Qing Mu. The complete annihilation of a ninja clan left Qing Mu somewhat pensive. Knock knock. At this moment a knock sounded at Qing Yu's door. Sensing the visitor outside, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Qing Yu's mouth. It was Sasuke. Sure enough, at this time Uchiha Sasuke would not miss any opportunity that could make him stronger. Qing Mu opened the door and Sasuke's eyes instantly lit up. I apologize for the interruption, Lord Qing Mu. Sasuke took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Lord Qing Mu, please guide my training. I want to become stronger. Qing Mu looked at Sasuke with some surprise. Given Qing Mu's understanding of Sasuke's personality, it was indeed not easy for him to speak such earnest words of inquiry. What Qing Mu did not know was that today's battle with Yao Shidou had unconsciously completely won over Sasuke. In Sasuke's eyes, Yao Shidou, who inherited Orochimaru's legacy and mastered the Sage Mode, could already be considered a plus version of Orochimaru, while Qing Mu's ability to easily defeat Yao Shidou was beyond mere strength. It was strength that was unbelievable. In the original work, the reason Sasuke treated Orochimaru with disdain was not only because they were in a transactional relationship, but also because Orochimaru was a defeated subordinate of Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps only Qing Mu could completely defeat Uchiha Itachi. Learning under Qing Mu would truly impart the skills necessary to kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, who harbored a deep obsession with revenge, was willing to do anything for it, including bowing his proud head. Get up, Sasuke. After a moment of contemplation, Aoki said, I'm afraid I can't teach you too much. Why not? Sasuke, struck as if by lightning, looked at Aoki with blood-red eyes, then quickly realized and bowed again. Master Aoki, I am willing to do anything for you. It's not what you think. Aoki shook his head and said, my power system is different from that of a ninja. You can see that I don't have any chakra fluctuations, right? Sasuke was momentarily at a loss for words. Therefore I can't teach you about ninjas, besides that all I can teach you is swordsmanship. Aoki patted the Zanpakutō at his waist, and said, although you also use a sword, it's not your primary combat method, is it? Yes. Sasuke admitted dejectedly, but still unwilling to give up, he gathered his courage to ask again. Master Aoki, can you teach me the technique you used to defeat Kabuto at the end? Sasuke listened closely to the conversation between Kabuto and Aoki. What he wanted to learn was Aoki's Sage Mode. Strictly speaking, Sasuke's Curse Seal power is a simplified version of Sage Mode, and since he made such a request, he was likely not satisfied with the simplified version. Sasuke wanted the complete version. But if you want to learn Sage Mode, why not ask Kabuto, who has already mastered it? Although Aoki had long guessed what Sasuke wanted to learn from him, he couldn't help but feel curious. Kabuto took quite some time to learn Sage Mode. Sasuke should have learned it by now. Kabuto believes my body is not yet capable of handling the complete Sage power. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Kabuto told me to wait 2 years until my body fully develops before attempting to learn Sage power. But he is just— When I took the awakening pill, I even managed to endure state 2. Moreover, learning Sage Mode from Kabuto would only get me to his level at most. I won't settle for less. I can handle stronger power. With this slow progress, when will I be able to kill that man? Sasuke became increasingly agitated, even unconsciously revealing his Sharingan. Master Aoki, please. Teach me to become stronger quickly. I am willing to do anything. Sasuke's eyes were blood red, and his words were earnest. In truth, Kabuto wasn't wrong. The sage techniques of the Dragon Cave are far more tyrannical compared to those of Myaboka Mountain, requiring even greater physical conditions. Even someone as exceptionally talented as Orochimaru was forced to abandon learning the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave due to his Bodhis incompatibility, opting instead for the Cursed Seal route. However, Aoki had never tried to teach a ninja the methods of the Shinigami. Perhaps Sasuke would find it very challenging to learn the spiritual power. But how would he know if he doesn't try? Alright, I agree. However, it may be very difficult. Aoki's warm smile met Sasuke's surprised gaze. To be honest, Aoki's enthusiasm for the original Naruto storyline faded after arriving in the ninja world. Anyone who becomes Orochimaru's experiment and vessel wouldn't retain any instinctual fondness for this place. However, seeing Sasuke come to him for guidance sparked some thoughts in Aoki. What do time travelers love to do the most? Of course, it's to change the direction of the original plot. Aoki was very curious about what would happen if Sasuke became stronger than in the original storyline, even acquiring the abilities of a Shinigami. Perhaps this time it would be Naruto who lost, and ended up marrying Sakura. Moreover, Aoki wanted to conduct an experiment. He wanted to know if Sasuke, a native of the ninja world, could also become a Shinigami like him. Aoki became a Shinigami through the power of the system, which transformed him into a Shinigami. So could Sasuke also become a Shinigami without relying on the system's transformation through the commonalities of natural energy and spiritual power? Just thinking about it was quite interesting. One night passed. Kabuto kept his promise and took Aoki to the Dragon Cave. As for the eager Sasuke who had followed them, Kabuto glanced at Aoki and said nothing. Karen Suigetsu and others stayed at the base. The Dragon Cave is no ordinary place. Entering recklessly could cost them their lives. Especially for Suigetsu, he might go mad just getting close. Kabuto, how much further do we have to go? After a long time, Sasuke asked impatiently. Don't rush, Sasuke-kun. Kabuto replied with a smile. Though the Dragon Cave is located in the land of rice, it is situated in the gap between reality and illusion, and ordinary means cannot reach it. Only those acknowledged by the Dragon Cave who pass its trials can see the true entrance. What happens if one is not acknowledged? Sasuke asked curiously. Kabuto chuckled and said snakes won't miss out on a snack delivered to their mouths. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke closed his mouth and quietly swallowed his saliva. After all, Sasuke at this time had not yet matured to the level he would be during the Shippuden. He still lacked in strength and mentality, so it was inevitable to feel nervous. If you're scared, you can go back, Kabuto said with a grin. How annoying. I have to go. Kabuto's mockery only strengthened Sasuke's resolve. You can still regret it now. Kabuto teased, but Sasuke completely ignored him. After a while, he couldn't help but ask again. Kabuto, as the contract holder of the Dragon Cave, can't you use summoning techniques to have those snakes take us there? To use reverse summoning techniques to reach the Dragon Cave, you must first be a contract holder of the Dragon Cave, and secondly, you must be particularly recognized by the Dragon Cave, Kabuto explained as he adjusted his glasses. Signing a contract is easy. Whether it's Aoki or Sasuke, I would accept them as contract holders, but the key point is that special recognition. Don't be fooled by Kabuto having learned the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. In the eyes of the White Snake Sage, he is merely a little ghost who successfully gained power from her. The relationship between the Dragon Cave and its contractors is more like a cold transaction, completely lacking the harmony of Myaboka Mountain. As for Orochimaru, his level of recognition is even worse than Kabuto's. He even needs to prepare offerings to summon the Great Serpent. What's going on? Haven't you gained recognition yet? Sasuke frowned. Kabuto did not answer, but continued walking. After a long while, he suddenly stopped and said, "We're here, Aoki-kun, Sasuke-kun." Seeing the entrance, Sasuke frowned, then curled his lips, an illusion. A petty trick unworthy of the stage. 3 tomos spun rapidly in Sasuke's eyes, and a towering, magnificent castle instantly materialized before him. Ha ha ha, indeed, any illusion would be laid bare before these eyes. Sasuke laughed triumphantly. Aoki looked at Kabuto Yakushi speechlessly, while Kabuto subtly shook his head. Did you teach him that? Not me. Aoki believed that Kabuto couldn't have taught Sasuke. Such behavior for maniacal laughter was a tradition of the Uchiha clan. Laid bare? Not necessarily. A clear, cool voice rang out, interrupting Sasuke's casting. Who? Sasuke's expression turned cold as he turned to see a beautiful woman dressed as a shrine maiden gradually emerging from the mist in midair. I am Tenshin Noheim, tasked with screening humans who attempt to enter the Ryuchi cave. Tenshin Noheim introduced herself, while looking at Kabuto. Kabuto, your part is done here. You may enter first. Yes, Lady Tenshin Noheim. Kabuto replied respectfully. Hey Kabuto, what's the meaning of this? Sasuke demanded in a harsh tone. Ignoring him, Kabuto turned to Aoki and said, Forgive me, Lord Aoki, I can only accompany you this far. The path ahead is yours to tread alone. I understand. Aoki nodded, having grasped the situation. Then I shall take my leave. Kabuto nodded to Aoki and Tenshin Noheim, then departed swiftly. Damn it. Sasuke, receiving no answer, felt rage surge within him. But soon he turned to Aoki with deference. Lord Aoki, do you know what's going on? Seeing Sasuke's sudden change in attitude, Aoki couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This guy really is like a dog's face. But Aoki didn't keep him in suspense. I suppose this is part of the trial. Trial? Sasuke was bewildered. Indeed, a trial. Tenshin Noheim said with a grin, This gentleman is quite... Every year hundreds of humans come to the vicinity of Ryuchi Cave, either intentionally or by accident. The power of Ryuchi Cave is not so cheap. A trial is necessary. Kabuto has already passed the trial. To ensure he doesn't interfere with your trial, his departure was necessary. I see. Aoki said with a smile, so there's still a trial ahead. I thought the illusion earlier was the whole thing. It was already. Tenshin Noheim was about to say something, when she suddenly paused, a flicker of hatred passing through her eyes. Damn that Kabuto making me reveal such a flaw. Had the earlier illusion was just an appetizer to filter out whether you were qualified for the trial. Tenshin Noheim hid her hatred and maintained her cheerful tone. I see. Aoki nodded with a smile. Sasuke, stay alert. Yes, Lord Aoki. Sasuke readily agreed, his 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning ceaselessly. Follow me, you two. Tenshin Noheim swiftly flew to the front to lead the way, afraid that if she saw Aoki any longer, she would lose control and devour him. The White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave had established rules for those responsible for screening in order to select qualified candidates. As the first stage of the screening, Tenshin Noheim usually disguised the trial as the trial is over, please accept our hospitality, tricking the candidates into eating poisoned food she had prepared. Once this rule was triggered, Tenshin Noheim could safely devour the candidate. To this end, she had even conjured. During the process of deceiving the candidates, Tenshin Noheim not only employed advanced illusion techniques, but also took the opportunity to lower their guard. But now, because of Kabuto's involvement, someone who wasn't a candidate, a flaw appeared in Tenshin Noheim's plan, and Aoki had pointed it out. With both of them already on guard when entering the castle, it would be much harder to get them to eat food of unknown origin. Damn Kabuto, I'll eat him if I get the chance. Tenshin Noheim seethed with hatred, scheming inwardly. Damn it, I'll have to show some real skill this time. Is that castle up ahead the trial ground? Sasuke pointed. Yes, after completing the trial you can meet the White Snake Sage. Tenshin Noheim coaxed with a grin. Once you see the White Snake Sage, just ask for whatever power you desire. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, will you? Sasuke dashed toward the castle, without a second thought, snapping at Tenshin Noheim. A dark aura arose from her face. Damn brat, I'll eat you first. Slow down, guest. I'm coming. Tenshin Noheim caught up to Sasuke with a beaming smile. Let me guide you. Although Sasuke's behavior infuriated her, she was secretly relieved. The 3 Tomo Sharingan was nothing special. It hadn't even seen through her illusion. After all, the castle before Sasuke was merely an illusion. Aoki smiled and followed leisurely. What a load of nonsense about a castle. It's just barren land. Aoki simply didn't bother to expose it. Even the illusions of Ryuchi Cave couldn't deceive his awareness in the slightest. Aoki walked in slowly and saw a grand hall decorated with dazzling golden light, yet completely empty. Where's Sasuke? Where's the snake? Aoki focused his mind, and penetrating the illusion discovered that in the real world Sasuke stood not far ahead, eyes wide open, motionless on the barren. Fell into an illusion, huh? Got to hand it to Ryuchi Cave. Their illusions are impressive, even the 3 Tomo Sharingan couldn't guard against them. Moreover, what was presented before Aoki was a multi-layered illusion. The castle was one layer, the empty hall before Aoki another, and the illusion Sasuke was experiencing yet another. The flavor of this illusion was authentic. Pretending not to know, Aoki called out loudly, Sasuke. Tenshin Noheim. Where are you? Whoosh. Tenshin Noheim abruptly appeared from midair, and said with a smile, Lord Aoki, you've arrived. You must be tired from the journey. Why not rest for a while? Where's Sasuke? Aoki asked calmly. Sasuke-kun has gone to rest. Would you like to rest as well? Don't worry about the trial, it's scheduled for tomorrow. Tenshin Noheim's face was all smiles, appearing exceptionally considerate. Very well, after walking so far it's time to rest. Aoki agreed, nonchalantly curious to see what Tenshin Noheim was up to. Good, please follow me. The Tenshin Divine Princess joyfully turned in the air nimbly, leading Qingmu. Lord Qingmu can rest here. I will prepare meals and fruits for you. The hospitality of the Dragon Earth Cave is indeed quite thoughtful. Qingmu said with a half-smile. Of course, our Dragon Earth Cave is not like the group of stinky toads from Yamu Mountain, only serving guests with insects. Every corner here has been carefully constructed by our Dragon Earth Cave, just to host esteemed guests like yourself. Tenshin Divine Princess said lightly, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Qingmu was momentarily taken aback. It's one thing to tell a lie without a script, but how could you believe it yourself? I take my leave. Taking advantage of King Mist days, Tenshin Divine Princess flew out of the hall. Qingmu chose a very luxurious sofa. Although it was called a sofa through the illusion, it was merely a large stone. Suddenly Qingmu felt a slight tremor in his heart. This feeling was quite weak, and if it weren't for King Mist's immensely powerful soul and strong control, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. It seems that Snake is ready to strike. Qingmu smiled faintly, temporarily relaxing his mind. The tremor came quickly and went just as fast, soon leaving no trace. He did not hurry, quietly waiting on the sofa to see what new tricks Tenshin Divine Princess would come up with. Boom. A loud noise erupted, and the entire castle suddenly shook violently. Qingmu remained unmoved. Boom. A distant roar grew closer, and Tenshin Divine Princess was sent flying back at high speed, crashing into the wall of the side hall, which shattered instantly. Coughing, Tenshin Divine Princess struggled to raise her head from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she looked at Qingmu. Lord Qingmu, it's bad. We have an enemy invasion. You must leave quickly and inform Lord Whitesnake. I can hold them off for a moment longer. Cough, cough. Tenshin Divine Princess spoke resolutely, while struggling to protect Qingmu. Her blood-stained face, paired with her delicate features, truly evoked sympathy. Who is the enemy? Qingmu played along, asking casually. No, Lord Qingmu. They are enemies you absolutely cannot contend with. Tenshin Divine Princess was hoarse. Who is it? Qingmu remained unfazed. Seeing this, Tenshin Divine Princess sighed helplessly and hurriedly said, the enemy is... Boom. Tenshin Divine Princess had not finished speaking when another loud noise came from outside, the outer wall being smashed in and a person directly burrowed in. This person was tall and powerful, with a thick red bead necklace around his neck, a bald head, a face full of bulk, and a bushy beard hanging down to his chest. Qingmu glanced at him, unable to look away. Lu Jishin. The newcomer stumbled forward, glaring angrily at Qingmu, his voice booming. What the hell is Lu Jishin? Have you forgotten my name out of fear and terror? My name is Bingshobuz Yibingwei. You, the villain who steals the power of death, shall face judgment. Yibingwei waved the huge brush in his hand with great momentum, seeing Qingmu and wanting to laugh. No wonder it's the Dragon Earth Cave. This illusion is truly remarkable. They can even conjure figures from the world of death. It seems that my earlier act of exposing Tenshin Divine Princess' plan indeed intensified her efforts. It can be confirmed that Tenshin Divine Princess alone could not create the illusion of Yibingwei. This illusion must have peered into Kingma's power. The sudden tremor in my heart while waiting for Tenshin Divine Princess must have been her handiwork. But how much real strength can an illusion of Yibingwei possess? Die, villain. Yibingwei leaped in front of Qingmu, swinging the huge brush down. Binding path no. 39, round gate fan. A circular defensive barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking Yibingwei outside, while Qingmu swiftly retreated. Yibingwei's Zanpakutō has the ability to sever names without severing flesh. Those attacked by him will directly lose half their power, and their names will also be halved. Before figuring out the abilities of the illusion Yibingwei, Qingmu dared not take his brush heated. Boom. The round gate fan shattered in response, with the brush tip barely grazing. Kingma's brow furrowed slightly. Yibingwei's ability has taken effect. A normal round gate fan should not be able to withstand Yibingwei's strike, but it shouldn't be this fragile. Roughly estimating, the defensive power of the round gate fan has been reduced by at least half. Using Kido to defend against me. A smart choice, Yibingwei grinned. But next you won't be able to use the Kido you just used. Wanna know why? Yibingwei revealed a terrifying smile. Because your Kido name has been severed by me. Next you will be unable to cast Kido, and will be forced to fight with your Zanpakutō, which I will also sever the name of. In the end you will also have your name severed by me, and if I am pleased I will even give you a new name. How about insect? Sighing, Qingmu looked at the smug Yibingwei, and suddenly smiled. You truly are formidable, Bingshobuz Yibingwei. No wonder you appeared before me. At this moment Qingmu completely understood the essence of Tenshin Divine Princess illusion. Using exceptional acting to win his trust, peering into his heart to draw out the enemy he fears most, creating a realistic illusion that aligns with his inner thoughts. It must be admitted that Yibingwei's ability is nearly unsolvable. With Qingmu's current strength, he has no way to counter it. If Qingmu were truly immersed in the illusion, he would be drained to death by Yibingwei, who was created from his own inner. However, Tianqing Divine Princess never expected that Qingmu had not fallen into her illusion at all. Oh, everything was merely a performance in cooperation with her. I appear before you solely to punish you, villain. Yibingwei sneered coldly. No, your appearance is merely a drama. Qingmu smiled faintly, silently thinking a drama that allows me to recognize my shortcomings. Now it's time for the curtain to fall. Qingmu drew his Zanpakutō and suddenly swung it towards the still coughing Tianqing Divine Princess. She was taken aback. What are you doing, Lord Qingmu? Boom. A massive flying slash crashed down, instantly engulfing Tianqing Divine Princess. Immediately following, the world before Qingmu violently trembled, as if the video frame had dropped, rapidly shattering. Ka. In front of Qingmu, the room and the grand hall shattered like mirrors. The Tianqing Divine Princess struck down by blade energy, and the soldier, with a fierce expression from the military lord's division, all crumbled. Soon the world revealed its true colors, a desolate land with scarcely a blade of grass, the ground littered with dry bones. Even you are fake, Qingmu murmured to himself as he looked at the spot where the Tianqing Divine Princess had vanished. So where's the real you? Where is Sasuke? Qingmu searched around and soon found his target. Under a distant withered tree, Sasuke stood frozen in place, his fists clenched tightly, eyes shut, his face twisted in a grimace. The Tianqing Divine Princess floated in midair nearby, her eyes slightly narrowed, an expression of ecstasy on her face. Waves of mist-like substance emerged from above Sasuke's head, drifting into the mouth and nose of the Tianqing Divine Princess, who let out melodious moans of pleasure. Sasuke has fallen into a trap. Qingmu shook his head with a smile, using a Shuinpa to rush forward, his Zanpakutō aimed at the Tianqing Divine Princess for a strike. Just then the Tianqing Divine Princess opened her eyes, her expression revealing shock. At this moment Sasuke was battling within the illusion realm. Sasuke dodged an attack, retreating to the side, supporting himself on one knee, breathing heavily. His clothes were already tattered, his body drenched in blood, yet he stared unwaveringly ahead, his Sharingan spinning wildly. For before him stood his beloved older brother, whom he loved. Itachi Uchiha, you must die here today. Sasuke roared hoarsely, squeezing out the last remnants of chakra in his body, fiercely activating his second state. Chidori. Thunder roared and Sasuke dashed towards Itachi Uchiha with the speed of lightning, illuminating Itachi's indifferent expression with a flash of electricity. Itachi Uchiha slightly turned his body, his movements lightning fast, catching Sasuke's outstretched right hand as the Chidori gradually dissipated in his palm. Sasuke momentarily lost focus. This scene felt eerily familiar. Bang! Itachi Uchiha kicked out, sending Sasuke crashing against a wall. My foolish brother, after all this time, why are you still so weak? Because your hatred is still insufficient. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke let out a powerless cry of agony. The Tianqing Divine Princess, hiding nearby and quietly observing the development of the illusion, playfully stuck out her tongue. Is this really Itachi Uchiha, the one who exterminated the Uchiha clan? I never expected the shadow he casts in Sasuke's heart to be so great. The illusion cast by the Tianqing Divine Princess is based on the most feared image in the opponent's heart. The illusory enemy that appears is indistinguishable from the opponent's thoughts, and is incredibly real. The more fear the opponent feels, the stronger the illusory enemy becomes. Once the opponent experiences emotions like fear, it indicates they have fallen into the illusion and triggers the rules of the Tianqing Divine Princess. As long as the opponent believes that the illusion released by the Tianqing Divine Princess is real, she can freely begin to devour their chakra. Once the chakra is consumed, it will extend to their physical body and soul. The countless dry bones in this wasteland are all from the failures of the trials. The chakra consumed by Sasuke in the illusion, as well as that expended by the illusory Itachi, all become food for the Tianqing Divine Princess. If nothing unexpected happens, Sasuke will fight Itachi within the illusion until death, with chakra, body, and soul all belonging to the Tianqing Divine Princess. This is going quite smoothly. The Tianqing Divine Princess patted her chest, murmuring, "What is happening over there?" The instincts of a serpent told her that Qingmu was far stronger than Sasuke, prompting the Tianqing Divine Princess to focus most of her attention on Qingmu. The reason her true form appeared beside Sasuke was simply because he had fallen into the illusion early on, making it convenient to absorb chakra. The illusory enemy facing Qingmu was even more formidable, but strangely the Tianqing Divine Princess had never heard of that person. How could such a strong individual be so unknown? Even stranger was that Qingmu showed no signs of fear. Without an emotional explosion, he could not fully fall into the illusion, thus triggering no rules. Seeing the treasure that was Qingmu at her side, yet being unable to grasp it, the Tianqing Divine Princess grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly she froze, her mind shaking as the illusion on Qingmu was shattered. But how could this be possible? This is a multi-layered illusion that even the three-demo Sharingan cannot see through. The Tenshin Divine Princess, disregarding the need to continue absorbing Sasuke's chakra, hastily exited the illusion realm to investigate. Suddenly the Tenshin Divine Princess felt an intense sense of foreboding, her sixth sense wildly warning her. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The Tenshin Divine Princess hurriedly opened her eyes only to see a silver streak swiftly slicing towards her face. Whoosh! She barely managed to evade a deadly blow by flying to the side, already drenched in cold sweat. Ignoring her image, the Tenshin Divine Princess immediately roared at Qingmu, revealing her true form. Qingmu, you dare to strike at me in the Dragon's Cave, what are your intentions? At this moment the Tenshin Divine Princess was full of snake scales, her eyes fierce, and her face twisted, completely devoid of her previous sweet appearance. Qingmu showed no fear, calmly stating, your illusion has already failed, but will you not let go of Sasuke? He is he, and you are you. The Tenshin Divine Princess roared angrily, venom splattering. Sasuke is already deep within my illusion. He has become my food. What if I say no? Qingmu raised his blade, aiming at the Tenshin Divine Princess, his eyes narrowing slightly. You. The Tenshin Divine Princess was furious. This is the rule of our Dragon's Cave. You dare to try again. Alright. Qingmu chuckled lightly, holding his Zanpakutō horizontally at his side, murmuring. All things return to dust, flowing blade. Wait. A clear voice interrupted Qingmu. Hello, Mr. Qingmu, I am Shikishima Haim. The trial you are about to undergo is my responsibility. The lowly-like Shikishima Haim bounced into view before Qingmu. Mr. Qingmu, you want to take your companion with you, right? That is possible. Upon hearing this, Qingmu's expression lightened slightly. Hey Shikishima Haim, this is my prey. The Tenshin Divine Princess exclaimed indignantly. Shut up, Tenshin Divine Princess. You have already failed, Mr. Qingmu was not deceived by you. Surely you understand. Shikishima Haim's expression instantly turned cold. As the victor, Mr. Qingmu can proceed with his companion without any problem. Shikishima Haim coldly stated, only those who fail the trial are allowed to be consumed by the White Snake Immortal. Why rush? I understand now. The Tenshin Divine Princess reluctantly nodded, then vanished into the mist. Defeated an enemy, exchange points 2,000. The retreat of Taiyangsan Shinji added 2,000 exchange points for Qingmu. Please follow me now, Mr. Qingmu. Shichido-ji said with a smile, if you don't pass the trial you won't find the entrance to Longdi Cave. Lead the way. Qingmu lifted Zhuozhu, who was still under the illusion, and channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into his. This wisp of spiritual energy disrupted the flow of chakra within Zhuozhu's body. Zhuozhu let out a soft groan, his eyelids slightly opening before, having suffered a heavy illusion attack and having his chakra drained, Zhuozhu had expended too much mental energy and chakra. Qingmu didn't care much, or as long as the illusion was broken it was fine. Mr. Qingmu, please be careful. Shichido-ji said with a smile, strictly speaking Zhuozhu, who failed the trial, can only become our food. By taking him away you have broken the convention. What will happen? Qingmu asked indifferently. Next your trial's difficulty will be doubled. Shichido-ji gave a sly smile. If you lose you will be eaten by me. Heh. Qingmu smiled faintly. Shichido-ji, is it really okay to say such things directly? Hee. Shichido-ji frolicked in the air, letting out a silvery laugh. You already knew this, didn't you, Mr. Qingmu? Yes, indeed. Qingmu smiled confidently. The double difficulty didn't matter. Qingmu had already expected this. Qingmu was not Borin, so why would Longdi Cave play? Especially since Qingmu insisted on taking the failed Zhuozhu, the trial targeting him would only be harder. Qingmu was actually looking forward to what new tricks Shichido-ji would come up with next. As for what Shichido-ji said about being eaten after losing the trial, it was just talk. If Qingmu was angered, he would directly use Wanjia and tear apart Longdi Cave. Before long the two arrived at a cave entrance. Mr. Qingmu, please enter. This is my trial ground. Qingmu entered as instructed, and the stone door behind him closed with a sound. Inside the narrow cave there was an exit ahead, but it was also sealed by a stone door. The stone door had countless gaps, and the ground was littered with countless colorful stones. This scene was so familiar that Qingmu couldn't help but frown. No way was this the only trick Shichido-ji had, making him play a stone-filling game like Bo-Ren. Perhaps sensing Qingmu's confusion, Shichido-ji said, don't misunderstand Lord Qingmu. Those things on the ground are just a small game I play to pass the time. Your trial is not this. Oh, is your trial different from Taiyangsan Shinji? The trial you just experienced from Taiyangsan Shinji was the trial of strength. My trial, on the other hand, is the trial of wisdom. Shichido-ji said solemnly, Mr. Qingmu, I know you have the ability to resist and break illusions, so the trial rules need to. Next we will compete in wisdom, not strength. Come, let's play a game of chess. Before Shichido-ji's words faded, Qingmu felt a slight tremor in his mind. Thinking it was a technique Shichido-ji had used, he didn't resist. After a moment, Shichido-ji waved her hand, and 2 cushions and a stone table appeared in the empty cave. On the stone table were a chessboard and 2 ghost stones containers. The stone chessboard was crisscrossed with lines, and the black and white stones were distinct. Is this Go? Qingmu was dumbfounded. Yes, I just briefly read your memories about games and found that Go is a type we both know, so I chose it. Originally, I wanted to choose Shogi, which is the game I'm best at, but unfortunately you don't know it at all. Shichudo-ji pressed her brow in distress. How about we have a duel monsters? Qingmu made the best suggestion. Duel monsters was his true love. If fortune had sent him to Tanshieshi, he would show them how to dominate. Sorry, I'm the one setting the challenge, and I really don't know that thing you mentioned. Shichudo-ji sighed helplessly. She began to wonder if she had been in Lonely Cave for too long, and had completely fallen out of touch with the times. What strange games are people in the ninja world playing now? Is no one playing shogi anymore? Come, you take the black stones and go first. Shichudo-ji gracefully sat on the side of the white stones. The board was summoned by me, not created by illusion. You can rest assured about the fairness of the game. Alright. Qingmu sat down reluctantly. Regarding Go, Qingmu had only taken a summer interest class in elementary school, knowing only the most basic rules, and understanding nothing about joziki or patterns. Before long, Qingmu knew he was done for. By the 98th move, all the star points on the board had been occupied by Shichudo-ji, and Qingmu's desperate attempts to live in the corners and edges all failed. From the beginning of the game, Shichudo-ji had a faint smile, and now her smile grew even more arrogant. Like a venomous snake about to devour its prey. Was he going to lose here? Qingmu was confident he could escape unscathed. Even the white snake sage's presence couldn't stop the power of Wanjia. But flipping the table would mean Qingmu would lose all connection with Lonely Cave. The spirit world where Lonely Cave was located was an independent small world attached to the ninja world existing in the gap between reality and illusion. Without guidance, he really couldn't enter it. Snap! Shichudo-ji placed a stone triumphantly. This was the 121st move. The game only halfway through was already decided. You lost. Shichudo-ji tossed the captured black stones aside, her tone filled with delight. You have no hope of turning the tables. It's over, Mr. Qingmu. Shichudo-ji's smile stretched wider and wider, reaching her ears, and her eyes turned into vertical snake pupils. Wait. Qingmu reached out to stop Shichudo-ji from putting away the board. What else do you have to say, Mr.? Shichudo-ji laughed heartily. Qingmu calmly pointed and said, You violated the rules. Violated the rules. Me, eh? Shichudo-ji looked in the direction Qingmu pointed, puzzled. There lay the captured stones she had taken. Yes, you violated the rules. Qingmu nodded affirmatively. For the sake of victory, he could only learn from the shamelessness of a certain cosmic power. The number of captured stones directly affects the counting and judgment of the game. Placing the captured stones on the lid of the Go bowl is the most basic rule. You must know that, Shichudo-ji. Huh, what? What rule is that? Shichudo-ji was bewildered. The first time you fail to place captured stones on the lid, a penalty of 2 points. The second time, direct forfeiture. Count for yourself, how many captured stones have you placed elsewhere? Qingmu's words were like knives, each one striking Shichudo-ji's vital point. Impossible. How could there be such an absurd rule? You just made it up. Shichudo-ji was instantly filled with rage, concentrating her mental power to probe into Qingmu's memories. Qingmu cautiously allowed this mental power to enter, preventing it from running amok. After a moment, Shichudo-ji's expression clearly froze. Impossible, impossible, this is actually real. What kind of absurd competition is in your memories? It's utterly ridiculous. Shichudo-ji instantly broke down. How could something that truly exists be deemed impossible? Qingmu calmly smiled, and said the outcome of the game relies entirely on the numbers. This rule is very reasonable. Qingmu pointed at Shichudo-ji and shouted, According to the rules, you have already been declared the loser, Shichudo-ji. Unacceptable, unforgivable. Shichudo-ji instantly revealed her ugly true form, spitting out a long snake tongue, her mouth splattered with venom. With a novice like you, don't even think about losing just 2 moves. Even losing 20 moves, you are sure to lose. Now the one losing is you. Qingmu smiled as he pointed this out. Such a violation of Go's rules is intolerable. Shichudo-ji angrily swept the pieces off the board, glaring fiercely at Qingmu, her intent clear. You have already lost. Obediently, let me devour you. Shichudo-ji lunged at Qingmu, her mouth stretching into an unbelievable arc, 2 poisonous fangs glinting with cold light. Bang! Qingmu casually grabbed the stone board and swung it towards the flying Shichudo-ji. The moment the board made contact with Shichudo-ji's face, her hideous expression instantly twisted and deformed, and then her entire body flew backward like a cannonball, shattering the exit of the cave. You lost this game. Qingmu announced his victory without a flush of his cheeks or a racing heart. Unlike Shichudo-ji, who would resort to violence, when losing he adhered strictly to the rules of Go from start to finish. Even Qingmu's final counterattack followed the unspoken rules of Go. After all, the great Go sage Lu Qi told us in Go, who plays without a helmet. Defeated an enemy gained 2,100